Chapter 1. Where is my money? 30,000 for the betrothal, not a penny less. I do not care for money, I merely wish to understand my significance to you.
Furthermore, that apartment of yours cannot be registered under your mother's name. It must be transferred to mine, in the bustling city. At a window-side table of the Grey Whale CF, 30-year-old Jiang Qin gazed at his prospective bride, suddenly feeling as though her face was somewhat unfamiliar. They had met through a matchmaking arrangement and had spent over half a year together. Given their advancing age, there was no time to linger. Discussions of marriage had become frequent. To be candid, Jiang Qin harbored little affection for her, and he suspected she felt similarly. After all, at nearly 40, was marriage still about love? Perhaps it was merely a desire to avoid a solitary old age. Yet he remained silent, sipping from his glass of water while his gaze drifted outside the glass window, his ears instinctively filtering out her voice. He perceived life as rather absurd. His parents had instilled in him the belief that knowledge would alter one's fate, so he had diligently studied, convinced that he would one day lead an extraordinary life. However, upon entering the workforce, he realized he barely qualified as an ordinary individual. In early 2016, as a fresh recruit, he found himself inundated with liquor by clients, leading to a hospitalization that prevented him from seeing his grandmother one last time. In 2019, a project failure forced him to shoulder the blame, retreating to his rented room to subsist on instant noodles for 5 months, unable to distinguish dream from reality. Though his subsequent job proved relatively stable, it was located far from his residence, causing him immense stress. He worked tirelessly, even timing bathroom breaks to save minutes, all in pursuit of purchasing a car. In 2022, he finally acquired a vehicle, only to discover he could no longer afford fuel, leaving him in discomfort. After turning 30, he noticed rent escalating faster than his salary, prompting him to scrimp and save, ultimately informing his parents of his desire to buy a home in the city. From that day forth, his parents' table had been devoid of meat. Yet, the down payment remained elusive, so his father, unbeknownst to him, worked nights as a rideshare driver, nearly succumbing to a cerebral hemorrhage. Does poverty truly correlate with laziness? For years, Jiang Qin pondered this question. He believed he had worked diligently enough to warrant his name. Yet where was the money? Who had taken it away? As a child, his parents had earnestly told him that enduring hardship would lead to success. Yet, as he matured, he discerned that enduring hardship merely resulted in unending suffering. Now, his dating partner demanded a dowry of 300,000. Jiang Qin, are you even listening to me? I've been listening. Then why have you not uttered a word? I have spoken at length, and my voice is nearly gone. Jiang Qin set down his cup, fell silent for a moment, and finally spoke. Perhaps we should reconsider this marriage. The woman was momentarily taken aback before erupting in anger. What do you mean by that? Nothing, I simply feel exhausted and wish to return home for a nap. Jiang Qin, you coward. No wonder at 38, no woman desires to be with you. Ignoring her tirade, Jiang Qin strode out of the restaurant, wandering aimlessly down the street. Upon reaching a construction site, he noticed a banner proclaiming that workers are the true elite. He lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs before burning a hole in the banner. He held no particular resentment towards the woman, even finding her demands reasonable. After all, she was 35. What was wrong with being pragmatic? He merely contemplated one question. When would this life reach an end? Those who have never worked ceaselessly extolled the virtues of laborers, while those entrenched in work dared not speak, merely nodding in agreement. But in what way did he resemble an elite? In his lifetime, he had only owned 2 pairs of AJ sneakers, both replicas. Could that be deemed elite? As for love, Jiang Qin was uncertain of its existence. He had gone on a few blind dates and met several girls through friends. Any one of them could suffice. Yet the most tragic reality was that they were merely sufficient. Reflecting on his life, he felt overwhelmed by regret. With a sigh, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, intending to call a friend for a drink, but upon unlocking it, he found 4 unread messages. One was a credit card payment reminder, another a warning about overdue phone bills, the third from his brother, stating he was nearby and that no one was home, and the last from his direct supervisor, gently advising that due to the company's poor performance, employees might voluntarily accept salary reductions to weather the storm together. Instantly, Jiang Qin lost his desire to drink and continued smoking beneath the construction site. In this era, one could not expect to accumulate wealth through labor, as the distribution of resources in society is inherently unjust. Yet the thought of his age made him chuckle. At 38, starting a business seemed rather unrealistic, didn't it? His back had ached for the past 2 years, his cervical spine had issues, and his sciatic nerve pain was more frequent than his need to urinate. To drag this broken body into entrepreneurship, even if successful, would mean arriving at 50. What enjoyment would life hold then? If only he could start anew, avoiding labor altogether. Perhaps he could find a wealthy partner. If that failed, he could venture into business, convinced that money could always be regained, but losing one's conscience would yield far greater losses. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qin massaged his sore neck, allowing his gaze to rise. What was that dark mass approaching? Administer a shot of adrenaline. Quickly. Welcome the Olympics, promote civility, and foster a new ethos. Where is Director Liu? Ask if the operating room is available. Hurry. My door is always open, ready to embrace you. Suddenly, Jiang Qin found the surroundings glaring, the noise overwhelming, his skin burning, and his mind clouded. In the haze, he caught sight of a stunning young girl, perhaps 17 or 18 years of age. She wore a fluffy floral dress, revealing a glimpse of her smooth, fair legs, a delicate nose, rosy lips, and long, curled lashes framing bright, expressive eyes. Jiang Qin smiled. In all the years of diligently working to upgrade the cars and villas of affluent bosses, he had never even dreamed of encountering such a beautiful girl. Such a girl could surely cry for a long time with a single slap, couldn't she? Jiang Qin, I really don't want to date anyone, I'm sorry. Jiang Qin could no longer smile, for he realized the girl before him had become increasingly vivid and clear. The floral dress she wore was adorned with yano chrysanthemums, and she stood gracefully on a red plastic track, her delicate arms shielding her eyes from the sun to avoid squinting. Yet, even so, the sweltering heat caused the youthful beauty to exhibit signs of restlessness. If you remain silent, I shall assume you agree we are still good friends, correct? Jiang Qin's brow furrowed, a hint of seriousness flickering in his gaze. He recognized the girl. She was Chu Siki, the belle of his high school, now likely a married woman. Having pursued her for 7 years through high school and college, he had nearly been rejected to the point of questioning his own worth. Yet, Jiang Qin was not a hopeless romantic, incapable of relentless pursuit. The crux of the matter was that Chu Siki had continuously intruded into his life as a friend, urging him to do this and that, forbidding him to date other girls, occasionally offering a glimmer of hope, tossing him a couple of sweets, truly tormenting the youthful Jiang Qin. After my first year of college, they'll consider being your girlfriend. I didn't anticipate the heavy coursework in my second year. Let's discuss it in my third. There are many competitions in my third year. I have no time for romance. Until the second semester of her third year, when she appeared hand in hand with a tall, slender boy, both clad in matching outfits. That on that day, her visage radiated tenderness, her eyes shimmering like the vast expanse of the starry sky, as she playfully inquired of her boyfriend whether he deemed himself handsome. From that moment forth, he fortified his heart with an impenetrable barrier, dismissing any notions of romance, leading to a narrative of his reluctant marriage plans at the age of 38. In 2008, the concept of a backup partner was yet to emerge. It was only with the advent of the internet that Jiang Qin comprehended the reality of her existence as merely a placeholder. She had simply not found anyone suitable, oscillating between moments of affection and indifference towards him, jesting when in good spirits and ignoring him when displeased. To put it plainly, he was but a tool for passing time during her bouts of ennui. The past loomed vividly in her mind, yet at that moment, Jiang Qin felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, accompanied by a ringing in her ears. The memories of Jiang in high school and the class beauty of her youthful days flooded back to her. Is this a rebirth? Or merely a dream? If it is a rebirth, then where is the jingle? Why is there no chime? Jiang Qin shakily extended her hand, grasping at the air in vain, awakening no ethereal screens. Am I truly a false rebirth? Not even equipped with the necessary tools. Jiang Qin, do you hear me? I genuinely do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship right now. Very well, I shall heed your words. Jiang Qin replied casually, then closed her eyes, attempting to summon her hidden powers through sheer will. But alas, she failed. There was no system to speak of. Upon hearing his nonchalant response, Chu Siki was taken aback. Her surprise evident. Jiang Qin's indifference rendered her efforts futile, akin to striking a fist against cotton. Utterly ineffective. Did you not hear me clearly? I just rejected you. I heard you. I am not deaf. Then, do you have nothing to say to me? Accepting the reality of her lack of a system, Jiang Qin's gaze fell upon the object in Chu Siki's hand. What is that you hold? With an air of arrogance, Chu Siki raised the envelope. This is the love letter you just thrust upon me. I told you I did not want to. Do not write again. Could you return it to me? I have use for it. Before she could utter her agreement, Jiang Qin took back the love letter, extracting a page, crumpling it into a ball, and stowing it in her pocket. Then, she unfolded the envelope, laying it flat upon her lap, and swiftly inscribed 2 lines. Why toil in menial jobs when one can seek the favor of a wealthy woman? Money can be earned anew, but a lost conscience is far more difficult to regain. Chapter 2. The mission of Rebirth is to accumulate wealth. The object that had fallen was a steel plate used for construction. After careful consideration, Jiang Qin arrived at a plausible conclusion. However, he soon confronted a pivotal question. Why have I been reborn? The answer was rather straightforward. It stemmed from an inner sense of regret, which had moved the heavens to grant him this opportunity. So, what did regret mean for Jiang Qin? Simply put, it was the inability to amass wealth. Thus, he had returned to this life with the singular purpose of accumulating riches. Romance was an endeavor best left untouched, akin to a frivolous pursuit. Particularly when it came to being a mere backup option, it was an exhausting affair. He would rather assist his parents with household chores. In youth, it is natural to ponder and admire beautiful things, but for a man nearing his 40s, to be preoccupied with matters of the heart upon being reborn seemed utterly absurd. Who, in their right mind, would indulge in romance after such a profound experience as rebirth? Jiang Qin neatly folded the papers he had written and tucked them into his pocket. When he raised his head, he found Chusiki frozen in place, her eyes reflecting disbelief. That was your love letter to me. How could you possibly want it back? She stammered. You said you didn't want it. Well, I wouldn't want it to go to waste. I'll simply change the name and give it to someone else. Chusiki was momentarily taken aback, quickly altering her approach. Jiang Qin, it's not that you have no chance at all. I just don't want to be in a relationship right now. But who knows what the future holds? Once we get to university, you might be the first person I consider. Jiang Qin couldn't help but glance at her, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. Had he been the youthful version of himself, perhaps this flicker of hope would have compelled him to pursue her relentlessly. Yet, from his current perspective, he realized how naive his younger self had been. The first person you consider? Is that even a proper sentiment? I'm being sincere. But there is one condition. You must not write love letters to anyone else or develop feelings for anyone else. Otherwise, we will lose our chance. But I don't genuinely like you. Let us part amicably. Chusiki's eyes widened, her pride wounded. How can we part amicably? You make it sound as if I were the one being dumped. I have been so kind, encouraging you not to give up, and this is your attitude? Jiang Qin, do you know that love requires perseverance? If you can't endure even the slightest setback, how can I consider being with you? I haven't seen your determination. Then go find someone else to practice with. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Jiang Qin was entirely focused on making money, unwilling to engage in futile entanglements. Chusiki, upon hearing this, erupted with anger. You jerk. I swear I will never speak to you again. Wait. Just as Chusiki was about to storm off, Jiang Qin unexpectedly called out to her, an unusual tension evident on his face. Seeing his expression, Chusiki felt a flicker of joy. Her youthful pride surged back momentarily. What's wrong? Do you have something else to say? But I must warn you, you won't have another chance. Jiang Qin, seemingly unfazed, raised the stationary bag he held and inquired, Are we taking an exam right now? Has it concluded? Which subject are we on? Chusiki paused momentarily. It's over. We just finished the last subject this morning. That is splendid. If I had to take it again, I wouldn't even pass the vocational school. As Chusiki gazed at his radiant smile, she found herself momentarily dazed. You call me over just to say this? Jiang Qin took a deep breath. There's one more thing. Does finishing the exams mean we're on holiday? I don't know. Ask whoever you wish. Chusiki, infuriated, sprinted back to the classroom. Feigning indifference after being rejected, Jiang Qin turned away, but he was soon encircled by a group of classmates eager to witness the spectacle. I told you he would fail. Do you think you can just like Chusiki? Mocked Qin Ziong, a well-known rich kid from class 2, whose father was the largest property developer in the area. He had once made a scene in the cafeteria, declaring he would pay for everyone's meal, displaying his arrogance. Don't be disheartened, Jiang Qin. At least 80 people have been rejected by Chusiki. I'll buy you a soda later, chimed in Guazihong, a bespectacled, chubby friend from high school. Ignoring Qin Ziong's taunts, Jiang Qin looked at Guazihong with a sense of nostalgia and affection, patting him on the shoulder. Old Gua, it's good to see you standing strong. After gathering his belongings and leaving the school, Jiang Qin rode his bike southward. To be honest, youth truly felt good. There was no fatigue or soreness. One could only appreciate it by experiencing it firsthand. Had it been before his rebirth, he wouldn't have been able to ride a bike, let alone walk without becoming breathless. Now, however, with such vitality, he could probably work in a factory and earn enough for a house. As he pedaled faster, invigorated by the slogans promoting the upcoming Olympics, he reveled in the exuberance of his youthful body. The feeling of wind tousling his hair was a long-lost sensation. Half an hour later, he arrived at the bustling community in the northern part of the city. The buildings appeared dark and worn, the paint peeling as if afflicted by a rash, and the entire complex lacked a proper entrance, only a barrier preventing vehicle access. Upon peering inside, the first sight was of makeshift storage spaces rather than unit doors. If memory served him correctly, this was one of the first neighborhoods slated for demolition in the old city, with formal notices set to be issued in July. To demonstrate their commitment to the renovation project, the government had distributed all compensation payments by October. His uncle lived here, and once the money arrived, his demeanor transformed entirely. He began smoking expensive cigarettes and boasted about acquiring a Mercedes. Unfortunately, he never got the car. Instead, his two sons ended up fighting over the inheritance, one demanding a share for marrying a second-hand bride, while the other insisted he deserved a portion for marrying someone else's wife. The two nearly came to blows, with the younger son arguing, "You expect me to share with you for marrying a used one? Where's the fairness in that?" The elder son retorted, "I'm marrying a big one, and you're getting a small one. Isn't that better?" Jiang Qin gazed longingly at the old neighborhood. However, a significant problem loomed. He had no money. What funds could a freshly graduated student possess? He had just enough spare change for an ice cream, but not nearly enough to buy property. A sense of regret washed over him, feeling as if countless small fortunes rolled past him, ultimately vanishing without a trace. He truly lacked the means to gather initial capital in a short time, leaving him with few options. Purchasing property or land was unrealistic, and stock investments were out of reach without any principle. This was the downside of lacking a system. Even with numerous good ideas in his mind, the absence of funds made it exceedingly difficult to take the first step. Am I truly living an illusory life? Just then, Jiang Qin spotted a bus pulling over to the roadside, and Chu Siki alighted, her floral dress swaying in the breeze. Upon disembarking, she immediately spotted Jiang Qin, her expression shifting from surprise to a haughty tilt of her head, as if awaiting something. However, to her astonishment, Jiang Qin merely nodded politely, casting a lingering glance at the community across the street before pedaling away. A gentle breeze lifted the corner of her skirt, leaving behind only endless astonishment and helplessness beneath the bus stop sign. Chapter 3. Earning money is truly challenging. After leaving the bustling community, Jiang Qin hurried home. His modest three-bedroom apartment, spanning 120 square meters, held within it a treasure trove of cherished memories. His mother, Ms. Yuan Yuqin, was busy in the kitchen, the chopping board resonating with the sound of meat being prepared, the kind with bones. Meanwhile, his father, Jiang Zhenghong, sat leisurely on the sofa, perusing the newspaper while humming "Clouds of My Hometown," his slippers swaying at his toes. Overcome with a wave of nostalgia, Jiang Qin couldn't help but reflect on his journey. After years of drifting in the city, he realized he was but a rootless reed, with his true origins firmly planted here, thus making this place irreplaceably home. The sight of his parents appearing suddenly youthful struck him as remarkably surreal. "Dad, how's the young body treating you?" Jiang Zhenghong squinted, casting a puzzled glance at him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Finished your exams?" Ms. Yuan poked her head out from the kitchen, inquiring, "So, do you feel confident?" With one foot already stepping into the realm of higher education, Jiang Qin's father jokingly said, "Little rascal, talking so big. Is it true?" Ms. Yuan regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Jiang Zhenghong, ever supportive, remarked, "If you're bold enough to boast, you must have some confidence. Let's have a proper dinner tonight." Jiang Qin waved his hand in refusal. "Dad, I've made up my mind. I want to start a business during the summer break. I can't waste a single moment." "Starting a business? That means making money," Ms. Yuan mused. "Well, after dinner, you can wash the dishes. I'll give you 5 yuan for a bowl and 10 for the pot." With a sigh, Jiang Qin didn't argue. "How about 300 for washing the dishes and pots instead?" Jiang Zhenghong's head snapped up. "Is there such a good deal? I want in." 300 is enough for a new set. I've been washing dishes and pots without anyone giving me 300. Go wash your hands and come eat. "Ah, my entrepreneurial journey has barely started, and already it's crumbling," Jiang Qin lamented, washing his hands and joining his parents for dinner. Before bedtime, Ms. Yuan emerged from the bedroom, pressing 500 yuan into his hand. She understood that graduating high school felt like a wild horse breaking free. Attending gatherings and singing with friends required spending. Her earlier offer of 5 yuan for washing dishes was merely a facade of toughness masking her tenderness. Holding the 500 in his hand, Jiang Qin felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. What successful entrepreneur begins with only 500 yuan? But 500 is better than nothing. "Ms. Yuan, from now on, you shall be the mother of the chairman. I'm content being the general manager," she replied. "Oh, by the way, I asked your uncle for you. You should go learn to drive at Zhangfang driving school in a few days. Driving can wait. I have pressing matters at hand," Jiang Qin said, retreating to his room with the money. He opened his computer and located Guo Zihong's QQ number, informing him to gather on Central Street the next morning. When Guo Zihong asked what they were up to, Jiang Qin remained vague, merely stating he had 500 yuan, eliciting an excited response from his friend. After arranging their plans for the next day, Jiang Qin casually opened Baidu, intending to refresh his memory about key nodes related to urban redevelopment, policy changes, stock market conditions, and market premiums to prepare for wealth accumulation. However, before the web page could load, his gaze fell upon his QQ friend list, where Chu Siki's chat window was pinned at the top. He moved the mouse to unpin it, locked his space, and changed his quirky avatar. Glancing at his signature, he noticed it read, "I love you. Why does it concern you?" How cringeworthy. Jiang Qin slapped his forehead, quickly deleting it and replacing it with a line from a song. After updating his signature, he saw that Chu Siki, previously appearing offline, had suddenly come online and was evidently messaging him. He opened her message, only to close it in disinterest. She asked why he had suddenly locked his space and insisted he reopen it so she could step on it. Such an outdated phrase. The next morning dawned bright and clear, with a gentle breeze. Jiang Qin rode his bike to Pingyang East Road's pedestrian street, the most vibrant commercial hub in Jizhou City. Before the renovation of the old market, this had been a prime location for various vendors, but fierce competition had driven prices down, making goods relatively affordable. Guo Zihong, eager about Jiang Qin's 500, pedaled furiously and arrived at the meeting point, drenched in sweat. "Brother Jiang, how do you plan to spend that 500? I've never been to a bar. Should we go experience it? Enough with the nonsense. Do you see that uncle's selling boxed meals? Go ask how much they cost." Jiang Qin instructed. Guo Zihong turned pale at the prospect of eating boxed meals for lunch. Jiang Qin squinted, not revealing too much. "Just go ask, don't worry. You won't be shortchanged." After a brief inquiry, Guo Zihong learned the prices: 5 yuan for a meal with an egg, 7 for one with a bit of meat, 9 for a chicken leg, and 11 for a chicken leg with an egg. Jiang Qin considered the time and tossed 200 yuan to the vendor, instructing him to simply prepare the meals. He then procured 2 cardboard boxes and filled them with the prepared meals, leading Guo Zihong to a street lined with internet cafes. Upon entering one, Jiang Qin first handed a pack of cigarettes he had purchased on the way to the shopkeeper before beginning to sell his boxed meals. The gamers, starving from a night of gaming, were enticed by the delivery of food and quickly bought the meals. While boxed meals weren't particularly unique, they were certainly more appealing than instant noodles. Thus, he sold the 5 yuan meals for 7, the 7 yuan meals for 9, and by the end, only 2 chicken leg meals remained. The duo worked tirelessly from 7 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, making 3 trips and visiting 5 internet cafes, even raising prices twice. Exhausted, Guo Zihong panted heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Jiang Qin, equally damp with perspiration, squatted by the roadside, counting the money. The 200 yuan spent on meals yielded 378 in return, leaving them with 2 chicken leg meals, just enough for each of them. Jiang Qin's motivation wasn't solely profit. He sought clarity in his thoughts. Now, he felt assured about his approach. Money could be made, though the profit margins were slim. Yet he didn't feel disheartened. After all, how much profit could one expect from a 200 yuan investment? It wouldn't be in the thousands. Having never engaged in business before his rebirth, this venture was merely an experience in the thrill of earning. Admittedly, there were some losses. He had given away 5 packs of cigarettes, costing him over 100 yuan, and after a half-day's toil, they had only earned 70. However, what if he had a larger capital base? Doubling 78 would indeed be promising. He handed 5 10 yuan notes to Guo Zihong, and the latter, energized by the cash, exclaimed his gratitude. "Brother, are we doing this again tomorrow?" "Absolutely not. I'm exhausted. We only made 78, and I shared 50 with you. The remaining amount barely covers a pack of cigarettes," Jiang Qin grumbled, yet his mind was already spinning with thoughts of his first bucket of gold. Where can one earn their first pot of gold? In online novels, those who are reborn often find themselves effortlessly engaging in grand enterprises, yet here I stand, unable to do the same. If all else fails, perhaps I should advise the couple to sell their house and invest directly in Bitcoin and Maudai stocks. At that moment, the lunchbox master, wielding a shovel, approached. He first cast a glance at Jiang Qin, then, with an air of mystery, leaned in closer while offering a white cigarette. "How much did you sell that 200 yuan lunchbox for?" Jiang Qin accepted the cigarette and, maintaining his composure, looked up. 460. Guo Zihong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Wasn't he at 380? Yet, observing Jiang Qin's calm demeanor, he refrained from speaking, swallowing hard before lowering his gaze. Chapter 4. The beautiful girl is the best liar. 200 for 406? You can earn 2.5 days worth of money in a single day? The elderly man selling boxed meals immediately felt envious. With a simple smile, he rolled up his pant leg and squatted down beside Jiang Qin. The mixed scent of oil and smoke wafting over, making Jiang Qin feel somewhat lightheaded. However, Jiang Qin remained silent, merely shifting slightly to the side and casually tucking the cigarette the old man offered behind his ear. In this moment, he bore little resemblance to a high school graduate. Rather, he appeared as a seasoned drifter who had dropped out to navigate life. Old man, could you share the location of the boxed meal vendor with me? Jiang Qin seemed to anticipate the question, expertly raising 2 fingers. You give me 200 yuan, and I will reveal the address. The old man widened his eyes, astonished, as if struck by lightning. 200 yuan? I barely earned that in a day's work here. You could change the location and make 400 instead. Then tell me first, and I'll gauge if it's worth it. The vendor hesitated. 200 was no small sum. We just went to a street filled with internet cafes. The east end of Shanghai Road? Yes. I thought it was a great place, but the business there is too strictly monitored by the city management. I went once, and my vehicle was impounded. I still haven't gotten it back. I'm not finished yet. You give me 200, and I will continue. If you think it's not worth it, I'll return your money. I'm still a student. I wouldn't cheat you, would I? Jiang Qin's voice was filled with an enticing allure. After a moment of contemplation, the man pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket. All right, speak up. If it's not worth it, I'll demand a refund. Jiang Qin rolled the money and stuffed it into his pocket. There's a foot massage place called Jiang. Once you enter, there's a large courtyard where the fire escape routes of 7 internet cafes lead directly. Also, the old man at the entrance enjoys smoking Hongta Mountain cigarettes. And most importantly, there are no city management officials there. What good is the old man at the door? Would he let me in to sell boxed meals? Jiang Qin smiled faintly. He asked the father of the Jiang's owner. He asked, just bored at home. The vendor's expression brightened suddenly. All right then, next time I come, I want to charge you for the boxed meals. That's a deal. You've got quite a grasp on the foot massage place at such a young age. You have a bright future ahead. Jiang Qin clasped his hands in gratitude. You flatter me. Guozihong, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Trembling slightly as he grabbed Jiang Qin's arm, his eyes filled with envy. Old Jiang, have you really been to such a magical place? That was 10 years ago. Back then, I hadn't been to the deep city yet. I followed Boss Wang a few times for observation. Enough with the reminiscing. Now that you've made some money, let me treat you to something nice. Jiang Qin stood, dusting off his pants, and walked down the main road with over 700 yuan in his pocket. Watching his friend's carefree departure, Guozihong was momentarily stunned, sensing a profound maturity in Jiang Qin, as if he had seen the vicissitudes of life. It was akin to a character from a drama who, despite wearing a smile and expressing anger, possessed an unfathomable depth in their gaze, sharp enough to discern the essence of things. They had toiled all morning, barely making over 300 yuan, not even enough to buy cigarettes, yet Jiang Qin had boldly claimed he earned 460. Most striking was how the elderly vendor, with a shrewd demeanor, had been completely taken in, parting with 200 yuan merely for an address. To navigate conversations with adults so effortlessly was something Guozihong could not fathom. Even when buying groceries for his mother, he hesitated to bargain. It was no wonder he remained indifferent even after failing to confess his feelings. His classmates thought he was merely putting on a facade to preserve a semblance of dignity. Yet in that moment, Guozihong began to believe in Jiang Qin. Perhaps he truly did not regard the matter with any seriousness. However, upon mentioning Chu Siki, Guozihong's curiosity reignited. Old Jiang, how are things with the goddess Chu? Jiang Qin glanced at him. What could possibly be between us? You've liked her for 3 years. Are you just going to let it end like this? She said she'd consider it once she got to university. Guozihong pressed on, genuinely perplexed. It seemed foolish to give up now, especially with university right around the corner. She said university, so what? I'm not inclined to wait. If beautiful girls were dependable, even pigs would climb trees. Jiang Qin replied, his expression devoid of emotion, his words dripping with scorn for romance. Relationships waste time that could be spent earning money. Being a sycophant wastes a lifetime. The bloody lessons from past lives are sufficient to justify this viewpoint. Women only hinder the speed of making money and are otherwise of no value. He had endured the agonies of unrequited love during adolescence and felt the weight of a 30,000 yuan betrothal gift. It wasn't he that he lacked interest in women, but he believed life should prioritize clarity of purpose. Yet, this is merely your speculation. Perhaps Chusiki genuinely intends to pursue a relationship with you once she begins university. Wouldn't it be a shame to give up now? Old Gua, once a man entertains such thoughts, It's akin to building a prison for oneself. This holds true for both relationships and work. Anything not in your grasp, no matter how much others profess it, should not be trusted. Jiang Qin's gaze deepened slightly as he recalled promises made upon his first entry into the workforce. Promised project dividends, company shares, overseas travel, living allowances for immediate family. These were no different from Chu Siki's claim that if he worked hard, she would date him. Such promises belonged to the realm of legends, universally known yet seldom witnessed. To harbor hope for legends was far less sensible than believing in light itself. With that thought, Jiang Qin couldn't help but recall the cosmic hero, Diga, who had once borrowed his light only to vanish when the going got tough, leaving him in darkness, never once mentioning the matter of his light. To avoid being a sycophant or a corporate drone, to strive solely for financial gain, that was the righteous path of life. Meanwhile, Guozihang suddenly began scratching his head furiously, emitting a hissing sound. Jiang Qin, intrigued, couldn't help but scrutinize him. What's wrong? Did you forget to wash your hair before going out? No, I feel like after hearing your words, my brain might just sprout some intelligence. At 4 p.m., Jiang Qin and Guozihang emerged from the restaurant, thoroughly satisfied. Yet Guozihang remained enchanted by the allure of bars, eager to persuade Jiang Qin to introduce him to the experience. However, before they could take more than a few steps, two familiar figures appeared before them. One was Wang Huiru, the math representative of their class, and the other was Chu Siki, the class beauty. The two girls were linked arm in arm as they exited the pedestrian street, one holding a starch sausage, the other brandishing a candied hawthorn. The summer heat had left them slightly glistening with sweat, their hair damp, their faces flushed from the heat, and their rapid breaths causing their developing figures to rise and fall noticeably. Wang Huiru possessed a delicate beauty, exuding a charming, youthful vibe, complete with two dimples when she smiled. She wore a pair of overalls, vibrant and lively, while she could be considered beautiful on her own. Standing next to Chu Siki diminished her advantage. Chu Siki, on the other hand, donned a beige dress that flowed down to her knees. Her eyes sparkled brilliantly. Her features were exquisite, her lips full, and her skin fairer than snow, making Wang Huiru appear as mere embellishment beside her. Upon their meeting, it was Wang Huiru who first reacted, raising her hand to greet them. Jiang Qin, Guozihang, what are you doing here? Upon hearing someone call his name, Jiang Qin instinctively glanced up, and his gaze inadvertently collided with Chu Siki amidst the bustling crowd. Subsequently, he retracted his smile, turning his head away with a hint of indifference. Perhaps due to the memories of his past life, Jiang Qin viewed interpersonal relationships with an almost omniscient perspective, which rendered him devoid of any fondness for Chu Siki. However, the wisdom and composure bestowed by his nearly 40-year-old soul prevented him from abruptly walking away, though his tolerance was limited to that extent. Chapter 5. Why aren't you pursuing me anymore? We are in business. Guozihang is the kind of person who can greet anyone with a warm smile. If he were a little more handsome, he could certainly be considered a charming gentleman. Alas, his looks are rather mediocre, barely qualifying him as a fervent brother figure. Thus, when Wang Huiru inquired about their activities, Guozihang proudly revealed their venture of selling boxed lunches, his words imbued with a sense of achievement as if it were a matter of great pride. In fact, he was not entirely mistaken. Sharing this endeavor indeed had an air of bravado. It is worth noting that high school students in this era tend to be quite shy. Merely being approached by a stranger for directions can leave them flustered, let alone the prospect of earning money. Of course, there are some students eager to experience life, harboring thoughts of financial gain. However, their efforts are typically limited to part-time jobs or handing out flyers. Yet, Jiang Qin managed to employ a clever tactic to earn several hundred yuan, engaging in a form of arbitrage that would leave anyone bewildered. Wang Huiru's father, a primary school teacher, earns a modest salary of 3,000 yuan a month, which, after deductions, amounts to less than 100 yuan a day. While one cannot measure the value of earnings by mere averages, Jiang Qin's ability to earn 270 yuan in a single day was profoundly shocking to their worldview, particularly when Guozihang animatedly recounted how Jiang Qin had nonchalantly tossed a cigarette to the internet CAF manager and made 200 yuan with just one address. Jiang Qin's image loomed larger in Wang Huiru's mind. Jiang Qin, when did you suddenly take up business? To save money for a wife, Jiang Qin replied casually. Wang Huiru chuckled at his remark. Starting to save now? Just how precious does your future wife need to be? Jiang Qin smirked slightly. That depends on how many I intend to marry. The more I wed, the more money I'll need. Are you really considering marrying several? She retorted, amused. Afterward, Wang Huiru continued discussing college applications, her tone filled with yearning for university life. Jiang Qin remained a mere observer, a smile gracing his lips, choosing not to interject. Having already experienced college life once, he felt little longing for it, and thus had no desire to contribute to the conversation. Even though Guo Zihong and Wang Huiru harbored many misconceptions about university life, he refrained from correcting them like an old sage. Life must be experienced to hold meaning. No one has the right to shatter another's dreams, regardless of how much one may understand. During this exchange, Chusiki cast a cool gaze. Her expression tinged with frustration as she regarded Jiang Qin. From the moment she had rejected his confession, it seemed as if he had transformed entirely. He no longer sought her out on QQ, ceased sending morning and evening greetings, and stopped leaving notes in her space. Even his profile picture and signature had changed, as if they had become strangers. To make matters worse, she had impulsively checked his space yesterday, only to find herself forcibly removed and later discovering it had been locked. This left her feeling irritable and increasingly aggrieved, prompting her to feign nonchalance and message him, inquiring about the lock, whether it was for everyone or just for her. Yet, to this day, Jiang Qin had not replied with even a single character. But why? It was he who had harbored feelings for her. She had not expressed any disdain or asked him to stop pursuing her. How could he unilaterally decide to give up? With this thought, Chusiki couldn't help but recall the afternoon she had taken the bus home and encountered Jiang Qin, naively expecting an apology. She had even contemplated that if he were sufficiently humble and acknowledged his stubbornness, she might grant him a slight chance. To her dismay, he merely nodded and then vanished on his bicycle. Adolescent girls possess sensitive hearts and a proud sense of self-esteem. Being treated this way by someone who had once fervently pursued her would leave anyone feeling wronged. Thus, upon returning home, she vented her frustrations and vowed never to utter a word to Jiang Qin again. No matter how much he might apologize or plead, she would not soften. Yet, just moments ago, when she encountered Jiang Qin on the street again, she found herself lost in thought. She mused that if he were to greet her first, humbly acknowledging his fault, she could respond coldly with a few words. However, to her surprise, Jiang Qin stood there calmly, speaking only a few words to Wang Huiru, never even glancing in her direction. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her chest rising and falling with indignation, instinctively tightening her grip on Wang Huiru's arm. Startled, Wang Huiru glanced at her friend, then at Jiang Qin, suddenly recalling the emotional entanglement between the two on the day of the college entrance examination. No wonder they had been silent with one another. Jiang Qin must have been too self-conscious to dare approach the girl who had turned him down. In truth, Wang Huiru held a favorable impression of Jiang Qin. Especially after hearing Guo Zihong's praises, she sensed a maturity in him that was lacking in other boys. Thus, she resolved to assist Jiang Qin, hoping to foster a budding romance. Jiang Qin. Wang Huiru's eyes glinted with mischief when you mentioned earning money for a wife. Were you hinting at our Siki? Jiang Qin's face paled, and his right eyelid began to twitch. Please, just let it go. Is that not the case? Small temple. No blessings to receive, he retorted. At these words, Chusiki could no longer contain herself. Clenching her teeth, tears welled in her eyes. Jiang Qin, what do you truly mean? With a bitter smile, Jiang Qin sighed. It's nothing. I'm leaving now. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. You can't leave. You're not allowed to go. Feigning ignorance, Jiang Qin waved his hand dismissively, mounted his bicycle, and merged into the flow of pedestrians without looking back. Having been reborn, he felt no need to explain himself to those who would no longer be intertwined with his life, thus he chose silence. Stay true to your original intentions. Remember your mission. Do you think I jest? Chusiki stood rooted, watching his retreating figure, overwhelmed with a sense of injustice, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was not like the cliché heroines of novels who suddenly realize their love for someone and regret their choices. She merely felt as if Jiang Qin looked down upon her, as if she were an annoyance he wished to avoid, observing her friend in a state of silent distress. Wang Huiru felt a surge of panic. Hadn't he, her friend, rejected Jiang Qin's confession? Why was it now Jiang Qin who had left? And her friend who was crying? What was this twist of fate? Chapter 6. Jiang Qin will certainly regret it. Si Chi, why are you crying? Jiang Qin has changed. He would never have treated me like this before. I refused to let him go, but he left anyway, deliberately trying to upset me. Chusiki clenched her teeth, tears brimming in her eyes, her chest rising and falling in distress, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Throughout her life, she had been the cherished jewel of her family, adored by her parents and favored by her teachers, with everyone around her doting on her. Yet, she had just perceived a hint of disdain in Jiang Qin's gaze, which left her feeling deeply wounded. Chusiki believed herself to be a kind-hearted girl, Even after rejecting Jiang Qin, she hadn't been harsh. Instead, she encouraged him to persist, offering warmth and hope. But what did he do in return? He showed her nothing but disdain, not a shred of gratitude. Wasn't he being unreasonable? He used to seek her out daily for conversation, and a simple response from her would fill him with joy. Now that she had taken the initiative to speak to him, he was still unsatisfied. Hui Ru, although I turned him down, he said he wouldn't pursue me anymore. Don't you think that's excessive? I clearly gave him hope. Wang Hui Ru was at a loss for words. Logically, it was only natural for Jiang Qin to stop pursuing her after being rejected. Yet, Chu Siqi kept insisting on hope. What could that possibly mean? Was it possible she had developed feelings for Jiang Qin and merely wished to test his resolve, hoping he would persist a little longer before she would agree to be with him? Chu Siqi interrupted her. That's impossible. I admit I have some fondness for him, but it's not to that extent. He needs to pursue me longer. Wang Hui Ru remained silent for a moment. But how much longer is longer? I don't know, but he must show me his utmost sincerity. Only when I can no longer resist will I consider it. Siqi, you can let him continue to pursue you. But have you thought about what would happen if you meet someone you like even more in the future? Of course, I would choose to be with the one I like more. And Jiang Qin? After a moment's thought, Chu Siqi replied. Then it can only be said that we are fated to be apart. It's not my fault. Wang Hui Ru felt a chill run down her spine after hearing this. Don't you think that if that day really comes, Jiang Qin would be quite pitiful? He has persisted for so long only to see you with someone else. What can be done? I can't just give up the person I like because he has been persistent. Wang Hui Ru's mind was in turmoil. At first glance, Chu Siqi's words seemed reasonable, but the more she pondered, the more problematic it became. Wasn't this simply causing someone unnecessary delay? However, as Chu Siqi's close friend, she couldn't advocate for Jiang Qin but had to firmly stand by her friend's side. Siqi, don't worry. I believe Jiang Qin is just pretending. Pretending? After being rejected by you, he is confused and feels embarrassed, so he is feigning indifference. But I estimate he won't hold out for long before he comes to seek you out again. Upon hearing this, Chu Siqi indeed stopped crying. Her pride resurfacing. Even if he truly regrets it, I will never give him another chance. Wang Hui Ru nodded vigorously. Yes, you mustn't give him a chance. When will he regret it? Do you really want to see him regret? Wang Hui Ru couldn't help but ask. Chu Siqi pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly. She felt that Jiang Qin had been so cruel, toying with her feelings and dignity. Only when he regretted and sought her again, only to be harshly rejected, would she feel her grievances alleviated. Wang Hui Ru couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Unsure of how to respond, she felt it would be best if Jiang Qin didn't turn back, and it would be best for him to withdraw entirely. Otherwise, who knew how things might unfold? However, she couldn't imagine that Jiang Qin had already witnessed the outcome, having seen youthful joy discarded so easily. Which was why he held no affection for Chu Siqi whatsoever. Love is such a perplexing matter, devoid of reason. You may adore someone for years, catering to her every whim, yet never even hold her hand. Then one day, someone else appears, and with merely a few sweet words, they can capture her entire heart. Can you reason with love? Love will only respond with a resounding slap. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin returned to the community, parked his car, and walked to the garden. Sitting on a stone bench to ponder, his thoughts had nothing to do with Chu Siqi. He was solely focused on matters regarding his first pot of gold. The summer vacation was neither too long nor too short. In theory, all tasks could be approached leisurely without haste. Yet, entrepreneurship is best undertaken early, not late. So the question of his first pot of gold was urgent. He needed to explore every possible avenue. After much contemplation, he decided that discussing it with his parents might yield better results. He got up and went upstairs to find his mother, Ms. Yuan Yuqin, enjoying her weekend. Mom, how much savings do we have? Can you lend me some? A few thousand would suffice. 10,000 would be even better. Ms. Yuan rummaged beneath the table and handed him 2 mahjong tiles. One marked 8,000 and the other 9,000. Make sure to spend it wisely. Jiang Qin's mouth twitched slightly. Mom, do you think you're funny? Come on, we have no savings. 10,000. You'd be worth more if I sold you. At that moment, Jiang Zhenghong looked up at Jiang Qin, hesitating to speak, his breathing slightly quickening. Seeing this, Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Indeed. They say the older generation possesses wisdom. Judging by his father's expression, he must have some secret stash he was contemplating whether to lend him. Dad, do you have something to say to me? Forget it. It's nothing important. Just go have fun. It's fine, Dad. Stop pretending. Let us lay it all out. I'm already steady. Son, could you pour me a cup of tea? 3 minutes later, After pouring the tea, Jiang Qin returned to his room. Feeling utterly disillusioned, he realized he must have been out of his mind to hold any hope for his father. Mr. Jiang Zhenghong was notoriously submissive. If his secret stash exceeded $5, he would be unable to sleep in anxiety. There was no way he would lend Jiang Qin several thousand. Though he couldn't embark on a big business venture, small businesses were still viable. After all, small amounts of money accumulate over time. And entrepreneurship is inherently challenging at the outset. Relying on others is indeed unrealistic. Borrow money. He was surrounded by high school students. And having $5 in their pockets was already impressive. They could hardly lend him anything. Loans. That could be considered, but the process was too cumbersome. Moreover, having been suffocated by a mortgage in his previous life, he possessed an instinctive aversion to loans. Jiang Qin stripped off his clothes and climbed into bed, planning to get a good night's sleep before seeking out business opportunities elsewhere tomorrow, aiming to at least double the $700 he had on hand. Rebirth in entrepreneurship. While it sounds easy, it is far from simple in reality. Chapter 7. The true white moonlight. The following morning, the dawn spread its light. Jiang Qin slipped out of his home and rode his bicycle around the city before entering the Jizhou City Zoo. Due to the double whammy of Sunday and summer vacation, the entrance to the zoo was bustling with a throng of people, more crowded than a temple fair. An hour later, Jiang Qin emerged from the zoo, nearly losing his shoes in the process. Once outside, he crouched down to take a large gulp of water, then pulled out his Nokia and called Guo Zihong, asking him to come over. Guo Zihong lived nearby, and upon receiving Jiang Qin's call, he immediately hopped on his bike and pedaled over, panting and sweating profusely, yet in high spirits. Every day, he looked forward to being summoned by Jiang Gu, feeling that fortune was just a moment away. However, when he found Jiang Qin, he was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Qin was crouched down, holding 2 plucked chickens in his hands. Jiang Gu, what are you doing? Guo Zihong asked. Jiang Qin shook the chickens. I bought 2 for 10 yuan, keeping 1 for you. Take it home and let your mother stew it for you. Guo Zihong glanced at the zoo's sign, bewildered yet astonished. Why are you bringing animals from the zoo? I'm not bringing them. I bought them. They're for feeding the tigers. A chicken in the market sells for 11 yuan, but buying from the zoo is half price since they're for feeding the tigers. Then, why don't you feed the tigers? Jiang Qin's gaze sharpened. Why should I feed the tigers with the half-price chickens I bought with my own money? Guo Zihong opened his mouth, hesitating before speaking. You're really taking advantage of the zoo. Enough chatter. Do you want it or not? Yes, I love chicken. Guo Zihong took the chicken from Jiang Qin, grasping its neck, but his expression suddenly turned complex. He could almost envision a scene where the tigers and the zookeepers were reconciling accounts, only to find discrepancies. The tiger would say, I didn't eat it. Don't frame me. The zookeeper would retort, don't deny it. You ate it. The tiger would counter, you stole my chicken and still expect me to take the blame. The zookeeper would ask, didn't the dog eat it then? Jiang Gu, why did you come to the zoo to buy chickens? I plan to buy chickens in bulk at half price, sneak them out, and sell them in the market for 10 yuan each. I can easily double my profit. Then why did you only buy 2? I assessed the security guard at the entrance. He looks a bit tough, and I doubt I can take him on. So, I called you to be my scout and test his strength. Please, Jiang Gu, I'm the most timid person. I can't even curse without stuttering. Useless. All you know is how to eat. Jiang Qin stuffed his chicken into a plastic bag and took a sip from his water bottle. While speculation and opportunism can indeed bring quick money, he didn't want to attract trouble. He preferred earning money while standing tall, and moreover, this petty hustle was far from his grander goals since his rebirth. Jiang Qin stood up, handed his chicken to Guo Zihong for him to take home, and then rode his bike to his next destination, the Jizhou City Library. He was currently troubled over how to earn his first pot of gold, having exhausted various methods without success. Damn it, lacking a system makes everything so difficult. Even without a clear plan, he refused to remain idle at home. He believed that laziness breeds further laziness, a truth he had concluded from his previous life. Thus, he decided to visit the library, seeking books that might harbor hidden treasures, perhaps offering him some inspiration. How to become a charming man favored by wealthy women. Effective opening lines when meeting wealthy women. 15 gentlemanly details to impress wealthy women. The glamorous transformation of the third-generation Tang monk. Success stories of being with wealthy women. Jiang Qin selected several books from the humanities and social sciences section, intending to study them thoroughly. Honestly, given his current circumstances, he believed that the quickest route to his first pot of gold was through aligning himself with a wealthy woman. As a strong and youthful man, earning money through hard work was nothing to be ashamed of. He carried a stack of books into the reading area. But before he could sit down, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a corner in the southeast. There sat a young girl in a fitted long dress, her delicate arm resting on the table, as fair as snow. Her expressive eyes, framed by long lashes, sparkled like water, and her full, rosy lips complemented her long, flowing hair that cascaded over her shoulders, shimmering like pearls in the sunlight. The girl was engrossed in a thick book, her eyes flickering as she read, exuding an air of tranquility and grace. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback, as if a fragment of memory had been awakened. Feng Nanshu, the academic prodigy of Class 1 in her senior year, a reticent beauty, the true white moonlight of Changnan High School. It was said that she was chauffeured to and from school in a car with wings, accompanied by a dedicated driver and bodyguards, her family background shrouded in mystery. Some claimed her father was a wealthy businessman involved in international trade, others said she was a princess exiled from the capital, while some insisted she was an illegitimate daughter hidden from the public eye. Regardless, the credibility of these claims was low. However, Feng Nanshu undeniably possessed the aura of a wealthy heiress, her demeanor aloof, with no friends, and apart from answering questions in class, she had never spoken to anyone. It was precisely her icy demeanor combined with the imposing presence of her bodyguards that deterred countless admirers from confessing their feelings. Chisiki was a symbol of youth for many, yet she paled in comparison to Feng Nanshu. After entering university, Jiang Qin encountered numerous girls who could rival Chisiki, but Feng Nanshu remained an astonishing presence that left a lasting impression. Mr. Lu Sun was indeed not mistaken. There truly exists beauty akin to jade within the pages of books. However, was this sentiment even articulated by Lu Sun? Jiang Qin pondered for a moment, dismissing it as irrelevant, unable to recall the famous saying attributed to Lu Sun. At that moment, Feng Nanshu seemed to sense the gaze upon her and lifted her brow slightly. When their eyes met for an instant, her lashes fluttered delicately before she quickly redirected her attention back to her book. Indeed, she was aloof. Jiang Qin offered a fair assessment and then walked over to sit at the table opposite her. Reading can be a monotonous endeavor, and when one finds it hard to concentrate, stealing glances at a beautiful girl is a delightful alternative. After all, reading was for earning money, while admiring beauty was just another form of engagement, both serving as tools that did not contravene his principle of placing monetary gain above all else. Jiang Qin opened a book before him, and his gaze unintentionally strayed to the book in Feng Nanshu's hands, titled The Magical Eyes of Girl Peggy Sue. A girl with such a high and cold demeanor shouldn't be reading a whimsical adventure novel like this? Shouldn't she be engrossed in something more literary like Kafka on the shore? Just as Jiang Qin was lost in thought, the book before him suddenly shifted upwards, completely obscuring the half of her face that had been visible, leaving no trace of her captivating features. Jiang Qin snapped back to reality, unable to suppress a wry smile. Not even showing half your face? Truly high and cold. Jiang Qin was unfazed and simply turned to the book in front of him. Chapter 8. Finally acquired a wealthy matron in 1986, Teacher Chi portrayed the third-generation Tang Xing, subsequently achieving widespread fame across the nation. Through the introduction of Teacher Zhao, he became acquainted with a wealthy matron who was already 49 years old at the time. As his performing career flourished, Teacher Chi did not choose to walk a singular path. Instead, he resolutely opted for marriage, becoming an adopted son-in-law. Now he resides in a lavish street in the capital, starkly contrasting with the second-generation Tang Xing, who, at over 60, still performs in small venues. What constitutes a splendid transformation? This is the essence of a glorious metamorphosis. But how can one achieve such a magnificent change? The author enumerates several conditions in the book, the most crucial of which is physical attractiveness. Simply put, being handsome is a prerequisite for a promising beginning with a wealthy matron. It serves as a stepping stone. If one cannot even gain entry, there is no need to contemplate what lies ahead. Moreover, one must possess good health, capable of enduring the pleasures of the affluent, and must be as enduring as a newfound energy ring, retaining more vitality. One segment is superior to 6. Of course, the book only presents the first half of this content, with the latter portion being solely the analysis of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's insights were profound, yet inadvertently, he became a bit too carried away, extending his foot a tad too far and inadvertently kicking the delicate calf of the girl opposite him. Realizing his impolite action, Jiang Qin immediately looked up, only to find that the aloof girl had quietly retracted her leg, as if nothing had transpired, not even adjusting the book that obstructed her view. I was engrossed in my reading. It was unintentional. It's fine. The girl before him did not shift her book or glance in his direction, offering only a faint, emotionless response. Jiang Qin paid little heed, redirecting his gaze back to the book. 20 minutes later, he reached the final page of the splendid transformation of the third-generation Tang Xing, acquiring a basic understanding of the foundational tactics for courting wealthy matrons. Yet the pressing question remained, where to find such a matron? He had thoroughly searched the entire bookshelf but failed to locate the fabled volume titled Contact Information for Wealthy Matrons. Without encountering a wealthy matron, wouldn't these strategies be futile? Feeling a tad despondent, Jiang Qin closed the book and stood up, pushing his chair back, intending to leave. Just then, Feng Nanshu suddenly moved the book aside, gazing at him with her clear eyes, and then brought over the sign from the right side of the desk. Placing it before him, please return borrowed books to their original positions before leaving. Jiang Qin's gaze skimmed over the sign. He shrugged slightly and departed in silence. As he walked away, Feng Nanshu's eyelashes fluttered, and a glimmer of melancholy flashed in her eyes. However, she did not speak, merely placing her book down quietly. Her footsteps soft as she moved to the opposite side of the table, gathering the books Jiang Qin had left open, intending to return them to their rightful places. As Feng Nanshu finished organizing the last book, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her, followed by Jiang Qin's voice. I didn't intend to leave. I was just thirsty and went to buy a bottle of water. Also, I apologize for accidentally kicking you. Please accept this drink as a token of my apology. Jiang Qin twisted open the bottle of cool juice and pushed it toward Feng Nanshu. This beverage had been quite popular in its day, surpassing Sprite in its prime. Yet for some unknown reason, it had since waned in popularity. However, Feng Nanshu did not take it, appearing as if she had turned to stone, frozen in place, neither speaking nor moving. Finally, she clenched her fists, lowered her head, and returned to her side, raising her book high to obscure her delicate face. Jiang Qin found the situation rather perplexing. I wasn't being inappropriate, was I? My actions were fundamentally gentlemanly, so why does this lofty flower appear so tense? Yet he dismissed the thought, attributing it to her aloof nature, and returned to his seat to continue reading. 3 minutes later, Jiang Qin caught a glimpse of a slender, fair hand stealthily emerging from behind the book The Enchanted Girl, grasping the bottle of cool juice before retreating quickly. Over the following days, Jiang Qin frequented the library whenever he had the opportunity, consistently encountering Feng Nanshu. It became a tacit agreement. They would sit at the same table facing each other. Yet neither spoke, engrossed in their respective readings. Each time Jiang Qin visited, he did not come empty-handed. Sometimes he would bring snacks, such as teddy bear biscuits, spiced rice crisps, or shrimp chips, dividing them into 2 portions and sliding one toward Feng Nanshu. After a few instances, she began to bring her own snacks, like macarons, truffle chocolates, and Jenny cookies, placing them ever closer to Jiang Qin. Though there was no verbal exchange, they engaged in a silent interaction, establishing a remarkable rapport. During this period, Jiang Qin read the rich matron's files and the details of a gentleman, while Feng Nanshu finished the era of blue dogs in the magical animal park. On June 13th, the 6th day of summer vacation, Jiang Qin closed the final book concerning wealthy matrons, resting his hands on the table, supporting his chin. His gaze becoming increasingly profound. Within books lie treasures. Within books lie beauty. He had searched online and discovered that this phrase was not spoken by Mr. Lu's son, but rather by Zhao Hong, the 3rd emperor of the Song dynasty, in a work titled On Learning. Yet Jiang Qin felt he had only captured half the essence. Indeed, there was beauty within the pages, exemplified by Feng Nanshu, who sat before him, truly a sight for sore eyes. However, there were no treasures to be found in the books. At least, he had not discovered any. Jiang Qin's gaze couldn't help but wander toward Feng Nanshu, who was now nibbling on shrimp chips like a hamster. She no longer completely shielded her face with the book, yet her cold demeanor remained unchanged, and her desire for communication was almost non-existent. Wait, a black car with wings? A dedicated driver for school commutes, accompanied by bodyguards? Macarons, Jenny cookies, truffle chocolates. Jiang Qin widened his eyes. Realizing he had been utterly foolish, preoccupied with thoughts of encountering a wealthy matron while forgetting that the very wealthy matron sat right across from him. At that moment, Feng Nanshu suddenly noticed Jiang Qin's gaze upon her, causing her to freeze briefly, slowly placing the shrimp chips she had just picked up back into their packaging. I didn't say you couldn't eat. Go ahead. Oh. Feng Nanshu picked up the shrimp chips again, popping one into her mouth, but upon noticing Jiang Qin's continued gaze, her expression grew increasingly perplexed. Feng, may I borrow some money from you? Jiang Qin cleared his throat, striving for sincerity in his expression. Feng Nanshu blinked in confusion, then paused, removing her small black leather bag from the chair, retrieving a pink metal clasp wallet, and placing it directly on the table. Jiang Qin was taken aback. He thought her demeanor indicated she was undeniably a wealthy matron, yet he was not asking for a few hundred, but rather a substantial amount. I would like to borrow a bit more. How much? Jiang Qin initially intended to state a specific figure, but hesitated, grappling with how much to request. Fearing that asking for too much would burden her, while asking for too little would prove inadequate. How about this? You lend me whatever amount you can. And I promise to return it promptly. I will not abscond with the funds. After a moment's consideration, Feng Nanshu nodded obediently. Understood. I will bring it to you tomorrow. Jiang Qin was again left bewildered. Was borrowing money ever this straightforward? Had he truly been reborn into the same world? Chapter 9. Spending wisely. Warm sunlight filtered through the library's vast floor-to-ceiling windows, cascading over Feng Nanshu, enveloping her in a soft glow that seemed to gild her flowing hair and thick eyelashes with a faint sheen of gold. She sat upright, composed and serene, exuding an air of quiet obedience. Delicate fingers pinched the corner of a page, gently turning it, her lively eyes reflecting an innocence that was pure and untainted. After finishing the page, she popped a shrimp chip into her mouth, the crisp sound echoing softly, before continuing to the next page. This cycle repeated several times until the bag of shrimp chips gradually emptied. Only when she reached for another did she realize it was the last one, prompting her to glance up at Jiang Qin. I won't have any more. You can finish them, she said. A flicker of delight sparkled in her eyes as she consumed the last chip and turned the page once more. Jiang Qin observed her for a while, realizing that Feng Nanshu was indeed serious about lending him money. Yet, a sense of absurdity washed over him. Shouldn't there be a written acknowledgement of the debt? At the very least, she ought to inquire about the purpose of the loan and the timeline for repayment. Despite possessing the soul of a 38-year-old man, he found the innocent demeanor of a high school student perplexing. It was understandable. Before his rebirth, he had never encountered a wealthy woman, so her actions were shrouded in mystery. Perhaps all affluent women were like this. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Feng Nanshu suddenly tucked her bookmark into the book, stood up to smooth her skirt, and returned the volume to the shelf. She left the library promptly at this hour each day, a clear indication of strict curfews. However, this time, before exiting, she paused, turned, and waved goodbye to Jiang Qin. She is not so aloof after all. Jiang Qin mused as he watched her depart, then turned to gaze out the expansive window. Through the glass, he could clearly see the black Bentley parked below. The driver, clad in white gloves, stood holding the door open in a respectful manner, while a bodyguard stood on the opposite side, his expression serious and vigilant. Feng Nanshu exited the library with an air of tranquility, silently slipping into the car, which then roared to life and vanished into the twilight. The realization struck him. The golden house and beautiful woman were one and the same. Suddenly feeling a twinge of hunger, Jiang Qin decided to head home. He placed the book The Guide to Living Off Others back on the shelf and rode his bicycle back to Hongrong Garden on Bayer Road, stopping at the entrance to buy a steamer of soup dumplings. It was Wednesday, a weekday. Ms. Yuan Yuqin worked at the government guest house, while Mr. Jiang Zhenghong was employed at the health bureau, which meant the house would likely be empty. He would have to make do with just the dumplings for now. Having consumed countless takeouts and instant noodles in his past life, he had grown indifferent to the quality of food, and besides, this dumpling shop was renowned for its delicious offerings, thin skin and generous filling, so much so that a decade later, they had opened several branches. Jiang Qin pinched a dumpling from the plastic bag and took a bite. It was warm and succulent, the familiar taste still intact. However, the heat of the day made him sweat after just two. Tying up the bag, he resolved to finish them at home. At 7 in the evening, the night crept in silently. Mr. Jiang Zhenghong returned home, carrying 2 plastic bags, changing out of his slippers before collapsing onto the sofa. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and he gasped for breath, urgently calling for Jiang Qin to bring him water. Father, where have you been? You look exhausted. Your mother said the vegetables at the Nan village market are cheap, so I rode my bike for 40 minutes and brought back a haul of your favorites. Jiang Qin placed a glass of water before him. Was it really worth the effort for just a few cents saved? Are we that poor? Jiang Zhenghong sipped the water, exclaiming with satisfaction, this isn't about being poor. You're going to university soon, and after that, you'll need to marry. There will be many expenses ahead, so we must save wherever we can. No more extravagant spending. Just as he finished, the door creaked open again, and Ms. Yuan Yuqin entered, carrying a shopping bag from a department store, her face beaming with delight as she hummed a tune. The 2 men exchanged glances, unable to suppress their curiosity. What did you buy? Sister Sue from my office told me there's a half-price sale on wool coats at the department store. I scored a fantastic deal. Jiang Zhenghong's eyes widened. A wool coat? How much did you spend? Ms. Yuan Yuqin beamed with pride. Originally priced at 888, now only 488. Is this what you meant by not spending extravagantly? Jiang Qin asked in astonishment. It's midsummer. Why buy a wool coat? What do you know? If it weren't for summer, the price wouldn't have dropped. Jiang Zhenghong assumed the authoritative role of the head of the household. Jiang Qin has just completed his college entrance exams. Once the results are in, we'll need to host a celebration and pay his tuition. There are plenty of expenses ahead. Ms. Yuan Yuqin, having changed her shoes, entered the living room. Isn't that what I said? And did you go to the Nan village market as I suggested? Of course I did. I calculated the expenses. And the vegetables there are significantly cheaper than from the store downstairs, saving us over 20 this time. So we saved 320 today? Jiang Zhenghong pondered, trying to wrap his mind around it. Where did the 320 come from? Ms. Yuan Yuqin lifted the shopping bag. I bought a coat for 488 that was originally 888. ISNT that a saving of 320? You know what, Yuqin? I must say, your spending perspective is clearly flawed. Jiang Zhenghong, after all these years of marriage, I've purchased hardly any clothes. And now you criticize me for one wool coat? Jiang Qin watched with amusement, finding the familial squabble heartwarming. His father was still in his prime, robust and vigorous, not resembling a 53-year-old man burdened with worries of making a down payment. His mother remained youthful and beauty-conscious, still willing to indulge in a department store spree without compromising on necessities. This was undoubtedly one of the happiest moments since his rebirth. However, as he reveled in the unfolding drama, he inadvertently drew attention to himself, receiving simultaneous glares from both parents. Jiang Qin, what are you laughing at? Do you think I shouldn't have bought the wool coat? Jiang Qin quickly composed himself. Mother, I promise to earn a fortune in the future, ensuring you no longer have to settle for outdated, discounted clothes. Nor will I let father travel so far for groceries. Ms. Yuan Yuqin's expression softened. Now that's my good son. Just don't turn out like your father, always penny pinching. I'm not penny pinching. Jiang Zhenghong's voice trailed off, lacking conviction. When he turned around, he discovered his wife had opened the shopping bag, revealing a stack of toilet paper rolls inside. What is this? Leftover stock from the guest house. The management decided to replace it all, so I brought some home. You think you're the only one who knows about frugality? Ms. Yuan Yuqin retorted. Heading into the kitchen, Jiang Zhenghong was left bewildered, thinking, is this some sort of entrapment? Chapter 10. Stealing my father's money for you to spend in the early morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the bedside. Jiang Qin abruptly opened his eyes, dashed to the bathroom. And after squatting on the toilet for 3 minutes, he stood up, bewildered. Damn, he had completely forgotten that he was reborn. The days of waking up with an upset stomach were long gone. However, now that he was awake, there was no reason to return to slumber. After washing up and hanging the towel neatly, Jiang Qin made his way downstairs, retrieved his bicycle from the storage room, and set off for the library in Jizhou City. Upon reaching the second floor of the library, he immediately spotted Feng Nanshu. Today, she donned a black and white checkered dress, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her clear, bright eyes scanning the shelves as she stood on tiptoes, searching for a book. This posture accentuated her slender waist, her body slightly leaning forward, revealing her graceful curves. What are you looking for? He inquired. I want to read that book, Feng Nanshu replied, glancing at him and pointing with her delicate fingers toward a row of books above. Jiang Qin approached, retrieved the book from the shelf, and handed it to her. The two then returned to their familiar corner, settling into their usual spots. Subsequently, Feng Nanshu opened her small leather bag and pulled out a bank card, placing it squarely in front of him. Here you go. To be honest, Jiang Qin felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was quite awkward for a 38-year-old man to borrow money from an 18-year-old girl. Moreover, Feng Nanshu's first action upon sitting down was to present the card, even before he had a chance to ask, indicating that she had been contemplating this matter for some time. This gesture was somewhat touching. He picked up the card, lightly pinching its surface, still finding it hard to believe. Was it really that simple to borrow money? He recalled the time in 2016 when he had been laid off and had to borrow money for rent, facing disdainful looks from many. While it wasn't a psychological scar, the experience had certainly been unpleasant. Thank you, he said. You're welcome. What is the password? 6/8. The simplicity of wealthy people's bank card passwords was indeed striking. Jiang Qin tucked the card into his pocket, tapping it twice to ensure he could feel its outline. Finding some comfort in that, he had intended to ask how much money was on the card but hesitated, feeling such a question might come across as impolite and overly direct. It was best to simply accept whatever amount was there. After all, it was likely just a bit of her pocket money or perhaps her New Year's gift money, maybe around 80 or 90,000 at most, possibly even less. He planned to use this money to make some investments over the course of a month, hoping to double it, and then buy a dilapidated property in a bustling area, profiting from its eventual demolition. After repaying Feng Nanshu, he would assess what remained and embark on a genuine entrepreneurial venture. "Did you get a bank card so early?" he asked. "It's not mine," Feng Nanshu calmly replied. Jiang Qin, who had merely asked out of curiosity, was momentarily stunned by her answer, his eyes widening. "If this card isn't yours, then whose is it?" Feng Nanshu lifted her clear gaze. "I stole it from my father." "You stole your father's money to spend on me? Is that permissible?" Feng Nanshu's expression turned somewhat perplexed, as if she herself was uncertain about the morality of her actions, and she tossed the question back to Jiang Qin. He was utterly bewildered. What kind of relationship could lead a young girl to steal from her father to spend on someone else? Could they be boyfriend and girlfriend? Engaged? Married? Beyond these possibilities, he could think of nothing else. The crucial point was that he and Feng Nanshu were not particularly close. Despite being classmates at the same school, they were not in the same class. Although they had spent the past few days studying and snacking together, they had barely exchanged words, and accepting this money felt somewhat inappropriate. After much hesitation, Jiang Qin reluctantly retrieved the card from his pocket and returned it to Feng Nanshu. He truly needed money, as without it, nothing could be accomplished. Yet, encouraging an innocent young girl to pilfer from her family? Was that even humane? "Are you not borrowing anymore?" Feng Nanshu asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I fear you might get scolded when you return home. Perhaps it's best to forget about it." Feng Nanshu shook her head coolly. "I won tea. My father has many cards. Losing one won't be noticed." Jiang Qin still waved his hand dismissively. "If it were your own money, I would have borrowed it, but taking without asking is theft. Will you repay me?" she pressed. "Of course I will. Repaying means it's a loan," Feng Nanshu asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin hesitated. At that moment, it felt as though a little devil perched on his shoulder was coaxing him to accept the offer, reasoning that as long as he returned the money before being discovered, it would be fine. "Jiang Qin, don't you remember the regrets of your past life? The rules of this world dictate that the bold thrive while the timid perish. Besides, borrowing money isn't the same as stealing. At the very least, it is legitimate and bears no relation to one's moral standards." Convinced by his own reasoning, Jiang Qin picked up the card once more and, together with Feng Nanshu, headed to the bank. Since Feng Nanshu was equally unaware of the card's balance, she appeared utterly befuddled. However, Jiang Qin felt that as the creditor, she ought to know the exact amount. But what was this girl thinking? Was she not concerned that he might deceive her, claiming there were 50,000 when there were actually 100,000? Or saying there were 30,000 when there were 5? What if he withdrew all the concealed amounts, leaving her with no recourse? Upon arriving at the bank, Jiang Qin discovered that poverty truly limited his imagination. 5 or 10,000. The digits on the screen were beyond comprehension. Jiang Qin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Feng Nanshu, thinking, do wealthy people really regard money so lightly? Over 6 million stored on a single bank card, with a password of 6/8. If lost, what a monumental loss that would be. Meanwhile, Feng Nanshu was staring at the screen, and after a moment of silence, she raised her hand, pointing at the string of numbers displayed. "Wow, you have so much money." After returning from the bank, Jiang Qin sat silently at his desk, feeling that the day's events were even more absurd than the notion of rebirth itself. Nevertheless, the first step toward financial independence had been flawlessly resolved. He need not tread cautiously in his entrepreneurial endeavors, but could instead take bold strides forward. He could purchase an old property to await demolition, make a profit, invest in stocks, and engage in some tangible business ventures. Starting a business couldn't be simpler. At that moment, Feng Nanshu suddenly set her book aside, her clear eyes fixed on him, as if she had something to say. Jiang Qin snapped back to reality. "What's wrong? I would like to be friends with you." "I hope you won't dismiss my request," Feng Nanshu said earnestly. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. But then he caught sight of the title of the book he had helped her retrieve, How to Quickly and Effectively Make Good Friends. His mind momentarily stalled as he glanced at the somewhat anxious Feng Nanshu before smacking his forehead, realizing the situation had suddenly become clear. Who was the fool spreading rumors about her being aloof? This girl was clearly a natural airhead with social anxiety. "Actually, we are already friends." "Then when can you take me out to play?" Chapter 11. Boldly earning money engaging in business entails inherent risks. In other words, there exists no venture that guarantees profit without fail. However, Jiang Qin is a reborn individual. He possesses knowledge of numerous events yet to unfold, making it relatively straightforward for him to ensure profitable outcomes. Particularly with the financial backing of Feng Nanshu, Jiang Qin resolved to embark on a bold quest for wealth. The renovation of the old town in Jizhou City was on the verge of commencing, covering a vast area with generous compensation. Thus, the acquisition of demolition properties became Jiang Qin's primary objective. Recently, he and Guozihang traversed the streets, posting notices in all neighborhoods slated for demolition. Purchasing properties in this area at high prices, contact XXXX. In bustling areas like Rongqing and the Happy Community, old and dilapidated residences abounded, with countless residents feeling distressed and eager to relocate. Many were keen to sell their homes, oblivious to the impending demolition. Naturally, Jiang Qin could not purchase every building. The renovation project was an official undertaking, shrouded in confidentiality. If, before the public announcement, a sudden influx of property acquisitions occurred, it could raise suspicions, potentially leading to scrutiny of his dealings. Thus, regardless of the community's condition, he resolved to purchase only a single unit from each. While a degree of greed is human nature, one must first assess their capacity to bear the consequences of such desires. Moreover, selecting clients was a nuanced endeavor. Properties still occupied, homes with elderly residents, and those belonging to families in financial distress were not suitable targets. The ideal candidates were affluent individuals who had long vacated their dilapidated homes, eager to divest themselves of such properties. These transactions were typically swift, avoiding protracted delays. In mid-June, under the scorching sun, Jiang Qin sat with Mr. Bai from the Happy Community in a ramen shop, each with a transfer agreement and purchase contract before them. Guozihang, accompanying Jiang Qin, sat nearby, visibly anxious and resembling a timid figure. Uncle Bai, as promised, I have transferred the 630,000, Jiang Qin stated. Ah, good, Mr. Bai responded, eyeing Jiang Qin's face, finding it somewhat surreal. I just saw your ID at the housing authority. You're only 18? Unfazed by such ageist remarks, Jiang Qin flashed a grin. Quoting Lu Sun, owning a house is not determined by age. But why purchase such a property? Mr. Bai inquired. My father has a penchant for old houses. He believes they possess character, Jiang Qin replied. Mr. Bai nodded thoughtfully, concluding that Jiang Qin likely hailed from a wealthy family, indifferent to the value of money, and perhaps with an eccentricity that allowed him to pursue such an acquisition. Having settled in another province for many years, Mr. Bai had little attachment to the area and was eager to leave, likely never to return. After placing the contract in his bag, Mr. Bai mentioned he needed to catch a train that afternoon and hurriedly departed. It was only at this moment that Guozihang lifted his head, his expression grave as he regarded Jiang Qin, clearly unsettled. A high school graduate spending over 630,000 on a property, regardless of its condition, was astonishing in Guozihang's eyes. While he was still contemplating how to embellish his QQ space, his classmate was already out purchasing real estate. How could one possibly accept such a reality? The crux of the matter was Jiang Qin's audacity. Guozihang felt that even if he possessed such a sum, he would hesitate to spend it. For individuals their age, such an amount was indeed overwhelming. You truly bought a house. That's over 630,000, Guozihang exclaimed. Jiang Qin pushed the water cup toward him, declaring, no more pretending. I am, indeed, a millionaire. Guozihang swallowed hard. I haven't even visited a foot massage parlor. Once the admission letters arrive, I'll make time to take you out for a visit, Jiang Qin responded with a grin, appreciating Guo's support. By the way, Jiang Gu, there's a gathering in our class this afternoon. Will you attend? Jiang Qin, momentarily taken aback, replied, what is the point of a gathering at this time? Guozihang pondered for a moment. Well, since results are about to be released, if we don't gather now, those who performed poorly might not feel like celebrating afterward. You all go ahead. I have things to attend to this afternoon. Enjoy yourselves. But Chu Siki will be there too. Guozihang interjected. Jiang Qin wrapped an arm around his shoulder, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. Why do you always mention Chu Siki in front of me? Guozihang recoiled slightly. Aren't you fond of her? I thought you wanted to see her. If I wanted to see her, would I have turned away the other day on Central Street? Isn't that a tactic to create intrigue? It seems to have worked. She was in tears, making others think you rejected her. Jiang Qin, disinterested in further explanation, handed some money to the shopkeeper. I've recently met a girl and promised to take her out. I'll skip the gathering. Guozihang, astonished, asked, which girl? Do I know her? I'm not sure. Where are you planning to take her? If it's to a foot massage parlor, I'll tag along. I have no interest in listening to those who excel academically boast at the gathering. Jiang Qin felt Guozihang's curiosity was excessive. Have you ever seen anyone take someone to a foot massage parlor? Guozihang paused. Are there not other fun places in Jizhou? She wants to visit the small commodity market in the city. That place is filled with vendors selling counterfeit goods. What's so entertaining about that? She has never been. She is curious. Guo Zihong found it hard to believe. She has never been? How poor is her family? Jiang Qin could not help but glance at him. Why do you have so many questions? Aren't you going to the gathering? Fine. Chapter 12. A day out with the young heiress. After dismissing Guo Zihong, Jiang Qin left the beef noodle restaurant and made his way to the Jizhou City Library. Accompanied by his affluent patron, the young heiress Feng Nianshu. Today, she donned a floral dress that exuded an ethereal charm, slung a small black leather bag over her shoulder, and wore brown leather shoes that revealed a glimpse of lace-trimmed socks, radiating youthful exuberance. Judged through the lens of a 38-year-old with a jaded soul, one might say she was so fresh that she seemed to be dripping with vitality. As she strolled down the narrow pedestrian path, her clear, sparkling eyes flitted from one stall to another, brimming with curiosity about the wares on display. This small commodity market was quite famous among the students of Nanjing High School, as it predominantly sold imitation goods at remarkably low prices and offered a wide variety. Students were genuinely impoverished, especially those who commuted, as they ate at home for breakfast and dinner, leaving them with scant pocket money. Consequently, on weekends, they would flock in groups to peruse the market, often purchasing items that were more visually appealing than practically useful. Feng Nianshu had likely heard others speak of this place at school, which explained her desire to visit. Why do they have so many car keys? Oh, those are actually lighters. Do I need to take a test to get a beauty certificate? I want one. That's fake. It's utterly meaningless. If you want one, just buy it for $1. Jiang Qin. I'm thirsty. I want Sprite. You've misread. That's its sister brand, Lieb. Why is this pair of underwear on display when it's torn in the middle? Well, you're still young. It's best not to pry into adult matters. 3 minutes later, Feng Nianshu halted at a shop around the corner, seemingly unable to move her legs. Before her stood a Hello Kitty ride, shining brightly and invitingly calling out for little friends to come and play. She turned her gaze to Jiang Qin, her clear eyes sparkling with a hint of determination, leaving him utterly bewildered. You don't actually want to ride that, do you? Miss, let me explain. That thing is meant for children under 8. You're 18. If you were to ride it, it would be social suicide. Jiang Qin attempted to dissuade her from this notion. Although the toy was indeed luminous, animated, and even sang, one must be devoid of adult sensibilities to partake in such childish amusement. Yet, 3 minutes later, melodious singing resonated from the shop's entrance. What is Grandpa called? Grandpa is called Grandpa. The beautiful young girl atop the ride laughed joyfully, her happiness soaring to great heights. Jiang Qin, holding the change he had exchanged in the store, couldn't he help but chuckle softly, leaning against the doorframe and quietly observing her. Earlier that day, he had chanced upon a laminated schedule in Feng Nianshu's bag: morning piano and violin practice, afternoon ballet and judo lessons, evening news and financial readings. Only the afternoons were left for her to catch her breath at the library. The young heiress must have had little childhood, which explained her lack of friends and social skills, leading her to be misunderstood as aloof. Jiang Qin smiled and chose to ignore the matter, instead pulling out a contract from his bag. He currently possessed 4 sets of relocation housing, varying in size, totaling an expenditure of $2,730,000 from his account. The compensation plan for the old city reconstruction in Jizhou had yet to be announced, and he had not seen it in his previous life. However, based on the compensation received by his uncle from Lianxiao, he estimated that the compensation in prosperous areas could reach a ratio of 1:8. The positions of Xingfu community and Hongyun community were relatively remote, so their compensation would be lower, at most 1:1. As for Rongqing, he was uncertain, but it should reach around 1:4. Unlike Kyoto and Shenzhen, achieving overnight wealth through relocation in Jizhou was nearly impossible. Attaining such ratios was already commendable, so what more could one desire? It was known that the Qianba village, located in the North Second Ring, was included in the relocation plans in 2018, but the compensation ratio was only 1:3. What did this signify? It indicated that the order of relocation, much like matters of the heart, was indeed of utmost importance. Once the compensation funds were secured, Jiang Qin intended to repay Feng Nianshu the money she lent him, which should leave him with an additional 1 or 2 million, along with 4 sets of houses. Of course, he could forego the houses in favor of cash, but direct liquidation would undoubtedly yield below market value. Thus, the optimal approach would be to sell them personally once the funds were received, although this would depend on the specific locations of the resettlement houses. If situated in areas poised for future appreciation, he would surely choose to retain them. In the interim, while awaiting the compensation, Jiang Qin harbored no intention of idleness. He planned to withdraw an additional 270,000 to engage in some business ventures. Investing in relocation housing was a form of opportunism, but genuine entrepreneurship was entirely different. He aspired to swiftly immerse himself in the entrepreneurial mindset, necessitating an understanding of commercial processes and strategies. Thus, he intended to use this 270,000 as capital to dabble in minor ventures in Jizhou, treating it as an initial trial before the formal commencement of his entrepreneurial journey. Lost in thought, the music beside him abruptly ceased. The swinging time had come to an end. Yet, Feng Nanshu remained atop the Hello Kitty ride, reluctant to dismount, her eyes still sparkling with lingering delight. Jiang Qin sighed with amusement, reaching into his pocket for a coin and placing it in her palm. Come join me for a ride. Feng Nanshu pointed to another nearby ride. Me? A grown man, a paragon of masculinity, don't jest. 3 minutes later, a duet of what his grandpa called echoed from the shop's entrance. Jiang Qin found himself perched in a ride that was ill-suited for his size, swaying alongside Hello Kitty, his face reflecting astonishment. This contraption was surprisingly joyous. After a lengthy ride, the two exuberant Hello Kitties finally came to a halt, and the shopkeeper emerged. His brow furrowed with irritation and an air of menace in his gaze. How heavy is a child? And you, a tall and burly lad? Don't you have any sense of self-awareness? However, Jiang Qin paid little heed to the shopkeeper's demeanor, instead reaching into his jeans pocket to retrieve the Nokia phone his father had left behind. While riding, he had noticed a persistent sound, and upon opening the phone, he discovered it was a QQ message notification, the retro charm of the 2008 version of QQ Music taking him back in time. Brother Jiang. Yes, where this reunion is taking place. All right, no more suspense. The venue is indeed in the city center. Isn't that a coincidence? Qin Ziong has booked a gathering at the Longwei Hotel nearby, and I'm on my way there now. We must make that silly dog weep. By the way, aren't you also near the city center? After we finish eating, I'll come find you, and we can head home together. Guo Zihong's avatar depicted a long-haired man wearing sunglasses, adorned with a vibrant filter, resembling a quintessential non-mainstream persona. Jiang Qin found it perplexing, given Guo's short, stout, and dark appearance. Why would he choose a slender, chick-like figure as his avatar? Ugh, this 9-key physical keyboard is exceptionally cumbersome. Jiang Qin hastily pressed the hang-up key and returned to the homepage, entirely lacking the patience to respond. Young heiress, where shall we venture next? Let us go indulge in some junk food. Feng Nanshu extended her hand, her delicate fingers pointing toward a nearby snack shop, her eyes twinkling with excitement. Chapter 13. Graduation party. At the same time that Jiang Qin and Feng Nanshu were indulging in culinary delights in the prestigious Zhuangyuan Hall of Longwei Hotel, the members of Class 2, Year 3, began to arrive, taking their seats one after another. This gathering was initiated by Qin Ziong, who had reserved the finest private room and ordered the most exquisite banquet. In an era where adolescents often mirror their parents' behaviors, Qin Ziong, son of a real estate developer, exuded the air of a refined gentleman at a young age. With his slick-back hair, tailored suit, and a gold watch adorning his wrist, he was the epitome of sophistication. My dear friends, he began, 3 years of high school may seem neither short nor long, yet I feel truly honored to have shared this time with you all. From this day forth, we shall embrace adulthood. Therefore, I propose a toast, but let it not be with soft drinks. We must raise our glasses with wine. For today we drink not merely alcohol, but the essence of maturity. I once penned a sentiment on my QQ space. Drink to my tumultuous past. Drink to my solitude. I raise this glass in reverence. With that, Qin Ziong lifted his glass and downed the beer in one swift motion, mimicking his father's business-like demeanor at the table as he turned the glass upside down, displaying it entirely empty. The hall erupted in applause. Brother Qin, you hardly resemble a student. Your every gesture is so remarkably mature. Indeed, in comparison to you, we seem quite juvenile. Others chimed in. Someone like him will undoubtedly ascend to elite status in society upon entering the workforce. He is simply too dashing. That phrase you quoted is the most impressive I've ever seen. Qin Ziong humbly waved his hand, attributing his words to genuine emotion while casting a discreet glance at the disinterested Chusiki seated across from him. The display of maturity was akin to a peacock's plume, meant to attract attention. In 2008, the era of non-mainstream culture peaked, and such phrases were widely embraced. Qin Ziong felt an undeniable sense of charisma. His lips perpetually curled in a confident smile. Yet, Chusiki remained aloof, her interest waning. She was engrossed in her phone, anxiously noting Jiang Qin's absence. His QQ avatar grayed out, raising her concerns about whether he knew about the gathering. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and Guo Zihong hurried in, apologizing profusely. I mistakenly went to the wrong place and took a while to find my way here. Hey, Guo Zihong, why are you alone? Didn't Jiang Qin come with you? Oh. He's busy with business lately, so he couldn't make it. Guo Zihong intended to mention Jiang Qin's outing with a girl, but found himself diverting the topic. Upon hearing this, Chu Siki bit her lip, her fists clenched beneath the table. Since their last encounter on Central Street, she had been waiting for Jiang Qin to regret his decision, to seek her out and apologize, to beg for another chance. Yet, a week had passed without a word from him. She felt he had changed, becoming remarkably stoic. In the past, he would struggle without her messages for but a few hours. Now he could endure a whole week without contact. This realization vexed her. How could the once compliant Jiang Qin transform into such a stoic individual? She had only wished for his well-being, encouraged him. Initially, she had no desire to attend a gathering, disliking such atmospheres, but she wanted to see if Jiang Qin was as nonchalant as he claimed to be. She believed he must be suffering in silence, and upon seeing her, he would undoubtedly apologize. However, she was taken aback by Jiang Qin's conscious decision to forego the gathering. Jiang Qin is busy with business? Qin Ziang remarked, astonished. Yes, Guo Zihong confirmed. What kind of business? Opening a store? Snapping out of her reverie, Chu Siki scoffed. He lacks the capability for that. He's merely selling lunchboxes over on Central Street. Huiru and I ran into him last time we were shopping. Really? Is selling lunchboxes considered a business now? Qin Ziang chuckled, though his expression revealed disdain. The surrounding classmates could not help but snicker. Relieved Jiang Qin had not attended the party, as it would have been utterly embarrassing for him, though they professed that professions held no hierarchy. Even the likes of Kong Yiji could not shed their long gowns, and these high schoolers naturally looked down upon such low-end jobs, perceiving themselves as the talents of society. The pillars of the nation. Selling lunchboxes was simply too humiliating. Guo Zihong felt an urge to defend Jiang Qin. Do you even know that my brother Jiang just made 650,000? He is a regular at the foot massage parlor. Yet, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts, recalling Jiang Qin's recent words. Some people laugh at you not for what you do, but because they already intend to laugh. Could he be hinting at something? Guo Zihong pondered. How astute of him. Truly, he is worthy of my respect. However, as he contemplated this, he glanced at Chu Siki, who had always seemed like a pristine figure, only to feel the illusion shatter today. Hadn't she spoken ill of others behind their backs? Was she still a goddess in his eyes? Perhaps Jiang Qin's abrupt departure that day held its reasons. While Guo Zihong wished to steer the conversation elsewhere, the others were relentless in discussing Jiang Qin. Besides Wang Huiru, Chu Siki had another close friend named Yushasha, known for her sarcastic remarks. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's name, she sprang into action. By the way, Siki, didn't Jiang Qin confess to you on the last day of the college entrance exams? Recalling that day filled her with irritation. Let us not talk about it. Just mentioning it makes me angry. He took back his love letter after failing to confess, claiming he didn't truly like me, making it seem as if I were the one being delusional. What a person. Yushasha pouted. He must have realized he couldn't pursue you and feared losing face. So he acted tough. Exactly. Huira said the same. Perhaps today is no different. What do you mean? Chu Siki's eyes widened in confusion. He knows he would be ridiculed. So he dared not show up today? Yushasha continued, pouring herself more water. Upon hearing this, Chu Siki's furrowed brow relaxed. Yes, how had she not considered this possibility? Jiang Qin was not as carefree as he appeared. He must have been afraid of being mocked. Humph, serves him right. Who told him to treat me like that? A little hardship will do him good. Let us see who ends up regretting it later. With her pride flaring, Chu Siki clenched her small teeth tightly. At that moment, the door swung open once more, and Wang Huira rushed in, echoing Guo Zihong's apology. I'm so sorry for being late. Something held me up on the way. What were you all discussing? We were talking about Jiang Qin. He is too embarrassed to show up. The moment Wang Huira heard this, her expression stiffened, and even her motion to sit down faltered. The reason she had arrived so late was that she had encountered Jiang Qin outside. Moreover, she had not merely encountered him. Chapter 14. He already has a girlfriend. Wang Huiru is a person with a keen sense of time. Otherwise, Shi Wunti have served as the class representative for mathematics for 3 consecutive years. Thus, she arrived at Longwei quite early, even before Qin Ziang, the one who was treating. However, instead of heading directly to the hotel, she took a leisurely stroll around the vicinity. It was then that she spotted Jiang Qin. At that moment, Jiang Qin was standing at the entrance of a snack shop, one hand gripping a black backpack while the other playfully stroked a tabby cat lounging atop a freezer. Wang Huiru initially assumed he was there to attend the gathering, so she approached him to inquire about his arrival time. To her surprise, as their conversation unfolded, Jiang Qin revealed that he had no intention of attending the gathering. Wang Huiru, being the diligent student admired by her teachers, with a strong sense of responsibility, felt that with their classmates soon going their separate ways, their opportunities for gathering would become scarce. She resolved to persuade him to join them. You've come this far, why not enjoy a meal together? Forget it. You all go ahead. I'm not fond of socializing, Jiang Qin replied, continuing to tease the cat with his fingers. Suddenly, Wang Huiru recalled a recent incident. Are you feeling awkward about your failed confession, fearing everyone might mock you? That won't happen. Our class atmosphere is quite harmonious. And you're generally well-liked. Now that we've graduated, we won't have much contact in the future, so let them laugh. Who hasn't experienced a failed confession? I personally don't mind, but that's truly not why I'm not going. What is the reason then? Wang Huiru pressed, but before Jiang Qin could respond, a voice erupted from within the snack shop. Jiang Qin, I want to eat those colorful crystal balls. Crystal balls? Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback, his mind conjuring a certain item. What on earth are crystal balls? Those are soybeans. You can't eat those. Miss, not everything in a snack shop is edible, Jiang Qin exclaimed, rushing into the store in a flurry. Wang Huiru recognized the voice belonged to a girl, and her curiosity led her inside, where she beheld a girl clad in a floral dress, her long hair cascading down her waist, figure slender and graceful, more radiant than a pearl. This girl was none other than Feng Nashu, an academic prodigy who had consistently ranked first in the school for 3 years. She was a reticent young lady from a prestigious family, her beauty positively luminous. Wang Huiru's eyes widened in astonishment as she watched Jiang Qin wrest a box from Feng Nashu's hands and anxiously peer inside, nervously pinching her rosy lips. What was happening here? Were Jiang Qin and Feng Nashu in a romantic relationship? Were they too busy with their date to attend the gathering? As Wang Huiru contemplated the scene she had just witnessed, her shock lingered, especially since their classmates around them continued to mock Jiang Qin. Utterly unaware that he had already captured the heart of the true gem from Chengnan High School, she was at a loss for words. Has Jiang Qin been in touch with you recently? Wang Huiru snapped back to reality, glancing at Chu Siki. What would he want from me? Even if he did, I wouldn't pay him any mind, Chu Siki replied, her lovely brows knitted in annoyance. Do you know what he has been up to? I just heard from Guizihong that he is still selling lunchboxes. Wang Huiru fell silent, realizing her friend was entirely oblivious to Jiang Qin's situation. Siki, are you still waiting for Jiang Qin to apologize to you? Chu Siki couldn't help but clench her teeth. Yes, I've been waiting for ages. But he is incredibly patient, not even sending me a message on QQ. Do you think he is just being patient? Otherwise? He used to chat with me every day, and when I was in a bad mood, I would vent on him, yet he never seemed to mind. Now he is acting all aloof. Isn't that just him being patient? Wang Huiru was torn, unsure whether to reveal what she had just witnessed. Siki, I'm asking you seriously. Do you like Jiang Qin? Chu Siki regarded her with a blank expression. He is driving me insane. How could I possibly like him? Yet it seems Jiang Qin has moved on, while you remain fixated on him. That is because he has been utterly unreasonable, leaving me restless. I won't forgive him unless he apologizes 100 times. Wang Huiru lowered her voice, so only they could hear. If Jiang Qin were to be with someone else, would you feel heartbroken? Chu Siki let out a cold laugh. What does it matter if he is with someone else? Besides, he could never win me over. He'll soon lose hope and settle for less. What's wrong? Nothing, let us eat. After hearing her friend's words, Chu Siki picked up her chopsticks and poked at her plate, but she found herself devoid of appetite. She was genuinely vexed. She couldn't comprehend why Jiang Qin failed to grasp her feelings. In this world, how could a girl be easily won over? She had given him opportunities, even hinted that perseverance would yield hope. Wasn't that enough? She desperately wanted to see Jiang Qin regret his decisions, yet it remained unfulfilled, which was likely the source of her frustration. Before long, the gathering was drawing to a close. As Chu Siki chatted with Wang Huiru, her demeanor shifted to one of aloofness, while Qin Xiang could never find an opportunity to speak with her and suggested they wander nearby, hoping to find a moment to approach her. Wang Huiru felt quite anxious, fearing that Chu Siki might encounter Jiang Qin and Feng Nashu. She knew her friend all too well, headstrong and proud, needing the world to cater to her whims. If she were to see Jiang Qin with Feng Nashu, she had no idea what might transpire. Fortunately, her concerns were somewhat unfounded. Jiang Qin and Feng Nashu did not appear in their line of sight, although Qin Xiang continued to hover near them, which annoyed her. Meanwhile, not far from the bustling streets of the city, Feng Nanshu, clutching a large snack, looked up at Jiang Qin after taking a couple of bites. Do you like looking at breasts? Today, you've stared at my chest 15. No, 16 times. Jiang Qin's mouth twitched slightly. Although she was adorably naive, her candor caught him off guard. I simply appreciate beauty. Feng Nanshu pointed across the street at a shop. Jiang Qin, what are adult products? That is something only adults should know. My birthday is on February 3rd, which, by law, means I'm already an adult. You call that adulthood? No, your understanding of the world is barely that of an 8-year-old. Feng Nanshu staggered slightly, her eyes reflecting despair. You really know how to hurt people. Jiang Qin chuckled. No worries, summer break is still far away. Take your time to learn. Chapter 15. The ongoing demolition time passed swiftly, akin to fleeting shadows. On June 25th, the results of the college entrance examination were freshly announced, stirring emotions within countless families. Jiang Qin's score mirrored that of his previous life, standing at 653 points, ensuring his acceptance into a prestigious 985 university, a certainty devoid of suspense. He maintained an air of calmness internally while striving to exhibit an appropriate level of excitement in front of his parents, a true test of his acting skills. However, Mr. Jiang and Ms. Yuan were genuinely exhilarated. A score of 653. This was 20 points higher than Jiang Qin's performance in the mock exam. Ms. Yuan Yuqin immediately made her way to Baiyun Mountain, seeking blessings at the Baiyun Temple. Mr. Jiang Zhenghong was so elated that he could hardly contain himself. Vacillating between sitting and standing, his fists clenched as he shook with joy. Eventually, he took Jiang Qin downstairs, and they ran 3 laps around the neighborhood. Jiang Qin understood his parents' feelings well, for in their generation, the college entrance examination represented a vital springboard for success, a significant turning point in life. The sole opportunity to alter one's destiny, and the key to wealth and prosperity. Yet, he could not foresee that in a few years, the world would be teeming with PhDs and master's degrees in abundance. On the 3rd day following the announcement of the exam results, the demolition matter began to take shape. On the morning of June 28th, in the bustling city of Rongqing, the street offices of Xingfu Community and Hongyun Community sequentially contacted Jiang Qin, succinctly discussing the demolition and inviting him to engage with a specially established demolition team for negotiations. Although the official demolition documents had yet to be publicly announced, the demolition was essentially a settled matter. To save time, the various streets affected by the urban redevelopment project began their preparations in advance. This was not a widely publicized affair. In fact, aside from the homeowners of the structures slated for demolition, others were entirely unaware of the situation, which spared Jiang Qin, a high school student, from numerous complications. In the days that followed, Jiang Qin frequented the street offices, listening to them recite higher-level documents and the compensation terms he had heard many times before. Though each street office reiterated the same information, there was a certain satisfaction in hearing it again. Once the formal demolition letters were issued, the demolition process entered the negotiation phase, which was often the most time-consuming stage. Many were greedy, particularly those residents who had lived in dilapidated conditions for years. Their dissatisfaction with life led them to demand exorbitant compensation. However, Jiang Qin was adept at knowing when to accept a favorable offer. He conveyed a figure to the street office based on his prior estimations, asking them to call him once they agreed. His nonchalant demeanor stemmed from a significant reason. Once the demolition process entered its 2nd phase, those who signed contracts earlier could choose their relocation housing preferentially. Selecting a prime location was far more critical than haggling for an extra 30 or 50,000. If the process dragged on, the best spots would be snatched up, leaving the remaining individuals with no choice but to draw lots. After all, once the contracts were signed, who would cater to their demands? Additionally, he had an urgent reason. He needed to repay a debt. Although the funds for purchasing the house were borrowed from Feng Nanshu, they ultimately belonged to her father. The fact that nothing had gone awry thus far indicated that her father had not yet discovered the situation, but the longer he delayed, the greater the risk. Jiang Qin was uncertain of Feng Nanshu's father's character and was unwilling to take that risk. Securing the compensation promptly would allow him to close the financial gap and render the issue as if it had never occurred. After addressing the preliminary demolition matters, Jiang Qin freed up a day to relax at home, responding to various QQ messages. Guo Zihong reported a score of 472, while Feng Nanshu announced hers at 671. Guo Zihong's score was not surprising, for he was merely performing at his usual level. Gaining even a single point was a challenge. However, Feng Nanshu, the prodigious scholar, falling short of 700 was quite unexpected. Naturally, The homeroom teacher from Class 1 was dissatisfied with this score, suspecting a misjudgment, and proceeded to the city to review the exam papers on the day the results were released. Ultimately, there was no error. Feng Nanshu indeed scored 671 points. The issue lay in her Chinese essay, where she had only garnered 12 points out of a possible 60. What was this year's essay prompt? Jiang Qin, having returned from his rebirth, had nearly forgotten this detail, so he searched online and was met with a wave of laughter. It was about writing on friendship? How could she, who had no friends, be expected to write on such a topic? It was akin to asking a mouse to compose an essay on the pleasures of cuddling a cat. Truly, 12 points was not a loss. It was likely awarded solely for the neatness of her paper. In the second-floor library of Jiji City, seated in her familiar spot, Feng Nanshu felt utterly despondent. Upon reflection, "This is actually your fault." Jiang Qin, puzzled, retorted, "We didn't even know each other during the exam. How is it my responsibility for your lost points? Had I known you earlier, I would surely have written better." "Well then, let us hypothesize. If the current you were to take the exam, how would you compose this essay?" Feng Nanshu lifted her head solemnly. "I met a friend in the library. He is a pitiable poor soul, with a penchant for gazing at breasts." "Stop." Jiang Qin interrupted her impromptu composition. "Is that truly the image you hold of me? Is it not?" A flicker of confusion crossed Feng Nanshu's eyes. "If you wrote that, you'd be lucky to earn even the last 12 points. Feng Nanshu lowered her head. Reverting to her state of despondency, "Does that mean I have befriended someone unworthy?" Jiang Qin's expression contorted. "Regardless, the exam is over. Pondering this now serves no purpose." "Fair enough. As a wealthy young lady, why participate in the college entrance examination? Why not simply study abroad?" Feng Nanshu raised her head, her delicate, curled lashes trembling. A socially awkward, lonely girl sent abroad would perish. Jiang Qin had not considered this aspect, having merely viewed her as an ordinary rich girl. However, from Feng Nanshu's perspective, the prospect of studying abroad indeed appeared precarious. While foreign nations extolled freedom and democracy, societal conditions were chaotic, and the infamous United States faced daily shootings. With a population of merely 370 million, the number of registered firearms had reached 390 million, averaging nearly 4 guns per family. Were they planning for a second child? To cast someone like Feng Nanshu, a naive and socially anxious girl, into such an environment would be akin to tossing a lamb into a den of wolves. Regardless, domestic universities were quite commendable. "Which one do you intend to attend? And which one will you choose?" she retorted expressionlessly, her thick lashes kissed by golden sunlight. Chapter 16. My affairs are none of your business. In his previous life, Jiang Qin was a student at Linchuan University, majoring in international trade. Hence, in this life, he intends to return to Linchuan, a city with which he is profoundly familiar. He believes that embarking on an entrepreneurial journey from a known city will be more advantageous. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's response, Feng Nanshu rubbed her face and stared blankly at the snack bag she had just shown off, lost in thought. At that moment, the Nokia phone on the table suddenly lit up. Jiang Qin unlocked it and discovered a QQ message from Wang Huiru. "Jiang Qin, Chusiki scored 632. What about you? Did she send you to ask me?" Jiang Qin replied, "You guessed correctly. She did indeed ask me to inquire. My matters are unrelated to her. Simply convey that to her." Wang Huiru was taken aback. "Jiang Qin, you and Chusiki don't have any deep-seated animosity, do you? Even as classmates? It's quite normal to ask about each other's scores. You shouldn't always be like this. What's wrong with you? You're being petty." Jiang Qin continued his typing on the physical keyboard with increasing ease. "If being petty is what I am, so be it. Let her think what she wishes." Wang Huiru sent an ellipsis. "Jiang Qin, Chusiki is not at fault. It's her right to refuse you. However, if you cannot be lovers, you can still be friends. Am I the one in the wrong? Choosing not to entangle myself is my right as well. I don't wish to be her friend." "Why is that?" Jiang Qin switched to one-handed typing. "She believes the entire world should adore her, that everyone must acquiesce to her whims. She dictates what is to be, commanding me not to leave in front of so many people. Why should I comply? We aren't even friends. She thinks the earth revolves around her? You should have a good talk with her and let her know to change her ways," Wang Huiru suggested. Jiang Qin furrowed his brow. "Why should I waste my time on her? If this friend isn't suitable, I can simply find another. Is that unreasonable?" Wang Huiru's replies grew noticeably delayed. "It's not unreasonable, but are you sure you're not speaking out of love turned to hate? I've been clear. Why do you still think that? I see Chusiki is also thinking this way, perhaps believing that I was rejected and now feigning indifference. No, that's not how I see it. Jiang Qin, please don't misunderstand. Jiang Qin continued typing. Wang, I truly do not wish to exchange another word with her. My explanations to you are solely out of respect for you. Do you understand? Upon reading this response, Wang Huiru's heart softened. Then I shall speak with her and request that she refrain from bothering you for the time being. Not just for the time being, but forever. Jiang Qin, such words are hurtful. She left a sliver of hope when she rejected you and even encouraged you. Please do not be so cold towards her. Jiang Qin retorted. What nonsense is this about persevering for hope? Is that encouragement? She has no genuine feelings for me. She's merely lonely and sees me as a companion until someone she truly likes comes along. Once that happens, she will forget who I am. Wang, sometimes saying hurtful things is necessary to sever ties cleanly, allowing both parties to relinquish their illusions. Upon receiving this message, Wang Huiru fell silent, reminded of her own conversation with Chu Siki on Central Street. Siki, what will you do if you meet someone you truly like in the future? Then I would undoubtedly choose the one I like. I can't possibly select Jiang Qin just because he has persisted. Wang Huiru recognized Jiang Qin's words held undeniable truth, leaving her with no ground to refute, and she even felt a vague sympathy towards him. All right, Jiang Qin, I now understand what I must do. Wang, conversing with you is delightful, but please do not involve me in matters concerning her anymore. I do not wish to ruin my mood for the day, all right? I apologize. It's fine, as long as we clarify things. After concluding the conversation, Wang Huiru sighed, her gaze momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, Jiang Qin seemed to have no lingering affection for her close friend, transforming instead into aversion and rejection. What of Feng Nanchu? Was she truly in a romantic relationship with Jiang Qin? She was a pampered heiress, often chauffeured in a Bentley, the dream of countless boys from Cheng'an High School. The boys secretly infatuated with her could be counted from Cheng'an High all the way to the city center. Yet here was Jiang Qin, pinching her cheek, appearing both adorable and willful. Who would believe such a tale? Even Wang Huiru could not help but ponder. On what grounds? Jiang Qin was indeed quite handsome, tall, and diligent in his studies, yet she still found it hard to believe he could win Feng Nanchu's heart. Feng Nanchu was notoriously aloof at school, hardly speaking to anyone, exuding an air of nobility that kept others at bay. Let alone pursuing her, some boys felt a sense of inferiority merely approaching her, as if they were daring to entertain such lofty aspirations. Thus, it seemed inexplicable. Wang Huiru found herself increasingly perplexed by Jiang Qin, and her thoughts drifted back to her friend. Siki was still acting haughty and throwing tantrums, waiting for Jiang Qin to regret his actions, to apologize, completely unaware of the many events that had transpired in just half a month. Wang Huiru picked up her phone once more, locating Chusiki's QQ account, and sent her a message. I just asked Jiang Qin. He said his affairs are none of your concern and that you should not contact him anymore. How dare he speak like that? Did you not scold him for me? Siki, let it go. You've already rejected him. It's time to forget. In a bedroom somewhere in Fenglin Green City, Chu Siki, clad in pajamas, was seething with anger, hurling the college application guide against the wall, tears brimming in her eyes. That Jiang Qin, he resents me for rejecting him, and now he's taking it out on himself. Indeed, he had succeeded. She was thoroughly incensed. But had he not endured enough? It was a futile, prideful suffering. In truth, Chusiki's motive in asking Wang Huiru about Jiang Qin's scores was to provide him an exit, a subtle hint to cease their quarrels. She had been increasingly troubled, obsessively checking her phone, fantasizing about Jiang Qin sending her a message of apology. This had become her inner demon. She had never been so concerned with Jiang Qin before, but now he occupied her thoughts entirely, a state she despised, loathing this feeling of losing control. Yet she had not anticipated Jiang Qin to be so heartless. He was utterly oblivious. Fine, if we are not to communicate, then let it be. Whoever contacts the other is a dog. Chapter 17. The little rich woman in a swimsuit in early July, on a sunny and warm afternoon, the housing acquisition department of the construction bureau called Jiang Qin, agreeing to his proposed compensation terms and inviting him to sign the contract immediately, setting an example for other homeowners. Why? Because the number of greedy individuals had become overwhelming, with many banding together to demand increasingly exorbitant prices. For 3 days, the demolition team struggled without success to reach agreements, as everyone believed that the longer they delayed, the more they could gain. Anyone who signed first would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss. In contrast, Jiang Qin's fixed offer appeared remarkably reasonable. After a meeting, the acquisition department decided that since the homeowners were uniting to demand higher prices, it would be more effective to break their solidarity from within. Simply put, as soon as one person signed, others would inevitably follow suit. Thus, Jiang Qin became the breakthrough point, encouraging others to sign early. Once the contract was signed, Jiang Qin received a total compensation of 479 million yuan and was allocated 4 sets of relocation housing, 2 in the newly developed Yushui Bay and 2 across from Confucius Lake in Jingyuan. Viewed from the perspective of 2008, these 2 neighborhoods were not particularly desirable, as the new district had just been established and nearby amenities were yet to be developed, rendering the area rather desolate. However, by 2010, a high-speed train station was constructed across from Yushui Bay, and a new secondary school relocated to the southern side of Confucius Lake, while the city government moved northward, causing property prices to soar dramatically. Nevertheless, Jiang Qin refrained from informing his parents about the housing acquisition, as he found it difficult to explain. After all, his parents were currently living comfortably without any worries or ailments. This matter could wait for a later discussion, so he chose to keep it to himself for the time being. On July 13th, the demolition office expedited the compensation payment to Jiang Qin within 3 working days to entice residents to sign contracts. By July 15th, Jiang Qin successfully completed his application for the finance program at Linchuan University. On July 16th, he withdrew 73 million yuan from the bank to repay the loan he had taken from Feng Nanshu and to express his gratitude. He took her to a hot spring town in the eastern suburbs for a day of enjoyment. The private hot spring pool, nestled atop a cliff, offered breathtaking views of the towering mountains. Clad in a swimsuit, Feng Nanshu soaked in the warm waters, her delicate face flushed from the steam. One hand holding a refreshing drink and the other savoring osmanthus cake, her gaze continually drifting towards the distant peaks, radiating pure joy. The swimsuit Jiang Qin had purchased for her was not a revealing bikini, but a modest 2-piece in white, featuring straps on top and a skirt below. He had believed it to be quite conservative, yet he underestimated the allure of Feng Nanshu's figure. Her long legs gleamed like frost-kissed snow. Her slender waist was delicate and inviting, and her fair, smooth abdomen boasted a prominent line of definition. The innocent young girl harbored little defense against Jiang Qin, stretching comfortably to showcase her perfect curves, oblivious to the intoxicating blend of purity and sensuality that captivated him. A large bird flew past. Big and white. Feng Nanshu turned her head slowly, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes, but the bird that just flew by was black. Jiang Qin wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. You know, one must not only consider appearances. Sometimes it is essential to perceive the pristine essence beneath the surface. Feng Nanshu lowered her gaze to her chest. Are you staring at my chest? Jiang Qin, caught off guard, remained unfazed. You're overthinking it. I am a noble gentleman with unwavering focus. Then could you please refrain from massaging my foot? It's starting to hurt. That's because the pool is too small. I fear your movements may inadvertently kick me. Jiang Qin, armed with an array of gentlemanly justifications, discreetly withdrew from Feng Nanshu's soft, fair little feet, pretending to admire the distant mountains and scenery. Suddenly, Feng Nanshu stood up from the pool, leaning over the edge to reach for a bag of spicy rice crackers just out of her grasp. Jiang Qin, seated nearby, felt an inexplicable warmth radiating from her skin, leaving him momentarily breathless. I'm done soaking. I'll go take a shower first. Jiang Qin climbed out of the pool, casually handing her the crackers before stepping into the shower. The cold water cascading down his back sent shivers through his 38-year-old soul. Yet he could not help but scorn himself for being a man enticed by the body of an 18-year-old innocent girl. Men, indeed, are inherently devoted, forever enamored with youthful maidens. Listening to the sound of rushing water, Feng Nanshu glanced down at her chest, her delicate nose crinkling slightly. She then tore open the packaging, crunching on a piece of rice cracker. Humph, this person certainly enjoys looking at chests and playing with feet. After showering, the two left the hot spring hotel and took a sightseeing vehicle to the town's South Commercial Street, hoping to find something to eat. However, upon inquiry, they found that a roast chicken was priced at 58 yuan, leaving Jiang Qin questioning his hearing. It was 2008. A roast chicken for 58 yuan? Had he known, he would have bought half-price chickens from the zoo to sell here. In terms of profit, the scenic area was truly ruthless. Nonetheless, Feng Nanshu was salivating at the sight of the roast chicken. Jiang Qin couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed the first time he had seen someone so enamored with roast chicken, so he reluctantly pulled out his wallet and spent 58 yuan on one. The over 170,000 yuan he had earned was all thanks to Feng Nanshu. As his benefactor, he felt compelled to cater to her desires. But was Feng Nanshu truly the daughter of a wealthy family? Why did she seem to want to eat everything, her eyes glistening with desire? You've never had roast chicken? Feng Nanshu wiped her mouth, her gaze still cool. My mother says that true socialites should not be swayed by appetites, lest they reveal weaknesses. Jiang Qin sighed, thinking to himself that she was nearly consumed by desire. What kind of predatory culture was this? Eat, indulge, just don't waste. Jiang Qin, thank you for buying me the roast chicken. You are my best friend. Young lady, if you have only me as a friend, then I must be your best one. After pondering for a moment, Feng Nanshu found his statement reasonable and rephrased. Then I think you are a good person. Hearing this, Jiang Qin felt slightly vulnerable. If you wish to compliment me, just say I'm handsome, without the flowery good person label. Oh, by the way, I might get busy in a few days, juggling driving lessons and dabbling in small business ventures. I probably won't have time to hang out with you. Do you have anywhere to go? I can read in the library. Feng Nanshu replied decisively. Don't you feel lonely? Not lonely. I used to be like that, alone. Feng Nanshu looked up at him, her eyelashes fluttering, seemingly unaware of what loneliness meant. It didn't matter how things used to be or how they would be in the future. Her life likely wouldn't change significantly based on another person's presence or absence. Chapter 18. Seek assistance from Jiang Qin during the sweltering summer. The heat was unbearable. As if the heavens had enveloped Jizhou City in an invisible steamer. Even standing still would cause one to sweat profusely. At that time, Jiang Qin, tanned from the sun, stood at the entrance of the traffic police brigade, clutching the driver's license he had just acquired. He then hailed a taxi to the bank, where he withdrew 270,000 yuan in cash. This was a decision he had made beforehand. He intended to utilize this sum to explore the depths of various industries, thereby determining his entrepreneurial path and avoiding unnecessary detours. To be frank, while 270,000 yuan could last quite some time if spent leisurely, it was hardly sufficient for serious business. Thus, Jiang Qin was not driven by profit but rather by the thrill of experimentation. Eager to glean insights from industry insiders and maintain his fervor for entrepreneurship. On July 21st, he approached the mother of his classmate, Huang Ying, and arranged to purchase a batch of face-slimming injections and hyaluronic acid from overseas. The cost price was 150 yuan per injection, which he planned to resell to beauty salons at a price of 899 yuan each. Although the beauty industry had not yet exploded in popularity in 2008, future trends in medical aesthetics would undoubtedly reveal it to be a lucrative field. As long as women continued to pursue beauty, it would remain a flourishing industry. On July 22nd, while browsing financial news, Jiang Qin stumbled upon an announcement from Nongfu Spring seeking new slogans and offering a reward of 300,000 yuan for submissions. He promptly opened his email and wrote, "We do not produce water. We merely transport nature," leaving his phone number. The following day, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. The caller identified himself as the manager from Nongfu Spring's publicity department, expressed gratitude, and inquired about his bank account number. When the payment notification arrived on his phone, Jiang Qin felt an exhilarating rush, as if he had found money on the ground. On July 24th, Jiang Qin invested in his classmate Yang Xuan's lamb soup restaurant, acquiring a 30% stake. From his recollection, Yang Xuan's father's culinary skills were unparalleled in Jizhou, and within 5 years, their branches had expanded to neighboring cities, ensuring a profitable venture. While Jiang Qin had little interest in investing in shops, he yearned to uncover the secret recipe, ultimately discovering a packet of condensed milk hidden in a cabinet. On July 29th, the driving school instructor mentioned he was representing a pharmaceutical product with a tenfold profit margin and sought Jiang Qin's financial backing, having heard he had money. Intrigued, Jiang Qin conducted a discreet investigation and uncovered that the instructor's wife was involved in a pyramid scheme, leading him to report her. As the Olympic Games approached on August 6th, Jiang Qin hired 10 individuals at a labor market to sell national flags and mascots along the street. Ultimately, he distributed all the earnings as wages, even incurring a loss of 500 yuan, yet the sight of the streets adorned in red filled him with joy. Time swiftly passed, and half a month elapsed. Jiang Qin felt he had gained considerable insights. The medical beauty industry was indeed profitable, but with high upfront costs, while the catering industry was stable and yielded quick profits, albeit at the expense of ethics, leading to a high probability of losses. Additionally, labor costs were a critical consideration. From the outset of one's entrepreneurial journey, one must strategize how to have customers cover these costs rather than bearing the risks alone. For instance, selling national flags at a procurement cost of 0.5 yuan for 3 yuan, only to incur losses when it came time to pay wages. Most importantly, one should never trust opportunities that come knocking, as they could lead to unforeseen predicaments. Jiang Qin realized he truly enjoyed the art of business, finding even losses to be immensely intriguing. Why had he never considered pursuing business in his previous life? Meanwhile, in the WeChat group of Class 2, the recently admitted graduates were buzzing with excitement. Their restlessness contrasted with Jiang Qin's anticipation for commerce. There stemmed purely from a sense of emptiness. Everyone, the admission notices have arrived. Shall we go out together? I think it's a great idea. The summer vacation is too long, and staying at home is dreadfully boring. I've longed for an outing. Any fun places we can visit? Let us form a group. I heard there's a bar across from the fire department where people gather to watch the Olympics while sipping drinks. We should check it out. As the conversation unfolded, more classmates joined the chat. Truth be told, the 3-month break after the college entrance examination was exceedingly lengthy, and staying home could become tedious, prompting many to desire an outing. Previously, they had been too burdened by studies to venture out, but now, with time on their hands, what harm could there be in indulging in youthful exuberance? Siki, I'm feeling a bit restless too. Count me in if we're going out. Xiang, Siki is going? Then I'll join as well. Sha, me too. I've never been to a bar. When are we going? Oh, we went there a few days ago, but couldn't get a table. You have to make a reservation. Yeah, that bar is incredibly popular now, always packed. I heard even spending money won't guarantee a seat. How can we, a group of broke students, compete with adults for a spot? Guozihong, are you all talking about the Night Glow bar? Xiang, what? You know about it too? Guozihong, actually. You can ask Jiang Qin to reserve a table. Guozihong's unexpected remark left the entire group in bewilderment. What did it mean to ask Jiang Qin for a reservation? Would he be able to secure a table when everyone else could not? Did he have a special connection? Xiang, haha Jiang Qin, isn't he selling boxed lunches? Why would he be a bartender at a bar? Sha, is this guy out of his mind? How poor must his family be for him to do everything? Guozihong, he is not a bartender. He rented half of the bar for an event to watch the Olympics as a group. But it became so popular that the bar owner handed over the entire operation to him. Siki, how much does it cost to rent half a bar? Guozihong, including venue and drinks, it seems he spent around 300,000 yuan. Sha, you must be joking. How could he possibly have 300,000 yuan? I know you two are good buddies, but there's a limit to boasting. Guozihong, what am I boasting about? I watched the opening ceremony at Night Glow Bar yesterday, and I spent nothing. Huangying, Guozihong isn't exaggerating. Jiang Qin recently partnered with my mother to buy a batch of beauty injections worth 500,000 yuan, and he contributed 100,000. Yang Xuan, my family's lamb soup restaurant has opened a branch. If you can't go to the bar, come to my place for soup. Siki, we're discussing serious matters. Stop advertising. Yang Xuan, my family's second lamb soup restaurant also has Jiang Qin's investment. I'm not sure how much, but it's definitely over 100,000. Now I have to call him uncle. Guozihong, why do you call him uncle? Yang Xuan, on the day of signing the contract, Jiang Qin and my father both got drunk and insisted on becoming sworn brothers. No one could dissuade them. Chapter 19. Please don't pretend to be my guardian father. Look, I told you I wasn't lying. Guozihong's final words plunged the entire group into silence. No one dared to speak further. Even Xiang, who would usually boast about picking up the tab in the cafeteria, fell silent. To be frank, at this very moment, they would rather doubt the veracity of their own eyes than believe that Guozihong, Huangying, and Yang Xuan were speaking the truth. 300,000. A sum far beyond the reach of any high school student. They would be thrilled to possess even 10 yuan, let alone 300,000, which seemed to propel them beyond the galaxy itself. However, it was entirely plausible for Guozihong to brag on behalf of Jiang Qin, as he had always been Jiang Qin's shadow, a role he had embraced during their school days. Yet, there was no reason for Huangying and Yang Xuan to embellish Jiang Qin's accomplishments. This led to the troubling implication that Guozihong's claims were, in fact, accurate. But how could someone like Jiang Qin, whom they regarded as a mere rascal, dare to spend 300,000? Were they not all attending the same high school? The person most astonished by this revelation was Siki. She could scarcely fathom that Jiang Qin had accomplished so much during the summer break, each endeavor more unbelievable than the last. While others languished at home chatting online, spending their time frivolously, Jiang Qin was already engaged in business dealings worth hundreds of thousands. Yet he had never boasted about it, as though such an achievement was not worthy of pride. As this realization dawned on her, Siki felt an unsettling distance grow between her and Jiang Qin, a sensation of unattainability washing over her. It became clear that he was not simply avoiding her to prevent embarrassment. He was genuinely absorbed in business, while others squandered their time. Attempting to assert their maturity through drinking, he had transformed into someone remarkable, captivating the entire class. After a moment of distraction, Chusiki felt a surge of indignation. How could Jiang Qin withhold such significant information from her? Guo Zihong knew, yet Jiang Qin had chosen to keep it from her, which felt utterly unfair, especially since he had always shared his experiences with her in the past. Guo Zihong, honestly, where did he get that money? I mentioned it during our last gathering. Didn't he? Jiang Qin has always been in business. He must have earned it, Guo Zihong replied. What kind of business could yield 300,000? If I knew that, wouldn't I have earned it too? But didn't you say that the business was selling lunchboxes? I saw you all selling lunchboxes. Guo Zihong responded with a string of ellipses. Even Lao Ganma used to sell wontons. Did that prevent her from starting a company? At this point, Qin Xiang could no longer sit idly. That's impossible. I don't have 300,000. Where could he possibly get it? Nonsense. Guo Zihong sent a smile. Don't compare yourself to Jiang Qin, relying on your father isn't true ability. What are you all discussing? Wang Huira suddenly emerged from her silent state. Huiru, they're saying Jiang Qin spent 300,000 to rent half a bar. Do you also find it hard to believe? Wang Huira hesitated before replying. It's not that surprising. I witnessed something even more unbelievable just a few days ago with Jiang Qin. Chusiki quickly expressed her astonishment. What else could it be? Huiru, have you gone offline? It's nothing, I was just joking. After much deliberation, Wang Huiru chose not to reveal the incident involving Jiang Qin and Feng Nanshu. While 300,000 was indeed shocking, it was merely a number. People might exclaim and wonder at the magnitude of the figure, but Feng Nanshu was a living, breathing ideal. If that information got out, the group would surely erupt, and within a night, the entire school would be aware. At that moment, Jiang Qin was also observing the chat, primarily irritated by the incessant QQ notifications. He had attempted multiple times to mute them, unsure if the outdated QQ version lacked the upgrade for that feature. Had it been Qin Xiang, he would have eagerly jumped in to boast. Yes, it was me. I'm just that awesome. But Jiang Qin found no appeal in such displays and possessed no desire for ostentation. Why would he want to flaunt his accomplishments when it would cost him several complimentary bar seats? Did he have nothing better to do? Moreover, he felt a need to clarify to Guo Zihong that he refrained from boasting because he deemed such behavior juvenile, and he wished Guo Zihong would stop acting as his guardian. He turned off his phone, though he still felt a pull to observe. Strangely enough, having someone to elevate his status felt rather satisfying. Jiang Qin pressed and held the hang-up button, waiting for the screen to darken before heading to the Jizhou City Library with a bag of snacks in hand. Half a month had flown by since returning from the hot spring town, and he had not seen the wealthy girl at all. Their conversations on QQ had dwindled, and he thought to stop by the library, given that the bar was not yet open. Upon arriving on the second floor of the library, he spotted the wealthy girl. Today, she wore a charming white dress with a black bow, quietly engrossed in a thick book, though her gaze was lost outside the window. Ever since returning from the hot spring town, Feng Nanshu had been visiting the library daily, hoping to finish the final installment of the Magic Eye Girl Peggy Sue. This part was said to be the most captivating of the series, depicting a terrifying disaster on the planet Candida, where a monstrous beast, having slept underground for millions of years, awakened and began searching frantically for sleeping children to abduct. As time passed, the creature grew larger, causing asphalt roads to crack and cities to collapse. Through Peggy Sue and her companion's investigation, they shockingly discovered that the planet was, in fact, an egg that had been hatching in the universe for billions of years, and the life forms that had emerged were the true outsiders. In the past, Feng Nanshu would have devoured this 396-page book, finishing it in just 3 afternoons. However, it had now been half a month, and she had barely read through half. Even the parts she had managed to read now felt hazy in her memory. Gazing out at the sunlit trees, she suddenly felt an inexplicable loneliness wash over her. Just then, the chair across from her was abruptly pulled out. Startled, she turned to see Jiang Qin quietly taking a seat, gently placing his bag of snacks down. I've been incredibly busy these days. Finally, some time to relax. How have you been, wealthy girl? Jiang Qin, I think I'm feeling a bit lonely. Feng Nanshu replied, her icy gaze flickering with confusion. Reading alone had always been her natural state of being, and Jiang Qin's presence felt like an unexpected twist in her life, much like a peanut accidentally mixed in with a jar of rice. Removing the peanut should leave a jar full of rice, shouldn't it? Yet she could not comprehend why her life suddenly felt so lonely. Chapter 20. The blinding white moonlight. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback after listening, then pouted slightly. You spend your days either practicing the piano or dancing. Your idea of joy is merely indulging in whimsical adventure novels. Over the past few days, I have taken you shopping, treated you to hot springs, and even humiliated myself by accompanying you on a children's ride. In comparison, it would be strange if you didn't feel lonely. Come on, gather your things. Where are we going? I'm taking you to a bar to watch the Olympics. Feng Nanshu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she grabbed her small handbag and neatly returned her books to the shelf before scampering down the stairs. It was still midday, and the bar was not yet open. However, as the proprietor, Jiang Qin could easily open it with a mere word. And the absence of customers was a blessing for Feng Nanshu, who suffered from social anxiety. Upon entering the bar, Jiang Qin directed Feng Nanshu to a seat and instructed her to sit quietly. He then carried a wooden board outside, placing it at the entrance. At that moment, 4 figures suddenly dashed across the street. The first was a chubby boy, dark and plump, followed by a well-groomed gentleman, and lastly, 2 girls with crossbody bags. Father. Jiang Qin looked up to see Guozihong, Qin Ziang, Yu Shasha, and Wang Huiru. What brings you here? Guozihong, sweating profusely, wore a smug expression. I told them this bar is under your management, but they didn't believe me, so I brought them to see for themselves. Wang Huiru quickly interjected. I never said I didn't believe it. I'm just here for the fun. It was Yu Shasha who was skeptical. I didn't say I didn't believe it. I'm just here to check it out for our family's sake. Yu Shasha pouted, her gaze wandering over Jiang Qin. Did you really spend 300,000 to rent this bar? Don't listen to Guozihong's nonsense. I knew it. Where would you get 300,000? Guozihong's face turned crimson. Brother Jiang, you clearly said it was 300,000. Jiang Qin retorted. I said 320,000. Are you out of your mind? 2,000 is still money, and you dare round it off? Oh, right, it was 320,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. How precarious. Thankfully, it was Yu Shasha who spoke and not him, or he might have been the one to slap himself. Yu Shasha indeed felt as if she had been slapped, left speechless for a moment. But Jiang Qin remained unfazed. He was an adult, and there was no need to engage in childish squabbles. He set the blackboard in place, opened the door for the 4 to enter, and encouraged them to find a spot to sit while he switched on the 4 televisions positioned in the center of the bar. Truth be told, the bar's ambience was perfectly suited for hosting such small gatherings. It possessed an inviting atmosphere and unlimited beverage supply. Watching diving competitions or table tennis matches here, accompanied by the cheers from the crowd, was undoubtedly more exhilarating than watching alone at home. It was the first time Yu Shasha and Wang Huiru had been to a bar, and they entered cautiously, fearful of encountering any garish spectacles. However, upon realizing the place was empty, they immediately relaxed. Qin Ziang, meanwhile, observed Jiang Qin with a sneer, contemplating how he would ask his father to acquire a bar of his own to replicate Jiang Qin's model and make a profit. Would that irritate him? Just then, Qin Ziang heard Yu Shasha exclaim, "What the heck?" Unable to resist, he followed her to see what had caused such astonishment, only to be struck dumb. In the southwest corner of the bar sat Feng Nanshu, serene and composed, her hands resting on her knees, exuding an aura of icy elegance. The white moonlight of Jiangnan High School, the silent goddess who kept her distance from others. How could she possibly be in a bar? A girl of her stature belonged at galas or banquets, not here. The incongruity was overwhelming. Qin Xiang thought he must be mistaken and rubbed his eyes vigorously, even pulling out a few eyelashes. Yet there she remained, vividly present before them. What will you drink? Beer? The bartender isn't here. And I don't know how to make anything else. Jiang Qin's voice broke the trance, pulling Yu Shasha and Qin Xiang back to reality. Both were momentarily dazed. Not quite catching what was asked, they instinctively mumbled affirmations. I'll just have beer. Feng Nanshu suddenly raised her hand, displaying the grace and indulgence of an affluent young lady, embodying the spirit of a socialite, accepting everything without additional demands and projecting ample goodwill. Jiang Qin glanced back at her. No, you can't drink. You can only have waha. At that moment, Guozihong emerged from behind the bar and, seeing Feng Nanshu, his voice trembled slightly. Brother Jiang, what's going on? Why is Feng Nanshu here? Jiang Qin replied expressionlessly, we're good friends. But Feng Nanshu has never had friends. She doesn't even speak to others. Well, you guessed it right. She is indeed interested in me. Jiang Qin chose to ignore Guozihong and turned to the quietly following Wang Huiru. Can you drink beer? Wang Huiru nodded, unable to resist glancing at Feng Nanshu. I saw you 2 shopping together last time. You even pinched her cheek. Are you really not dating? Dating? That is something even dogs wouldn't engage in. Jiang Qin handed a beer to Guo Zihong, signaling him, go, take the beer to Qin Ziyang. Guo Zihong reluctantly took it, noticing the foreign writing on the label. Isn't this imported beer? Does he even deserve it? There's no real stuff in the bar anyway. It's watered down. It's perfect for him. This foolish dog wouldn't know the difference. Father is wise. Guo Zihong cheerfully carried the beer over, placing it in front of Qin Ziyang, even opening the bottle himself. Qin Ziyang, confused by this sudden friendliness, took a sip of beer but dared not speak. Meanwhile, Wang Huiru observed Jiang Qin busily attending to the bar, uncertain whether to broach the subject of Chu Siki. After all, Jiang Qin had previously requested her not to bother him about that person, yet she felt compelled to say something. Jiang Qin. Siki didn't come because she has a cold. Whatever. Jiang Qin handed her an open beer and then stepped out from behind the bar to offer Feng Nashu a bottle of Waha. Thus, the four of them sat in silence, watching over an hour of men's singles and mixed doubles badminton. However, apart from Jiang Qin, Feng Nashu, and Guo Zihong, the others appeared burdened with thoughts, for the presence of the white moonlight was indeed blinding. Qin Ziyang was indignant, thinking to himself how a seemingly ordinary person like Jiang Qin could possibly be so close to someone as noble as Feng Nashu. Meanwhile, Yushasha surveyed the bar, contemplating the significance of the 300,000 figure, feeling that Chu Siki might soon regret her decision. A boy like Jiang Qin could dazzle anyone. Who wouldn't he regret missing out? But her regret was futile. What girl wouldn't he feel inferior in the presence of Feng Nashu? Chapter 21. Deleting Friend's Old Jiang. Go collect your admission notice. The day after returning from the bar, Jiang Qin had just risen from his bed when he suddenly received a QQ message from Guo Zihong. He couldn't help but glance at the calendar on the wall and realized that today was indeed the day to pick up the admission notices. However, given Guo Zihong's academic performance, he could barely manage to apply to a second-tier university, so the notice shouldn't arrive so quickly, right? Has your notice arrived as well? Not yet. I'm just accompanying you to pick yours up. It's not yours, so why are you so eager? You said that after the notices are sent, you would take me to the foot massage city. Jiang Qin couldn't help but scoff at his phone, thinking, is this the extent of contemporary college students' aspirations? Obsessed with foot massages every day? He put down his phone, got up, freshened up, changed his clothes, and headed out. By the time he arrived at the post office, Guo Zihong was already waiting at the entrance. Your admission notice is the fifth one on the top shelf of rack 3. How do you know? I already checked for you. If the staff had stopped me, I would have taken it out myself. You're really going to any lengths just to go to the foot massage city. Jiang Qin was impressed by Guo Zihong. If he had shown even half this enthusiasm during school, surely Tsinghua or Peking University would have been within reach. Guo Zihong chuckled, following Jiang Qin into the post office like a devoted lackey. The admission notice was a crucial document. Although there was no strict requirement for the individual to collect it in person, even a proxy needed to present the original ID. Jiang Qin located his admission notice on the top shelf of rack 3 and rummaged around for a moment before retrieving another package. Brother Jiang, why do you have 2 admission notices? The other one is for Feng Nashu. That one work, if it's not in person. You need Feng Nashu's ID to collect it. Without saying a word, Jiang Qin pulled out 2 IDs from his pocket and handed them to the postal worker. One was his own, and the other belonged to Feng Nashu. Upon witnessing this, Guo Zihong's eyes widened in disbelief, clutching the other ID in his hand. This hardly seemed like a mere friendship. Brother Jiang, which university did Goddess Feng apply to? Same as me, Linchuan. Did she tell you? No, I guessed. Just as Guo Zihong was about to ask further, he caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye, dressed in a denim skirt and sporting a neat ponytail. It was none other than Chu Siki, the class flower from class 2 of their senior year. Jiang Qin, long time no see. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. Long time no see. Did you apply to Linchuan University as well? I'm in the law department. How about you? Who told you I applied to Linchuan University? Wang Huiru did. But don't get me wrong, I didn't ask on purpose. It just came up in conversation yesterday, and I happened to overhear. Jiang Qin smiled faintly and stepped outside the post office. He was not genuinely interested in what Chu Siki had to say. He was merely being polite. As for attending the same school, it didn't matter much. After all, the finance department was on the main campus, while the law department was in the eastern campus. Unless they arranged to meet specifically, the chances of running into each other were slim. However, upon seeing Jiang Qin about to leave, Chu Siki grew anxious. She had actually arrived long ago and had been sitting at the milk tea shop across the post office. Upon spotting Jiang Qin, she rushed over, wanting to say a few words. Aren't you mad at me? Can't I take the initiative to talk to you? But Jiang Qin's resolute demeanor caught her off guard as he turned to leave. You think having 300,000 is impressive? You like me, not the other way around. I've given you an out, and you still want to take it. Jiang Qin, are you really planning to become a stranger to me? Yes. Didn't I already tell you the answer? Chu Siki clenched her teeth in frustration, her anger palpable. Fine, then tell me why you applied to the same university. Jiang Qin paused, suddenly recalling a detail he had forgotten. Indeed, the night before the college entrance exam, back when he hadn't yet traversed back in time. His youthful self had asked Chu Siki which university she aimed for, and she had replied that it was Linchuan University because her father was an alumnus. After living this life anew, he had forgotten many details, only remembering that Linchuan was a familiar city, completely overlooking that he had applied to Linchuan for her sake. Damn. Isn't this a cruel twist of fate? My attending Linchuan University has nothing to do with you. Huh. Your grades are good enough to go to the capital. Yet you chose Linchuan University. Isn't it because you knew I would attend Linchuan? Jiang Qin sighed and turned to look back at Chu Siki. The capital is too far. I don't want to be too far from home. Linchuan is a good choice. Tears welled up in Chu Siki's eyes. Her lips reddened from biting them. Then let us not contact each other ever again. Delete me. Right now. Delete my QQ in front of me. What's wrong? Why the silence? Scared? Chu Siki said in frustration, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Jiang Qin hesitantly took out his phone and looked sheepishly at Gua Zihong. Old Gua, how do you delete a friend on the 08 version of QQ? Gua Zihong was dumbfounded, staring at him as if he were an idiot. Old father. You don't even know this. I genuinely don't know. Can you help me? Watch and learn. Thus, Gua Zihong took control of Jiang Qin's phone and directly deleted Chu Siki right in front of him. Upon witnessing this, Chu Siki burst into tears, cursing Gua Zihong as a scoundrel while running off, even forgetting to take her admission notice. Gua Zihong, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, thought, what does this have to do with me? I was just providing technical support. He then looked up suddenly, fixing his gaze on Jiang Qin, wondering if old father had a heart of stone, shifting the blame onto him while pretending to be the good guy. In truth, Jiang Qin felt quite wronged. He genuinely couldn't operate this old version of QQ. Old Jiang, if you don't take me to the foot massage city today, it'd be a disgrace to me. Fine, I'll take you to wash your calluses. Jiang Qin hopped on his bicycle, taking Gua Zihong along to Shanghai Road, then climbing the grand steps before the water cloud pavilion. However, as they approached the entrance, Jiang Qin paused and first explained the rules and various industry jargon to Gua Zihong to prevent him from embarrassing himself inside. Gua Zihong's face turned crimson as he listened, his gaze darting around. Ultimately, he refused to go inside, pulling up his collar as if to hide his face like a thief. Weren't you eager to come? Brother, I thought it was just a foot massage parlor. So what? I'm not going in. Let us go back. Useless. You'll never amount to anything. Gua Zihong looked crestfallen, unable to resist glancing down at his feet. He genuinely believed that this was merely a place for foot massages, with the only difference being that there would be young ladies providing service. To prepare, he had even scrubbed his feet 3 times with soap before leaving, worried that the young ladies would find them smelly. Little did he know, this foot massage city was far from what he had imagined. Chapter 22. He shone throughout the summer. On August 20th, Class 2 of the 3rd year organized yet another gathering, this time at Jindingxuan. Apart from those who had failed and were repeating the year, nearly everyone else attended. Naturally, there were also those who had neither failed nor showed any regard, such as Jiang Qin. However, this time, neither Qin Xiang nor Yushasha, nor anyone else, diverted the conversation towards Jiang Qin. They even deliberately avoided acknowledging his presence during their discussions. Why bring him up? He was no longer the rejected suitor he once was. Now, he held hundreds of thousands, managed a bar, and engaged in various investments. To bring him into the conversation would only allow Gua Zihong to flaunt his wealth on behalf of his godfather. Huiru, I heard Jiang Qin deleted Siki from his QQ. Wang Huiru sighed. I asked Siki, and it's true, he did delete her. Yushasha couldn't help but steal a glance at Chu Siki. Does Siki still not know about Feng Nanshu? No, but please don't say anything careless. If Siki finds out, given her temperament, she might confront Jiang Qin. She has always thought he still harbors feelings for her. How could she allow him to like someone else? But this isn't a sustainable situation. She will find out eventually. Wang Huiru lowered her voice. I asked Siki. She only has a slight fondness for Jiang Qin. Nothing more. Therefore, I believe Jiang Qin is right. This fondness won't last long and will soon fade. In the end, they might forget each other and perhaps even reconcile. Yushasha looked at Wang Huiru in astonishment. Huiru, you've never been in a relationship, have you? Why do you sound like a relationship expert? Just because I haven't experienced it doesn't mean I'm oblivious to it. Then I shall consult you for my future romantic dilemmas. Wang Huiru's cheeks flushed, followed by another sigh. Do you think Siki and Jiang Qin still have a chance? I actually think Jiang Qin is quite decent. Yushasha regretted bringing it up. I used to think Jiang Qin was just a bookworm. Who would have known he was so accomplished? Do you remember that day at the bar? The bartenders all called him Brother Jiang and were so respectful, I felt utterly enchanted. Just standing beside him made me want to swoon. Should we try to matchmake them again? It's futile. Why? You must understand. Your rival isn't anyone else but Feng Nanshu. Wang Huiru felt a bit indignant. Jiang Qin said he and Feng Nanshu are just friends. Yushasha pouted in response. In 3 years of high school, did Feng Nanshu ever have a friend? The issue isn't the label, it's that Jiang Qin is Feng Nanshu's one and only. Do you comprehend the significance of the only? That's true. But we shouldn't worry too much. University is just around the corner. Siki might find someone better than Jiang Qin right away. After Yushasha said this, she paused slightly. Then exchanged a glance with Wang Huiru, both lapsing into silence. Could there really be a better boy than Jiang Qin in college? After graduating high school, many boys would spend whole nights in internet cafes, endlessly discussing gaming cards and tricks. In contrast, Jiang Qin, from day one, he was engaged in business, quietly amassing hundreds of thousands, all while capturing the dreams of countless individuals with his aloof charm. Suddenly, Yushasha and Wang Huiru felt that they were no longer merely concerned about Chu Siki's future. Jiang Qin's existence had also influenced their own perspectives on partners. In the future, when they entered university, they would inevitably compare the boys they encountered to Jiang Qin. When a boy discussed summer vacations with you, you would remember the one who silently shone throughout the entire summer. When he took you to the movies, you would recall the days spent watching the Olympics together, with all the bartenders at the bar calling him brother. Even if he took you shopping on a pedestrian street, you would remember the boy who bought and sold items, earning 200 yuan from a single address. Girls are intricate in their thoughts, accustomed to comparison, yet such comparisons often lead to heartache. I fear I won't find a boyfriend in college. Indeed, they all seem rather immature. Suddenly, Yushasha recalled something. Huiru, didn't you also apply to Linchuan University? Wang Huiru nodded. My grades are similar to Siki's, so we plan to keep each other company. Jiang Qin is also at Linda. Your entire university life is doomed. You will definitely struggle to find a boyfriend because without comparison, there is no pain. Please, I am in the East Campus, while Jiang Qin is in the finance department at the main campus. I'd have to cross the overpass and walk quite a distance. There is no chance of running into him. As the evening wore on, the gathering began to wind down. It was then that someone brought up old stories, casting a somber mood over the room. Deep down, they all knew that after this summer, opportunities to gather like this would be few and far between. They would make new friends, new classmates, and embrace new experiences. Even the best of friends would gradually drift apart after going their separate ways. This was an inevitable part of growing up, though it was bittersweet and unstoppable. Chinshioshio, I like you. I have liked you for a very long time. I know this confession is ill-timed, but I still hope you will be my girlfriend. The sports committee member, Yang Taisong, downed his drink in one go, finally expressing the words he had held back for so long. His booming voice startled everyone present. Across from him, the girl named Qin Xiuxiu blushed deeply, flustered and at a loss, but ultimately mustered the courage to utter an apology. Upon hearing this exchange, the classmates collectively sighed. They had hoped to witness the emergence of a couple, only to find it ending before it truly began. But such is youth, marked by audacity, rendering it all the more precious. After the gathering disbanded, the class began to form small groups. Some planned to team up for online gaming, while others intended to wander about. Chusiki remained silent throughout the night until she stepped outside with Wang Huiru and Yushasha. Why didn't Tichin Shoshio agree to Yang Taisong just now? There were always rumors about them in class. Isn't it simple? She just doesn't like him. Well, if she doesn't like him, she can refuse, and they can still be friends. But what about Jiang Qin? What on earth did he do to ignore me all summer? Siki, listen to me. Forget about Jiang Qin. After all, you don't like him. Chapter 23. Journey to Linchuan. On a serene morning at the end of August, Jiang Qin arrived at the train station, his luggage in hand. The sweltering heat made the station bustling with a throng of people, so crowded that one could easily lose a shoe if they dared to step into the fray. This was quite a common occurrence, after all, as it was the season for school to commence. Standing before the entrance, Jiang Qin unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and took a sip, silently grateful that Ms. Yuan Yuqin, and Mr. Jiang Zhenghong had not come to see him off. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have been swept away in the crowd, and he would have wasted time searching for the elderly couple. 10 minutes later, the chubby and dark-skinned Guo Zihong arrived. He had applied to Linchuan University of Science and Technology, a rather mediocre second-tier institution, not too far from Lin University, yet not particularly close either. Thus, the two decided to journey together. After passing through security and ticket checks, they boarded the train, found their seats, and settled in. It was Guo Zihong's first time traveling far. He had never even had the opportunity to ride a train before, so he was immediately exhilarated, glancing around restlessly, unable to contain his excitement. Fortunately, the train soon departed, and as the scenery outside changed rapidly, Guo Zihong calmed down considerably. "Brother Jiang, what do you think university life will be like?" he inquired. "University students? They seem to be living quite well," Jiang Qin replied. He removed his jacket and placed it behind him, leaning back against the seat while gazing out the window. The economic strength of Jeju was commendable, yet the investment in urban development was alarmingly low, leaving every street in a dilapidated state, inferior even to the surrounding county-level cities. Thus, as the train left the station, the first sights that greeted them were vast rural towns, followed by fields of golden wheat and the river that encircled all of Jeju. Strangely, Jiang Qin felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity with these views outside. Had he never ridden a train in his past life? Impossible. Did he walk here instead? However, he soon recalled that he had been too preoccupied with his phone, waiting for news from Chusiki, and had scarcely glanced outside. This realization led him to understand the folly of romance. One often loses sight of the beautiful scenery for the sake of another. Jiang Qin lifted his clothing to shield his eyes from the sunlight and resolved to sleep through the journey. At 11 o'clock, the train arrived at its destinations, and a swarm of travelers poured onto the platform, making their way toward the exit. Jiang Qin and Guo Zihong walked side by side, pulling their suitcases into the arrival hall. From this vantage point, they could easily spot the towering Shinma building across the street, with a massive sign proclaiming a karaoke venue. "Brother Jiang, where are we headed now?" Guo Zihong asked. Jiang Qin placed his hand on the suitcase's handle, saying, "Of course. We part ways and return to our respective schools." After a moment of hesitation, Guo Zihong suggested, "How about you join me for a social event?" "There's a social event?" Jiang Qin questioned, perplexed. "I recently joined a freshman group for our school, and they mentioned organizing a gathering to get to know each other beforehand. I signed up, but I'm a bit apprehensive about going," Guo Zihong admitted. Jiang Qin's lips twitched slightly. The reality is timid, while online bravado is the hallmark of someone like you. Guo Zihong coughed to mask his embarrassment. "Since you have nothing to do anyway, help me gather some courage." "That is true. I have no pressing engagements." "Let's go. But you must cover the taxi fare." "Of course I will." Thus, the two hailed a taxi at the train station, heading toward Linchuan University of Science and Technology. Guo Zihong was visibly anxious throughout the ride, taking deep breaths as if his fingers might tear through his jeans. Jiang Qin found it amusing, thinking to himself that this was merely a social gathering, not a face-to-face meeting after an online romance. Why the nerves? However, Guo Zihong was different. He was the type of person who wouldn't even speak up if someone stepped on his foot. Back in school, he would rehearse several times before conversing with the cafeteria staff. Before long, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Linchuan University of Science and Technology. Guo Zihong led Jiang Qin to a milk tea shop diagonally across from the campus. The event, dubbed a social gathering, turned out to be a small meet and greet with 4 young women and 2 men, all likely social butterflies from the group. The students of 2008 had little understanding of fashion compared to their counterparts a decade later, making them appear rather plain. Most of the girls wore pastel or yellow t-shirts adorned with intricate patterns, and many sported small hair clips. The 2 boys accompanying them were, to be honest, less appealing than Guo Zihong. "I'm Liang Xiao. I'm Su Qingqing. I'm Guo Zihong." Jiang Qin. After introductions were made, one girl sitting at the edge caught Jiang Qin's attention. She introduced herself as Hong Yan, from Hangzhou, and mentioned being best friends with Su Qingqing, but did not specify her major. Tall and fair-skinned, she wore a gray short-sleeve top and black denim shorts, perhaps due to her rich nutritional intake. The top fit her form snugly, accentuating her curves. Her appearance was clearly on a different level compared to the other 3, radiating elegance even without makeup. Jiang Qin was aware that judging a girl based on looks was superficial, yet first impressions often dictate perceptions, especially when the differences are striking. Naturally, while the boys admired Hong Yan, the girls were fixated on Jiang Qin. "Jiang Qin, which department are you in?" one girl asked. "I am in the computer science department," Studying software engineering. My friend is as well, Jiang Qin replied. He playfully slapped Guo Zihong, signaling him to speak up. This is your event. And yet I'm doing all the talking? Guo Zihong appeared as if he had just regained his senses, only managing to stammer. Yes. Su Qingqing's eyes brightened instantly. I study software engineering too. Which class are you in? Class 2, I suppose. Why suppose? Do you have a girlfriend? Su Qingqing pressed. Jiang Qin nudged Guo Zihong. The young lady is asking you, do you have a girlfriend? Guo Zihong's face turned crimson. Not at the moment. And you? Jiang Qin? I have a passion for learning. If I don't study for a day, I feel unwell. Hence, I don't plan on dating in university. Su Qingqing frowned slightly, clearly unimpressed. You love studying, yet ended up at Linchuan University of Technology? Shouldn't you be at Linchuan University instead? Hong Yin suddenly nudged her. Qingqing, be careful with your words. Perhaps he just didn't perform well. It's fine. Everyone says that. I tend to be a rote learner, Jiang Qin replied. See, I wasn't wrong. Su Qingqing said, puffing her chest with pride. Hong Yin furrowed her brow slightly. But that also shows he has put in effort. At least he won't have regrets. At this, Jiang Qin was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed rare to encounter a girl who was considerate of others' feelings in these times. Chapter 24. A light-hearted interlude. As the conversation meandered, noon swiftly approached. A group of friends, having enjoyed their drinks, called for the proprietor to settle the bill. To Jiang Qin's surprise, the two boys were not the naive types he had expected. They merely paid for their own cups of milk tea. Meanwhile, Guo Zihong, the simpleton, attempted to treat everyone by pulling out his living expenses, only to be stopped by Jiang Qin. It seemed rather foolish to play the sycophant before a few unfamiliar girls and two boys, a quintessential example of naivety. Ultimately, everyone dutifully settled their own accounts. Except for Jiang Qin, who exchanged a knowing glance with the owner and requested a discount. Classmate, your milk tea costs 10 yuan. There's no fractional amount to discount. Can I pay 8 then? Jiang Qin inquired. Well, that could work. The surrounding students could not help but cast disdainful glances at this exchange. Although college students often had limited funds, surely they could afford a 10 or 20 yuan milk tea. With a decisive motion, Jiang Qin placed a crisp 10 yuan note on the table. No need for change. Consider the remaining 2 yuan a tip. The owner was taken aback, as were the students from Linchuan University, while Jiang Qin merely smiled. What is the essence of life? It is surely to indulge in light-hearted moments that provide solace during these long and tedious days. Witnessing this scene, Hong Yin, seated across from him, couldn't help but scrutinize Jiang Qin. She found him quite intriguing. His speech was both relaxed and measured, deviating from the typical demeanor of the boys she had encountered. The 3 boys beside her seemed to ponder whether they might also adopt such clever yet cost-effective tactics in the future. As the clock struck 1, the heat of the afternoon prompted discussions about where to have lunch. Jiang Qin patted Guo Zihong on the shoulder, indicating he would not join them, as he was not a student of Linchuan University and had no reason to linger. You all enjoy your meal. I must return to school. Guo Zihong panicked momentarily, exclaiming, Foster father, I can't manage without you. I struggle to converse with newly acquainted individuals. Jiang Qin retorted, You coward, you truly embarrass me as a foster father. Assisting you socially is one thing, but must I also help you in matters of romance? But tomorrow is the official start of school. Do you have any plans this afternoon? He pressed. Feng Nanshu arrives this afternoon. I need to show her around. This girl struggles to acclimate to unfamiliar environments. Jiang Qin explained, glancing at his phone. Jianggu, why do I feel like you have a daughter? Guo Zihong queried. Jiang Qin paused, considering the remark. It wasn't far from the truth. Feng Nanshu was socially anxious and endearingly naive, resembling a child who never quite grew up. As a man nearing 40, it was not entirely inaccurate to say he had taken on a paternal role. Thus, Jiang Qin bid farewell to the group and boarded a bus toward Linchuan University. Upon arriving, he was greeted by the familiar sight of the campus entrance, a somewhat irregular white building emblazoned with the words Linchuan University. It exuded both grandeur and artistic flair. Due to the start of the semester, the entrance was bustling with activity, filled with the clamor of new and returning students, as well as vendors selling various supplies. The scene was chaotic. Not wishing to join the throng, Jiang Qin chose to remain at the bus stop, observing the flow of female university students, admiring their graceful legs and well-defined figures. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar girl who looked equally astonished to see him. Jiang Qin, Hong Yin, you are attending Linda as well? The two posed their questions simultaneously, and everything became clear. What a coincidence that they had met at the social event of the tech university, both pretending to be students of that institution, only to discover they were indeed classmates. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am from the law department at Linda, Hong Yin stated. From the finance college, Jiang Qin, he replied. Hong Yin was pleasantly surprised by her correct assumption and couldn't help but laugh. Why didn't you mention it earlier? You pretended to be from the computer science department so convincingly. Jiang Qin smiled slightly. I feared that my striking looks might mislead others into doubting my academic prowess. Really? Of course, but primarily I was there to accompany a friend. He was the focal point, and I had no need to elevate myself above others. I thought the same. Hong Yin mused, her gaze glimmering with newfound curiosity toward him, having always possessed a heightened emotional intelligence beyond her peers. Hong Yin was adept at managing the feelings of those around her, which had garnered her numerous friendships, yet also left her feeling isolated. Why? Because her elevated emotional awareness often rendered the actions of those around her as childish. Particularly in high school, her beauty and figure attracted attention, leading many boys to act foolishly in her presence, seeking her notice. Once, as she passed a basketball court, someone even attempted to impress her by dunking, only to feign an accident by tossing the ball in her direction. She found such antics silly but could not directly express it, opting instead to speak less and smile more. This behavior left her feeling quite lonely. Yet, in this instance, she encountered someone whose words and actions resonated with her comfort, a rare find indeed. Imagine if someone else had been in the milk tea shop instead. They would likely have sought to display their superiority, asserting their status as a student of Linda, hoping for the accolades of their peers. While Hong Yin did not despise such individuals, she preferred the company of those who exhibited steadiness. Jiang Qin's choice to conceal his identity aligned perfectly with her preferences. However, she had to hurry back to her dormitory to tidy her bed and lacked the time for idle chatter. Thus, she took the initiative to add Jiang Qin on QQ. This is the first time I proactively added a boy on QQ. I've never done this before. What a coincidence. This is my first time being added by a girl. Jiang Qin replied. Hong Yin smiled serenely. I must take my leave now. I have a multitude of tasks awaiting me in the dorm. Shall we chat sometime? Jiang Qin nodded. Certainly. Let's meet when we can. Farewell. She waved goodbye and turned to enter the East Campus gate, while Jiang Qin crossed the footbridge and made his way to the main campus, where he squeezed through the throngs of students, only to find the interior even more crowded. One young man appeared to have lost his girlfriend in the crowd, calling out desperately for Qi Jiai. Jiang Qin, feeling irritated, kindly approached him. Brother, Qi Jiai equals 8. Aren't we all university students? How can you still struggle with basic arithmetic? Following this, Jiang Qin referred to the map included with his acceptance letter and navigated through the crowded dormitory area until he finally located his dorm building. Upon entering, he found 3 individuals already engaged in conversation. Feeling slightly agitated from the crowd, he took a seat, resting while listening to their discussions, gradually getting to know them better. Zhou Chao, hailing from the southern city of Longqing, was quite dark-skinned and of shorter stature. Ren Ziqiang, from Dongshan, was tall and lanky, with a few pimples on his face, yet spoke politely. Chao Guangyu, from Hangzhou, was clad in branded attire and carried himself with a certain air, even mentioning that his father was a businessman during his introduction. And you? One of them asked. I am Jiang Qin from Jizhou, and I enjoy engaging in business ventures. Chao Guanyu's expression twisted in indignation as he exclaimed, Are you taking advantage of me? Is this not an audacious attempt to assert dominance over me? Meanwhile, Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao erupted into hearty laughter, thinking to themselves, serves you right. Don't you understand that arrogance invites retribution? Jiang Qin mused, I have not spoken falsely. I simply revel in conducting business. If you disagree, then dare to challenge me. Chapter 25, The Boys' Dormitory. After tidying up their dormitory and ensuring cleanliness, the 5 of them gathered together and entered into a mode of casual conversation. Given that it was their first meeting, they were still unfamiliar with one another, and their dialogue carried an air of earnestness that bordered on the absurd. Zhou Chao proclaimed his intention to study diligently, aspire to become a civil servant, secure a stable job, and eventually bring his rural parents to the city for a comfortable retirement, even hiring a caretaker for them. Ren Ziqiang expressed his desire to join the student council to hone his skills, with dreams of starting his own business and becoming a successful entrepreneur. Chao Guangyu, somewhat pretentious, claimed he was already a wealthy heir, attending the financial academy to learn advanced management principles, with plans to inherit the family business and elevate it to new heights, inviting Jiang Qin and the others to join him after graduation. In essence, each individual's aspirations were grand, almost too ambitious to encapsulate with mere words of ambition. Can we discuss topics that genuinely interest us as men? Jiang Qin interjected, unable to endure their pretentiousness any longer. Shou Chao fell silent for a moment before breaking into a grin. I think that senior registering students at the school gate this afternoon was particularly beautiful. Indeed. She was quite lovely, Ren Ziqiang wholeheartedly agreed. And those two seniors selling water cards and activating campus cards were also quite appealing. Absolutely, especially the one selling water cards. Her legs are long and fair. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. Exactly. This is a boys' dormitory. Where's the fun in discussing dreams instead of girls? Chao Guangyu gazed out the window, his brows slightly raised. Women are uninteresting. I dated 5 girls in high school and I've grown a bit weary of it. I find myself more enamored with the freedom of being single now. How about you? Surely, you must have had some experience? Ren Ziqiang immediately waved his hand. Dismissing the notion, I dated one in high school, but I decisively broke up with her to focus on my studies. Zhou Chao, crossing his legs, replied, I've never dated, but there were 2 girls who pursued me. I turned them down to concentrate on my academics. What about you, old Jiang? I've been single since birth. What do you mean? I mean I've been single from the moment I was born until now. Upon hearing this, the 3 others raised their eyebrows, feeling secure in their status within the dormitory. To be honest, Jiang Qin was the most handsome among them. Not only was he tall, but his fair skin and defined features made him the quintessential type favored by girls. Yet, no one knew he had never been in a relationship. Chao Guangyu made a sound of admiration, feeling a surge of confidence, standing tall and proud once more. Old Jiang, while dating may seem trivial, not having a girlfriend during your student years is a missed opportunity. Let me teach you a few tricks. Pursuing a girl is quite simple, with patience and perseverance. One can achieve success. Be kind to her, shower her with gifts, initiate conversations, and send her morning and evening greetings to make her accustomed to your presence. Of course, she won't respond immediately. You must learn to be persistent. In essence, girls are tender-hearted creatures. Once they soften, you've already succeeded by 50%. For someone like me, who is financially well off, it usually takes 3 to 4 months to win a girl over. You might need a bit longer. Don't fear losing face or being rejected. Seize the opportunity to invite her out for a meal, and if she agrees, you're set. After hearing Chao Guangyu's advice, Jiang Qin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself that this was nothing but the ramblings of a sycophant. Why do those capricious and willful girls have a market? It's precisely because of you sycophants that this is the case. In 10 years, the dynamic of strong women and weaker men will likely become the standard in romantic relationships. The root cause lies here. However, when he turned back, he noticed that Ren Ziqiang and Shou Chao were listening intently, even jotting down notes. In conclusion, Chao Guangyu wore a cryptic smile and summarized. The most crucial point is to never feel overly confident, thinking that girls will approach you for meals and conversations. Modern girls are quite reserved. You must take the initiative to create a story. Just then, Jiang Qin's phone began to vibrate repeatedly. Unlocking the screen, he saw that Wang Huiru, Hong Yan, and Feng Nanshu had all sent him messages. Jiang Qin, we've arrived at school. Are you free tonight? Would you like to join us for dinner? No, I have plans. In truth, this was all Si Chi's idea. She mentioned wanting to talk to him, suggesting he come out if he wasn't busy. Not tonight. I truly have something to attend to. Let us find another time. Jiang Qin instinctively recoiled at the name Chu Siki. He would even pretend not to recognize her if they crossed paths, let alone agree to dinner. After replying to Wang Huiru, Jiang Qin returned to the main screen and opened Hong Yan's message. Jiang Qin, are you back in the dormitory? Yes, I've just arrived. I forgot to mention, it's been a pleasure to meet you. Likewise. Jiang Qin replied with these 3 words, but did not dwell too much on this fleeting encounter. There were many girls in university, and even more boys, especially since they were divided between 2 campuses. A chance meeting could easily result in a permanent farewell. Returning to the main screen, he opened Feng Nanshu's message. Jiang Qin, I'm on the 5th floor of Building 7, Bed 3. Your detailed directions are of no use. I can't get in. Why not? I wanted to show you the mosquito net I set up myself. Who knows which fool established such a rule? How about this? You tidy up your bed first and take a break. When will you come to see me? At 4:30, be ready downstairs. And I'll come to get you. While the others in the dormitory were chatting, Jiang Qin found himself at a loss for words. Just keep smiling, he thought. After sending his last message, he noticed the 3 roommates were staring at him with serious expressions. What's wrong? Chao Guangyu wore a look of exasperation. I was imparting my romantic wisdom to you. Why are you zoning out? I was listening. No girl will initiate a meal or conversation. You must take the initiative to create a story. Exactly. Understanding this is already half the battle won. Jiang Qin nodded subtly and glanced at the time, realizing only 15 minutes remained until 4:30. He got up, changed his jacket, slipped on his shoes, and headed out of the dormitory. Seeing this, Chao Guangyu, Zhou Chao, and Rin Ziqiang exchanged puzzled glances. The conversation had been lively. Why was old Jiang suddenly leaving without a word? Where are you going, old Jiang? I haven't finished teaching you yet. I'll learn more later. A girl is inviting me out for a chat and dinner. Chao Guangyu's smile instantly froze on his face, his heart skipping a beat as he felt the sting of having his carefully laid plans undermined. Getting called out for a meal by a girl right at the start of the semester? No, Jiang Qin must be joking. He was probably just feeling insecure about not having dated before and thought he didn't belong in this conversation, so he was escaping. Yes, that must be it. The romantic hero of this dormitory could only be himself. Chapter 26. Misunderstood as aloof, the military training seems to extend for half a month. Have you all prepared sufficient sunscreen? While sunscreen is a trivial matter, the military uniforms are issued only in a single set, with no replacements available. What is this? In 36-degree weather, wearing both inner and outer layers is unbearable. It's advisable to forego undergarments altogether. The fabric is too coarse, causing discomfort without them. Perhaps adhesive bandages would help. I just bought a box today. Who wants some? I do. Just give me 2. I want 4. To Placen's mark. In dormitory 503. 5 girls from various corners of the world convened, sharing their strategies for enduring military training. However, every few sentences exchanged, they would steal glances at the third bed, where sat a girl who appeared somewhat out of place. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with long, lush eyelashes, flawless skin that glowed with a rosy hue in the stifling heat, enhancing her ethereal charm. She wore a black dress, clearly the latest summer collection from Chanel. Among girls, comparison is a favored pastime. Even the closest friends refused to concede. Otherwise, how could 6 girls maintain 42 sister groups? A phenomenon akin to the 9th wonder of the world? Yet, in the presence of this girl, the other 5 felt an overwhelming pressure. How could someone possess such astonishing beauty? It seemed she was a young heiress, for how else could she afford to have bodyguards? Recalling the earlier scene, they remembered how 2 bodyguards clad in black suits had entered, one carrying a suitcase while the other held a thermos and basin, calling out, "Miss, be careful," and "Miss, you must be tired." They promptly tidied the entire dormitory. Fan Shuling was the first to arrive, only to find the bathroom clogged. Before they could inform the dorm supervisor, the bodyguards had already resolved the issue. They even tied a bow with toilet paper around the heating pipe, a ridiculous display of ceremonial flair that was utterly exasperating. This extraordinary entrance endowed Feng Nanshu with an aura that amplified the pressure within the small dormitory 503. It wasn't until 4:30 in the afternoon that the young lady unexpectedly rose and exited the dormitory, allowing the 5 girls to exhale. Their sense of pressure alleviated somewhat. Her name is Feng Nanshu. Isn't she just so aloof? Indeed, she appears quite unapproachable. I really hope I don't have to share a dorm with such a highborn lady. Otherwise, I would have to endure her moods for the next 4 years. When Hui, lower your voice, she might not have gone far. At that moment, Feng Nanshu stood at the door, eavesdropping for a moment, then pursed her lips, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. After a pause, she turned and descended the stairs. By now, a cluster of boys had gathered in front of the girls' dormitory, some fiddling with their phones, others idly drawing circles on the ground. Upon seeing Feng Nanshu emerge, they immediately approached with an air of feigned nonchalance. Some senior students, who usually struggled to find dates, suddenly became overly forward with the arrival of new students, as if aging a few years granted them an aura of charm. Especially since Feng Nanshu was the type of beauty that left a lasting impression, many were drawn to her. Freshman, I was the one who pointed the way earlier. Do you remember me? Shall we exchange QQ numbers? Freshman, I'm the head of the dormitory management. Let us swap contacts for future assistance. I'm from the student council. Do you wish to join? You haven't explored our historic campus yet, have you? Let me show you around. Feng Nanshu took a step back, her brow furrowing, hands gripping the strap of her bag tightly, her gaze brimming with wariness. Suddenly, a figure surged through the crowd, swiftly and naturally pulling Feng Nanshu behind him. The petite heiress was momentarily bewildered. She intended to break free, but relaxed upon recognizing the newcomer's face. At this sight, the surrounding boys couldn't help but frown. Who was this guy, disregarding the order of things? I had to even manage to get her QQ number before he swooped in. Exchanging QQ numbers, are we? Come on, add me. Jiang Qin pulled out his Nokia and grabbed the nearest boy, One for each? Add me. How dare you harass the freshmen on their first day? The boys surrounding him, upon hearing this, immediately changed their expressions and dispersed in a hurry. What a bunch of losers. You can't find a date in your freshman year. But suddenly you think you can in your sophomore and junior years? Do you think the freshmen are blind and can't see how unattractive you are? The boys who had just retreated felt their pride wounded and turned back to glare at him. But to Jiang Qin, their display was merely a facade of bravado. What are you staring at? My name is Li Dazhuang, a freshman from the Foreign Trade Institute. If you have the guts, come to the dormitory and face me. Jiang Qin dismissed them as cowards, then turned to Feng Nanshu, only to find her gaze cast downward, her spirits evidently dampened. Why the long face? Feng Nanshu raised her head, looking grave. It's the girls in the dorm. They say I'm aloof. Jiang Qin understood but found it peculiar. Didn't you smile? Feng Nanshu frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. I did smile, a sweet one, but it felt strange. I'm not sure what went wrong. Show me your smile. Hee. Feng Nanshu blinked, her delicate lashes fluttering, her beautiful eyes reflecting the crimson hues of the twilight sky. Her exquisitely charming face was both lovely and frigid, leaving Jiang Qin momentarily entranced, unable to avert his gaze. When he finally regained his senses, he realized this was a classic example of a smile devoid of warmth, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Is that what you call sweet? Yet, while her smile lacked sweetness, it did not render Feng Nanshu feel isolated. Her sensitivity to the surrounding atmosphere was rather dull. If her roommates did not overtly express their feelings, she would not feel dejected. Let us start from the beginning. Tell me everything from the moment you arrived at school. Thus, Feng Nanshu recounted her entry into the university with a cool demeanor. Upon hearing her narration, Jiang Qin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Such an ostentatious entrance, with bodyguards clearing the way and cleaning the bathroom, would have frightened Chao Guangyu to death if it happened in their dorm. No wonder others perceived her as aloof. The dynamics among girls are far more intricate than those among boys. Even the slightest misunderstandings can fester into significant issues. Jiang Qin, not fully comprehending the situation, decided to seek clarity elsewhere. Let us go. I'll take you out for a meal. What shall we eat? Jiang Qin took a few steps forward. Why do you suddenly look lively when food is mentioned? Feng Nanshu declined to answer, quickening her pace to catch up with Jiang Qin. About those boys earlier, can I be friends with them? No way. Why not? Because there isn't a decent one among them. But you're a man too. Except for me. Chapter 27. Harmonious coexistence with roommates. The pedestrian street in the university town bustles with a throng of people, predominantly freshmen, who venture across the road, enticed by novelty to indulge in the local delicacies. In stark contrast, the upperclassmen have grown increasingly complacent in their daily university routines. Not only do they shy away from the off-campus snack street, but descending to procure a meal often seems a cumbersome chore. Of course, those in romantic relationships are an exception, as they would traverse any distance to be with their partners. Jiang Qin led Feng Nanshu to a roadside stall, where they ordered a medley of dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, twice-cooked pork, pickled fish, and spicy shredded potatoes. The perennial challenge of menu selection looms large. The untried dishes pose a risk of disappointment, while overly extravagant choices may not warrant their cost. Thus, Jiang Qin consistently opts for these 4 dishes, a strategy honed from her past experience as a working individual reliant on takeout. As they awaited their meal, passers-by couldn't resist pausing to admire the demurely seated Feng Nanshu, their eyes gleaming with astonishment. Some were so captivated that they stumbled into the stall beside them. Jiang Qin let out a disapproving click of her tongue. Serves them right for being infatuated with my affluent companion. Why not wander into the chef's frying pan instead? Redirecting her gaze, she stacked their utensils and rinsed them with hot water before focusing her attention on Feng Nanshu. You mentioned eavesdropping on your roommates outside the dormitory. What did they say? They find me quite aloof and hard to approach, expressing reluctance to share a living space with someone like me, Feng Nanshu replied, dabbing at her lips while casting furtive glances at the large frying pan held by the stall owner. Jiang Qin nodded thoughtfully, beginning to understand the mindset of the 5 girls. The petite heiress, with her stunning beauty, naturally exudes an aura that demands attention. Although her act of cleaning up may seem considerate, it inadvertently creates a sense of intimidation throughout the dormitory. Unbeknownst to her, the self-proclaimed female version of a dragon was fixating on the large, black frying pan, completely oblivious to the profound impression she had made. Resolving the situation could be straightforward. The girls were not genuinely hostile, but rather intimidated by her presence. A slight gesture of goodwill would suffice. However, given Feng Nanshu's inherent naivety, her attempts at verbalizing kindness seemed unfeasible. necessitating a more creative approach. Jiang Qin, I want to eat that. Feng Nanshu exclaimed, pointing toward a nearby cart selling colorful cotton candy. No, you don't, Jiang Qin replied firmly. Can I buy it myself? Feng Nanshu asked, swallowing hard. That confection is laden with artificial coloring. It will stain your tongue. Listen to me. No cotton candy, Jiang Qin insisted. I will buy you one. What color do you prefer? I like pink. Would you like blue? Jiang Qin struggled to maintain her composure. Could you refrain from bribing me with such childish treats? What kind of official could resist such temptations? I said no, and I mean it. Feng Nanshu quickly adopted a haughty demeanor. Childish. Huh. You used to ride those mechanical horses, remember? Jiang Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. She mused about her inability to forge friendships while adeptly playing the victim. If it weren't for accompanying you, do you really think I would indulge in such childishness? Is there a mechanical horse nearby? Feng Nanshu inquired. Not a chance, Jiang Qin replied, shuddering at the thought of them riding mechanical horses amidst a crowded street. As they conversed, the stall owner efficiently prepared their meal and served it at their table. Upon seeing the food, Feng Nanshu's expression brightened, and she ceased her previous demands. After dinner, Jiang Qin took Feng Nanshu to a supermarket, where they gathered a variety of snacks, dividing them into 5 bags. I can't possibly eat all this, Feng Nanshu protested. These are not for you, Jiang Qin clarified. Feng Nanshu's face fell at the revelation. Jiang Qin, engrossed in her task of packing sweets, remained oblivious to her companion's disappointment. You struggle with words, so there's no need to over-explain. Just smile more in the dormitory. Your roommates don't despise you. They merely see you as somewhat unapproachable, which creates pressure. To alleviate that, you must extend some kindness. They say one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Share these snacks, and they will know you are amiable. As Jiang Qin led her to the checkout, the thought of Guo Zihong's words struck her. Goodness, I truly resemble your father now. Feng Nanshu, flustered, replied, No, I already have a father. I only want to be your friend. It was merely a metaphor. Jiang Qin clarified. Oh, you scared me there. As they returned to campus from the bustling street, night had fallen, and the air was thick with youthful exuberance, with couples lurking in the shadows. Jiang Qin walked ahead, carrying the bags of snacks, while Feng Nanshu followed in her dainty shoes, the two of them strolling under the moonlight, flanked by swaying willows on one side and shimmering waters on the other. Suddenly, Jiang Qin halted, and the unsuspecting Feng Nanshu collided gently with her back. A soft and warm embrace. Jiang Qin smirked, convinced that someone as endearingly oblivious as Feng Nanshu would remain unaware of her true intentions. Thus, she repeated this playful maneuver several times until they reached the girls' dormitory. Here are the snacks. Remember to share them when you return, Jiang Qin said, adopting a dignified demeanor. All right, Feng Nanshu replied, clutching the bags. Can I sneak a piece? Absolutely not. Oh, Jiang Qin's expression turned serious as she articulated her point. I mean it. If you take something and someone else misses out, it could lead to complications. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Nanshu responded, Can I choose one and eat 5 pieces? You truly are a clever little one, Jiang Qin remarked, unsure if it was a compliment or a jest. Waving goodbye to Feng Nanshu, she departed the girls' dormitory area beneath the moonlit sky. As Feng Nanshu watched Jiang Qin leave, she gazed down at her chest, her lashes fluttering as contemplation washed over her. What is so special about this? Why am I not content just to observe? After a period of silence, Feng Nanshu ascended the stairs, carrying her 5 bags of snacks. Upon entering room 503, the girls, who had been animatedly chatting, fell silent as she opened the door, their eyes filled with nervous curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Feng Nanshu stepped inside, placing the bags on their desks, her lips pressed together in silence. After a moment, Fan Shuling cleared her throat and exchanged glances with the others. Feng Nanshu, we report at 8 tomorrow. Shall we go together? Yes, let's do that. If you're free in the afternoon, we could have a meal together. Feng Nanshu's smile blossomed as she nodded enthusiastically. The tension in the room dissipated, and the 5 roommates eagerly beckoned her to join them at the center of the group. The atmosphere in the dormitory grew lively, with melodic laughter ringing through the air, though Feng Nanshu remained reticent, content to listen, concerned for her well-being. Jiang Qin soon messaged her on QQ, inquiring whether she had distributed the snacks. Feng Nanshu replied with a simple her gaze drifting to the inky darkness outside the window. A subtle flutter in her heart mirrored the loneliness she had felt before, yet it seemed somehow different this time. Chapter 28. The misguided investor in Saipan. On the first night of the semester, the campus was teeming with students reveling in the novelty of their new environment. Jiang Qin retraced his steps to the male dormitory, preoccupied with a singular question: what enterprise would yield the most profit in this academic setting? Internet CAFS, supermarkets, bubble tea shops. These seem to be the quintessential ambitions for aspiring student entrepreneurs, as they demanded minimal initial investment while promising steady and substantial returns, all with relatively low hassle. However, the drawbacks were starkly apparent. The prospects for growth were limited, and the potential ceiling was disappointingly low. As Jiang Qin strolled, he paused at the entrance of the campus supermarket, his attention drawn to a poster affixed to the door. It advertised a university forum, a specialized platform utilized by all students. He approached, peeled the poster off the wall, and scrutinized it thoughtfully. Just then, a notification chimed on his phone. He retrieved it to discover a pixelated penguin icon bouncing in the signal bar. Foster father, may I pose a question? How can one obtain another's contact information? Already setting goals upon entering school? Quite commendable. Just muster the courage to ask. There is no penalty for rejection. But is there a method to acquire contact details without uttering a word? Jiang Qin grimaced at Guizihong's query, thinking his friend must have utterly lost his wits. Was his tongue bought on credit and too precious to use? Yet, out of respect for their bond, he chose to remain patient and clarify the situation. Is she a senior or a junior? If she is a senior, it's best not to pursue. She has been through it all and will see right through your feeble tricks. As for a junior, you might feign borrowing a phone and discreetly call yourself. And what if it's a fruit vendor outside the school? That vendor has a baby-like voice. I felt utterly enchanted upon hearing her speak. Jiang Qin momentarily lost his train of thought, suddenly feeling as if a riddle had been solved. It appeared Guizihong had never experienced the stirrings of romance. During high school, he showed little interest in any girl, even the lovely Chu Siki, whom Jiang Qin believed he had simply been late to discover the charms of youth. Now, in university, this fellow was letting loose, it seemed. Nevertheless, the allure of a youthful vendor was indeed captivating. With a dismissive flick of his hand, Jiang Qin returned to the dormitory. Upon entering the building, he was met with a cacophony of footsteps as 6 or 7 students rushed down from the second floor, creating quite a scene. As he ascended, he spotted Chao Guangyu, Zhou Chao, and Ren Ziqiang at the entrance, equally intrigued. What is happening? Jiang Qin inquired. Zhou Chao lowered his voice. It's a brawl between freshmen and seniors from the Foreign Trade Institute. Apparently, a fellow named Li Dazhuang provoked the upperclassmen by insulting their appearances. Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow. There is genuinely someone named Li Dazhuang in the Foreign Trade Institute? Is he your friend? Not important. What is the current situation? Ren Ziqiang, visibly animated, chimed in. Do you know why this guy is called Dazhuang? His name truly reflects his stature. His arms are thicker than my thighs. The seniors must be regretting their bravado. They entered with swagger and left in disgrace. Is it really juvenile to brawl at this age? Chao Guangyu scoffed, producing a sleek smartphone from his pocket. Zhou Chao and Ren Ziqiang were immediately captivated. What phone is that, Chao? The screen is enormous. Nokia 5230, a new model not yet released domestically. My father procured it through internal channels for over 3,000 yuan. It's decent, though the feel isn't as good as my BlackBerry, and its response is a tad sluggish. It suffices as a backup device. Chao Guangyu recounted his acquisition with an air of nonchalance, as if he were an aficionado of luxury gadgets. 3,000 yuan? That is nearly the cost of tuition. May we take a look? Chao Guangyu, with a feigned air of indifference, handed his phone to Ren Ziqiang, though he couldn't help but whisper a caution against dropping it. Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao handled the device with reverence, nearly breaking the stylus in their excitement. While Chao Guangyu winced at their carelessness but felt too shy to voice his concern, quickly redirecting his gaze to Jiang Qin. Unfazed by the new phone, Jiang Qin remained fixated on the unfolding drama at the Foreign Trade Institute. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, Chao Guangyu pressed. Aren't you even curious, Jiang? This phone has only 8 physical buttons. Have you heard of the Symbian operating system? It's a smartphone. I recall you used a Nokia too. Was it the 7610 from 2005? That relic pales in comparison to the 5230. Jiang Qin glanced back at him, thinking that in 2008, purchasing a Symbian device was indeed a grave miscalculation. Not interested. I've used a device with only 3 buttons. Now that is what one would call a smartphone. 3 buttons? You're just boasting. Ignoring him, Jiang Qin entered the dormitory, retrieved the previously torn poster from his pocket, flattened it on the desk, and then pulled out a Lenovo workstation, ThinkPad W500, from his suitcase. This model, launched in 2008, boasted a dual-core CPU and 4 GB of RAM, priced at 12,600 yuan. Jiang Qin had purchased it with his demolition compensation, recognizing the necessity of reliable internet access for his entrepreneurial endeavors. Upon witnessing this, Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao promptly returned Chao Guanyu's phone, gathering around Jiang Qin in fascination. Forget the 8 buttons and the Symbian phone. This is far more impressive. Good heavens, a laptop? Jiang, can you play CF on that? Jiang Qin connected the mouse and pressed the power button. Are you referring to Crossfire? I'm uncertain. I've never tried. Zhou Chao rubbed his hands together in envy. Buying a laptop without gaming capabilities is a terrible waste. This is a workstation, not a gaming laptop. It's highly improbable that it can handle games, he replied. Ren Ziqiang interjected, well, it can at least play movies. Have you seen Xianjian? Who goose stars in it? I missed the finale. Jiang Qin inserted a USB modem. You're aware of mobile data packages, right? 5 yuan for 30 megabytes. Can you guess how much data is consumed for a single episode of a drama? I've never really looked into that. At the very least, it's around 500 megabytes. Doing the math, watching one episode cost roughly over 100 yuan in data. Confronted with this reality, Jiang Qin felt a twinge of frustration. Although laptops were becoming more commonplace in 2008, it was customary for dormitories to possess at least 1 or 2. Yet, due to a foolish regulation at the university, all freshmen, save for those in the computer science department, were prohibited from connecting internet cables to their dorms. Consequently, he was left relying on a mobile data plan, complete with a monitoring application, which imbued the experience with an air of nostalgia. With no ability to play games or watch films, he wondered what purpose his laptop truly served. Chao Guanyu, feeling somewhat sour, contemplated calling his father to request a high-performance desktop computer, determined not to let Jiang Qin outshine him. Chapter 29. Is there a mine in your family? The University Town Forum in Linchuan bears a striking resemblance to Jiang Qin's memories. The homepage is divided into 4 sections: daily conversations, campus life, internal announcements, and academic resources. Academic resources? Jiang Qin felt a flicker of excitement, reaching out to click on it. Previous year's graduate school entrance exam questions and answers, comprehensive guide to the TEFL exam, transcripts of all lectures by Professor Wen from the School of Finance. With a glance, Jiang Qin discovered that it was indeed academic material, which promptly diminished his enthusiasm. However, this was to be expected, as the forum was officially established by 4 nearby universities, making it unlikely to feature content appealing to students. The presence of official oversight rendered the posts within the forum rather dry and monotonous, imbued with an air of rigidity and solemnity. Yet, university students are a vibrant and youthful demographic. It is indeed peculiar that they would engage with such a staid forum. Jiang Qin had already contemplated creating a website during his journey. The foundation would cater to the student community, radiating outward. Adolescents, both male and female, are engulfed in a tumultuous phase of hormonal exuberance, possessing a strong desire for courtship. Thus, the primary section would be a confession wall. Additionally, this age group is particularly sensitive, often reluctant to share their innermost thoughts with acquaintances. Hence, his second section would be an anonymous confessional. Furthermore, considering their interests and trends, Jiang Qin planned to introduce 2 more sections, one dedicated to gaming and anime, and another focused on fashion and lifestyle. Students' daily lives, apart from classes and romances, largely revolve around fictional characters and self-admiration. As for academics, he decided to forego that section, not wishing to usurp the official forum's traffic. In the nascent stages of the internet, forum browsing was a predominant online activity, with platforms like Zhihu, Douban, and Weibo emerging around that time. The website Jiang Qin envisioned would lean towards lifestyle sharing, yet it would differ from the currently popular QQ space, which restricts visibility to friends and operates within a closed social network. In contrast, his website would be entirely open. As for attracting users, the approach was straightforward. Pretend to be a female student posting a few enticing messages. Are there any handsome guys? I'm looking to date. Who will take me home? I like a gag reflex and can perform splits. Here's a refreshing photo of a female internet celebrity. Undoubtedly, such posts would have those rough men clamoring and spending sleepless nights on the forum. Attracting female university users would also be simple. Just create a few points of contention. Hey everyone who understands. My boyfriend insists we split the bill when he takes me out to eat. How frustrating. Seriously, what should I do if my best friend and I fall for the same guy? In the initial phase, the forum's revenue would primarily stem from advertising, while future aspirations would involve riding the wave of internet trends, seeking opportunities in short video content. First, he needed to purchase a domain name. Oh, and he also needed to rent virtual space. Jiang Qin browsed a domain marketplace, skimming over prices. Domain names are tiered. The more popular the name, the pricier it becomes. Names related to universities were exorbitantly expensive, particularly those associated with Tencent, and many trendy keywords had long been registered. After much contemplation, a sudden thought struck him. What year was Jihu established? Wasn't he after 2010? So, that means Jihu doesn't exist yet? How fortuitous. Excuse me, but this domain is mine for now. Jiang Qin retrieved a small box from his bag, produced a USB security token, and without hesitation, purchased the Jihu domain. The name possesses a certain flair, Jihu, a clever homophone, yet undeniably cultured, aligning well with the student demographic. Oh, old Jiang, what did you just spend 3,000 yuan on? I bought a domain name. I planned to create a website for fun. It was only then that Jiang Qin noticed the three individuals behind him had not left. So he chose not to hide the truth. Upon hearing his response, Zhou Chao and Ren Ziqiang gaped. They had little understanding of websites, but were acutely aware of money. With their living expenses barely over 600, they were astounded Jiang Qin had spent 3,000 yuan on something intangible. That was utterly absurd. Chao Guangyu, meanwhile, slightly curled his lips, contemplating for a while before remaining silent. Even as a wealthy second generation, 3,000 yuan was not a sum to be spent frivolously. After all, the family's wealth belonged to his father, and his allowance was only 1,000. In comparison, Chao Guangyu felt Jiang Qin resembled a second-generation rich kid. Could it be that he was just playing the part of a naive fool? Old Jiang, what does your family do? Why do you spend money so extravagantly? Ordinary, lower-class working people. Ren Ziqiang was taken aback. So how much is your monthly allowance? Jiang Qin opened his jacket and revealed his wallet. 500. After buying my train ticket, I have 360 left. By the way, does anyone want this 1 yuan coin? I do. Give it to me. Zhou Chao eagerly snatched the coin. Brother Jiang, you're truly a prodigal son, but I like it. Closing his wallet, Jiang Qin replied, I'm not wasteful. It's just that coins can easily get lost in my pocket, so it's better to give it away. Chao Guangyu scoffed. Old Zhou, you truly lack ambition. Wanting a single yuan? Have you never seen money? You think I'm after the 1 yuan's face value, but in truth, I cherish the national emblem on the reverse. You really know how to argue. Zhou Chao smirked, pocketing the coin and reclining back onto his bed. Ren Ziqiang stretched and yawned as he headed to the bathroom. Chao Guangyu glanced at his phone, then at Jiang Qin's computer, his expression suddenly turning gloomy. Today, he had attempted to flaunt his superiority 3 times, aiming to establish his leadership and dignity in the dormitory, yet each time he was thwarted by Jiang Qin. It was only natural that his mood would be sour. Old Jiang, next time I'm trying to show off, could you spare me some dignity? Didn't I? Did you? All right, I understand. Next time I'll let you show off to your heart's content. Chao Guangyu pouted, uncertain if he was being sincere. But at least he felt somewhat better, so he clutched his new phone and began surfing the internet. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin noticed a QQ message notification pop up in the lower right corner of his screen. Grasping the mouse, he clicked on it, discovering it was from Hong Yan, someone he had met the previous day. Jiang Qin, are you free? Let us go out for a meal. No? How about tomorrow after the report? Jiang Qin reclined in his chair, clasping his hands behind his head, appearing contemplative. He and Hong Yan had only met once, not enough to call themselves familiar. They merely recognized each other. Although they had exchanged a polite farewell at the school gate, Jiang Qin had considered it just a formality, not expecting her to take it so seriously. Sure, let us keep in touch tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 30, Freshman Orientation Day at the break of dawn. The gentle morning light quietly bathed the campus. As the alarm clock rang, Chao Guangyu, Zhou Chao, and Ren Ziqiang sprang from their beds. Leaping to the floor with an exuberance akin to that of a caffeinated rooster, they commenced their morning rituals, washing their hair, shaving, styling themselves, and donning fresh attire. Preparing as if for a blind date. Today marked the official Freshman Orientation Day, and all the members of their class were to gather in the classroom. The trio could hardly contain their excitement, eager to charm their female classmates, intent on winning their hearts at first sight. At that moment, Jiang Qin also leapt from his bed. Perhaps due to his overly mature soul, he cared little for appearances, opting for a simple ensemble of brown shorts and a white shirt. Shall we go, gentlemen? Let us go. Chao Guangyu replied, turning to leave, only to be momentarily transfixed upon seeing Jiang Qin, standing at a height of 1.8 meters, coupled with his casual yet clean attire. Jiang Qin radiated a refreshing aura. While not overtly handsome, he possessed a certain charm that was undeniably pleasant. Chao Guangyu felt a twinge of discontent, despite rising early to groom himself. He found himself overshadowed by Jiang Qin's effortless style. Here I am, a wealthy heir, adorned in designer labels from head to toe. Yet somehow I remain a mere backdrop to him? Old Jiang, I truly have an aversion to you. After a brief moment, the four of them stepped outside. Arriving at the front plaza of the academic building. Under the brilliant sunlight, the campus was alive with beautiful long legs and curvaceous figures, igniting excitement among the trio. However, while they were adept at boasting, when faced with reality, they faltered, possessing courage only to gawk from a distance without the audacity to approach. Jiang Qin observed them with a sidelong glance, internally scoffing at their bravado. Is this all they can muster? They claimed to have dated 5 girls and even rejected their first love for academics, yet they remained untouched by reality. Upon reaching the financial college and completing their registration, the 4 successfully located the classroom for financial class 3. Despite Chao Guangyu's assertions that women were uninteresting, the moment he heard female voices emanating from the classroom, his confidence waned, and he hesitated at the entrance. Old Jiang, you go in first. Why? No reason, just go. Jiang Qin, perceiving the underlying tremor of insecurity in Chao Guangyu's bravado, stepped inside, instantly capturing the attention of several girls. Amidst whispers, Chao Guangyu keenly caught the mention of handsome, causing him to unconsciously straighten his posture, even pulling out his new phone to feign activity. Zhou Chao and Ren Ziqiang were no less affected. Although they dared not glance at the girls, they walked with an inflated sense of self-importance, especially under the illusion that their presence was being admired. Jiang Qin took a seat by the window in the back row, watching his 3 roommates approach with an amused smile. It seemed that regardless of the era, the inner monologues of university students remained overwhelmingly intricate. Hey, old Chao, nice phone. How much did it cost? The latest model, I presume? Chao Guangyu was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Qin's question, but soon his spirits lifted, and he responded with pride. Yes, just bought it for over 3,000. My dad got it for me through insider channels. It hasn't even hit the market domestically. Jiang Qin's eyes widened in surprise. 3,000? That's almost tuition. It's nothing. My dad runs a company, and he pays out hundreds of thousands in salaries each month. The conversation drew the attention of the girls in the classroom, who exchanged amused glances and whispers. Jiang Qin patted Chao Guangyu on the shoulder, raising an eyebrow. Well, how about that? Here's your chance to show off. Chao Guangyu was elated, relishing the moment. Old Jiang, you're a good friend. I'll return the favor later. No need, I'm not interested. Why? Jiang Qin chuckled. I'm not one to engage in such frivolities, but I do have a suggestion I hope you'll consider. At that moment, Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao joined them. Eager to hear. What's your suggestion? It's best not to pursue relationships within our class to avoid future awkwardness. Future? Pfft, we'll see about that. Chao Guangyu retorted nonchalantly. Who said anything about the future? I'm talking about the present. Forget it, if you can't grasp the nuance. It's likely you won't find a partner. After speaking, Jiang Qin suddenly recalled something and excused himself, making his way to the adjacent financial class 4. Peering through the back door, his gaze landed on Feng Nanshu, who was surrounded by 4 or 5 girls, all enjoying drinks from the same bubble tea shop. Seeing this, Jiang Qin felt a wave of relief. Just as he was about to leave, Feng Nanshu appeared to sense his presence, turning her head. Her demeanor remained cool and somewhat naive, and she expressionlessly raised her right hand, forming a peace sign beside her left cheek. Jiang Qin smiled, returning the gesture. Feng Nanshu frowned slightly, seemingly unconvinced, and raised her other hand to form 2 peace signs. Nanshu, what are you doing? Hai Wenwei, sitting beside her, noticed her actions and followed her gaze to Jiang Qin. After a brief moment of hesitation, her eyes widened in surprise as if she had uncovered a great secret. Nudging her friends excitedly. Look, it's Feng Nanshu's boyfriend. Where is her boyfriend? At the back door of the classroom. Upon hearing this, the girls in room 503 turned in unison, but Jiang Qin had already slipped back into the classroom, leaving them with no opportunity to glimpse him. Just as Jiang Qin stepped back inside, the instructor for financial class 4 arrived. A man in his 40s, sporting black-rimmed glasses and a square jaw. He introduced himself as El Guangrong, writing his name on the blackboard. I am El Guangrong, but you may call me Teacher El, unless something unexpected occurs. I will be accompanying you for the next 4 years. He began with a warm welcome before quickly outlining the school rules and military training protocols. These were standard fare, delivered swiftly without unnecessary embellishments. Once he concluded, El Guangrong invited the students to introduce themselves one by one. Throughout this process, Jiang Qin was absorbed in contemplating a website project and paid little attention. Though not a computer science major, he had ideas but lacked the technical skills, deciding to outsource the web development. Fortunately, in a university environment, Many students were well-versed in web design, and student labor was typically affordable, allowing for minimal costs. That girl named Jiang Qin is quite impressive. Her legs are long and fair. I think Song Qingqing is the most beautiful. You have no taste. Song Qingqing clearly wears makeup. Without it, she wouldn't be compared to Jiang Qin. What is your take, Aldrin? I also find Song Qingqing more appealing. Well, so you all prefer such flashy types? Truly lacking in discernment. Chapter 31. Lost in flattery. Though it is said that every individual perceives Hamlet differently, there are always those who believe their judgment to be the most accurate. Can Song Qingqing truly be more beautiful than Jiang Qin? Nonsense. Chao Guangyu's mouth twisted in disbelief, akin to a pair of cotton pants, and the more he pondered, the more indignant he became. He turned to seek Jiang Qin's opinion, convinced that securing his affirmation would be a significant achievement. However, Jiang Qin barely glanced his way and thus had no say in the matter, offering a dismissive agreement to Chao Guangyu's assertion. Ah, yes, you are right, he said. Instantly, Chao Guangyu felt a swell of pride. See? Even Lao Jiang acknowledges Jiang Qin as the best. What are your eyes for, if not for breathing? What kind of vision does Lao Jiang possess? Clearly, Song Qingqing is the most beautiful, Ren Ziqiang remarked with disdain. Zhou Chao couldn't help but mutter, Lao Jiang, do you not like women? You seem utterly disinterested. Jiang Qin stretched languidly, leaning back in his chair. Women only hinder my ability to earn money. Earning money? You aren't squandering your youthful days on a part-time job. Are you? Part-time jobs are trivial. You small-minded creatures cannot comprehend my lofty ambitions, Chao Guangyu retorted. After a moment of contemplation, Ren Ziqiang's lips curled into a smirk. I see. Lao Jiang, perhaps you lack confidence? Zhou Chao joined in. No wonder you never dated in high school. Afraid of rejection? You needn't pursue someone of Song Qingqing's caliber. She is far too out of your league. Surely, with your looks, you could attract someone more ordinary. This is akin to attempting reading comprehension without even glancing at the questions, merely guessing aimlessly. Is that what I meant? However, having spoken to this extent, Jiang Qin was indeed somewhat curious about Song Qingqing, and thus turned to steal a glance at her. Her makeup was undeniably well done, showcasing considerable skill, unlike those who had just learned the art, unable to conceal flaws and ending up with caked powder. Yet, even with her makeup, her beauty was merely around a 6 out of 10, comparable to Wang Huiru. Feng Nachu's visage, however, was beyond reproach, easily scoring a perfect 10. Yet, Chusiki would undoubtedly overshadow Song Qingqing, and even Hong Yin, whom he had just met yesterday, would far surpass her. Lao Jiang? Huh? Ren Ziqiang pouted. You claim to be uninterested, yet here you are, completely engrossed. Indeed, I am utterly captivated, Jiang Qin replied with a chuckle. But do not entertain such thoughts. Girls like that have no shortage of suitors. Why would they look our way? It would be more pragmatic to seek someone gentle and serene. Jiang Qin regarded Ren Ziqiang with newfound respect. Lao Ren, your perspective is commendable. I wholeheartedly concur. After a while, the freshman orientation concluded, and the students of Class 4 in finance filed out of the classroom, following their instructor to collect their military training uniforms. Standing at a modest height of around 172 centimeters, Chao Guangyu was perfectly suited for the 175 centimeters uniform as intended by Teacher L. However, feeling the pressure of numerous female gazes upon him, he insisted on acquiring a 180 centimeters uniform, disregarding the instructor's objections. Chao, could you not be more honest? What do you mean? The 180 centimeters fits me perfectly. Chao Guangyu glared at Ren Ziqiang, resentful of his unmasking of his vanity. Nearby, the girls erupted in laughter, their eyes scrutinizing Chao Guangyu. Even more unfortunate was the fact that the self-proclaimed 180 centimeters Chao and Lu Shaoan were of identical height, prompting him to brazenly ask, You're 182? Leaving Lu Shaoan thoroughly embarrassed. After securing their uniforms, the four returned to their dormitory to discuss going out for a meal. Jiang Qin had taken Feng Nanshu out the previous night, leaving their dormitory incomplete, but now that everyone was present, they were eager for a hearty meal. Old Chao, as a rich second generation, it's only fitting that you treat us for our first meal, Ren Ziqiang urged, patting him on the shoulder. Go away. Why should I treat? You always boast about your family's prosperous business, bringing in millions daily. You ought to flaunt your wealth a bit. While Chao Guangyu could indeed afford a meal, he was unwilling to treat after being publicly ridiculed about his height. Noticing the situation, Jiang Qin subtly beckoned Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao closer. Would you like old Chao to treat us? Absolutely. I would relish the thought of him treating us. Jiang Qin teased. Each of you give me 10 yuan, and I shall ensure old Chao pays. Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao exchanged glances, promptly retrieving 10 yuan each to hand to Jiang Qin. Just follow my lead. Upon receiving the money, Jiang Qin stuffed it into his wallet and pulled out a 20, striding forward with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao, puzzled by his intentions, could only follow with curiosity. Just as the four stepped outside the campus, Chao Guangyu suddenly halted, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, I found 20 yuan. Brothers, I found 20 yuan. Wow, old Chao, what luck. Finding money right at the start of school. Your college years will surely be smooth sailing." Jiang Qin reacted swiftly, elevating his envy and astonishment to new heights. "Really? Just 20 yuan? That seems a bit much, doesn't it?" Zhou Chao chimed in. "Damn, why am I not blessed with such fortune? Is this the halo of the rich and handsome?" Chao Guangyu felt a surge of pride at the mention of being rich and handsome. "It seems I truly am among the elite. Of course, not only academically, but I bet your romantic prospects will also flourish in these coming days." At this moment, Ren Ziqiang caught on, quickly adding, "Old Chao, we all came out together. And you happen to have such good fortune. You must treat us." Jiang Qin slapped Chao Guangyu on the shoulder. "Lao round is right. If you don't treat, you'll have no justification." "All right, I'll treat," Chao Guangyu declared confidently. Chao Gu, truly the epitome of the rich and handsome. Thus, the trio proceeded to Nanshan restaurant, spending 120 yuan on dishes. However, Chao Guangyu couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. "I found 20 yuan. Yet I spent 120. Does that mean I effectively lost 100? He shook his head, reasoning that money should not be counted in such a way. After all, that 20 carried a charm of good fortune. At that moment, Jiang Qin's phone suddenly buzzed, revealing a message from Hong Yin on QQ. "We've finished our report. Where shall we eat?" Jiang Qin paused, realizing he may have miscalculated something. This was a remnant of his long working hours. Upon hearing mention of a meal, he instinctively thought it referred to after 9 o'clock. Yet, a glance at the chat history revealed that Hong Yin had specified a meal after their report. But now, he was with his roommates. What should he do? Abandoning them for a meal with someone else on their first day of college would certainly haunt him for 4 years. How about the Nanshan restaurant on Walking Street? I've heard their dishes are delightful. Sounds good. I'll head out now. Wait for me. Hold on. There's one more thing. What is it? My roommates are with me. Would you mind? Well, can I bring a few of my roommates? Of course. Chapter 32. The ups and downs of life. After replying to the messages, Jiang Qin stretched lazily, only to find his roommates gazing intently out of the window. Curiously, he followed their gaze and discovered the girls from Finance Class 3 were at a nearby stall, among them Song Qingqing and Jiang Tian, laughing radiantly like blooming flowers. "Old Jiang, stop staring. It's not like they're yours to look at," one of his friends said, pulling him back to reality. Jiang Qin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "I was merely curious about what you were looking at." Zhou Chao couldn't help but nudge Chao Guangyu. "You can't catch up to them, so why not let Jiang Qin enjoy the view?" Although Chao Guangyu didn't agree that Song Qingqing was the best, he conceded to Zhou Chao's first remark. "Old Jiang, maybe you should aim for someone else. I think Pan Xiu is quite nice. While she may not compare to Song Qingqing or Jiang Tian, she is still a beauty among ordinary girls." Ren Ziqiang, who had been silent, suddenly looked up. "Pan Xiu won't do. I just added her QQ, and old Jiang, don't you dare compete with me. If she is yours, I might really lose." Zhou Chao and Chao Guangyu widened their eyes in disbelief. "Damn, you're quick off the mark." Jiang Qin couldn't help but scoff, his expression dripping with disdain. "If I truly wanted a partner, I wouldn't need you three cowards concocting strategies for me. Which of you has the insight to see that I'm interested in Song Qingqing?" Seeing Jiang Qin's contemptuous expression, Chao Guangyu, Ren Ziqiang, and Zhou Chao exchanged glances. "Old Jiang, are you feeling resentful? You're somewhat handsome, but against a beauty like Song Qingqing, your chances are slim, especially considering you lack romantic experience." Jiang Qin shook his head dismissively. "Not attractive enough. I wouldn't even consider it." Zhou Chao pursed his lips. "I don't believe you." Jiang Qin shot him a glance, thinking about how to jolt them awake from their delusions. Chao Guangyu observed Jiang Qin and couldn't help but smile. Old Jiang is just shy. His eyes are glued to the scene, yet he insists he has no interest. He probably wants to pursue secretly. But chasing after a beauty of that caliber is indeed challenging. Even someone like me, a wealthy second generation, lacks confidence. Old Jiang is even less likely to succeed. However, once Jiang Qin fails, he could swoop in and claim Song Qingqing for himself. At that point, Jiang Qin would surely no longer be so carefree. Perhaps he would even admit defeat and settle into being a loyal follower. The more Chao Guangyu thought about it, the more satisfied he became. He had always felt overshadowed by Jiang Qin, but in matters of romance, he would certainly redeem himself. Look, a beauty. Just as they were lost in their thoughts, Zhou Chao's voice abruptly snapped them back to reality. Chao Guangyu and Ren Ziqiang followed his pointing finger, their expressions freezing in astonishment. In the passageway between tables walked a girl with a light gray handbag adorned with a lychee pattern. She wore a pair of washed denim shorts, revealing her long, slender legs and accentuating her delicate waist. On her upper body was a black lettered t-shirt, which, although not tight-fitting, showcased her enviable figure, giving the impression of a snug fit. As she approached, it became evident that she was a standard beauty with an oval face, rosy lips, captivating eyes, and earlobes like polished jade adorned with silver clover-shaped earrings. In that fleeting moment, the stunning impression that Song Qingqing had once created vanished without a trace. The debate of who was more beautiful, Song Qingqing or Jiang Tian, faded entirely. However, this moment of awe quickly transformed into panic, for they realized the girl was heading directly towards them, a slight blush gracing her exquisite face. The timid group, upon seeing Song Qingqing, dared not raise their heads. They were so nervous that each pretended to look elsewhere and instinctively began to fix their hair and smooth their clothes. To their surprise, the girl actually sat down in front of them, playfully brushing aside some stray locks before turning her gaze to Jiang Qin. "I'm here," she said. Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow. "Your timing is impeccable. Maybe these guys will finally awaken." Hong Yin blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of confusion in her expression. "What do you mean?" "It's nothing. I'm just pleased to see you." "Thank you. But is it all right for me to join your gathering? I wouldn't want to intrude." Jiang Qin immediately shook his head. "Don't worry. Just make yourself comfortable. They deserve to be disturbed." Hong Yin chuckled softly, glancing at the empty table. "Haven't you ordered yet? Should I treat you?" "We've already ordered. But the kitchen is overwhelmed with the influx of students at the start of the semester, so the food is taking a while. Let us have some tea first?" "Sounds good." Jiang Qin handed her his already prepared utensils and picked up the teapot to pour her a cup. Hong Yin quietly thanked him, her eyes sparkling with amusement, as she placed her little handbag on the adjacent chair. Ren Ziqiang and Shou Chao were flabbergasted, alternating glances between Hong Yin and Jiang Qin, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Old Jiang, who is she?" "She's a new student from our year, majoring in law." Hong Yin. Jiang Qin then turned to Hong Yin. "Let me introduce you. These three are my roommates, Zhou Chao, Ren Ziqiang, and Chao Guangyu." Ren Ziqiang stared at Jiang Qin, astonished. "You managed to get such a beautiful girl to dine with you?" Hong Yin suddenly coughed lightly. "You've misunderstood. I actually invited Jiang Qin out." Hong Yin smiled shyly. "I even added him on QQ myself." Jiang Qin quickly waved his hands. "You're speaking too fast. You didn't give me a chance to explain." "But what I said is true," Hong Yin replied, her eyes fluttering, unfazed by the notion of a girl making the first move. In fact, she had approached Jiang Qin with an unspoken anticipation, having felt a rare fondness and curiosity towards him since their first encounter. She perceived him as neither overly rigid nor pretentious. He managed to maintain a low profile at gatherings while also defying conventions when it came to paying the bill. Simply put, Hong Yin found him to possess a youthful exuberance without being obnoxiously arrogant, unlike those boisterous, immature boys. This time upon their reunion, she realized her expectations were met. He did not flaunt the fact that she had approached him, nor did he use it to gain admiration from those around him. Instead, he was genuinely considerate of her feelings. He was truly wonderful, and that was more than enough. Simultaneously, Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao felt their heads spinning. They had just been debating whether Song Qingqing or Jiang Tian was prettier, even assuming Jiang Qin had intentions towards Song Qingqing. Now they realized how ludicrous that notion was. It was laughably absurd. Jiang Qin was on an entirely different level. Did we all enroll in the same university? Damn. Old Chao, did you hear that? This is simply outrageous. Chao Guanyu's lips twitched, as if he had something to say, but after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately swallowed his words. In truth, he recognized Hong Yin, for she was the school beauty from their high school, and she had been his unattainable dream during those years. However, judging by her demeanor, it seemed she had completely forgotten about him. Chapter 33. Fate will always converge. By the way, didn't you mention bringing your roommate along? They went shopping and might take a while to arrive. Zhou Chao could not help but lean forward. Hong Yin, is your roommate beautiful? Hong Yin stole a glance at Jiang Qin, her cheeks slightly flushed. She's beautiful, far more so than I am. Is that true? Indeed. You'll see when she arrives. As they conversed, the kitchen had prepared the dishes, which the waitstaff brought to the table, accompanied by a case of beer, 8 bottles in total. perhaps due to the busyness of the establishment. Jiang Qin could not find a bottle opener and resorted to using the edge of the table, forcefully striking the cap off. Bang! Ren Ziqiang's eyes widened. Jiang Ge. That was quite a display. Jiang Qin waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a matter of practice. Hong Yin's eyes sparkled slightly, her lashes fluttering. That reminds me of the oil seller from the Song dynasty, Ouyang Xiao. The original phrase is nothing special, just skilled hands. But your adaptation to just a matter of practice aligns perfectly with modern vernacular. Jiang Qin, you can even apply classical literature. Jiang Qin was taken aback, pondering whether this phrase had truly not been overused in modern times. He recalled hearing it frequently while streaming shows online, alongside the phrase nothing special, just an automatic response. He instinctively glanced at Hong Yan, a slight frown creasing his brow. This girl seems to view him through an extraordinary lens. My roommate seems to have arrived. I'll go greet them. After some casual chatter, Hong Yan left her seat, and Zhou Chao and Ren Ziqiang could hardly contain themselves, their straight backs bending as they each seized Jiang Qin's arms, refusing to let go. Jiang Ge, let us begin the lesson. We'll listen on our knees. Jiang Qin struggled to free his hands. You're overthinking it. I'm not even in a relationship. Chao Guangyu could not help but interject. Are you not interested in a girl of her caliber? It's not about lack of interest. I simply believe relationships are a waste of time. Zhou Chao pouted. Jiang Ge, I'm not fabricating stories. Hong Yan definitely has feelings for you. Jiang Qin was somewhat surprised. You can see that? Of course. The way she looks at you could melt ice, and she smiles every time you speak to her. Isn't that obvious? It seems we can't dine together anymore. Zhou Chao. Ren Ziqiang smoothly continued. Old Jiang, Hong Yan just mentioned her roommate is even prettier than she is. You must have her introduce us. Jiang Qin gently shook his head. Hong Yan is emotionally intelligent and considerate of others' feelings. So her statement about her roommate's beauty may not be entirely truthful. Pay attention later. Avoid inappropriate comments. Is that true? I've never seen her, just guessing. But it's likely. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Yan reappeared in the Nanshan restaurant, followed by two girls. The girl on the left wore a floral dress, revealing a slender, fair leg. Her skin is white as snow, with captivating features and an impressive stature. The one on the right was slightly less attractive, but still a beauty, exuding a dignified charm. Chao Guangyu, Ren Ziqiang, and Zhou Chao's eyes widened. They thought Jiang Qin was being ridiculous. Was this not beautiful? The girl on the right might not be as stunning, but she was certainly on par with Song Qingqing. While the left girl could easily match Hong Yan, Jiang Qin was also stunned, realizing that perhaps there truly were coincidences in the world akin to those in novels. Allow me to introduce my roommates, Chu Siki and Wang Huiru. Chu Siki gazed at Jiang Qin, feeling as if she had traversed across time. Wang Huiru, equally astonished, couldn't he comprehend why Jiang Qin was present at Hong Yan's gathering. It's worth noting that she had previously attempted to arrange multiple meetings between Jiang Qin and Chu Siki, only to be met with Jiang Qin's excuses of being too busy. Now, this serendipitous encounter rendered their previous avoidance impossible. Soon, both regained their composure, silently sitting beside Hong Yan. Chu Siki remained quiet, her mind in turmoil, unsure of what to say, while Wang Huiru, considering Hong Yan's feelings, wished to avoid an awkward atmosphere. So my roommate is beautiful, right? Hong Yan smiled coyly. Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao nodded vigorously. She's beautiful. You're not telling us you belong to the legendary beauty dormitory? I wouldn't dare claim to be a beauty. Siki is more deserving of that title. Does Chu have a boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Chu Siki bit her lip, unable to resist glancing at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, indifferent and expressionless, nodded politely, then resumed eating, withdrawing from the conversation as though it were none of his concern. This distance and indifference made Chu Siki's breath hitch, an overwhelming sense of grievance surging within her. Throughout an entire summer, their exchanges had scarcely exceeded 10 words, and now, encountering each other in an unfamiliar city, they were treated like strangers. Who would feel comfortable in such a situation? You once liked me, you like me so much. But now, why can't I even elicit a smile from you? Wang Huiru silently observed the two, feeling the need to clarify something, and leaned slightly closer to Hong Yan's ear. Yin, which one do you like? Hong Yan's cheeks flushed suddenly. I'm simply here to meet a friend. Please don't misunderstand. You spent an hour preparing before leaving and changed outfits 5 times. Can that be called a misunderstanding? After a moment of hesitation, Hong Yan lowered her voice. All right, it's that person, Jiang Qin. After a long silence, Wang Huiru spoke. What do you like about him? He is unlike any other boy I've met. It turned out everyone recognized Jiang Qin's merits, except for Siki. Wang Huiru felt an ominous sensation but had no idea how to address it. Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao remained oblivious to the tension, eagerly offering to order dishes based on everyone's preferences. Chao Guanyu felt overwhelmed. While their generosity was fine, he was the one footing the bill. However, as a wealthy second generation, he felt compelled to maintain appearances and refrain from voicing his concerns. Moreover, Hong Yin's two roommates were indeed beautiful, especially Chu Siki, whose looks rivaled Hong Yin's. He noticed Hong Yin's interest in Jiang Qin, realizing that he likely had no chance now. After all, when a girl pursues a boy, it's often a thin veil. Yet, if he could develop feelings with someone equally attractive, it would still be a delightful tale. Chu, do you drink? No, thank you. What do you like to eat? I'll order for you. Chu Siki shook her head again, this time even remaining silent. Chao Guangyu's attempts at flattery fell flat, leaving him disheartened. Was life's disparity truly so palpable and hurtful? Let us eat first, and we can chat later. Jiang Qin suddenly spoke, offering his chopsticks to Hong Yin. This gesture, meant to convey friendliness, held no deeper meaning, yet seeing this, Chu Siki felt an unbearable sting in her heart, her eyes turning resentful. Jiang Qin clearly liked her. All those tender moments and care were hers to cherish. She did not wish to endure any longer. Jiang Qin, you promised we would part amicably. Why then do you suddenly appear before me? Chu Siki looked at Jiang Qin, her voice cutting through the silence that enveloped the room. Jiang Qin's hand faltered slightly as he picked up his food, and he finally looked up with a hint of resignation. It's merely a coincidence. I had arranged to dine with Hong Yin, but I was unaware that you two were roommates. This situation is indeed too fortuitous. Chu Siki's temper flared instantaneously. I say you do, so you do? Don't you dare deny it? I have something to attend to, so you all enjoy your meal. Jiang Qin genuinely despised such capricious, spoiled behavior. You say you do, so you do? You would be better suited as a physician in an infertility clinic. He placed his chopsticks down onto the plate, offered a slightly apologetic smile to Hong Yin, and then expressed his regrets to the others before rising from his seat. Do you know each other? Hong Yin momentarily found herself at a loss, her expression bewildered. Jiang Qin paused briefly and nodded nonchalantly. Yes, we were classmates in high school. Not merely classmates. You also claimed you would cherish me for a lifetime. Chu Siki felt a profound sorrow at his nonchalant remark. Meanwhile, Chao Guanyu, Ren Ziqiang, and Shou Chao were all rendered speechless, their minds racing to comprehend what had just transpired. What had just happened? It seemed that this Chu Siki was also connected to Jiang Qin. Had I been subtly ensnared by Jiang Qin without realizing it? Chapter 34. Awaken them for me. Upon entering the pedestrian street, one is first greeted by an array of snack stalls, followed by restaurants, and further back, supermarkets, bathhouses, barbershops, and open-air barbecue stands. At this moment, the girls from Finance Class 3 had just emerged from the supermarket, their arms laden with various daily necessities, chatting and laughing as they made their way back, drawing the attention of numerous male university students. Qing, don't you think the boys in our class are rather subpar? One remarked. Indeed, there isn't a single one who catches my eye, replied a girl named Song Qing, who nodded in agreement while adorned in heavy makeup, false eyelashes, and streaked hair of a striking blue hue. She was undeniably the focal point of attention wherever she went. No, I think that guy Jiang Qin isn't too bad, chimed in Pan Xiao, who held a more modest appearance but possessed a demure charm that rendered her somewhat endearing. Song Qing furrowed her brow slightly. Which one is Jiang Qin? The one sitting by the window in the back row, tall at around 6 feet, quite handsome. Didn't you notice? I didn't see him. What about Jiang Tian? Did you notice her? Yes, I do have some impression of him. He is indeed good-looking, but he comes off as rather low-key. Jiang Tian, a leggy beauty with a somewhat doll-like voice, recalled how Jiang Qin and Chao Guangyu pretended to be wealthy with their phones, which struck her as foolish, leaving her with a sense of disdain. Pan Xiao then flashed a playful smile. Did you know? Jiang Qin plans to pursue Qing. Jiang Tian widened her eyes slightly. Really? Absolutely. His roommate, Ren Ziqiang, just told me that. Qing, your charm is truly remarkable. You already have admirers at the start of the semester. Song Qing found it amusing. Do I really have such a familiar face? Why does everyone seem so bold in pursuing me? It's quite funny. Jiang Tian contemplated Jiang Qin's face. Honestly, he is not bad-looking. He passes my standards. Qing, are you really not considering it? Tian, you are too naive. What use is handsomeness without wealth? You know I have expensive tastes. I certainly wouldn't want to date someone from an ordinary family. If he envies a phone worth 3,000, How could he buy me cosmetics? That's true. Jiang Qin definitely can't afford to support you. Just then, Pan Xiao's gaze darted to the north, and she quickly grabbed their attention. Look, that's Jiang Qin. At the sound of her voice, Song Qingqing and Jiang Tian turned to see Jiang Qin emerging from Nanshan restaurant, and their eyes lit up. He really is quite handsome. Shall we chat with him? Let us go. Chatting is free after all. Pan Xiao, known for her insatiable curiosity, immediately approached Jiang Qin. He, nursing a simmering frustration and wishing to avoid any interaction, softened his demeanor upon recognizing his classmates. After all, it was the beginning of the term, and it wasn't in his nature to antagonize everyone. The girls of Finance Class 3 were quite direct, bluntly asking him if he liked Song Qingqing, who stood nearby with an air of superiority, looking down at the situation. Jiang Qin felt overwhelmed, thinking to himself, I came here to make money, not to entangle myself with girls. Jiang Qin, are you shy? Shy my foot. That's just Ren Ziqiang's nonsense. Believing him is like believing in ghosts. Upon hearing this, the girls erupted in laughter. Realizing that boys were indeed all the same, once exposed, they dared not admit it. At that moment, a stunning figure suddenly burst from the restaurant, pushing through the girls and seizing Jiang Qin's arm. Upon recognizing the girl's face, the girls from Finance Class 3 were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. She was breathtakingly beautiful, radiating a vibrant charm, her figure exquisite and features strikingly delicate. Song Qingqing, who prided herself as the most beautiful girl in Finance Class 3, felt a pang of insecurity, instinctively stepping back half a pace. Jiang Qin, what dissatisfaction do you harbor against me? Why act like a stranger? Chusiki. I harbor no dissatisfaction. I merely wish for everyone to part amicably. Chusiki pouted, her eyes misting. Then why did you suddenly stop liking me? Jiang Qin took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady. Focus on your studies. I assure you, you will soon encounter someone you truly like. As for us, there is no possibility. I don't care. You must like me, and only me. You cannot leave without my permission. You are truly something else. Jiang Qin, not wishing to prolong the conversation, turned to leave, but Chusiki would not relent, insisting he promised to continue liking her. The girls from Class 3 were left dumbfounded. 1. Because of the girl's extraordinary beauty, and 2. Because it was astonishing that such a stunning girl would persistently pursue Jiang Qin. Before they could regain their composure, another equally radiant girl emerged from the restaurant, first apologizing to Jiang Qin, then grabbing Siki's arm. Siki, let us discuss this later. Hong Yan, I considered you a good sister. Why do you insist on liking Jiang Qin? Siki shot her a resentful glance. Hong Yan, looking dejected, replied, I had no idea you two were acquainted. Siki trembled with anger. Let me tell you, he is not interested in you. He is only approaching you to provoke me. Let us not discuss this now. We can talk later, okay? In the next instant, Wang Huiru rushed out. No one understood the tangled situation better than she did, and weighing the pros and cons, she swiftly pulled Siki back into the restaurant, leaving Hong Yan and Jiang Qin alone. The two stood facing each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. I'm sorry, I had no idea about your relationship with Siki. Hong Yan began apologetically. Jiang Qin shook his head. I have no connection with her. Don't let that burden you. Hong Yan widened her eyes slightly. Is that true? After 40 years of life, Jiang Qin realized that some matters are not easily articulated. Today has been chaotic. Let me take you out for a meal another day. And we can talk then. All right, just the two of us next time? That's settled then. Jiang Qin smiled faintly and walked away, blending into the bustling crowd of the pedestrian street, while Hong Yan took a deep breath, composed herself, and re-entered the restaurant. At this moment, only the girls from Finance Class 3 remained on the street, still reeling from the seemingly chaotic scene they had just witnessed. I think Jiang Qin might really not be interested in Qingqing, Pan Xiao remarked suddenly, jolting the other girls from their reverie. They exchanged glances, acknowledging Pan Xiao's insight. The two girls vying for Jiang Qin's attention were dazzling in their own right, far surpassing Song Qingqing, a reality that felt more like a scene from a drama than real life. Jiang Qin had no reason to settle for less. How could he possibly be attracted to Song Qingqing? Meanwhile, Song Qingqing's expression darkened, her shopping bag tearing under her grip. She had approached Jiang Qin with the confidence of a goddess, only to be outshone, ultimately realizing her inadequacy. Moreover, Jiang Qin had walked away without acknowledging her, a reality that was hard for the self-important Song Qingqing to accept. When did I become someone who could be overlooked? I am, after all, the most attractive in Finance Class 3. Yet reflecting on the two stunning girls who had just appeared, she felt as though she lacked even the right to be angry. Perhaps that was the most humiliating aspect of all. Chapter 35. Some beautiful images. The 6 individuals remaining in the Nanshan restaurant were enveloped in silence. Hong Yin pondered the future of her relationship with Chusiki. While Chusiki was consumed by pure anger, Wang Huiru contemplated the best solution to their predicament. Chao Guangyu, Zhou Chao, and Rin Ziqiang were filled with regret, berating themselves for not departing with old Jiang. These 3 young fledglings, lacking even girlfriends, found themselves ensnared in a chaotic scene, now too timid to even breathe, desperately seeking an excuse to leave. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin had returned from the pedestrian street to his university campus, making his way to the library. He reiterated to himself that romance was not the main theme of his life, making money was. Many students in the computer science department at Lin University engaged in side jobs. Creating websites or writing application programs was a breeze for them. Last night, Jiang Qin had posted a request for website development on a student forum and received a private message from someone named Naishue. They had arranged to meet today, but an unexpected encounter almost derailed their plans. It was sweltering outside, so he decided to buy an ice cream to cool down. Jiang Qin selected a small pudding from the freezer in the campus supermarket, savoring it as he walked towards the library. The library at Lin University was an enormous, rectangular edifice spanning 8 floors. The lower 6 levels served as public reading areas, while the top 2 were closed to the public and housed archives. They had agreed to meet on the 3rd floor, so Jiang Qin headed straight for the elevator. Upon entering the library, he was immediately greeted by a blast of cool air, a welcome relief after being out in the heat. He paused at the entrance, allowing his eyes to wander down the corridor. True to its reputation as a 985 university, even on the 2nd day of the semester, the library was bustling with students. The sound of pages turning echoing throughout, accompanied by the faint scent of ink that was almost intoxicating. After observing the scene for a moment, Jiang Qin marveled at the reality of university life. This was what it meant to be in college, not to be cooped up worrying about romance. Once he regained his composure, Jiang Qin followed the information provided to him to the social science reading room on the 3rd floor, where he found Naishue. Indeed, Naishue was an upperclassman, dressed in a black dress, with her hair styled in 2 braids and oversized black-framed glasses perched on her nose. She appeared petite but bore a sky-blue school badge, indicating she was not a freshman. "Hello, I'm Sunai from the computer science department, a 3rd-year student. Should I address you as senior or junior?" Jiang Qin took a seat and after a moment's thought replied, "I'm Jiang from the finance school. You can call me senior." Sunai nodded gently, showing no doubt. "Senior, I have reviewed your website development needs and I can assist you with that. How long do you think it will take?" Jiang Qin inquired. 3 days. Unfamiliar with the website development process, Jiang Qin instinctively felt that 3 days might not suffice. 3 days? Are you sure? I'm not in a hurry. The most important thing is the quality of the outcome. Adopting a typical homebody demeanor, Sunai adjusted her glasses. "Trust me, 3 days is ample time, though there may be a need for multiple maintenance sessions afterward. Let us proceed with the website first. If the outcome is satisfactory, we can entrust the maintenance work to you." "Thank you, senior. Now, let us discuss the details. There are some aspects I don't quite understand and would like you to clarify." Sunai produced her notebook, placing it on the table, the screen displaying Jiang Qin's post from the previous night. "I can comprehend pop-up advertisements, but what do you mean by pop-up images of beautiful women?" Jiang Qin cleared his throat, glancing around before lowering his voice. "Just some eye-catching image ads, you know? Some featuring scantily clad women. This can enhance click-through rates." "Still not clear? I understand now. You're referring to those risque images?" Jiang Qin was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. "Sunai, your ability to summarize is impressive." Sunai pursed her lips and glanced at Jiang Qin. "Senior, are you genuinely a serious person?" "Of course, I am serious. However, the content you described falls under inappropriate material. If reported, the site could be shut down." Sunai gently cautioned, hoping Jiang Qin would abandon this idea. "Dear student, I hope you remember that technology is not culpable. Fine, but if something goes awry, it's not my responsibility. I'm aware. Just give it a try first. And if it doesn't work, we can always change direction." In 2008, internet regulation was not as stringent. Otherwise, piracy sites like Movie Heaven wouldn't have thrived. Jiang Qin lacked the capability to disseminate pop-up ads across the internet, so the likelihood of being reported was minimal. Besides, a domain name was not particularly costly. If one were to change, another could always be acquired. Sunai fell into silence, her head bowed, and Jiang Qin assumed she was grappling with moral dilemmas, perhaps feeling that creating such content would be a disservice to her talents. He coaxed and reassured her for a considerable time, only to be perplexed by her eventual response. I've never seen such images. Senior, do you have resources? Jiang Qin's mouth twitched as he took her computer, entering a web address into the browser. In the esteemed library of a 985 university, two individuals huddled in a corner, silently gazing at the screen, spending half an hour immersed in beautiful images. By the end, Sunai's breathing had noticeably quickened. Despite being a tech enthusiast, she could clearly understand why such images attracted clicks. I believe I will need 5 days for the website development. Jiang Qin blinked in surprise. Why? Sunai adjusted her glasses. Viewing such content decreases work efficiency. I understand. I was the same before. However, I think you ought to prioritize work. It's best to minimize exposure to such distractions. I will exercise restraint, senior. But you must recognize that this new world is indeed quite impactful for a homebody like me. Is 5 days acceptable? Very well, but it cannot be delayed further. Sunai nodded and moved her mouse towards the upper right corner. It seems. There's a video section here? Jiang Qin immediately blocked the screen with his hand and fixed Sunai with a serious gaze. Junior, once you open that door, it won't just be a matter of 5 days. I urge you to consider carefully. In that case, I want to look, Sunai replied, pursing her lips. Jiang Qin nodded with relief. That's wise. Let us focus on work and avoid what shouldn't be seen. Understood. I will provide you with a satisfactory website. Thank you for your trust, senior. It's nothing. It's only right to support younger students. After confirming all details regarding the website development, Jiang Qin departed the library with peace of mind, while Sunai hesitated for 3 1/3 seconds before opening her computer, staring contemplatively at the video section. Chapter 36. Father, let's begin the class. What do you think is the true background of Lao Jiang? How could he possibly make two campus beauties vie for his affection? I find it utterly incomprehensible. I cannot fathom it either. He is merely handsome, has fair skin, spins lavishly, and possesses a knack for flirtation. Beyond these attributes, what else does he offer? How can he possibly compete with us, the exemplary gentleman? In the boys' dormitory 302 of the School of Finance, Ren Ziqiang and Shou Chao had been engrossed in this puzzlement since their return from the restaurant, examining it as though they were deciphering a martial arts manual. They simply could not envision how such ethereal beauties, who ought to embody the serenity of moonlight, could appear so distressed in front of Jiang Qin, who responded with indifference and annoyance that left them utterly flabbergasted. Shouldn't such girls be cherished and protected, treated as delicate treasures? Yet, Lao Jiang could simply turn his back and leave, showing no regard for their feelings, while the girls chased after him, weeping and pleading him to stay. If one could master such a technique, wouldn't they reign supreme in the school? Chao Guanyu believed the two were being foolish. You haven't even grasped the essence of his skills. Merely observing a couple of his moves would lead you nowhere. Have you ever heard of someone becoming a martial arts master merely by enduring beatings? What is the matter, Lao Chao? Zhou Chao inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. You, being a second-generation rich kid with ample experience, enlighten us on this matter. Chao Guanyu had worn a dejected expression all afternoon, and now he spoke with a feeble voice. You've already identified the reasons. Why do you ask me? When did I ever figure it out? Zhou Chao looked confusedly at Ren Ziqiang. Ren Ziqiang also appeared bewildered. What reasons? I'm unaware of any. His good looks, fair skin, extravagant spending, and flirtatious demeanor. Aren't those sufficient? Do you possess even one of those traits? Zhou Chao paused for a moment and replied, but I believe I embody all four. Chao Guanyu grimaced. You might as well disappear. No, Lao Chao. Something feels off about you. What is wrong with me? Ren Ziqiang scrutinized him closely, growing increasingly convinced of his assessment. We may have lost, but you've always dismissed Lao Jiang. Why today do you appear as though you've been defeated, even refraining from boasting? Upon hearing this, Chao Guangyu's irritation flared. He muttered go away repeatedly before retreating to his bed, burying his head beneath the covers. In truth, the lunch had not inflicted severe damage on Ren Ziqiang and Shou Chao. At most, it merely introduced them to the disparities of life sooner than expected. Something they would eventually encounter anyway. But for Chao Guangyu, it was a devastating blow. Even if Jiang Qin were to win over Song Qingqing or Jiang Tian, or even both, he would still not concede. After all, he was a second-generation rich kid. How could he possibly be outdone? But Hongyan was different, as she represented the dreams of every boy at Hangzhou No. 1 High School, and that included Chao Guanyu. She was his most cherished secret crush, the only pure jasmine blossom in his heart, an idealistic vision from his youth, untainted by experience. Throughout high school, he had never dated, merely daring to greet Hong Yan on QQ. Thus, Learning that she fancied Jiang Qin shattered him like a pure-hearted warrior meeting defeat. Since the semester began, Jiang Qin had overshadowed him in every endeavor, and while Chao Guangyu had always resisted admitting it, this time, he felt genuinely bewildered by the defeat. Lao Chao, what's wrong? Did Jiang Qin's actions undermine your confidence? Don't be disheartened. We'll deal with Jiang Qin together when he returns. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to room 302 swung open, and Jiang Qin stepped inside. He immediately noticed Ren Ziqiang and Shou Chao, who approached him with solemn expressions, ready to assist him with chairs and slippers, nearly offering to remove his socks. Father, when shall we commence our lesson? Chao Guangyu threw off the covers, glaring at his roommates in outrage. Old Ren, old Shou, has your potential been devoured by dogs? Zhou Chao looked up at Chao Guangyu. What good is potential compared to a girlfriend's warmth? Old Ren, do you live up to your name? Chao Guangyu shifted his target of attack. Unexpectedly, Ren Ziqiang stood tall and declared, I disagreed with my father when he named me, but I had no say in the matter. In truth, Jiang Qin needed no questions to discern their thoughts. They were simply awakening from a dream, grappling with disappointment, questioning others, and subsequently doubting themselves. Very well then. Bring over the chairs. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll share some wisdom with you. Zhou Chao and Ren Ziqiang hastily fetched chairs. While after a prolonged display of reluctance, Chao Guangyu eventually succumbed, leaning against the wardrobe, refusing to move the chairs as a final act of dignity. Then Jiang Qin settled down and recounted a tale from high school, where he harbored an unrequited love for Chu Siki for 3 years, only to be rejected upon confessing. To be honest, there was nothing shameful about it. What is the strength of a man approaching his 40s? It lies in the ability to reconcile with oneself, making peace with the youthful self, acknowledging that loving the wrong person is not a fault, reconciling with the middle-aged self, accepting that financial struggles are not a failure, even reconciling with the elderly self, recognizing that regrets are part of life. Life often presents a myriad of disappointments, yet one should not voice them indiscriminately. If one cannot come to terms with their own mediocrity and failures, they cannot survive in this chaotic world. In an instant, Chao Guangyu's eyes sparkled with life. Lao Jiang, have you also experienced unrequited love? Jiang Qin smirked. Why do you seem so delightfully amused? Chao Guangyu straightened up. Grinning mischievously, you should have mentioned it earlier. So you too loved someone for 3 years. We are indeed kindred spirits. Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow. What is this? A story from such a corner can be shared? All right then, I shall share mine. With Jiang Qin's encouragement, Chao Guangyu no longer concealed his feelings and openly spoke of his affection for Hong Yin, even admitting to never having dated anyone. By the end of his confession, he felt a surge of pride, believing he had finally found something to match Jiang Qin's experiences. He couldn't quite grasp why he felt pride in comparing himself to Jiang Qin, yet he was undeniably proud. As he concluded his tale, Zhou Chao and Ren Ziqiang exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to something peculiar. What's wrong? Chao Guangyu asked, bewildered. Seriously? You think you can be on par with Lao Jiang? I feel embarrassed for you. Why should I be embarrassed? Chao Guangyu retorted defiantly. Ren Ziqiang scoffed. While both of you endured unrequited love for 3 years, look at Jiang Go. With just a few words, he can make Chu Siki desperate. Meanwhile you? After sitting in the restaurant for 2 hours, Hong Yin doesn't even know who you are. Zhou Chao chimed in, patting his shoulder. Though Jianggu has dated Chu Siki, he is Hong Yin's affection, while you have nothing at all. At this moment, Jiang Qin delivered a crushing blow. Lao Chao, I find myself looking down upon you. Chapter 37. Do not pursue too many relationships. No, I was merely jesting earlier. Attempting to console old Jiang. How could I possibly chase after a girl for 3 years? As a wealthy heir, such a notion is utterly implausible. Chao Guangyu, filled with regret, attempted to justify himself. Yes. Zhou Chao, disinterested in further elaboration, seized the toilet paper and headed toward the restroom. I have genuinely been involved with 5 girls, but as time went on, it grew increasingly tedious. I eventually realized that being single is the true luxury. I understand. Old Chao, but could you refrain from pursuing me with this? I am heading to the restroom. If you wish to argue, seek Ren Ziqiang. Zhou Chao halted at the restroom door, vexed by Chao Guangyu, and promptly shut the balcony door. With no alternative, Chao Guangyu turned to find Ren Ziqiang. At that moment, Ren Ziqiang lay in bed, engaged in a lively chat with Pan Xiu, his laughter nearly reaching his ears, paying little heed to Chao Guangyu's words. Chong, you should comprehend that an individual like me, a scion of wealth, could never be. What was that term old Jiang just used? It seems rather fitting. Jiang Qin chuckled, a sycophant. Chao Guangyu nodded vigorously. I could never be a sycophant. Ah, yes, yes. Ren Ziqiang, absorbed in conversation, exhibited a dismissive demeanor. Chao Guangyu's anger flared. Old Ren, you show me a lack of respect. I'm chatting with Pan Xiu. What are you discussing? For heaven's sake. Don't tell Pan Xiu that I'm a sycophant. If you say that, how can I maintain my status in financial class 3? Before Ren Ziqiang could turn his phone to show him, Chao Guangyu spotted the damning keywords and erupted in expletives. Ren Ziqiang felt aggrieved. He was simply enjoying a conversation when Chao Guangyu insisted on repeating sycophant incessantly, leading him to inadvertently type it. The absence of a recall feature in QQ back in 2008 rendered this predicament all the more tragic. Chao Guangyu glared at him in silence, eventually lying on his bed, staring blankly at the white ceiling, enveloped in a profound silence. This night, he lost not only love but also his dignity. The summer night was sweltering. Yet the dormitory had only 2 fans, one mounted above the door and the other at the top of the balcony door. The old fan blades spun wildly under electrical power, emitting a buzzing sound akin to a wheezing old man. Jiang Qin, while leaning to catch the breeze, communicated with Su Nai about the specifics of website construction via his computer. However, the senior seemed distracted, responding slowly and often misspelling words, which hardly reflected the demeanor of a tech-savvy individual. It was as if she hadn't touched a computer in years. Senior, I've found several websites that align with your requirements. You may want to take a look. I have other matters to attend to. After a considerable delay, Su Nai sent a few images accompanied by links to some relatively mature websites, each exhibiting clear frameworks and structures that matched Jiang Qin's needs. Upon reviewing them, Jiang Qin noted a common flaw. In their quest to display content richness, the homepage appeared overly cluttered. While essential foundational sections were necessary, features like trending rankings, keyword searches, and extraneous links were entirely superfluous, making the entire page appear unwieldy and causing users to waste time filtering out unwanted content. Of course, the product managers of major websites were not oblivious. Their choices primarily aimed to maximize advertising exposure, often at the expense of user experience. Jiang Qin composed a message containing his observations and suggestions to Su Nai. Yet, she appeared preoccupied, failing to respond. Am I not the client? Why must I endure this weight like a sycophant? He pondered, musing on what could possibly occupy her late at night. Leaving even his messages unanswered, truly a sign of someone unacquainted with the harsh realities of society. Irritated, he closed the chat window and opened Hong Yin's QQ number, inquiring if all was well. Regardless, today's events had stemmed from him, and to omit even a simple greeting would be rather uncouth. Hong Yin replied swiftly, first sending a smiley followed by a message indicating that there was nothing amiss, merely that she was no longer speaking to Chu Siki. The smiley from 2008 conveyed genuine warmth, devoid of any negativity, allowing Jiang Qin to breathe a sigh of relief. No one could withstand Chu Siki's arrogance. She had been pampered by her parents since childhood, believing the world revolved around her. However, if one chose to ignore her, her temper would ultimately bear no consequence. Hong Yin, being an astute girl, should understand such a cold approach. Yet, why did my behavior, despite not being in a relationship, resemble that of a cad? Jiang Qin felt a sense of gloom. Was the tribulation of romantic entanglements an inevitable trial for those reborn? Next, he opened Feng Nanshu's QQ, asking her if she was adapting to life at school. Feng Nanshu did not express homesickness but noted how dark the night at Lin University seemed, her words subtly reflecting a longing for home. Additionally, Yu Shasham messaged him, inquiring whether he had encountered Chu Siki. Jiang Qin, astute as ever, discerned that she had likely heard about today's events from Wang Huiru, hence her seemingly random question. Thus, he feigned being offline, choosing not to respond. Beyond the chat messages, his notification list contained several friend requests, most of which were from girls, all formatted as financial class 3XXX. Among them was Jiang Tian, whom Chao Guangyu held in high regard, catching him by surprise. Classmate Jiang Qin, I am Jiang Tian. Let us be friends. Just as Jiang Qin grasped the mouse, he suddenly felt a heavy hand settle on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Lu Guangrong standing behind him, his expression a mixture of complexity. Good evening, Teacher Lu. Are you here for a dorm inspection? Lu Guangrong nodded, and then, with a serious tone, began, Jiang Qin, you are quite handsome, but as a student, you must prioritize your studies. Lin University does not oppose students engaging in relationships, but do not pursue too many. Jiang Qin. Before he could respond, Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao erupted into laughter, their amusement so intense that they doubled over, pounding the bed. All right, enough laughter. I am here for two reasons. First, to conduct a dorm inspection, and second, to inform you that military training begins officially tomorrow morning. Everyone should retire early to avoid tardiness and to make a good impression on the instructor. Lu Guangrong dutifully relayed his message before exiting the dormitory, proceeding to the neighboring dormitory to convey the same information. Chapter 38. Military training in progress. At 7 o'clock the following morning, the military training at Linchuan University officially commenced. A fleet of black double-decker buses delivered a substantial number of armed police officers into the campus. Simultaneously, a throng of freshmen flowed from the dormitory area to the playground. At that moment, surrounding the formation of Class 4 in finance, a cacophony of discussions erupted, interspersed with exclamations such as, "Oh my goodness, she's so beautiful." The atmosphere resembled that of a celebrity meet and greet, drawing curious onlookers from nearby. Jiang Qin, while tossing his cap, ran his fingers through his hair, lamenting the sweltering heat of the day. It was merely morning, and already he found his cap unbearable. He could only imagine the discomfort that awaited him once the training began. Meanwhile, Chao Guangyu, Zhou Chao, and Ren Ziqiang approached from the direction of Class 4, their faces alight with astonishment. "Old Jiang, I've come to realize I've been a frog in a well," Chao exclaimed. Jiang Qin grinned. "Why the sudden revelation?" replied Chao Guangyu. Ren Ziqiang, bypassing Chao, chimed in. "Old Jiang, don't laugh. Don't you think Hong Yin and Chu Siki are the pinnacle of beauty? I tell you, there's an even more stunning girl in Class 4. Her aura is simply dazzling." Zhou Chao nodded vigorously in agreement. "I've never seen such a perfect girl. She resembles a star. No, she's even more beautiful than a star." My worldview shattered. Jiang Qin fanned himself with his cap, nonchalantly inquiring, "Is it really that exaggerated?" "Not exaggerated at all. If you come with us to take a look, you'll surely feel like a frog in a well too." "Exactly, old Jiang, come on. It doesn't cost anything to admire beauty." Jiang Qin waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. In this sweltering heat, I'll conserve my energy for the training." Chao Guangyu felt a twinge of discomfort. "Damn it. You're so high and mighty in our dorm." The military training would last for half a month. There would be ample opportunity to encounter her. No need to rush. Perhaps she would come looking for him soon. "What? Looking for you? If she does, I'll eat my hat." Jiang Qin couldn't help but glance at Chao Guangyu. "If you want to eat your hat, just say so. Don't always use me as an excuse." As the group from room 302 conversed, a cluster of girls from Class 3 of finance surged in from behind. "What are you looking at? It's not like she's yours." Chao Guangyu turned around, spotting a plain yet graceful face. "Pan Xiao, I haven't done anything to provoke you. I merely spoke the truth," he defended. Pan Xiao's loose military training uniform made her appear rather shapeless, erasing even the remnants of her charm. "Everyone has a desire to be beautiful. Is it wrong to look?" Chao Guangyu retorted with conviction. Pan Xiao couldn't suppress a scoff. "What's the matter? Are the beauties in our class insufficient for you, that you must gaze upon those unattainable?" Ren Ziqiang, the ever-loyal admirer, immediately interjected. Xiao, I'm not looking at anyone else. I only have eyes for you." "Ren Ziqiang, we've only conversed a couple of times. We're not that close," Pan Xiao replied coolly. Chao Guangyu shot him a disdainful look. What a desperate admirer. The moment he sees a girl, he's rendered immobile. And what's the result? A warm face pressed against a cold shoulder. Ren Ziqiang gazed forlornly at Pan Xiao, then glanced at Chao Guangyu. All right, I'll be quiet. I won't say another word." Meanwhile, the other girls in Class 3 were all focused on Jiang Qin. Standing at 6 feet tall, he appeared particularly striking under the brilliant sunlight. Such stature was not uncommon at Linchuan University, yet among the boys of Class 3, he stood out distinctly, with only Zhuo Buoqiang from the neighboring dormitory able to rival him. However, Zhuo Buoqiang could not compare to Jiang Qin in features or complexion, making Jiang Qin even more prominent. At that moment, Jiang Qin was grumbling, evidently discontented with the day's temperature. He placed a chilled bottle of mineral water against his face, idly watching the supermarket across the way, seemingly indifferent to the happenings around him. Observing this, the girls of Class 3 began to whisper among themselves. "Of all the boys in our class, Jiang Qin is the most pretentious. Indeed, if it weren't for the rumors of him secretly pining for someone for 3 years, I might have been deceived. Did he really pursue someone for 3 years? He doesn't seem like the type." Indeed, Ren Ziqiang told Pan Xiao himself, "It can't be false. Qing, weren't you furious yesterday at the pedestrian street? Why not tease him a bit later?" Song Qing contemplated Jiang Qin's back, a cold sneer escaping her lips as memories of yesterday's dismissal flooded back, frost settling on her made-up face. She had initially believed Jiang Qin to be a low-key gem among men, yet upon returning to the dormitory the previous night, Pan Xiu had animatedly recounted how Jiang Qin had relentlessly pursued a high school classmate for 3 years, only to be cruelly rejected. Upon hearing this, they realized that all that had transpired at the pedestrian street was a misunderstanding. Jiang Qin was merely another boy trying to impress beautiful girls. Though he outwardly maintained an air of calm. Teasing him sounds good. He ignored me yesterday, Song Qingqing thought, donning a slightly spoiled expression as she took a step forward. However, before she could speak, the entrance of the playground echoed with the command of 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, as a regiment of soldiers marched in unison, their voices resounding with vigor. Upon witnessing this, the previously lethargic freshmen instantly straightened up, even beginning to form lines on their own. Song Qingqing had no choice but to abandon her plans and return to her position. The first military training session at Linchuan was quite simple, standing at attention under the blazing sun for an hour, aimed at taming the unruly nature of the newcomers and building their endurance. However, being the first day, there were indeed numerous incidents. Some fainted midway, while others suddenly vomited. Each time something occurred, Jiang Qin couldn't help but glance towards Class 4, his expression tinged with concern. Fortunately, by the time of the mid-session break, Class 4 remained unscathed. Old Jiang, want to go to the restroom? Let us go together. After the brief moment of free time commenced, Zhou Chao could not resist patting Jiang Qin, who stood ahead of him. Jiang Qin turned to him. Didn't you just go this morning? It has even been 2 hours, and you need to go again? Is your bladder failing? Zhou Chao was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you thinking the same? I can hold it for at least 3 hours. Then I won't go either. Zhou Chao, for reasons unknown, felt an inexplicable surge of determination at the mention of his bladder, gritting his teeth to suppress his urge, obediently sitting on the playground. Meanwhile, Song Qingqing, Jiang Tian, Pan Xiu, and several other girls gathered around Jiang Qin casually, their various fragrances wafting through the stifling heat, overwhelming him. Jiang Qin, I heard you chased a girl for 3 years in high school, only to fail? Chapter 39, My Family's Feng Nanshu. Indeed, there was something to it. Jiang Qin responded nonchalantly, showing no signs of surprise. Deep down, he could easily deduce that this was undoubtedly a revelation from Ren Ziqiang, that insufferable sycophant, who would sell out his own brothers just to find a topic of interest for the girls. He resolved to teach him a lesson someday, to make him aware of the treachery that lies within the human heart. Don't you feel embarrassed? How could you even bring this up? Jiang Tian expressed her confusion. Jiang Qin, upon hearing this, appeared utterly unfazed. What's embarrassing about failure? Just yesterday, I asked the cafeteria lady for extra meat and failed miserably. Indeed. The cafeteria lady is the true aloof campus beauty, Zhou Chao interjected from the back. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, the girls from Class 3 could not help but stifle their laughter, thinking him quite resilient, still holding his ground even when his facade was punctured. In truth, the girls harbored no malicious intentions. It was merely their overly self-centered personalities combined with the monotony of the new school term that led them to find amusement at others' expense. Moreover, Jiang Qin's standout presence among the boys naturally rendered him their target for entertainment. Jiang Qin, do you pursue whoever you find attractive? I heard from Ren Ziqiang that you're interested in our Qingqing, one of them teased. Jiang Qin turned, bewildered, pondering whether these girls had been awakened from their stupor yesterday. Were they unwell or simply too sweet? Then he noticed Song Qingqing, with her head held high, declaring, let me make this clear. Jiang Qin, do not harbor any illusions about me. I am not the kind of girl you can pursue. Perhaps you should consider a visit to the hospital? Jiang Qin retorted, furrowing his brow. No, I believe a neurologist is unlikely to remedy your condition. His voice was loud enough to reach Song Qingqing, yet it was drowned out by a sudden commotion. Upon hearing the noise, everyone turned their curiosity towards its source, abandoning their thoughts of Jiang Qin's remarks. The disturbance originated from Class 4 of Finance, where an exceptionally captivating girl had risen to her feet and was now approaching the formation of Class 3. The loose military training uniforms typically detracted from one's appearance, yet on her, they exuded a peculiar charm and liveliness. Her delicate profile and elegantly arched nose glistened with beads of sweat, yet her visage remained as pristine as a jade stone glistening after rain. As the girl approached, all eyes followed her, brimming with intrigue. This was the very girl who had garnered attention from multiple classes during the morning assembly. The one who had led Chao Guangyu to self-deprecate as a frog at the bottom of a well, shattering Zhou Chao's worldview. The trio from Dormitory 302 watched her step closer, a prickling sensation coursing through them as the scene felt eerily familiar. Was this not the same feeling they had experienced when Hong Yin had appeared before them yesterday? Xiao Guangyu's complexion paled as he thought, no way. Simultaneously, Song Qingqing stared in astonishment as the radiant girl reached the formation of Class 3, squinting in confusion. The students were either squatting or seated, all clad in identical military attire, resembling a uniform patch of green radishes. It was indeed a challenge to find an individual amidst the crowd. In the midst of this collective gaze, Jiang Qin suddenly raised his hand and waved twice at her. Sitting behind him, Song Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mind momentarily clouded. By the time she regained her composure, the girl had gracefully approached Jiang Qin, extending a bottle of mineral water towards him while the other hand brushed away the perspiration from her brow. Jiang Qin, would you like some water? Can't twist it open? Feng Nanshu gently nodded, pushing the bottle forward once more. Jiang Qin accepted the water, twisting open the cap and handing it back. Though he couldn't help but ponder in confusion. This little heiress was a seasoned practitioner of authentic Brazilian jiu-jitsu, while he was uncertain of her current rank. Opening a bottle should pose no challenge for her. Was she merely toying with him? Feng Nanshu tilted her head back, taking small sips of water, her long, fair swan neck exposed in its entirety. After finishing, she smoothed down her attire and settled beside Jiang Qin, leaning slightly towards him. Despite having undergone over an hour of training, a delicate fragrance lingered about her, reminiscent of lilies blooming after a rain, instilling a sense of tranquility. Jiang Qin's gaze subtly traversed her chest, internally lamenting the mediocrity of the training uniform, before shifting to her face, his eyes gliding over her well-defined nose and full, rosy lips. How are you getting along with your roommates? He inquired. Feng Nanshu's eyes sparkled with delight. They're lovely people. They even took me to eat that colorful cotton candy you forbade me from having. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin immediately narrowed his eyes. Feng Nanshu, were you just subtly calling me out? Because I forbade you from having cotton candy, I'm not a good person? I said you were a good person. But you wouldn't let me say it, Feng Nanshu replied, feigning innocence. Jiang Qin paused for a moment, realizing the cleverness in her words. You mustn't casually bestow upon me the title of good person. Save that for someone else. Feng Nanshu took another sip of water, her lips glistening with moisture. Jiang Qin, my roommates saw you yesterday. They want you to treat them to dinner. Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow. Why should I treat them? They claim you are my boyfriend and ought to treat us, so they can take good care of you, my dear Feng Nanshu, throughout your college years. Ah. The schemes of contemporary female university students truly run deep. Jiang Qin contemplated his schedule, realizing he likely wouldn't have much to do before the website was established, just military training. And oh yes, he owed Hong Yin a meal. Thus, after 6 o'clock, he would be largely free. Let us find a cooler afternoon. I'll message you the exact time and place later. Upon hearing this, Feng Nanshu's eyelashes fluttered as she turned her head to gaze at him, her eyes shimmering like a lively emerald lake. What's the matter? Not interested in eating? Then I can save some money. No. I was pondering what I would like to eat, Feng Nanshu replied, placing her hand over her heart. Jiang Qin shifted his posture, allowing the scorching ground to torment the other half of his backside, and remarked, since I am helping you so much, you must repay me in the future. Have you not heard the saying, once rich, do not forget the humble beginnings? You are already quite affluent, therefore, you must not forget me. Feng Nanshu contemplated this, stretching her long legs, her dark green military shoes tilting slightly, her toes pointing towards Jiang Qin. I could let you play with my feet. Jiang Qin felt an inexplicable thrill, as though a button had been pressed. Simultaneously, the entire playground fell into an eerie silence. All eyes fixated on the pair seated closely together, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Chapter 40, I truly have not watched the video section. Is that her boyfriend? The sun blazed fiercely over Lingda, yet the hearts of the boys in class 4 felt a chill. Feng Nanshu was unanimously regarded as the celestial beauty of Class 4. Upon her debut yesterday, she captivated all the boys in the class. Her mere presence incited envy from boys in other classes, who would lament, why the hell wasn't I assigned to Class 4? After hearing such remarks repeatedly, the boys of financial Class 4 developed an inexplicable confidence, as if being in their class was something to take pride in, despite the fact that she ignored any boy who attempted to speak to her. This only fueled her status as a goddess. It's a well-known fact that men can be rather foolish. The more unattainable she appeared, the more they revered her. However, this ethereal beauty was now sitting next to some boy from another class, laughing and chatting amiably. It dawned on them that the girl who had made them feel so proud had always belonged to another boy, and they had merely been indulging in self-deception. This revelation was painfully disheartening. Thus, the pure-hearted warriors fell one by one. Meanwhile, Chao Guangyu, Zhou Chao, and Ren Ziqiang felt a jolt, as if electricity surged through them. From the tips of their hair to the ends of their toes, their gazes turned to Jiang Qin, whose heart sank as he recalled the unbearable truth he had just confronted. No wonder he had shown indifference towards Hong Yan and had turned away from Chu Siki. He had no idea how many beautiful girls this boy knew, almost as if he were collecting them like stamps. Chao Guangyu couldn't help but remember an hour earlier when he had insisted on dragging Jiang Qin to Class 4 to admire the beautiful ceiling. At that moment, he had spoken extravagantly, painting a picture of beauty that seemed celestial, while Jiang Qin had undoubtedly been smirking inwardly. That girl was his. He could view her whenever he wished, without needing anyone to boast about it. Damn it, Jiang Qin wouldn't he really make me eat dirt, would he? Chao Guangyu swallowed hard, feeling as if he had lost face completely. From now on, he must never compare himself to him. This man, who had claimed to be a lifelong singleton at the beginning of the semester, was absolutely invincible in matters of romance. At this moment, Jiang Qin suddenly recalled something and turned to the previously gathered Song Qingqing. Have you awakened? Song Qingqing tugged at the corner of her mouth, intending to smile confidently and dismissively say it was nothing, but found herself unable to muster a smile as the humor lay solely in her predicament. What had that little vixen Panxiu said? Jiang Qin had pursued a girl for 3 years, only to be rejected? She had genuinely believed it, strutting over to gloat, claiming Jiang Qin couldn't he possibly catch up to her. In retrospect, it was utterly embarrassing. Panxiu's face had also turned pale as she turned to Ren Ziqiang. Was that story your fabrication? Ren Ziqiang immediately waved his hands in denial. No, it was all concocted by Lao Jiang. I finally understand. 11 out of 10 of his statements are false. This person is unfathomable. Panxiu, what did Ren Ziqiang just say? He said Jiang Qin is unfathomable. Did you hear? Jiang Qin has a model. What the hell? Jiang Qin is even keeping a model off campus. After a moment, Feng Nanshu stood up and said, I'm leaving now, and gracefully returned to Class 4, while the smiles of all the boys shifted entirely to Jiang Qin's face. Well, that felt somewhat delightful, Jiang Qin admitted, acknowledging that he had indeed been somewhat pretentious just now. In the following 3 days, the freshmen endured training sessions that included marching, stepping, and running, all of which left them sunburned like African chickens. The heavens were merciful as not a single drop of rain fell. Chao Guangyu was the first to crack. Being a pampered young master, he found it intolerable, cursing in the dormitory and even praying for rain. Jiang Qin, exasperated by his complaints, discreetly offered him a suggestion. The next day, Chao Guangyu requested 500 yuan from home and, during the afternoon break, underwent a circumcision procedure at the hospital, presenting his medical documentation to the instructor to request leave. Lao Jiang, your method is incredible. The instructor actually granted me a break. Well, from now on, you'll be a man adorned with embellishments. Be more composed and refrain from shouting. Jiang Qin dismissed him and continued reading the website operations manual, only to receive a text from Sunai. She informed him that the website was nearly complete, with only a few optimization tasks remaining, and inquired if he had time to come to the library for an initial review. After changing his clothes, Jiang Qin made his way to the 3rd floor of the library, entering the reading room of the Humanities and Social Sciences area. Sunai had already logged into the website backend and, without further ado, began showcasing the homepage, demonstrating 3 secondary page transitions and 2 different post-presentation methods. Jiang Qin felt quite satisfied after reviewing it. To be honest, when creating a product, the most crucial elements are not technical skills, but comprehension. If you possess 80% technical ability paired with 100% understanding, you can produce a product that meets 80% of client needs. However, if you have 100% technical knowledge, but your understanding barely reaches 50%, you might struggle to create even a subpar product. Thankfully, Sunai's comprehension and technical skills were commendable, effectively aligning with Jiang Qin's expectations at every stage. The navigation was clear, the design was simplistic, and the transitions between pages were devoid of excessive effects, ensuring swift response times. The structure was straightforward, allowing users to quickly access sections of interest. What's left unfinished? Jiang Qin inquired. The load testing and security testing for the website are yet to be conducted, and the pop-up for the revealing sister is also incomplete. Sunai replied honestly. Jiang Qin stroked his chin. So, essentially, we are close to meeting the launch criteria? Sunai adjusted her glasses. We can launch now. Subsequent optimizations can be addressed gradually. Then let us proceed with the launch. I will seek someone to handle content creation, and once we accumulate a sufficient amount of content, we can begin marketing. Can the optimization progress keep pace with the promotional efforts? Absolutely no problem. Jiang Qin shifted his gaze from the computer screen and observed Su Nai for a moment. You went thieving last night? Your dark circles are quite pronounced. Su Nai coughed and quickly lowered her head. Senior, creating a website is quite mentally taxing. To ensure quality, I stayed up a bit late. But it's nothing to worry about. I told you to finish it within 5 days. Why did you insist on completing it in 3? You're not trying to get me to pay you extra, are you? No. This is my first time independently completing a commercial web design, and I must treat it seriously. So, I was reading reference materials while working to achieve the best possible outcome. Besides, didn't you say that if the results were satisfactory, you would entrust all maintenance work to me? I was a bit too excited and, well, got carried away. Jiang Qin remained silent for 3 seconds before finally exclaiming, Junior, I suggest you look less. Su Nai quickly raised her head, her cheeks flushed. Senior, please don't say such things. I didn't look. I was referring to the reference materials. Oh, I see. You meant the reference materials. Haha. Su Nai rubbed her hands and pushed her glasses up. Jiang Qin suddenly withdrew his hand from his chin. Can we also create a video section? Is it technically challenging? Not difficult. Its playback function is quite simple. You just need to upload the appropriate format and embed the server code. Will there be any playback lags? None that I've encountered, but there will be advertisements featuring alluring dealers at the beginning, which can be quite bothersome. As Su Nai spoke, her voice suddenly faltered, and she quickly realized the trap embedded in the question. Her lips parted slightly, and she appeared utterly frozen. What I meant was, a website building video? Do you believe me? Jiang Qin nodded earnestly. You should watch less. It's detrimental to your health. Alas. Chapter 41. Truly the literary society, some doors, once opened, are not easily closed. Su Nai, despondent, lay her head on the desk, her flushed cheeks pressed against the cool surface. Yet this could not quell the tumultuous emotions within her. She felt as though she had deteriorated, her curiosity leading her astray. She began to linger in wonder, marveling at the splendor of the world, even learning a few phrases in foreign languages to express refusal. Undoubtedly, she had transformed into a wayward girl. Jiang Qin coughed lightly, nonchalantly changing the subject. There is another matter, Su Nai. Could you create a small program for automatic replies? Automatic replies? Su Nai lifted her head slightly. You mean to set up some virtual ID bots to respond to each post with generic compliments like wow, this is fantastic. I'm moved to tears or truly impressive. What eloquence, to give the poster a sense of accomplishment. Adjusting her glasses, Su Nai remarked, I could find a ready-made script online, tweak the code, and see if it works. Jiang Qin recognized the potential but still advised earnestly, focus on your work, limit your video watching. Su Nai let out a soft moan, burying her face back into the desk, sorrow flooding over her. Jiang Qin, sensing her mood, chose not to tease her further. I'm leaving now, Junior. Thank you, Senior. Please hurry. Jiang Qin pursed his lips. The young girl had seen it all yet still felt shy. He tucked the library card into his pocket and left the library. The website had been established, but it remained an empty shell, akin to freshly distributed essay paper, neat and orderly grids, yet devoid of content. To retain visitors, a steady stream of engaging information was essential. Jiang Qin decided to visit the Literary Society at Lin University to seek out original stories. The Literary Society operated under the auspices of the Department of Literature, which was situated in the eastern campus. Lacking transportation, Jiang Qin had to walk there. Fortunately, it was the beginning of the school year, and every society was preparing for recruitment activities. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a group assembling promotional boards. The word society recruitment should be bolder, perhaps in red for visibility. Hey, you over there. Why are you just sitting idly? Can't you see everyone else is busy? Jiang Qin, hands behind his back, aimlessly directed the activities. A sophomore, caught off guard, glanced at him, uncertain of his role, and reluctantly tucked away his phone to get to work. Eventually, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and asked, Who are you? Are you the new teaching assistant from the literature department? You seem quite young. Jiang Qin flashed a charming smile. I'm merely an ordinary freshman, which elicited a decidedly warm, yet condescending greeting. However, after clarifying his intent, someone summoned the society's leaders. One was the president, Yao Yanling, a junior majoring in Chinese language and literature. The other was the vice president, Dong Wenhao, a sophomore studying broadcasting and hosting. Short stories of daily life at 5 yuan per 1,000 words. Are there any restrictions on content? Jiang Qin pondered for a moment. I need first-person narrative stories. They can be bizarre, but not absurd. Dong Wenhao expressed interest. So, you're looking for pseudo-documentary style fiction? Your summary skills are impressive. That's about the gist of it. For instance, tales like managing time efficiently with 3 girlfriends, secrets one would never divulge, or experiences with a campus beauty. Topics that generate some controversy. Is it akin to a promotional monthly publication for a urology clinic? Like a case of a wife unexpectedly pregnant after 3 years of separation? Jiang Qin was taken aback. Dong, you've actually read such literary works? I've certainly found the right person. Yao Yinling interjected. Unable to contain herself, are you involved in publishing journals? No, I'm setting up a website. Can your website serialize original novels? At Yao Yinling's inquiry. Jiang Qin paused. Serialization of novels was a direction he had never considered, yet it could potentially retain a significant user base through ongoing updates. However, serializing novels posed a challenge. Higher word counts would inevitably escalate the cost of contributions, and poorly written content would garner no readership. Serialization is possible, but it must pass my review. I want to pay for worthless material. Yao Yinling smiled confidently. I actually have an original novel. My writing is certainly commendable, but I'm dissatisfied with the 5 yuan per 1,000 words, at least 10 yuan. Jiang Qin shook his head. I'm not focused on prose style. I seek engaging narratives. Stories with style are undoubtedly compelling. If you agree to 10 yuan per 1,000 words, I can prepare a portion for you to review. What about collaboration? Dong Wenhao leaned forward slightly. Let me handle the collaboration aspect. Our literary society has 67 registered members, and the quantity of contributions will surely meet your expectations. But I have a request. Jiang Qin reclined in his chair. Go ahead. Payment at 6 yuan per 1,000 words. I will organize the writers and ensure quality, while Yinling will primarily oversee the serialization. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin regarded Dong Wenhao more closely, sensing that he possessed a sharper acumen than Yao Yinling. While long-form novels could yield greater compensation through length, enlisting 67 contributors was certainly a more lucrative endeavor than relying on just 2 hands. Dong Wenhao had instinctively grasped the potential for profit. It appeared that among the multitude at Lin University, he was not the only one scheming for financial gain. In contrast, Yao Yinling seemed more enamored with literature itself, showing little interest in monetary gain. Her demand for 10 yuan stemmed from a desire for validation of her work. See, my writing can command 10 yuan, while yours can only fetch 5. Such individuals, if truly talented, would undoubtedly achieve success, yet one feared that lofty aspirations without grounding could trap them in their own worlds. 6 yuan per 1,000 is acceptable, but let us stick with 5 for payment, Jiang Qin declared, lost in his thoughts. Dong Wenhao's eyes flickered with confusion. If it's 6 yuan per 1,000, why is the payment still 5? Jiang Qin grinned. I can't allow you to work for free. The extra yuan can be your commission for helping ensure the quality of submissions. Dong Wenhao halted, his previously crossed leg dropping to the floor. He had initially sought 6 yuan to extract a commission from each submission, but Jiang Qin had laid bare his intentions, turning what should have been a quiet arrangement into an open negotiation. The money was now justified, but the responsibility of ensuring quality had shifted from an empty phrase to a tangible task. To put it simply, he had gone from being an intermediary to a worker. I'm the vice president. It's my duty to advocate for the members. It wouldn't be right to take a commission. Jiang Qin glanced at Yao Yinling. In this world, there is no such thing as working for free. What do you think, Yinling? Yao Yinling found Jiang Qin's distribution method quite reasonable. Wenhao, since you'll be overseeing the content for the members, it's only fair to take a commission. Well then I shall graciously accept, Dong Wenhao replied, though with evident reluctance. Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel amused. Graciously accept indeed. Such eloquence. Truly, this was a literary society, able to approach monetary matters with such refreshing sophistication. Chapter 42. The gradual formation of a website on Saturday. A sudden downpour swept across Lingda, alleviating the oppressive heat that had lingered for days. The automated reply system created by Suanai had commenced operation on the website, yielding promising results. The keyword triggers were remarkably precise, and the repetition of flattery was minimal, making it seem almost human-like. Jiang Qin deliberately shared the URL with Chao Guangyu, concealing the existence of the bot, merely inviting him to experience posting. Consequently, Chao Guangyu became increasingly enamored with the site, convinced of his own exceptionalism. Old Jiang, this website is incredibly entertaining. It's truly delightful. Chao Guangyu, seated before his newly acquired computer, typed enthusiastically, his fingers dancing across the keyboard in joyous abandon. Jiang Qin turned around, feigning indifference. What is so amusing about it? I've never showcased my prowess online before, and to encounter so many like-minded individuals is exhilarating. There's even a girl who expressed her admiration for me. It's evident that true talent shines through, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that I've merely skimmed the surface, without exerting any real effort. Jiang Qin surreptitiously logged into the admin backend and discovered that Chao Guangyu had created a series of consecutive posts entitled My Humble Life as a wealthy second generation. Filled with ostentation, he showcased his Nokia 5230, lamenting its inferiority and justifying its meager price of 3,000 yuan, claiming it paled in comparison to his previous Vertu. Then, he posted an image of a BMW 5 Series, expressing his indecision between purchasing a BMW or a Porsche, as his family urged him to opt for the latter, fearing that such a choice would appear too ostentatious and unapproachable. These posts triggered a barrage of keywords, resulting in an uninterrupted stream of flattering replies from the bot. "You're so handsome. I envy your life. Your writing is exquisite. You must be a literary genius." Chao Guangyu, enchanted by the compliments, continued to engage the bot, setting off another round of praise. In this cycle, Chao Guangyu felt as if he had discovered the meaning of life. Ren Ziqiang, observing from behind, felt a pang of envy, lamenting that the website was currently only accessible via PC, leaving him unable to partake. "The conversations here are truly delightful, old Jiang. When will the mobile version be launched? I want to join in." "Soon, perhaps tomorrow or the day after," Jiang Qin mused, reflecting on his small dorm room, which somehow housed two exceptional talents. The ability of the automated replies to facilitate such lively discussions was nothing short of astounding. This validated his belief that automated replies could indeed create a semblance of false prosperity, yielding excellent results even with a minimal user base. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the rain continued unabated, causing the temperature at Lingda to plummet to a refreshingly comfortable level. While Jiang Qin was busy washing his socks, an email from Yao Yanling of the Literary Society arrived, containing a novel titled Lonely City. The story revolved around a girl with autism who, encouraged by her classmates, managed to secure admission to a prestigious university. In the first 10,000 words, Yao Yanling employed a purely narrative style, meticulously portraying the girl's profound loneliness, even remarking that her eyelashes emitted an aura of solitude. 10 yuan per 1,000 words, that amounts to 100 yuan for 10,000 words. Does she truly expect to earn 100 yuan from me? Should I report this as fraud? Although the writing is quite impressive, even someone as unversed as I can sense a profound loneliness within it. Thank you for the compliment, Junior. Let us settle on 10 yuan per 1,000 words. Consider it a discount. But sister, this is a mundane and lowbrow website. I cannot accommodate such elevated works. What do you mean? Can you not choose a different theme? Avoid inspirational literature. We prefer something trivial and melodramatic, like love triangles or affairs. That's what we enjoy. Junior, you clearly lack an understanding of literature. I must have misjudged you. After this retort, Yao Yanling's profile icon turned gray, indicating her departure. Jiang Qin felt indifferent. His website, much like Weibo, catered to fragmented reading. Having novels would be an added bonus, but their absence was not detrimental. However, he did worry that since Yao Yanling was the president of the Literary Society, any repercussions from this incident might affect their submissions. He couldn't rely solely on Chao Guangyu's ostentatious posts. Unexpectedly, half an hour later, Dong Wenhao called, announcing that the first batch of submissions was ready for review. Jiang Qin promptly changed his attire and made his way to the East Campus. Accidentally crossing boundaries with a female friend. What should I do? My boyfriend graduated first. This chronicles my journey from long-distance relationship to breakup. My first time at a hotel with my girlfriend. I'm unsure what to say or not say. My ex-boyfriend is ill, and I'm caring for him. Will my current boyfriend break up with me? What is it like to date the campus belle? Absolutely authentic. The Literary Society submitted a total of 20 pieces, but after Jiang Qin's meticulous review, only 8 were deemed acceptable. Dong Wenhao felt somewhat embarrassed and insisted. It's their first time handling such writing tasks. They'll become more proficient over time. Jiang Qin waved his hand dismissively and extracted 150 yuan from his wallet, offering it to Dong Wenhao. Wasn't there only 8 acceptable pieces? 6 yuan per piece amounts to 48 yuan. This is their first submission. I'll take all of them, both good and bad. This is to motivate them. Seeing immediate financial reward will make them view me as a generous boss, enhancing your influence in the society and facilitating future endeavors. Dong Wenhao accepted the money. His expression somewhat conflicted. Bro, your family must be in business, right? Jiang Qin slid his wallet back into his pocket. No, I'm just an unremarkable handsome guy. Dong Wenhao hesitated, then added, Sister Yinling has been sulking all day, claiming you don't understand literature. Did something go wrong with the novels? Nothing major. The writing is decent, with beautiful characters, but the overall composition is lacking. It's quite perplexing, Jiang Qin shrugged. Is your website still accepting novels? I want to. But good submissions are too scarce. I'm in business, not charity. Dong Wenhao hesitated again, retrieving another manuscript from his bag. How about this one? Can you consider it? Jiang Qin received it with skepticism, glancing at the title, You Are the Color of Fireworks in the World. After reading a few lines, his brow furrowed involuntarily. This shows some promise. The excitement is palpable. Who wrote this, and why is it hidden? It was a former member, named Shi Miao Miao. Former? She was driven away by Sister Yinling, who said her writing lacked spirit and advised her not to waste her time here. 7 yuan per 1,000 words. Make sure she updates daily. The copyright will belong to me. If she agrees, I'll accept it. At that moment, the door to the Literary Society's activity room swung open, and Yao Yinling entered. Upon seeing Jiang Qin, she paused briefly, then turned away, deliberately ignoring him. Her previous impression of Jiang Qin had been quite favorable, but now, he appeared to her as a mere Philistine lacking literary understanding. Yao Yinling picked up a pair of colored flags from the right side of the room and exited without a backward glance. Don't take it personally. She's like that. She never allows anyone to criticize her work. Dong Wenhao offered an explanation. Jiang Qin waved his hand dismissively. Individuals like her, who possess dreams, are worthy of admiration. Unlike me, who only has a few measly coins. Chapter 43. No misunderstandings, no explanations upon exiting the activity room of the Literary Society. Jiang Qin gazed at the clear blue sky after the rain, pondering whether he should treat Su Nua to the 2 meals he had promised. After all, such refreshing weather was a rarity. Once the temperature returned to its former levels, even indulging himself would become a sweaty endeavor, making dining out a distant dream. He flipped through his contacts, hesitating between 2 names, Hong Yin and Feng Nanshu. After glancing at the time, he resolved to invite Hong Yin for lunch and Feng Nanshu for dinner. It would likely be more convenient to enjoy a leisurely evening meal, as engaging in such activities in broad daylight could easily attract unwarranted attention. Before long, the call connected, and he was greeted by Hong Yan's melodious and sweet voice, laced with a hint of surprise. After arranging the time and place, Jiang Qin tucked his phone into his pocket and accepted the bottle of mineral water handed to him by Dong Wenhao, his gaze drifting toward the slender-waisted female university students by the lake. The aesthetic appeal of your East Campus is rather lacking, Jiang Qin remarked, a hint of disappointment evident in his expression. Dong Wenhao immediately objected, asserting that it was a matter of pride for the East Campus. It's the weekend. The more attractive ones have likely been whisked away by others. You wouldn't even have the chance to see them. Are you exaggerating? Let's not even discuss the other years. Just this new cohort alone has 2 campus beauty queens who have undoubtedly elevated our aesthetic standards. Jiang Qin silently sipped his water, already aware of whom he was referring to. The law departments? Dong Wenhao's eyes widened in surprise. Your intel is quite accurate. Any thoughts of pursuing them? Not a chance. Jiang Qin replied. Even if I did, those beautiful girls are also aloof. It's a struggle just to add them on QQ. My roommate, a rich second generation, offered 1,000 yuan online, but couldn't even get a response. Jiang Qin nearly spat out his water upon hearing this. Are there really such unfortunate souls? To be honest, I'm old friends with them. I could sell you their contact information if your roommate wishes to pursue them. Dong Wenhao shot him a skeptical glance. You're joking. Honestly, in this day and age, it seems that speaking the truth is met with disbelief. What a strange world we live in, Jiang Qin grumbled as he walked ahead, traversing the vine-covered corridor toward the southern bank of the East Campus Lake. Dong Wenhao, perhaps feeling guilty for receiving a generous fee for only 8 articles, insisted on acting as a tour guide, accompanying Jiang Qin along the way. The vice president of the Literary Society was quite popular, with numerous acquaintances greeting him as they walked. He took the opportunity to introduce Jiang Qin to 2 friends, Gao Dapeng, a graphic design student, and Peng Hai, the president of a part-time society. Dong Wenhao believed that Jiang Qin's website promotion would undoubtedly benefit from campus publicity, especially as they were about to embark on their next phase, making these 2 individuals quite useful. Jiang Qin engaged in pleasant conversation with them, even establishing a preliminary direction for their promotional plans and poster designs, eagerly awaiting the content to reach the necessary standards before diving into production. However, as they discussed pricing, Dong Wenhao suddenly tugged at Jiang Qin's sleeve and pointed toward a pavilion in the garden across the way. Look, one of the campus beauties, Chu Siki. Jiang Qin raised his eyes and indeed spotted Chu Siki, adorned in a flowing white dress, resembling a protagonist from a literary novel. Her voluminous hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her bare arms appeared as delicate as jade. Standing before her was a boy clad in a black t-shirt, approximately 6 feet tall. Wearing silver-rimmed glasses and sporting a pair of Nike 3 Zambian Quacha sneakers, akin to those worn by Kobe Bryant. Gao Daping followed suit, astonished. Isn't that the student council president from the law department, Jiang Qin? I heard he has been pursuing Chu Siki since the semester began. And it seems he finally managed to get a date. Goodness, it's truly the case of the early bird catching the worm, Pang Hai scoffed. Let us go over and eavesdrop on their conversation, suggested Gao Daping. Jiang Qin hastily waved his hands in refusal, keen to avoid any trouble. You all go ahead. I'd rather not. I know her, and I fear it might cause complications. Don't be ridiculous. Come on, don't be shy. It's a chance for you to witness the pinnacle of East Campus beauty. Dong Wenhao insisted, pulling him along. I genuinely do not wish to see. Jiang Qin protested. Too bad. We can't have you claiming that East Campus lacks charm. The 4 of them stealthily approached, intending to catch the pair off guard. However, their target was far too conspicuous. They were not blind and would surely notice their presence before they could get too close. Nevertheless, being discovered was of no consequence. Pang Hai, Gao Daping, and Dong Wenhao strode forward with abandon. Zheng Qinglong, you sly dog. You've already made your move on the most beautiful girl on campus right after the semester started. Zheng Qinglong revealed a charming smile, adjusting his glasses with a casual air. Come on, it's merely a chance to chat with a fellow student. Pang Hai could not contain his teasing. Spare me. When have you ever sought me out for a chat? All right, I do have feelings for Chu Siki, but she hasn't given me a definitive answer yet. So please don't spread rumors. Temporarily? I scoff at that. Chu Siki, don't fall for his smooth talk. He is full of flattery. Be wary of being misled. Zheng Qinglong flashed a gentlemanly smile. If you don't agree to my advances, who else could possibly be worthy of Chu Siki? Chu Siki felt a twinge of embarrassment from their banter. She had intended to declare her disinterest in romance during her university years, but upon lifting her gaze, she suddenly turned pale, her hands instinctively clasping together. Jiang Qin. At that moment, Jiang Qin stood at the back of the group, exhibiting minimal movement and expression. Huh. Zheng Qinglong paused, noticing Chu Siki suddenly stepping toward the unfamiliar boy, her lashes fluttering and her face betraying a hint of panic. Pang Hai, Gao Daping, and Dong Wenhao followed her gaze, their attention shifting to Jiang Qin. 3 seconds later, they witnessed a scene that left them utterly speechless. Jiang Qin. What brings you to the East Campus? Jiang Qin took a step back and politely nodded. I have some matters to attend to. Chu Siki, momentarily dazed by his retreat, stammered, You mustn't misunderstand. He is a senior from the law department. He claims there is an issue with my student registration and asked to discuss it. That's fine. You all continue your conversation. I'll just be here. What's with that attitude? What I said was the truth. Jiang Qin sighed in exasperation. I understand. I heard you. But I genuinely don't care. If you have something to deal with, go ahead. Chu Siki halted, biting her soft pink lips, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Why won't you ever listen to me? Do you want to drive me mad? What do you want from me? Pretending to be indifferent. Pretending not to like me, it's all quite effective. Isn't it? You win. It's infuriating. Just make up with me already. Jiang Qin inhaled deeply. How many times must I tell you? I truly do not like you. It's not an act. Please stop treating me as if we were in a relationship. That makes me uncomfortable. Suppressing her temper, Chu Siki softened her tone. Let us reconcile. I can forgive you for ignoring me all summer. We can return to how things were before. Jiang Qin was taken aback, struggling to comprehend her words. Return to how things were? I chased after you. And you rejected me, then turned around to ask me if your new boyfriend was handsome? Just spare me the nonsense. Chu Siki stared blankly at him, a wave of sorrow rising from the depths of her heart. Her tears brimmed in her eyes, her delicate nose tinged with a faint blush. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended the meaning of parting as mere strangers. May the mountains and waters never cross paths again. In this lifetime, we shall not meet anew. Henceforth, the seasons shall not intertwine, and the winds and moons shall remain unconnected. Chapter 44. My heart encased in cement for Jiang Qin in his past life. The name Chu Siki represented a nightmare that haunted his entire university experience. It took him numerous years to emerge from that torment, to learn to let go, to understand that love is not the essence of life, and to refrain from attributing all failures to himself. Now, in this new life, he finds himself entirely indifferent towards Chu Siki. No, it is more than mere indifference. He even suppresses a faint disdain for her in order to maintain a semblance of inner peace and civility. This is called self-cultivation. Otherwise, he would be unleashing a torrent of expletives. However, upon hearing Chu Siki mention returning to the past, Jiang Qin was overwhelmed with a shiver. For such a phrase was indeed too harsh. This woman should have been appointed as the Minister of Justice. Junior, is this your friend? Zheng Qilong inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Testing the waters. He had done his research when pursuing Chu Siki and was aware that this junior had no boyfriend. Yet he was perplexed by the sudden appearance of this individual. He had not made any advances, yet the goddess he had painstakingly arranged to meet was approaching him. While this fellow appeared visibly annoyed and hastily retreated, Zheng Qilong could not fathom why the disparity felt so jarring. Jiang Qin is my high school classmate, Chu Siki replied. Biting her red lips, Jiang Qin wished to extricate himself from this trivial affair, so he glanced at Dong Wenhao and said, Old Dong, just call me if you need something. Otherwise, come find me at the main campus. I want to be returning to the East Campus. Oh, all right. Dong Wenhao suddenly called out, snapped back to reality, and responded instinctively, casting a complex gaze at Jiang Qin, realizing his boss was indeed not boasting. He truly knew Chu Siki. What astonished him further was that a goddess like Chu Siki would be so fervently entangled with Jiang Qin. Wasn't he that a bit far-fetched? Yet, even more unbelievable was the sound of footsteps approaching from the left side of the garden. Hong Yin approached with a lively gait, donned in a fitted short skirt, complemented by sheer black stockings and a pair of black-heeled shoes. Upon reaching the center of the garden and witnessing the scene before her, she paused, momentarily taken aback. Weren't you going to eat? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Qin cleared his throat and replied, It's nothing, just a small misunderstanding. Let us head to dinner. Oh, okay. Hong Yin instinctively glanced at Chu Siki before following Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, do you truly like Hong Yin? I warn you, if you take her away, I shall never speak to you again, Chu Siki exclaimed, her voice laced with frustration, feeling as though her heart had been pierced by several daggers. Jiang Qin widened his eyes at her words. Is there really such a fortuitous scenario? You must not go back on your word. What did you say? Jiang Qin. You've gone too far. Witnessing this scene, the few who had just regained their senses fell into an abyss of silence. Wasn't that Hong Yin? One of the campus beauties? There was a campus heartthrob named Wang Junyi in the literature department who had strummed his guitar under her building for 5 days without managing to secure a date with her. Yet, Jiang Qin merely called out to her softly, and she obediently followed him to dinner. Jiang Qin, come back. I'm giving you one last chance. Do you hear me? Jiang Qin waved his hand, suppressing his expressions, and led Hong Yin out of the East Campus, heading towards the bustling South Street, where food awaited. At this hour, the streets were teeming with people, a cacophony of noise filling the air, steeped in the aroma of street food. Throughout their walk, Jiang Qin and Hong Yin maintained a silence, finally settling at an outdoor table adjacent to the busy thoroughfare. Only when the dishes arrived did Jiang Qin begin recounting his past. He shared the story of his acquaintance with Chu Siki, the 3 years of unrequited love, the passionate confession at the end of their college entrance examinations. All the details poured forth like wine, a bittersweet accompaniment to their meal. Hong Yin, seated with her legs crossed and her chin resting on one hand, listened intently, inadvertently placing herself in the role of the female lead, feeling the affection emanating from this boy before her. Yet, after absorbing his stories, she felt a twinge of confusion, sensing that Jiang Qin had not divulged everything. From her perspective, Jiang Qin appeared both mature and composed, as if he could see through the very essence of all things. A person like him surely had no reason to be enamored with a girl of Chu Siki's nature. Do you have someone you like now? She inquired. Jiang Qin set down his empty glass. My heart is encased in cement. What does that mean? Hong Yin asked, puzzled. It means I no longer believe in love. I think romance is nonsense. I only trust in benefits and strive to earn money to ensure a good life for myself and my family. Hong Yin's expression dimmed slightly. Have you ever encountered a girl who made your heart flutter? Other than Chu Siki, of course. Jiang Qin pressed his lips together. A boy will only fall for love once in his lifetime. There will never be a second time. But you have to get married someday, right? You can't possibly remain single forever? That's unlikely, so I'm working hard, hoping a wealthy woman will come and support me. Hong Yin thought he was joking, yet his response left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Jiang Qin, why are you sharing all this with me? Jiang Qin filled his glass anew. I want to avoid causing anyone distress, so I must clarify these misunderstandings. I hope you and Chu Siki can maintain a good relationship, as you will share a dormitory during your university years. It's not worth it to fall out over someone. Hong Yin pursed her lips, realizing that when he mentioned anyone, it was indeed her he was concerned about. He wished for her to be untroubled, for her to maintain harmony with her roommate, desiring a warm and pleasant university experience. You see, even when he is irritable to the core, he still considers others. How could little Hong Yin not be moved? Yet, he does not reciprocate her feelings. But does that matter? She still yearns for him. Hong Yin felt a surge of inexplicable courage, emboldening her to express her feelings. Just then, a chorus of footsteps echoed behind her, and 3 striking figures strolled down the bustling street. One was a transformed Chu Siki, her long dress replaced by a short skirt, her sandals swapped for chic little shoes. Her originally bare face now adorned with delicate makeup, appearing exquisitely refined. The second was Wang Huiru, her expression troubled, eyes filled with concern, gripping Chu Siki's arm as if fearing she might rush off. The last individual was unfamiliar to Jiang Qin. Her name was Si Huiying, another roommate of Hong Yin. Her face radiating coldness and a palpable aura of hostility, fixating her steely gaze upon Jiang Qin. Chapter 45. Someone is gazing into the mirror. Chu Siki spoke first, her eyes filled with resentment. Hong Yin, Jiang Qin has liked me from the very beginning. Why must you compete with me? Hong Yin slowly raised her head. He does not harbor feelings for you. Even if he did, you are unworthy of his affection. Wang Huizhu was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that the usually gentle Hong Yin could utter such words. Hong Yin, please remain calm. Am I mistaken? Hong Yin retorted. Siki, what are you trying to accomplish? Do you wish for him to continue liking you, only to reject him afterward, thereby deriving some satisfaction from it? Chu Siki's breath caught in her throat, her complexion paling. You speak nonsense. I do not. Hong Yin turned to Wang Huizhu. Huizhu, you know many things better than I do. Who do you believe is speaking falsely? Wang Huizhu pursed her lips and remained silent for a long while. I do not know. I am utterly confused. The fact that you do not dare to speak the truth indicates that Chu Siki is truly beyond redemption. Do not distort the facts, Hong Yin. Jiang Qin has liked me since our first year in high school. Chu Siki ground her teeth. Hong Yin gazed at her with calm eyes. And what has that yielded you? Do you truly like him? Or is it merely the thrill of being pursued that captivates you? Selfish, vain, foolish. Hong Yin's words cut like a knife, rendering Chu Siki's face a ghostly white. She could not fathom how, after returning home to change into her most beautiful and alluring outfit and applying exquisite makeup, she found herself unable to withstand a mere few words from the other party. The weekend streets of South Avenue were already bustling with diners, and numerous eyes were drawn to Jiang Qin's table, whispering amongst themselves about the multitude of beautiful women surrounding an unremarkable man. Hong Yin, you have only met Jiang Qin twice. You do not truly know him, Chu Siki insisted. Hong Yin's lips curled into a slight smile. Does that matter? I will have ample time to understand him in the future, as I certainly will not waste my time engaging in frivolous conversations with seniors. Chu Siki's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you twist the narrative? What if there is an issue with my academic records? What am I to do about it? Is that so? Hong Yin replied, reaching into her bag to retrieve a mobile phone. She opened a message and read aloud, Junior. There seems to be a problem with your academic records. Can we chat sometime? Chu Siki's eyes widened slightly as she stared in shock, then checked her own messages and found them identical. I received his message too, but I did not go because I knew he was merely seeking an excuse. Did you not realize this? Hong Yin placed her phone back into her bag, her gaze steady upon Chu Siki. You are not foolish. You are merely pretending. You wish for more suitors to admire you, feeding your vanity, so you feign ignorance of Zheng Qinglong's intentions and play the innocent. Chu Siki felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. I did not think it through at that time. My academic information was once incorrect in high school. You are wronging me. Stop pretending to be innocent. It is truly distasteful. Si Huiying could no longer bear it. Hong Yin, we are dormitory sisters. Is it worth it over a scoundrel? Scoundrel? Jiang Qin furrowed his brow, thinking to himself that he had only been focused on earning money and had never pursued relationships. How had he earned such a title? In 2 lifetimes, this was his first encounter with the label of scoundrel. But Si Huiying was clearly not finished and turned her ire towards Jiang Qin. You sit here in silence, relishing the idea of 2 women fighting over you? Do you enjoy this sensation? Our once harmonious dormitory has become rife with animosity due to your presence, and you still dare to eat here? If you like Siki, then pursue her genuinely. She has already stated she would give you a chance. Why then provoke Hong Yin? Do you find pleasure in playing both sides? Jiang Qin glanced at her, thinking it pointless to explain himself to a stranger. However, when Si Huiying saw his silence, she took it as a sign of guilt, her tone growing more intense, and her words sharper. Why the silence? You seem to have nothing to say. You're right. I have nothing to say, Jiang Qin replied, opening another bottle of beer and pouring it into 4 cups. After you've tired from the insults, let us eat. Once this cup is finished, we shall all forget about each other. Si Huiying scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. You think we can simply forget? Given the state of our dormitory relations, should you not take responsibility? 4 is too many. The state does not permit me to take responsibility, he retorted. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed through South Avenue, causing everyone present to shudder and turn towards the source of the sound. In the middle of the road knelt a boy in a white t-shirt, wailing as rose petals lay strewn across the ground, their stems broken and scattered, a sight too pitiful to behold. Before him stood a girl with flaxen hair, astonished, her arm draped around another boy, her eyes filled with panic. Tang Xiaoyan, I have loved you for 5 long years. From our first year in high school to our sophomore year in college, I believed I would eventually win your heart. You always encouraged me, saying that when you felt it, you would be with me. I believed you. I traveled all night by bus, only to discover you shopping with someone else. I do not blame you for not liking me, but why did you say last night that you could no longer resist wanting to be with me? How can you treat me this way? Do you not value my 5 years of youth? Tang Xiaoyan, I have pursued you for 5 years. Everyone knows of my feelings. Even my mother. The anguished cries enveloped the street in an unbearable silence. The girl seemed to mutter something dismissive before hurling her bag at the boy's face. He did not flinch, wearing only a pained smile. Jiang Qin watched this scene, bewildered, wondering why he had come out merely for a meal, only to see his own reflection in such a tragic tableau. Meanwhile, Chu Siki stared at the boy kneeling on the ground, an inexplicable tightening in her chest. 5 years is a long time. The boy was quite handsome, and she found herself wondering if the girl would ever come to regret her decision. She would not. Si Huiying lifted her gaze to Jiang Qin, her expression instantly turning icy. Who asked for your opinion? Scoundrels have no right to speak. Jiang Qin wiped his mouth with a napkin, his gaze calmly fixed on the flaxen-haired girl. She will never regret it. She may never even realize she had the opportunity for the best love. The fact that the man could be so easily discarded shows that she lacks the perception for truly beautiful things. Such divine opportunities are never granted twice. But do not worry. Having encountered such a girl, that man will never again be hurt by love. The 4 girls from the law department stared at him in stunned silence, momentarily speechless. Si Huiying, in particular, looked bewildered, struggling to comprehend how a scoundrel could utter such profound words. Wang Huizhu, as an outsider, observed more clearly, sensing that Jiang Qin had matured to a point where he could see through everything. Speaking of love in his presence seemed particularly juvenile. Yet they did not know that in this moment, Jiang Qin saw a reflection of his past self. He too had once asked himself where he had gone wrong. Yet no one had provided an answer. At this moment, his heart felt heavy, as if only the soft touch of Feng Nanshu's delicate feet could offer solace. Love, it seemed, was something even dogs would not pursue. Chapter 46. She is the ideal of humanity, revised, in the end. The 4 radiant blossoms of the law school departed in silence. Before their exit, none uttered another word, nor did they continue their argument. They merely observed the complex expression on Jiang Qin's face. Particularly, Si Huiying struggled to voice her thoughts, but ultimately restrained herself, her gaze becoming profound and melancholic. She had confronted Jiang Qin, expecting him to feel remorse for his duplicity, or at the very least to engage in desperate denial that would unveil his unsavory nature. Yet, she was taken aback by Jiang Qin's composure. Wasn't this a tale of a scoundrel tormenting 2 sisters from the same dormitory? Why then did he insist that he was not interested in romance? Huiying, in truth, Jiang Qin is not Siki's boyfriend. What? He had harbored feelings for Siki for 3 years and finally mustered the courage to confess during the college entrance examination, only to be rejected by her. Thus, they shared no relationship whatsoever. As Wang Huiru's words sank in, Si Huiying found herself momentarily stunned, her expression one of bewilderment, for Siki had not conveyed this to her. Wang Huiru paused. How did she tell you? She mentioned that Jiang Qin liked her since the first year of high school and that she had feelings for him too. She believed that in time, their relationship would naturally develop, but Hong Yin intervened, disrupting their bond and causing Jiang Qin to lose interest in her. Perhaps perspectives differ. Siki can indeed be somewhat self-centered, but I believe no one has the right to declare Jiang Qin at fault, Wang Huiru narrated. Si Huiying's astonishment deepened. So, did I just scold him unjustly? Should I apologize? Wang Huiru was at a loss for words. I doubt he cares. Did you not notice his indifference to your explanations? Si Huiying fell into a contemplative silence, But will it not be awkward moving forward? What if Jiang Qin ends up with Hong Yan? How shall we navigate our interactions? Wang Huiru chuckled softly. It is impossible for him and Hong Yan to be together, for the girl standing beside him is the epitome of perfection from our school. Another one? Does that not include Chu Siki as the most beautiful in your school? Not at all. That individual is the true ideal of humanity. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the restaurant, Jiang Qin finished the remaining half of his beer and settled the bill before stepping outside. The pedestrian traffic on South Street was quite bustling, especially with several bubble tea shops across the way, creating a lively atmosphere at mealtimes. Once the promotional campaign commenced, they could arrange for someone to distribute flyers. Jiang Qin retrieved his phone from his pocket and called Feng Nanshu. The call connected swiftly, and apart from her gentle greeting, the sounds of laughter from other girls were distinctly audible. "Little wealthy lady, what are you up to?" Feng Nanshu's soft voice replied, listening to my roommate's chat. Just then, an unfamiliar girl's voice chimed in. "Boyfriend, when are you treating us to dinner as promised? Otherwise, we might just bully Feng Nanshu." Jiang Qin stretched lazily on the sidewalk. "There is no better day than today. Let us make it tonight. Ensure you all dress nicely. I have a reputation to uphold on this street." What constitutes dressing nicely? No matter how beautiful we are, we cannot compare to your Feng Nanshu. Upon hearing the phrase your Feng Nanshu, an inexplicable feeling washed over Jiang Qin. If she were truly his, then what was the point of his entrepreneurial pursuits? He could simply indulge in her affections. "What time tonight?" Feng Nanshu's voice came through again. 5 o'clock. I'll come downstairs to meet you. Do not dress too splendidly." As dusk settled, the sky gradually darkened, with the sun slowly descending in the west, leaving behind a splendid afterglow. The clouds were tinted in hues of gold, orange, and red, as if the entire sky were ablaze. Jiang Qin had not returned to the dormitory during this period, but had instead remained on the third floor of the TMA building across from the campus supermarket. This was the dance department's practice room, often left open for student convenience. He sat by the window, one arm resting on his knee, the other on the bar, mesmerized by the array of fascinating poses he witnessed. While he claimed not to be interested in romance, it was entirely natural for a man to admire beauty. Slowly, he withdrew his gaze and looked out the window, unexpectedly spotting Feng Nanshu running out from the girls' dormitory across the street. She wore a plain white cotton t-shirt paired with a black low-cut slip dress, her long, silky hair flowing with her movements, radiating the pure and vibrant essence of youth. "What time is it?" Jiang Qin glanced at his phone, realizing there were still 20 minutes until 5. Why was she down so early? To his surprise, Feng Nanshu did not stop, but hurried towards the entrance of the supermarket across the dormitory. Jiang Qin followed her gaze and noticed the poster at the supermarket door. New flavors of colorful cotton candy available. Indeed, the next moment, Feng Nanshu emerged, her delicate arm raised, holding a pink cotton candy. Jiang Qin leaned forward, resting his chin on the balcony, quietly observing her as she savored the sugary treat. After finishing, the little wealthy lady stood under the soap tree at the entrance, remaining silent for 5 seconds before suddenly nodding decisively and darting back into the supermarket. Jiang Qin contemplated for a moment before rising to head downstairs, just in time to see Feng Nanshu exiting the supermarket with a blue cotton candy in hand. "Did you time your sweet indulgence before my arrival?" Feng Nanshu hesitated slightly before playfully licking her pink tongue. "Oops, you caught me. I might as well embrace it." Jiang Qin was momentarily stunned, his expression turning stern. "Feng Nanshu, who taught you to use such language? Was it your roommates?" "Which one? I shall confront her." "I learned it from you," Feng Nanshu replied with a pitiful expression. "Me? Why not learn something virtuous?" Jiang Qin approached her with a mock-fierce demeanor. "Let me have a taste." "Oh." Feng Nanshu offered him a bite before taking one for herself. "Honestly, I'm not that fond of it. I can't finish one anyway, so I'll leave it all for you." "Nonsense. This is clearly your second." Jiang Qin called her out without reservation. Feng Nanshu's lips parted slightly, her eyes widening in surprise. "How did you know?" Jiang Qin ignored her question. "Once you're done, no more treats. Go, summon your roommates. We are heading out for dinner." All right. Chapter 47. The daily life of Feng Nanshu. The evening bustle beneath the girls' dormitory was vibrant, filled with affectionate couples entwined in their own little worlds, some nestled behind the greenery, others tucked away in the bike shed, each pair seemingly in their own universe, as if choreographed in advance. Jiang Qin watched Feng Nanshu ascend the stairs, then squatted by the roadside, intrigued by a couple before him. They transitioned from casual conversation to kissing, and then to more intimate gestures, all within a mere few minutes, lost in their own fervor. However, Jiang Qin's gaze did not go unnoticed. The young man, sensing his scrutiny, shifted position to turn his back towards him, nonchalantly tugging at his pants caught between his cheeks. Witnessing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but scoff, muttering about the selfishness of university students. Just then, a girl with short hair rushed down from the upper floors and approached him without hesitation. Jiang Qin recognized her as the one who had first spotted him by the back door of the classroom a few days prior. "You must be Feng Nanchu's boyfriend." "I'm Gao Wenwei," she introduced herself. "I'm Jiang Qin, a young man aspiring to be pampered by a wealthy lady," he replied. The latter part of his statement lost on her. She continued, "It's quite a feat to get you to treat us. The flowers in our dorm have nearly wilted." Jiang Qin brushed off the dust from his trousers. "I've been swamped lately, but today I'll treat you all to whatever you like. No need to hold back." "Is it really that hectic at the start of the semester?" "You probably don't know, but Feng Nanshu thinks about you every day in the dorm." "Thinks about me?" Jiang Qin was skeptical. That naive girl probably didn't even grasp the concept of longing. She is too young to be telling lies. You mustn't lead her astray. Gao Wenwei raised an eyebrow. "I speak the truth. When we chat, she often mentions, Jiang Qin took me to the hot springs, or Jiang Qin brought me to the bar, or Jiang Qin and I studied together. It's always the same few places." Indicating she genuinely waits for you to take her out. "Really?" Jiang Qin was taken aback. Such a fabricated tale seemed too intricate to concoct. "Absolutely. I've never encountered a boyfriend like you. It's been a week since the semester started, and you haven't sought her out even once. She is too timid to approach you, which is quite unfair." "Wait, why is she too timid to reach out?" After pondering, Gao Wenwei shook her head. "I'm not sure. She doesn't speak up. I must admit, I'm rather surprised. She is not aloof, just socially anxious." While Jiang Qin contemplated her previous statement, he instinctively remarked, "She never had friends in high school, so please don't bully her." "Who would bully her? We attend classes and share meals together," Gao Wenwei defended. "Is that all? Haven't you ever taken her out for fun?" Gao Wenwei immediately shook her head, quickly adding, "It's not that we don't want to take her. She simply refuses to go. The other night, we planned to watch Twilight at Wanqing City, but she declined, saying you would definitely take her." Jiang Qin looked up at her. "That must be a fabrication. I'd never deceive you. I still have the movie ticket stubs." Jiang Qin paused. A vision of the forlorn little rich girl sitting alone in her dim dormitory flashed in his mind, bidding farewell to her roommates heading out for the movie, quietly murmuring that Jiang Qin would take her one day. He wiped his mouth, his expression momentarily lost in thought. His rebirth had indeed altered the original timeline significantly, with Feng Nanshu being one of the most affected. Previously, she had no friends and had applied to Capital University rather than Linchuan University. Without Jiang Qin's presence, she would never have arrived here or met these people. Her life could have been entirely different. But why did she come to Lin University? It was evident that Feng Nanshu followed Jiang Qin to this place. As her sole friend, he had introduced her to hot springs, amusement rides, junk food. In bars, she had even learned what loneliness feels like, so it was only natural for her to cling to him. Yet perhaps his desire to earn money had consumed him too much. Aside from military training, his mind had been wholly occupied with developing a website, leaving little time to take Feng Nanshu out for enjoyment. Why hadn't he considered taking her out? After careful reflection, he realized he had assumed Feng Nanshu had made good friends and would naturally have companions to enjoy outings with, thus he had not given it much thought. However, it was becoming clear that things were not as he had imagined. Jiang Qin pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts in QQ, realizing that aside from the first day of school, he had not reached out to Feng Nanshu at all. "Jiang Qin, why are you in a daze?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just glanced at my phone and got distracted by my own reflection. Where are the others? Why haven't they come down yet?" Jiang Qin snapped back to reality and asked. Gao Wenwei looked up towards the 5th floor. The hot water in the bathroom stops at 10. So they probably went to store some water to avoid being late. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. Feng Nanshu was the first to emerge, her long hair flowing gracefully, the rhythm of her steps swaying gently like charming hills. Following her were her 4 roommates, the dorm leader Fan Shuling, the southern-accented young men, plump Kai Fong, and petite Wang Haney. After a brief introduction, Jiang Qin began to grasp their relationships. Gao Wenwei and Feng Nanshu seemed to share the closest bond, followed by Fan Shuling, while Yang Min and Kai Fong were also quite friendly, but Wang Haney appeared somewhat reclusive. "Jiang Qin, we plan to treat you generously today, so don't hold back." Gao Wenwei draped her arm around Feng Nanshu's shoulder. Jiang Qin was indifferent. "I may not have much, but I do have money. Don't worry, I'll treat you to a feast, even if it's rocket food. Feng Nanshu regarded him quietly. Jiang Qin, I want to eat rocket food. In this sweltering summer heat, who wants rocket food? Let us have hot pot instead. Hot pot is still too hot. Let us eat something cool. I crave seafood. There is no seafood nearby the school. Let us just settle for the most expensive option. The girls chattered animatedly, listing dishes as they ventured outside the campus gates. Upon reaching the entrance, Gao Wenwei suddenly recalled something. Nanshu, is the water in the bathroom hot? Can we wash our hair later? I didn't go get water. Feng Nanshu replied, a bit puzzled. You didn't get water? What took you so long up there? Shuling and the others went to fetch water. I was washing my feet. Gao Wenwei paused, perplexed. But we'll have to walk back after dinner. Isn't washing your feet pointless now? Feng Nanshu wrinkled her nose slightly. Washing helps. Gao Wenwei's mind raced, trying to comprehend those seemingly simple 4 words, yet she found herself utterly bewildered. Chapter 48. An unprecedented experience. The eateries near the school are unlikely to be particularly upscale, as all businesses must first consider the spending power of university students. After much deliberation, the group of 7 decided on the bustling Nanshan restaurant. Jiang Qin led the 6 girls into a private room, encouraging them to order freely while he stepped out for a moment to visit the restroom. Upon his return, he unexpectedly received a friend request. The sender introducing herself as "Hello, boss. My name is Shi Miao Miao." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qin recalled that she was the young girl who had been pressured by Yao Yinling into leaving the literary club. Shi Miao Miao mentioned that she had heard from Dong Wenhao and expressed her desire to serialize "You Are the Color of Fireworks" on the website, inquiring when she could commence. After pondering briefly, Jiang Qin readily provided her with Su Nai's QQ, suggesting that she ask for an internal account to begin updates that very evening. Upon re-entering the private room, Jiang Qin found that Feng Nanshu's roommates had already placed their orders. A group of girls, aged 17 or 18, had ordered an abundance of meat dishes, leaving Jiang Qin astounded, reminiscing about how things were so much better in 2008, when girls seemed free from body image anxieties. Nanshu. Look at Jiang Qin's wide-eyed expression. Is he worried about the expenses? Gao Wenwei teased, nudging Feng Nanshu playfully. Feng Nanshu patted her chest confidently. No worries. I have money. Jiang Qin boldly settled beside Feng Nanshu. Having money doesn't concern you, Gao Wenwei. Feel free to indulge today. I wouldn't bat an eyelid, even if you ate like a pig. Really? Gao Wenwei paused, puzzled. Wait, did you just call me a pig? Remove the word wait. We're in university now. Be a bit more self-assured. Feng Nanshu chimed in, her tone teasing. Gao Wenhui's face flushed crimson. Look at your boyfriend, Nanshu. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Nanshu replied, Jiang Qin, perhaps it would be better to keep the weight? At her words, the room erupted in laughter. Kai Feng remarked, this is truly a case of the husband sings while the wife follows. Gao Wenhui, you really lack insight. Thinking you could report her to Feng Nanshu. It's utterly hilarious. Hearing the amusement in the room, Jiang Qin couldn't help but glance at Feng Nanshu, who, under the warm orange lights, appeared as a flawless young lady with delicate features, rosy lips, and a well-defined nose, seemingly possessing an inherent beauty filter. He was curious about how the misunderstanding regarding boyfriend had originated. Was it due to the playful expressions exchanged with Feng Nanshu at the back door of their finance class? The charming young lady likely wouldn't clarify. Or perhaps she had conflated the meanings of boyfriend and male friend. Jiang Qin mused, deciding not to explain. Feng Nanshu, with her striking looks, would likely encounter her fair share of attention over the next 4 years. He could serve as her shield, after all. He had no intentions of engaging in romantic pursuits himself. Nonetheless, being a shield was no easy task, surely. It wouldn't be unreasonable to seek some small benefits in return? Jiang Qin, I want to eat some lotus root. Feng Nanshu, clad in plastic gloves while peeling shrimp, called out, unable to free her hands. Jiang Qin swiftly picked up chopsticks and retrieved a piece of lotus root from a vinegar-soaked plate, feeding it to her. The petite heiress crunched delightfully, finishing the cold dish in just a few bites. This sight elicited a chorus of playful clicks from the group, all casting flirtatious and teasing glances at them. Jiang Qin, I want some lotus root too. Gao Wenhui attempted to retaliate for her earlier teasing by imitating Feng Nanshu's tone. Jiang Qin, undeterred, picked up another pair of chopsticks and fed her as well. My little heiress is somewhat socially anxious. Over the next 4 years, she'll surely require Gao Jia's guidance, so consider this my early gratitude. What had begun as a jest took a sudden turn, leaving Gao Wenhui slightly embarrassed, especially by the term Gao Jia, which elevated her status momentarily. After a brief hesitation, she opened her mouth. In an instant, a spicy flavor surged through her mouth and into her nasal passages. Gao Wenhui gasped, Ugh, is this ginger? Jiang Qin, you scoundrel, you fed me ginger. Damn it. No wonder it tasted so peculiar, she exclaimed, downing water to dilute the ginger's sharpness before promptly standing up, declaring her intention to duel Jiang Qin until he called her Gao Jie 3 times to appease her. With the antics subsiding, Jiang Qin set his chopsticks down, only to find a half-plate of peeled shrimp tails had mysteriously appeared before him. He blinked in surprise at Feng Nanshu, who was still diligently peeling shrimp. Her lips flushed from the spice, looking adorably cute. After a moment's silence, Jiang Qin picked up a shrimp tail and savored it, chewing thoughtfully. The flavor was decent, yet a peculiar tingling sensation danced along his heart and spine. It was a feeling he had never experienced before, neither in his previous life nor this one. Eventually, as the gathering drew to a close, the 6 girls had eaten and drunk their fill, setting down their chopsticks to engage in various conversations. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Qin showcased his website, inviting them to explore it when they had the time and provide feedback on potential improvements. His website had begun to take shape, with content in place, yet it lacked authentic user experiences. As a business owner, his perspective and insights could be clouded by profit motives. Only genuine users could truly discern the quality of a website. Is this a university student forum? One girl asked. Yes, it's somewhat akin to that, though the original forum focused more on academic pursuits while this one leans towards entertainment. As he spoke, Jiang Qin suddenly furrowed his brow, noticing Fan Shuling across from him. Her expression icy as she regarded him. Fan, is something wrong? Did you not eat enough? No, I had plenty, Fan Shuling replied, her demeanor softening as she sipped water from her cup. Jiang Qin found himself puzzled. This was their first meeting, and he had no prior acquaintance with her. Why was she displeased at his treating them to a meal? Unbeknownst to him, however, Fan Shuling, the leader of Dorm 503, had witnessed the scene earlier that day at Nanjie, where she had seen 4 girls cornering Jiang Qin and heard him sing a rather nonsensical song. At that moment, she and T recognized him and thus paid little attention. But during the meal, a sudden realization struck her, as if electricity coursed through her mind, merging the image of Jiang Qin with that of the boy who had caused chaos in her dormitory. How could someone like him possibly date the innocent Feng Nanshu? Surely, he must see her as an easy target. With this mindset, Fan Shuling's perception of Jiang Qin plummeted. Yet, she had yet to decide whether to voice her concerns or how to articulate them. Chapter 49. I can be alone after dinner. A party of 7 returned to Lingda under the silvery glow of the moonlight and the embrace of the night. The little rich girl sauntered along at a leisurely pace, her silence betraying a reluctance to return to the dormitory too soon. Her subtle intentions were glaringly obvious. Thus, Jiang Qin resolved to lead her on a stroll around the campus, deliberately suggesting to the remaining 5 that they should head back first. Fan Shuling exhibited evident concern, clearly disapproving of Feng Nanshu and Jiang Qin's time together. A scoundrel, she thought, such individuals should be avoided at all costs. As the dorm's matriarch, she felt it her duty to alert her roommate to be vigilant. However, Gao Wenhui proved to be an excellent accomplice, promptly seizing Fan Shuling's arm. In this season of blooming flowers and radiant moons, one who intrudes as a third wheel is doomed to a lifetime of solitude. Upon hearing Gao Wenhui's biting admonition, Fan Shuling refrained from resisting, watching helplessly as Feng Nanshu obediently followed Jiang Qin into the distance. Once back in the dormitory, Fan Shuling's face remained etched with worry. That Jiang Qin is a scoundrel. I have witnessed him entangled with 4 girls, all from the same dormitory. In my entire life, I have never encountered such outrageous behavior. Gao Wenhui, soaking her feet, offered comforting words. Nanshu may be a bit introverted and adorably naive, but she is not foolish. But she is easily deceived. I cannot say, but she surely knows who brings her joy. Gao Wenhui believed happiness to be paramount, determined to remain silent. Fan Shuling picked up a book to read, but soon found herself unable to resist speaking. Wenhui, something's amiss. He could deceive you with ginger. He clearly isn't a good person. Shuling. Nanshu has been waiting for him a long time. Forget it, I won't concern myself. The moonlit sky after the rain was cool as water, elongating the silhouettes of 2 figures strolling along the campus path. Yet the figure ahead seemed suddenly possessed, halting mid-step, causing the smaller figure behind to collide unexpectedly. However, Jiang Qin did not feel entirely justified in this fortunate encounter. Feng Nanshu remained blissfully unaware. Her understanding of the world limited predominantly to the fantastical narratives found in novels like The Magical Light Girl. While such youthful fantasies were delightful, they lacked romantic subplots. Why? It would be absurd for a children's novel to be filled with fervent love affairs. Hence, Feng Nanshu was blissfully ignorant of her own misfortune. Upon this realization, Jiang Qin felt a twinge of guilt. After all, receiving funds to start a venture and then taking advantage of the giver was truly disgraceful. This would be the last time. The final moment of the night. Jiang Qin halted, awaiting Feng Nanshu's approach, then earnestly inquired. I heard your roommate invited you to watch a movie. Why did you decline? Feng Nanshu tugged at her collar, a hint of defiance glimmering in her eyes. I don't enjoy watching movies. You must have seen Pinocchio. Those who tell lies have long noses, just like you right now. Feng Nanshu froze at his words, slowly lifting her hand to touch her nose. Humph, you startled me. Liars do not grow long noses. Have you ventured out at night? Feng Nanshu hurried to catch up. No, the nights in Lingchuan are quite dark. Jiang Qin could not help but stop. Turning to face her, isn't it dark now as well? Are you afraid? Perhaps I should escort you back. No, I am not afraid when I am with friends. Why then, she pondered, was she so timid about watching a movie with her roommates? Feng Nanshu fell silent, her rosy lips pressed together, following Jiang Qin quietly. I too do not feel secure with just any friend. In truth, there was little amusement to be found on Lingda's nights. They could wander through the maple grove, where every few steps would reveal couples kissing, quite disheartening. The central square was teeming with people, an atmosphere Feng Nanshu clearly detested. The playground was filled with individuals playing cards under lamplight, yet chaos reigned, with more couples engaged in intimate embraces. Jiang Qin felt exasperated, thinking to himself, would it be too much to lend you money for a hotel room? He quickly shielded Feng Nanshu's curious eyes and led her away. Eventually, the two meandered to the shores of Wanhua Lake. This was the school's largest artificial lake, artfully designed to resemble a natural one. Surrounded by rugged rocks and featuring a grand stone boat dock, the eastern water inlet was adorned with a waterfall, cascading with a sound akin to nature itself. Jiang Qin found this place relatively tranquil and settled down with Feng Nanshu beside him. The croaking of frogs, the gentle lapping of water, the moonlight. In the evening breeze enveloped them. Suddenly, Feng Nanshu removed her little leather shoes and lace-trimmed white socks, revealing her delicate, rosy feet, the toes adorably rounded and soft, which she then gently placed into Jiang Qin's embrace. As promised during military training, I shall play with your feet. Feng Nanshu gazed at him quietly. Jiang Qin, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, retorted, what jest is this? I am a gentleman. Are you testing my integrity? I assure you, I shall not touch them. Feng Nanshu's brow lightly furrowed. Ouch, be gentle, that hurts. Alas, my hand seems to have a mind of its own. It feels a bit ticklish. The glimmer of moisture appeared in Feng Nanshu's eyes. Fear not, it's not a significant issue. Bring over the other one. Jiang Qin held her soft, warm foot, his gaze sweeping across the lake's surface. In fact, I've been quite idle these past few days, but with daily military training, I have no time for other pursuits. Once training concludes, I may become even busier. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Qin paused, sensing a sense of déjà vu. Ah, yes, during the previous summer. After receiving his relocation compensation, he had been eager to learn to drive while also seeking to understand various industries. He had said something similar then. The little rich girl had claimed she would not feel lonely and had asserted she was always alone, yet only a few days later, she was moping about, unable to even focus on her beloved books. Jiang Qin turned to Feng Nanshu, noticing her pursed lips as she feigned indifference while gazing into the distance. Feng Nanshu? I can be alone. Feng Nanshu continued to look away. Jiang Qin could not help but lean closer, studying her. So strong-willed, aren't you? Yes. Then turn your face this way. Let me see. Not a chance. Enough with the sniffles. When I am busy in the future, I shall take you along. But you must not cause mischief. I am not sniffing. Feng Nanshu softly murmured, then quietly gazed at the lake, savoring the warmth enveloping her feet, wishing only to remain seated there indefinitely. Chapter 50. The cement is a bit loose after taking a stroll with Feng Nanshu. Jiang Qin returned to the dormitory under the cloak of night. As he opened the door, a thick cloud of smoke rushed towards him, causing him to recoil several steps. Did you set the dorm on fire in my absence? Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Zhou Chao chuckled. Brother Jiang, why are you back so late? I had some matters to attend to, just went out for dinner. As Jiang Qin stepped inside, he fanned the air with his hand, carefully observing the scene. Zhou Chao was engrossed in his phone, and Xiao Guangyu was furiously posting online, while the source of the smoke was none other than Ren Ziqiang. Ren sat in a chair, his expression vacant as he gazed out at the night, a half-burnt cigarette pinched between his fingers. His left foot rested on the ground, adorned with a drooping slipper, surrounded by a sea of cigarette butts. exuding an air of despondency, his eyes devoid of light. The scene struck Jiang Qin as eerily familiar, like the infamous fire cloud evil god. Jiang Qin turned to Zhou Chao with a puzzled expression. What has happened to Lauren? Is he cultivating immortality? He wanted to ask Pan Xiao out today, only to find her entangled with a senior from our department, all too intimate and ambiguous. Stop, stop, stop. Jiang Qin interrupted, his face stern. Lauren must be suffering greatly right now. It's utterly unethical to make him relive those memories. Zhou Chao promptly fell silent. And Rin cast a grateful glance in Jiang Qin's direction. Liking someone is not shameful, but witnessing the object of one's affection being courted by another man, only to be teased by roommates, would distress anyone. After changing his clothes, Jiang Qin opened his computer and accessed the admin backend of the website. Sure, Miao Miao had obtained an account and began serializing her original novel, launching with 30,000 words, yet due to the lack of real users on the platform, feedback was sparse. In addition, the Literary Society, led by Dong Wenhao, had activated an internal account and was gradually uploading submissions. Most impressively, Chao Guangyu, despite not seeking monetary gain, had already updated his series My Simple Yet Luxurious Life as a second-generation rich to its 35th post. Jiang Qin clicked in for a brief glance. Chao Guangyu, it seemed, had grown dissatisfied with merely pretending to be affluent. He had begun to steal images from the internet to bolster his facade. In his post on fine wine, he claimed that Lafite was merely a younger sibling, asserting that a true man should indulge in Roman e Conti, the pinnacle of red wines from France's oldest vineyard. In the section on luxury watches, he declared that only the wealthy donned Rolexes, while he preferred Patek Philippe, relishing its tagline, "No one truly owns a Patek Philippe. They merely take care of it for the next generation." In the segment featuring his girlfriend, he lamented being pursued relentlessly by a high school beauty. While secretly yearning for his own ethereal darling, yet the high school beauty clung on stubbornly, prompting him to seek advice from netizens on how to handle the situation. Jiang Qin paused, bemused, thinking, am I looking into a mirror? Old Jiang, when will this site support video uploads? I want to post a fitness video flaunting my abs. Chao Guangyu interjected suddenly. Jiang Qin was taken aback. You have abs? I have hands. I can download, he retorted, with that blend of English and Chinese. He certainly was audacious. Let's hold off on the video feature for now. It's still under development. Chao Guangyu pouted, displaying a hint of regret, lamenting that without the ability to share videos, his pretentiousness could never reach its zenith. Ignoring him, Jiang Qin turned back to the backend data and soon noticed a newly registered account, Magic Eye Girl Feng Nanshu, established just a minute prior. All right. I had asked her dorm mates to help test the website during dinner. Feng Nanshu probably heard about it and registered immediately. Jiang Qin crossed his legs and sipped his cola, keen to see what the little rich girl might post. Such is the nature of the internet. For those with permissions, no user possesses true privacy online. All notions of invisibility or personal visibility are mere illusions in the eyes of the administrator. Magic Eye Girl Feng Nanshu, what should I do if I feel a bit scared? Upon triggering the keyword what to do, the automatic reply program sprang into action. Reply 1, don't worry. You're amazing, and you can definitely do it. Keep going. Reply 2, believe in yourself, don't hesitate. Magic Eye Girl Feng Nanshu, what should I do if I'm not very good at chatting with people? Reply 1, don't worry. You're amazing, and you can definitely do it. Keep going. Reply 2, believe in yourself, don't hesitate. At this sight, Jiang Qin nearly spewed cola through his nose. He realized that the automatic replies had a glaring flaw. Consecutive triggers of the same keyword yielded nearly identical responses. This would not do. He needed to have Sunai fix this before the promotion commenced. Meanwhile, the little rich girl continued posting inquiries, seemingly oblivious to the oddity of the replies, or perhaps still waiting for the system to catch up. Magic Eye Girl Feng Nanshu, what should I do if I want to go out with a boy every day? Magic Eye Girl Feng Nanshu, what does it mean if I feel a bit fluttery about going out with a boy? At this point, Jiang Qin lowered his legs, suddenly feeling a strange sensation wash over him, inducing a subtle restlessness. Magic Eye Girl Feng Nanshu, can good friends live together for a lifetime? Magic Eye Girl Feng Nanshu, do you think the name Jiang Qin sounds nice? After the latest 2 questions, it seemed Feng Nanshu had sensed something amiss with the website's replies, as she ceased posing new inquiries. Jiang Qin couldn't help but chuckle softly at her questions, momentarily lost in thought before quickly dismissing the stirring emotions within. A love-struck fool should not indulge in such fantasies. The pursuit of wealth is the true path, no need to dwell on frivolities. Jiang Qin opened QQ and informed Sunai about the issue he had discovered. urging her to modify the automatic replies to prevent identical responses from being triggered by repeated keywords. After their conversation concluded, he intended to shut down the computer for the night but noticed that Feng Nanshu's account had lit up again. Magic-eyed girl Feng Nanshu, can you tell me what it means to like someone? Jiang Qin's breath hitched momentarily, and he promptly closed the computer. This was it. The seal on his heart seemed to be loosening. No, he needed to find some metaphorical cement to seal it up again. Old Zhou. What happened to Ren Ziqiang earlier? Tell me in detail. The more heart-wrenching, the better. Ren Ziqiang shot his head up, his face paling. I'm already this heartbroken. And you want to hear the details? That's just cruel. Jiang Qin retorted. Did you consider morality when you pursued someone for 3 years? Hurry up, old Zhou, spill it. All right. Zhou Chao's excitement was palpable. He hailed from the south, his accent quite thick, yet he spun tales with an undeniable flair. According to him, that morning, Ren Ziqiang had doused himself in half a pound of gel, mustering the courage to invite Pan Xiu out, only to arrive at the girls' dormitory and witness Pan Xiu playfully bantering with a senior at the entrance, laughter and flirtation evident, even their shoulders nearly touching. Ren had wilted at the sight, returning to the dormitory only to chain smoke, filling the entire room with a haze. Pan Xiu is quite something. The military training isn't even over, and she's already acquainted with seniors? Jiang Qin mused, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Cementing his heart seemed essential. Love truly is elusive, and the pursuit of wealth remains the rightful path. What a thrill. He resolved to have old Zhou recount the tale again in the morning. It would surely energize him for the entire day. Chapter 51. The Student Council Recruitment. What an insufferable senior. Relying on his position as a student council officer, he flirts with every girl in sight. Tomorrow, I shall become the student council president and show him. As Zhou Chao finished recounting his story, Ren Ziqiang immediately cursed in agreement, took 2 deep drags from his cigarette, then rolled over in bed, wrapping himself in the blanket. However, he forgot that it was summer, and enveloping himself in a blanket was more uncomfortable than a heartbreak. Ren Ziqiang surrendered within 5 seconds, emerging to gaze at the ceiling for a long while before pulling out his phone to update his QQ signature. I have retreated. This retreat is for a lifetime. At this moment, Zhou Chao seized the opportunity to continue the conversation, speaking of the student council. I believe I saw a notification in the group chat about recruitment tomorrow afternoon. Who among you is going? I'm not going. I was born a leader, destined to guide others, not be led. Chao Guangyu declared with an air of arrogance. Old Jiang, are you going? Jiang Qin emerged from the bathroom, contemplated for a moment, then shook his head. Not going. I have a mountain of tasks to tackle tomorrow. Zhou Chao pouted. I've heard that the student council at Lin University is quite impressive, wielding significant power. After a year, when we become seniors, finding a partner will be much easier. Sorry, I have no need for a partner. Jiang Qin's implication was that he had no interest in romantic entanglements. Yet this reminded Zhou Chao of the enchanting Feng Nanshu, causing him to retreat into himself in despair. Damn it, I can't discuss romantic matters with old Jiang anymore. It's too irritating and easily awakens unwanted thoughts. At this moment, Jiang Qin turned onto his bed, opened his phone to set an alarm, only to find a pixelated penguin bouncing in the upper right corner of the screen. Upon opening it, he saw a QQ message from Jiang Tian. This girl has been messaging him frequently for reasons unknown, whether trivial or significant. Jiang Qin, why do you never chat in the class group? Jiang Tian asked. Is there a class group? Jiang Qin replied. Yes, you're in it, but I've never seen you participate, Jiang Tian responded. I've been too busy lately to check my phone. Is there something urgent? Not really. I just wanted to ask if you'd like to join us for the student council recruitment tomorrow in the School of Finance. I want to be going. I lack the capability. What if they elect me as president? I couldn't handle that. Jiang Tian, sitting on her dormitory bed, felt a pang of disappointment upon reading his message. Initially, she thought Jiang Qin was somewhat beneath her, envious of a mere 3,000 yuan phone and making a scene in class, lacking composure. However, her perspective shifted when she witnessed him being pursued by 2 striking girls and flirting ambiguously with the ethereal beauty from the adjacent class, igniting an inexplicable curiosity about what made him exceptional. While the boys in class flocked to chat with girls at night, calling out to this beauty and that sister, Jiang Qin remained silent, a mysterious figure preoccupied with his own affairs. Thus, Jiang Tian frequently initiated conversations, eager to learn more about him. Yet Jiang Qin never offered her that opportunity. Of course, she was not the only one to notice Jiang Qin's peculiar nature. Just a week into the semester, even before military training had concluded, when some could not recall their classmates' names, girls in the dorm routinely discussed Jiang Qin during their night talks. He possessed an air of defiance that was captivating yet not off-putting, a remarkable enigma. So what is the verdict, Tian Tian? Is Jiang Qin participating in the student council? Jiang Tian shook her head. He said he is not going because he is afraid someone might elect him as president. Song Qingqing nearly burst into laughter. President? What a fanciful thought. He must be joking. Well, regardless, that's how I see it. Jiang Tian pouted. Why didn't you say anything when that girl from class 4 was present? Song Qingqing's expression darkened. Recalling the embarrassment of being ridiculed, what skill is it to deceive girls? It merely indicates he is smooth-tongued. I secretly checked his profile. He comes from an ordinary family. Nothing remarkable. Pan Xiu pondered briefly. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that Jiang Qin doesn't seem like someone from an ordinary background. Jiang Tian couldn't help but nod. I also sense an unusual composure and charisma about him, quite different from other boys I've encountered. Hey, are you serious? That guy is clearly just putting on airs. You really believe that? Qingqing, have you been humbled by Jiang Qin a few times? Is that why you become irritable whenever he is mentioned? Jiang Tian exposed the truth. Song Qingqing fell silent, abruptly turning her head away. The next morning, Jiang Qin's alarm clock blared beneath Zhou Chao's pillow, rousing him to curse aloud, demanding to know whose phone it was. Thus, Jiang Qin was awakened, internally acknowledging the alarm's efficacy. After rising, he took a towel to the bathroom only to find Ren Ziqiang fussing over his hair. The air thick with the scent of gel. Old Ren, you're back in action? Ren Ziqiang nodded excitedly. This morning, I asked Lu Xiaowan, and she revealed that the scoundrel Minister Su is actually pursuing Song Qingqing while using Pan Xiu to gather intel. Jiang Qin paused. Who is Lu Xiaowan? The girl who stood beside Old Xiao during military training, roughly the same height. Old Xiao even shamelessly asked her if she was also 8 meters tall. Oh, I vaguely recall. So you still have a chance? Of course, I plan to invite Pan Xiu to join me for the student council interview today, hoping to deepen our connection. Zhou Chao, now fully awake, leaned over the edge of his bed. Didn't Pan Xiu say she is not familiar with you? Why are you still pursuing her? Ren Ziqiang pouted. Girls nowadays are all like this. Aloof on the surface yet passionate inside. They say one thing, but mean another. Who said that? Zhou Chao found some wisdom in this notion, recognizing that some girls indeed speak contrary to their hearts. It's from that website old Jiang recommended. A female user replied to me, and girls understand each other best. Tonight, I'm sure to find a date. Old Jiang, what is your take? Jiang Qin gave him a peculiar look. I think it's absurd. Pan Xiu must be head over heels for you, eager to bear your child on the spot. Have you thought of a name for the child? Ren Ziqiang wiped his mouth. Let us call it Ren AI Pan. Jiang Qin nodded, thinking to himself that old Ren truly was remarkable, a standout talent at Linchuan University. Chapter 52. Tired, seeking support in the early morning at Lingda. A gentle breeze rustled the lush leaves of the trees. Jiang Qin arrived at the Academy South 2nd Road. Greeted by the soft glow of dawn and the sight of university students jogging, a wave of vitality washing over him. Today, he had arranged to meet Dong Wenhao and Peng Hai from the design department to discuss promotional strategies. How should the posters be designed? What specific promotional methods should be employed? How could they maximize the effectiveness of their publicity? After all, tomorrow marked the beginning of a new week, and Jiang Qin would have to participate in military training, unable to take leave. He wished to avoid entangling himself in unnecessary complications. Thus he needed to delegate subsequent arrangements to others. Dong Wenhao had always been responsible for the website content and was not particularly skilled in promotion. Yet Jiang Qin still invited him. This decision was partly due to Peng Hai being a friend of Dong Wenhao, which would facilitate communication. Additionally, Jiang Qin found Dong Wenhao to be quite innovative, possessing strong organizational skills and a commendable character. Thus he hoped to foster a sense of involvement in the construction of their Jihu account. A heightened sense of participation would naturally evolve into a sense of belonging, making it feasible to entice him from the literary club for a dedicated content management role later on. 15 minutes later, Jiang Qin arrived at the girls' dormitory. Feng Nishu, having received his call, patiently awaited him downstairs. Today, she donned a long Chanel dress, its pure white hem contrasting with the ethnic embroidery adorning the bodice. The sleeves, fashioned from gossamer chiffon, lent her an ethereal tranquility, while the black ribbon tied into a delicate bow at the neckline added a touch of femininity to her innocent allure. Jiang Qin paused, struck by the enchanting beauty of this young heiress, marveling at the exquisite features that seemed almost otherworldly. How was it that such a captivating face could exist? This girl, No wonder she could stir emotions even in a heart encased in concrete. Why was she so attached to him? The mere thought of it brought an unexpected thrill. After picking up Feng Nanshu, they made their way to the Lingda library. Jiang Qin found a seat and handed her the milk tea he had purchased on the way. You must behave today, all right? Go find a book to read while I discuss some matters. Okay, Feng Nanshu replied promptly, scampering off to the shelves. She returned shortly with several books, settling down in silence. However, her mere presence unsettled the male students in the library, their gazes continually drifting toward her. Jiang Qin, undeterred, met their stares with his own. But after 3 minutes, his eyes grew weary, yet the number of onlookers continued to swell. Soon, Dong Wenhao and Peng Hai arrived. Jiang Qin withdrew his gaze and, skipping the pleasantries, directly shared his promotional plan. Given the recent heat, I plan to print the promotional posters on fans. This would enhance their likelihood of being retained, as people generally wouldn't discard them casually. If everyone has one, they'll be ubiquitous. And even those who don't receive a fan will likely be curious, essentially creating a bandwagon effect. As Jiang Qin elaborated, he suddenly noticed a dazed look on the faces of his companions. Old Dong, old Peng, are you listening? Dong Wenhao and Peng Hai snapped back to attention, their eyes shifting from Feng Nanshu's face, wiping drool from their mouths, their expressions filled with astonishment. Junior, who is this? She is absolutely stunning. Jiang Qin glanced at Feng Nanshu, asserting, she's mine, so keep your eyes to yourself. Feng Nanshu obediently nodded. His Dong Wenhao and Peng Hai exchanged glances, recalling the striking Chu Siki and Hong Yen from East Campus, pondering the stark contrasts in life that made existence feel almost unbearable. Junior, you're already living such a vibrant life in your freshman year. What will your sophomore and junior years look like? No wonder you confidently claimed East Campus girls weren't that attractive. Who would dare mention beauty in the presence of such a girl? By the way, Junior, if I heard correctly, you mentioned fans? Peng Hai strained to refocus his attention, suddenly grasping the key point from earlier. Yes, is there a problem? Jiang Qin replied, aware that producing such uniquely shaped print materials required specialized equipment, and only professional printing houses could handle it. I can design the graphics, but you'll need to handle the printing negotiations. Jiang Qin nodded thoughtfully. Do you know any printing houses? Please recommend a couple. Yes, I know a few from my previous part-time job. I can send you the addresses. Peng Hai pulled out his phone and sent the details. Once you finalize the arrangements, have them coordinate with me. I'm familiar with the process, but as for the finances, old Peng, don't be so mercenary. My boss is a wealthy second-generation heir. He won't shortchange you. Dong Wenhao interjected, eyebrows raised. Absolutely. Jiang Qin couldn't help but smirk inwardly, pondering the irony of the situation. Nevertheless, he appreciated the straightforwardness of the university demographic, believing they would diligently fulfill their responsibilities once compensated, unlike some untrustworthy individuals in society. After their discussions, Jiang Qin exited the campus with Feng Nanshu, intending to visit the printing house. Time was of the essence, as he only had the afternoon free. The weekend heat was intense, and as he stepped outside, he muttered, if I had known, I would have bought a car. It's so inconvenient here with no taxis allowed on pedestrian streets. A car? Jiang Qin glanced at Feng Nanshu and suddenly grinned. Having a vehicle would make things much easier. We could go anywhere, even venture further afield. Wouldn't that be enticing? Please, beg me, and I might just buy one. Feng Nanshu regarded him thoughtfully, then began tapping on her phone. 2 minutes later, a sleek black Bentley glided to a stop before them. A middle-aged man in a black suit and white gloves emerged, their chauffeur, Uncle Gong. Good afternoon, Mississippi young Master Jiang, long time no see. Jiang Qin instantly recognized Uncle Gong from their previous trip to the hot springs, feeling a mix of disbelief at the opulence surrounding him. Is this the privilege of the wealthy? How extravagant. Uncle Gong, why are you still in Linchuan? Uncle Gong smiled. We haven't left since our arrival. We rented an apartment in the nearby community. If the young lady requires anything, we can respond immediately. Feng Nanshu subtly tugged at Jiang Qin's sleeve, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. We have a car now. Indeed, we have a car, Jiang Qin mused, suddenly feeling a wave of reluctance to strive for anything more, his thoughts drifting towards a desire for support. Chapter 53, Jiang Qin's shortcomings. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at a printing factory named Shengshi Advertising, following the provided address. This establishment is among the largest printing facilities in Linchuan, boasting comprehensive equipment and a diverse array of products, including the type of advertising fans Jiang Qin envisioned, available in several distinct varieties. The factory workers, possessing a keen sense immediately recognized the arrival of a Bentley and promptly abandoned their tasks to summon the manager. The factory manager, not daring to be negligent, swiftly emerged to warmly welcome Jiang Qin, even extending an invitation for a tour of the workshop, convinced he had encountered a significant client. After inquiring about prices, he learned that the round fans were priced at 1 yuan each, while the folding fans cost 2 to 5 yuan apiece, with discounts for bulk orders. With approximately 60,000 undergraduates at Linchuan University, Jiang Qin contemplated placing an initial order of 10,000 round fans to test the waters, dismissing the folding fans due to their higher costs and fragility. Moreover, promotional efforts cannot solely rely on imagination. One may assume that distributing fans will not lead to loss. Yet reality often diverges from ideals, necessitating a balance between ambition and practicality. Hence, he deemed it prudent not to overcommit with the first order. Folding fans are exquisite, remarked Feng Nashu, picking up a sample folding fan and holding it before her, partially obscuring her clear, vibrant eyes. Jiang Qin's breath momentarily faltered as he suddenly grasped the allure of a beauty that evokes the image of a delicate figure partially veiled. This young woman was undeniably captivating. No folding fan could rival her charm. Meanwhile, Uncle Gong stood beside the Bentley, hands clasped before him, observing his young mistress following Jiang Qin with a complex expression. He had never witnessed such joy in her demeanor before. Perhaps, as the second madam suggested, it would be best for her to marry an ordinary person and extricate herself from the endless disputes surrounding them. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely. A throng of students poured out of the main entrance of Area A's comprehensive building. Leading the group were Song Qingqing, Jiang Tian, Pan Xiu, and a few other girls, accompanied by Su Juanli, the publicity minister of the student council, a boy with long hair parted in the middle. Trailing behind them were the dejected Ren Ziqiang, the foul-mouthed Chao Guangyu, and the pouting Zhou Chao. They had just completed their interviews for the student council and were now heading to the cafeteria for a meal. Your performances in today's interviews were commendable. Your chances of joining the student council are promising. The subsequent application forms should be submitted to the departmental instructors, and I will notify you as soon as I receive any updates. Su Juanli spoke with an air of authority, revealing through his words that while there were numerous advantages to joining the student council, the competition was fierce. However, he assured them of his influence within the council. Upon hearing this, the nearby girls were immediately captivated by the mature, elegant, and confident senior. "Senior, your watch is stunning," Song Qingqing suddenly exclaimed. Su Juanli smiled slightly, casually rolling up his sleeve. "It's Longines, a reasonably priced watch brand. I spent 15,000 on it." 15,000 for a watch? Pan Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. Song Qingqing, with a hint of pride, shot her a glance. Wealthy individuals do not concern themselves with price, only with their preferences. Su Juanli nodded lightly. "Indeed," as Song said. "What matters most is liking it. If I desire something, I would purchase it even at double the price." "Double? That would be 30,000. "Senior, you must come from a prosperous family," Pan Xiu remarked. "It's all right. I own a few chain supermarkets, a hotel, and 2 coffee shops," Su Juanli replied nonchalantly. Pan Xiu's mouth formed an O-shape, her eyes sparkling with admiration. In this day and age, being handsome is already lethal, combined with refined taste and financial stability. He was undoubtedly the epitome of a campus heartthrob. Ren Ziqiang, eavesdropping on their conversation, could no longer contain a scoff. He had accompanied Pan Xiu to the interview, hoping for more opportunities to bond. Yet her attention was entirely captivated by this Su fellow. So what if he has a bit of money? What is so impressive about that? Chao Guangyu shared his irritation, self-proclaiming to be a rich second generation from Hangqing, finding it most vexing when others flaunted their wealth before him. What is so impressive about a 15,000 watch? How dare he boast about it? Zhou Chao was even more displeased, feeling uncomfortable with an unfamiliar male showing off in front of him while he sought to engage with the girls from his class. "That senior is merely putting on an act," Ren Ziqiang muttered gloomily. Chao Guangyu nodded in agreement. "He deliberately shows off his watch. Who walks around with their arm raised unless they're smoking?" Zhou Chao sighed. "I miss Jiang Gu, though he occasionally flaunts. He does it with such naturalness that it's not annoying." Indeed, it was peculiar. The three of them were acutely aware of Jiang Qin's modest background, devoid of luxury watches, and even his phone was an outdated model from 3 years prior. Yet, they instinctively felt that Jiang Qin could overshadow this Su individual. Despite his usual bravado, even Chao Guangyu couldn't dismiss this notion. Meanwhile, Song Qingqing and Pan Xiu switched positions, gently linking arms with Jiang Tian. "How do you feel?" "Feel about what?" Jiang Tian replied, perplexed. "About the boys from affluent families. Jiang Qin pales in comparison, doesn't he? Jiang Tian, somewhat amused, asked, are you still dwelling on last night's conversation? Song Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't you say Jiang Qin didn't resemble a boy from an ordinary family? Now that you've seen a genuine rich second generation, what do you think? Do you still believe he is not ordinary? I was referring to his temperament, all right? Temperament? So you think the senior with a luxury watch possesses more charm than Jiang Qin? Jiang Tian sighed, regretting bringing up Jiang Qin. Yes, you're right. Is that satisfactory? Song Qingqing beamed with satisfaction. Thus, Jiang Qin is merely putting on a facade. When compared to true wealthy heirs, he is utterly exposed. Qingqing, you cannot constantly criticize Jiang Qin simply because he once outshone you. Pan Xiu interjected. I'm not. It's a fact that his family is ordinary. Is it wrong to speak the truth? Chapter 54. The unremarkable young Master Jiang Sr. What exactly does the publicity department do? Do you have a girlfriend, Senior? Your hometown is the same as mine. Which neighborhood do you live in? During the journey from the comprehensive building to the second dining hall, the girls from the finance department encircled Senior Su, bombarding him with questions reminiscent of stars surrounding a moon. At that moment, a sleek black Bentley glided past them, making its way down College Second Road, eventually halting at the entrance of the dining hall, capturing their attention, despite bearing an unfamiliar out-of-town license plate, which theoretically should have prohibited entry. The security guard dared not intervene, and even the patrolling security personnel refrained from inquiring, allowing the vehicle to enter with undeniable authority. That black car is so imposing. What model is it? A girl exclaimed. From the wheels, it's clearly a Bentley, Britain's premier luxury car brand, Su Junli casually remarked. Upon hearing the mention of a luxury car, Pan Xiu's eyes sparkled. Senior, what car does your family drive? Is it also a top-tier luxury vehicle? Su Junli couldn't help but touch his nose. A car like this would cost several million. Ordinary families cannot afford it. My family could buy one. But there's no need to spend all our money on a car. After all, it's merely a means of transportation. Being able to afford it is already impressive. Not many families can buy a Bentley these days, Song Qingqing chimed in. It's nothing remarkable. I usually keep a low profile at school and don't disclose my family background, mainly to avoid putting pressure on my friends. Upon hearing this, Ren Ziqiang, Chao Guangyu, and Shou Chao were incensed, ready to unleash their frustration. You're claiming modesty? We've heard you bragging nonstop. And that wrist adorned with a watch. Doesn't it get tiring to hold it up like that? If you're going to show off, at least do it openly without pretending to be humble. It's like being a courtesan while wanting to establish a reputation. Yet, it must be said, Su Junli's demeanor certainly surpassed that of Chao Guangyu, and many girls were genuinely taken in by his act, eliciting several gasps of admiration from the crowd, which brought a sense of satisfaction to Su Junli, causing the corners of his mouth to curve upwards. Do you see? This is the true embodiment of a wealthy and handsome man, far more elegant than those who pretend to be aloof despite possessing nothing. Song Qingqing couldn't resist teasing Jiang Tian, brimming with pride. Just then, the left rear door of the black Bentley swung open. Amidst the gazes of onlookers, Jiang Qin emerged, his left hand resting on the doorframe, while his right hand held a fan he had casually snatched from a printing factory. Feng Nashu attempted to follow him out, but he gently nudged her back. It's too hot at noon. Let Uncle Gong take you back to the dormitory. We can go out later when it cools down. Oh, Feng Nashu replied softly, casting a lingering glance at him through the car window before departing. Meanwhile, a group of individuals across the street halted, staring in bewilderment at the figure fanning himself, their gazes seemingly frozen. What is going on? The person arriving in the Bentley is Jiang Qin from our class? What a coincidence. Are you all here too? Upon hearing Jiang Qin's voice, Song Qingqing felt a sudden suffocating sensation, reminiscent of the humiliation she had recently endured. Instinctively, she grasped Jiang Tian's arm, seeking a semblance of reality. Jiang Qin approached, first addressing Chao Guangyu. You just had surgery on Monday. How are you up and about today? Chao Guangyu was almost moved to tears. I feel fantastic, truly fantastic. Is it really that exhilarating after the operation? I thought the doctor advised a month of bed rest. No, I meant your presence is truly exhilarating. Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao enthusiastically concurred, nodding vigorously alongside Chao Guangyu. They had just endured a barrage of boasting from that Su fellow, harboring a belly full of frustration, only to be met with Jiang Qin's arrival in a Bentley, which felt like a breath of fresh air, diminishing their earlier grievances. Forget about that Longines worth 15,000 or the 3 supermarkets and a hotel. All of that pales in comparison to a Bentley. They had never anticipated that witnessing a roommate shine in public could be such a gratifying experience. Jiang Qin exuded an effortless elegance, achieving perfection in his nonchalant display of wealth. Jiang Qin, observing the gratitude etched on his 3 roommates' faces, felt bewildered. What exactly are you all so delighted about? That Bentley is your family, yes, right? Come on, share with us about your background. How many supermarkets and hotels do you own? Chao Guangyu feigned a louder tone. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Juanli, Jiang Qin paused momentarily before quickly catching on. Damn it, old Chao is at it again, craving the limelight and hinting for me to play along. He's not a bad guy, he just has this quirky hobby. If I don't indulge him, he'll be miserable all day. All right, no more pretending. Let us get acquainted. I am the unremarkable young master Jiang. Chao Guangyu instantly felt elated, thinking to himself that there was an unspoken understanding among brothers. Meanwhile, Zhou Chao and Rin Ziqiang felt a chill run down their spines. Young master is still a young master, but adding unremarkable is too much. Old Jiang, if your worth were recognized by the student council, you could easily become the president. No minister could possibly match your stature. Chao Guangyu's words were laced with thinly veiled jabs at Su Juanli. Jiang Qin, oblivious to the sarcasm, responded, Oh, so that's why you're up and about, attending a student council interview? Didn't you say you wouldn't go? How did it turn out? At that moment, Su Juanli interjected, It's going well. The chances of passing are quite high. Who are you? Are you also from our class? Jiang Qin found the person before him somewhat unfamiliar. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Juanli, a third-year student and your senior. Currently serving as the publicity minister of the student council, Su Juanli extended a courteous greeting. After all, it was only natural to forge connections with someone arriving in a Bentley. Such connections could prove invaluable even beyond university. Jiang Qin suddenly realized, Oh, you're that senior Su. You seem quite amiable. No, I'm merely offering assistance. After all, you newcomers might not be very familiar with the school. It's the duty of student leaders. Jiang Qin nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Chao Guangyu, Rin Ziqiang, and Zhou Chao. Are you all going to the dining hall or back to the dormitory? Let us eat. We've been interviewing all morning and are nearly starving. Jiang Qin nodded at his roommate's response. All right then, take your time eating. I'll be off now. Senior Su, we'll meet again sometime. Su Juanli graciously nodded. Of course, if you encounter any issues in the department, feel free to seek my assistance. I'll be more than happy to help. Jiang Qin, have you eaten? As he prepared to leave, Song Qingqing suddenly couldn't help but speak up. Why not join us for a meal? I'll treat you. Never mind. The food in the dining hall is too low quality. Eating it would ruin my mood for riding in a Bentley. Oh, well then. Song Qingqing gazed at the fan in his hand, which inscribed urology, ensuring your happiness. Yet she perceived him as exuding an air of nobility that was hard to confront. Qingqing, is this the comparison you mentioned? It's indeed quite an effective contrast. I finally understand what an ordinary family truly means. Jiang Tian couldn't resist throwing back the snide remarks from earlier. Song Qingqing's complexion paled. He filled out the ordinary family form. I saw it clearly. Forget it. I won't believe you anymore, she retorted. Song Qingqing sighed and cast a glance at the senior beside her, only to find him suddenly lowering the wrist he had held aloft and slipping his hand into his pocket, concealing the exquisite Longines watch worth 15,000. It seemed that true signs of wealth exhibited their affluence without leaving a trace. Chapter 55. The male god and my whimper high school friendships often become challenging to maintain once one enters university, unless one resides nearby or attends the same institution. During the freshman orientation phase, many individuals experience discomfort and unease as classmates hail from various regions, resulting in noticeable differences in accents and customs. Consequently, numerous freshmen often find solace in their high school friendships, leading to frequent campus visits among themselves during this period. Thus, on the first weekend of military training, Qin Ziang, Yu Shasha, Zhao Lu, Ma Bolong, and Chu Xiaotsong all gathered at Linchuan University. Qin Ziang's intent was to curry favor with Chu Siki, while Yu Shasha naturally sought to enjoy time with her 2 close friends. Zhao Lu, Ma Bolong, and Chu Xiaotsong expressed a desire to explore the ambience of a prestigious university. As hosts, Wang Huiru and Chu Siki were eager to extend their hospitality. Initially, they had reserved a private room at Nanshan Restaurant, but Yu Shasha insisted that an outdoor setting would be more enjoyable. Thus, the group relocated to a popular outdoor dining venue. However, it was evident that Chu Siki's mood was notably subdued. Despite Qin Ziang's attempts to engage her in conversation, she remained oblivious, her expression devoid of the joy typically associated with the visit of friends, as if burdened by unspoken worries. Is Siki feeling unwell? Yu Shasha pondered aloud. Wang Huiru sighed. Unable to contain her concern, it has been several days like this. Why? What else could it be? It's undoubtedly because of Jiang Qin. Wang Huiru replied knowingly. Yushasha was taken aback. Has she not forgotten Jiang Qin yet? They deleted each other's QQ accounts, and they don't even attend the same campus. Suddenly, Wang Huiru gestured for silence. Shoo, don't mention it. Siki might not eat again today. Yushasha was incredulous. Chu Siki, the proud queen, had always lived according to her whims without being overly concerned about anyone. Yet today she was unable to eat due to a mere boy. Ah, Jiang Qin, you are indeed striding further along the path of male godhood, Yushasha mused. I remember Jiang Qin is also at Lin University, and so is Guo Zihong. Why haven't either of them come? Chu Xiaosong surveyed the area and could not help but voice his curiosity. Ma Bolong shot him a disdainful glance. Are you foolish? Jiang Qin confessed to the goddess and failed. How could he dare to show his face here? Ah, I see. I heard old Jiang made a fortune over the summer and wanted to treat us. Qin Xiang interjected, eager to change the topic. Come, everyone, let's order. Siki, what do you like to eat? I'll order for you. Anything is fine. I'm not picky, Chu Siki replied listlessly. How about some braised lamb chops? I recall you enjoyed that dish during our graduation gathering, Zhao Lu suggested. She glanced at Qin Xiang. So, Mr. Qin, does that mean you intend to treat us? What of it? I can treat. It's not as if we lack funds, Qin Xiang declared confidently. Wang Huiru quickly interrupted. Since you all came to visit us at Lin University, the meal should be on us. Yushasha chuckled. Qin Xiang has ulterior motives. You think he wants to treat us all, but he only aims to please one particular person, so don't feel obliged. Grateful for Yushasha's support, Qin Xiang asked. What do you like to eat, Shasha? I'll order more. I'm fine. You should ask Siki instead, she replied playfully. As they conversed, a stunning girl approached their table. Upon noticing them, she paused momentarily, her steps faltering. Simultaneously, Wang Huiru recognized her, and their gazes met, both expressions reflecting an unspoken awkwardness. Huiru, you're here too? The girl inquired. Yes, are you here to eat? Wang Huiru responded. Indeed. I'm meeting with a senior from our department to discuss a few matters. Hong Yin wore a Nile-colored dress that accentuated her fair, luminous skin, her long legs peeking from beneath the hem, instantly captivating the attention of everyone at the table. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she chose not to sit down, as she could not bear to dine beside Chu Siki, and thus turned to leave. Chu Xiaosong snapped back to reality, exclaiming, Who is that? She's stunning. Yes. My roommate, Wang Huiru replied. Are you all from the campus flower dormitory? My goodness, she's on the same level as the goddess, Chu Xiaosong remarked. Chu Siki's expression darkened. Yet she remained silent, pretending not to hear, as she busied herself with washing the teacups. Observing this scene, Yushasha sensed something amiss. Since Hong Yin and Wang Huiru were roommates, she reasoned that Hong Yin must also be Chu Siki's roommate. Why was there no acknowledgement between the two? Before she could voice her thoughts, Ma Bolong interjected, Wang Huiru, what is your roommate's QQ number? Uft. Old Ma, you should consider your own appearance. Do you really think you're worthy of such a goddess? Qin Xiang scoffed. What if my looks aren't impressive? My soul is intriguing, Ma Bolong retorted. With a furious expression, Chu Siki slammed the chopstick she had just washed onto the table, gritting her teeth. She declared, I need to use the restroom, and stood up, leaving the group in stunned silence. Noticing her outburst, the others exchanged bewildered glances, aware that something was amiss. They turned their attention toward Wang Huiru. Huiru, is there tension between your roommate and Siki? Yushasha directly probed. Yes, Wang Huiru admitted. Already fighting at the start of the semester? That seems extreme, Yushasha remarked. After a long silence, Wang Huiru sighed. Hong Yin has feelings for Jiang Qin, but Siki is not pleased. They VE had quite a quarrel. Please, don't mention Hong Yin again. Jiang Qin? Is this some kind of joke? Are you sure it's not the other way around? Ma Bolong's eyes widened with disbelief. If Jiang Qin were pursuing Hong Yin, it wouldn't have escalated to this extent. Just a few days ago, because of Jiang Qin, Hong Yin and Siki had a huge fight and haven't spoken since, Wang Huiru explained. Chu Xiaosong felt overwhelmed, so. Jiang Qin and Hong Yin are together now? Wang Huiru gently shook her head. Jiang Qin stated he isn't interested in relationships, effectively rejecting Hong Yin. Gasps filled the table as the revelation sank in. Being pursued by a campus beauty, and two beauties quarreling over him. Yet he had turned down such attention. Was this what a male god was truly like? In the brief span of a summer, had Jiang Qin's status elevated to such an unattainable level? As Yushasha listened to Wang Huiru's account, her imagination filled in the scenes. prompting her to retrieve her phone and open QQ. Whimper? Mail God, I've arrived at Lin University. When will you treat me to a meal? At that moment, Jiang Qin had just stepped out of his dormitory, heading to a tea shop to meet Su Nai for a work update. He glanced at his computer screen, bewildered by the message that had popped up. What in the world? He thought. Has Yushasha lost her mind? Senior? Did you hear what I just said? Su Nai nudged her glasses. Jiang Qin returned to focus. Yes, I heard. The promotion officially starts in 3 days. Please monitor the back-end data closely. All right, Su Nai responded, reaching for the last cookie on the plate. As she was about to take a bite, she hesitated, feeling it might not be appropriate. Senior, it's the last one. Would you like to have it? Jiang Qin smirked slightly. Have you washed your hands? Of course, she replied. Hope you haven't touched anything unsavory, Jiang Qin teased. Su Nai blinked, her eyes behind the lenses shimmering with innocence and confusion. Chapter 56. Talent Showcase. After the perfect weekend had passed, the military training at Lin University continued. The students first ran 10 laps around the playground, followed by standing at attention, marching in formation, and performing a series of enthusiastic punches. By the end of the drills, the new students were exhausted, struggling to maintain their posture. Jiang Qin removed his cap, his hands damp with perspiration, and rested his arm on his bent knee. At that moment, a slender hand reached from behind, offering him half a bottle of Waham mineral water. Jiang Qin, would you like some water? Song Qingqing leaned forward, her eyes adorned with eyeliner, playfully blinking at him. Forget it, Qingqing. You've already had yours. You can have mine. I haven't opened it yet. Jiang Tian also extended a bottle of Waham mineral water, her fair face slightly flushed. Jiang Qin had indeed forgotten to bring water today, so he accepted Jiang Tian's offering, taking a couple of sips. Thank you. I'll repay you tomorrow. No need to repay. It's just a bottle of water, Jiang Tian replied, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips, while Song Qingqing's gaze turned somewhat forlorn. Seeing this, Zhou Chao, seated behind him, felt a pang of jealousy, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. The ice-cold drink in his hand lost its sweetness, becoming merely a soulless carbonated beverage. I also forgot to bring water, Ren Ziqiang suddenly exclaimed. Pan Xiu revealed 2 dimples. According to scientific research, one can survive 3 days without water before succumbing to thirst. After a while, the instructor deemed the training sufficient and gathered the 4 nearby squads, inquiring if anyone wished to showcase their talents. Despite their usual bravado in the dormitory, the presence of so many peers made the 200 students hesitant, leaving them silent. Noticing the lack of volunteers, the instructor declared, there are still 2 hours until the training concludes. Either talented students perform for 2 hours, or everyone runs for 2 hours. Upon hearing this, the squad stirred. After an hour of exertion, 2 more hours of running seemed unbearable. Instructor, Li Cancan can do ballet. Instructor, Du Jiahao can spray water from his nose. It's impressive. Instructor, Jia Xiangru can perform the peacock dance. Instructor, Yang Lu can sing Little Dimple. Oh, Lu Jinghao can also sing Little Dimple. They should do a duet. With their friends' encouragement, some students reluctantly stepped forward to perform. After all, no one wanted to run for 2 hours. This generation indeed had a wealth of talent, particularly the boy who could spray water from his nose. Though slightly off-putting, it was a skill few could replicate. However, after this talent showcase, his chances of finding a partner in college would surely diminish. What girl would fancy a boy who could spray water from his nostrils? If one did, she would likely be quite peculiar. The duet of Little Dimple was delightful, with the 2 singers exchanging flirtatious glances, inciting cheers from the squad, infusing the atmosphere with youthful exuberance. Moreover, Li Cancan's ballet performance was quite skilled, yet it was her physique that captivated the audience as she twirled and leaped gracefully. Thank goodness old Xiao didn't he come to watch our training today? Ren Ziqiang murmured. Zhou Chao couldn't he help but turn around. What's wrong? If he were here, it would be painful. Zhou Chao suddenly understood. Old Ren, you have a knack for perspective taking. After a while, Song Qingqing could no longer restrain herself and volunteered to perform a segment of Jolent-sized Dancing Queen, singing and dancing, eliciting cheers from the boys in her squad. Hearing the applause, she felt a surge of pride and instinctively glanced at her squad, only to find everyone staring at her, except for Jiang Qin, who remained with his head down, dimming her enthusiasm. What does this man truly appreciate? Jiang Qin, didn't you think my performance was good? Song Qingqing asked with a hint of melancholy upon returning to her squad. It was great, high and far, he replied. Jiang Tian, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, couldn't contain her laughter. Song Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed, but bore no resentment. If an ordinary boy had responded this way, it would have felt insincere, but Jiang Qin, being from a wealthy family, could afford to be aloof. In truth, Jiang Qin was not disinterested. He had just received a message from Peng Hai, informing him that the advertisement design was complete and needed to interface with Shishir advertising. His outdated phone could only send text and build in emoticons, rendering him unable to view the image and ascertain its appropriateness. When would this talent showcase conclude? If it didn't end soon, he might need to feign a bathroom break. Jiang Qin tucked his phone away, prepared to raise his hand, but found everyone around him clamoring, "Instructor, you should perform." The instructor seemed to be swept up in the fervor. Removing his shirt to reveal a muscular physique and bronzed skin, performing a series of combat moves that drew enthusiastic applause from the new students. Once the performance concluded, the instructor wiped his brow and turned his attention to the squads, his gaze landing on Jiang Qin. "You there, the boy with your hand raised, come forward to perform." Jiang Qin surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was the only one with a raised hand while all eyes from the 4 squads were fixed upon him. He even caught a glimmer of anticipation in Song Qingqing and Jiang Tian's eyes, and noticed Feng Nanshu from the adjacent squad leaning forward, watching him intently. "Wait, I just wanted to escape to the restroom. What even is talent?" However, in this situation, he could not retreat. To tell the instructor he needed to relieve himself would be utterly humiliating. Jiang Qin placed his cap back on and calmly approached the instructor. "What is your name?" "Jiang Qin." "What talent do you possess?" "Instructor, I can perform impressions." "Impressions of what?" "Impressions of you, instructor." The squad erupted in disbelief. The instructor had just executed a powerful series of moves that only a professional soldier could replicate. Could this boy truly mimic him? Yet, upon hearing Jiang Qin's assertion, the instructor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lin University truly has an abundance of talent, he thought, stepping aside to clear the space for Jiang Qin. "Now, I am the instructor. When you watch, you must immerse yourselves in the experience, imagining me as the instructor. This is a crucial prerequisite, understood?" The new students, unsure of his intentions, nodded instinctively. Jiang Qin then stood before the 4 squads, hands clasped behind his back. "Everyone, heed my command. All squads, disperse." The squad members paused for a moment, then comprehension dawned upon them, and they leaped up, rushing out as jubilant cheers filled the playground. The instructor stood dumbfounded, attempting to halt them, but with over 200 students, it was impossible to stop the tide. They surged out of the playground, leaving the other squads in shock. Only Feng Nanshu remained, staring blankly at Jiang Qin, seemingly ready to appreciate his performance, but in the next instant, she was pulled away by Jiang Qin, swiftly exiting the playground. Chapter 57. The annoying client. Though he had managed to escape, Jiang Qin knew that the afternoon military training was undoubtedly ruined. Surely, that formidable grappling technique would not be employed against him, would it? He arrived at the library, removed his hat, and tossed it onto the table, a wave of anxiety washing over him. The physique of a professional soldier is not to be trifled with. Had he run just a bit slower, he would have been caught. Jiang Qin patted his chest and glanced at Feng Nanshu. The petite heiress had run alongside him, her delicate nose glistening with beads of sweat, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue that resembled a ripe peach. After a week of military training, she had tanned slightly, yet her beauty remained unblemished. Her charms were merely accentuated. No, where were the flaws? They were but embellishments. Looking further, he noticed that while the military uniform was quite loose, Feng Nanshu had a certain allure. She pursed her soft, pink lips and asked, "Should I behave and find a book to read on my own today?" Jiang Qin nodded as he had before. "Indeed, I have matters to attend to shortly." "Good." Feng Nanshu dabbed at the sweat on her nose, dashed to the bookshelf, retrieved a book, and opened it. After perusing a couple of pages, she looked at Jiang Qin with her clear, sparkling eyes. "Can I talk to you whenever I wish? You wish to converse with me?" Jiang Qin was about to call Peng Hai when her words caused a flutter in his heart. He sighed. "If you wish to behave, then do so. If you wish to be a bit unruly, that is also acceptable. But remember, this is a library, so no loud noises." "I want to be noisy." In truth, Feng Nanshu wants to be disruptive at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't be misunderstood as aloof. Yet, she felt a tinge of grievance at Jiang Qin's insistence on her behaving quietly, as she truly desired to engage in conversation with him. At 18, the blossoming young woman had lived in her own little world, almost in solitude, but now, with a friend, she found herself yearning to chatter. Strangely, however, when she was with Gao Wenwei, she felt less inclined to speak. Perhaps it was because Wenwei talked too much, chattering away, leaving little room for her to interject. "I'll take you for milk tea later," Jiang Qin casually offered. Feng Nanshu felt a surge of emotion, her curled lashes fluttering. Do you still want to play with my feet? Chill. That's a rather intimate topic. We must wait until nightfall and find a secluded spot to discuss it. Oh, look, here is another life hack for you. Where else can you find such a wonderful friend? 10 minutes later, Peng Hai arrived at the library, having pedaled there, and was already drenched in sweat. Accompanying him was a sophomore design student named Lu Xuemei, a mentee of Peng Hai's, who lent a hand whenever he was overwhelmed by work, though she had yet to reach a level of independence. Peng Hai had brought her along to broaden her horizons and help her experience the dynamics of client interaction. Jiang Qin's opinion of Peng Hai elevated considerably. It was evident that not everyone at this prestigious university was solely focused on romance. A substantial number chose to pursue career development, reflecting a healthy campus atmosphere. The three of them settled into a corner, discussing the promotional design for the advertisement fan. To be frank, Jiang Qin was not particularly satisfied with the draft, as it strayed significantly from his vision. Let us remove these garish geometric patterns. Peng Hai paused, unable to suppress a glance at him. If we take those away, it'll be rather plain, devoid of any design sense, leaving just the background and text. It will appear quite sparse. Jiang Qin stroked his chin. Just enlarge the text. Place it in the center, occupying about 1/3 of the space. Like this? Peng Hai adjusted the design, producing an outcome closer to Jiang Qin's desires. However, upon seeing the revised design, Lu Xuemei couldn't help but frown slightly. She felt that this client lacked an understanding of commercial design. A minimalist layout with just 2 large characters and a string of text appeared overly simplistic, hardly qualifying as design. It could easily be created in PowerPoint. Let us simplify the font further, Jiang Qin suggested, pointing at the title on the screen. Peng Hai silently began revising. Is this acceptable? Lu Xuemei finally spoke up. This revision completely loses the essence of the original design. Jiang Qin stared at the screen, seemingly unbothered. It's still a bit too uniform. Old Peng, can you use the distortion tool to give it a more dynamic feel? Make it pop a little more? Sure. Peng Hai continued manipulating the mouse, distorting the text to impart a slight 3-dimensional quality. While it didn't achieve an eye-catching effect, it at least conveyed a sense of liveliness. Lu Xuemei grew increasingly uncomfortable. All design elements have been stripped away. Adding a cheap distortion effect does not enhance its aesthetic. Indeed, the design lacked flair, and removing the primary elements diminished its advertising impact, resembling an ordinary fan instead. Are you sure you want to proceed with these changes? Peng Hai hesitated but couldn't voice his discontent directly. After all, no one wished to offend the client. However, Lu Xuemei was different, seeing her mentor agreeing with her. She felt emboldened. Junior, I believe my mentor is right. Since you've entrusted us with this task, you should have faith in our professional abilities. Lu Xuemei received no response and turned to Jiang Qin, only to find him gazing intently at a girl seated in the reading area, quietly absorbed in her book. She was strikingly beautiful, captivating to the point of distraction. Yet Lu Xuemei couldn't help but frown slightly, wondering what he was doing. In the midst of their serious discussion, he had suddenly diverted his attention to a beauty. Was he truly serious? What infuriated her most, however, was that the initial design had been painstakingly crafted by her mentor after a sleepless night, only to be dismissed with a wave of his hand. Such behavior epitomized the quintessential annoying client, lacking any trust in the designer's expertise. What did you just say? Jiang Qin snapped back to reality. Lu Xuemei took a deep breath. The revised design is far too simplistic, lacking any highlights. The disparity from the original draft is too great. I advise caution. Jiang Qin considered her insights for a moment before responding. How about this? You take the laptop and ask a few people for their opinions on which version they find more appealing. If everyone prefers my mentor's design, you must use it. Lu Xuemei promptly stipulated. Agreed. We shall follow your lead. Jiang Qin readily consented. With that, Lu Xuemei eagerly grabbed the laptop and made her way toward the crowded reading room filled with students. Though still young, her professional competence was evident. Let us wait for her return to decide which version to use, Jiang Qin remarked. 5 minutes later, Lu Xuemei returned with the laptop, a triumphant expression gracing her face, as if she had achieved her desired outcome. Chapter 58, Motto 2. 0 Lu Xuemei had just compiled 2 design drafts, presenting them to 10 unfamiliar individuals for evaluation. The outcome revealed that 7 preferred the original version, 2 found the final draft commendable, while 1 remained undecided. Thus, the superiority of one over the other was evidently clear. As I stated, it would have been better not to revise. Such misguided direction is truly baffling. Jiang Qin took the computer, raising his gaze nonchalantly. Were there any individuals curious about the website's content after viewing the images? Lu Shuemai nodded. Certainly, there were those intrigued, and they wished to know when the website would be operational. Which design draft were they referring to? He inquired. The second one, she replied. Momentarily pausing as the previous scene flickered in her mind, her expression gradually transforming into one of astonishment. Indeed, those individuals seemed to be inquiring about the simplest design draft. The revised version. Why was that? Lu Shuemai felt a sense of confusion. This was entirely reasonable, as the previous design, while aesthetically pleasing and undeniably sophisticated, was burdened with excessive elements. A cursory glance failed to capture any focal point. However, by eliminating the superfluous details, the transmission of information became much more straightforward. Jiang Qin returned the computer to Peng Hai, speaking in an unembellished tone. Yet, only visually appealing advertisements can incite the desire to view them. If individuals lack the inclination to glance at them, even the most simplified information transmission remains futile. Lu Shuemai found this argument unconvincing. While the efficiency of information transmission is indeed crucial, if no one looks at it, what purpose does it serve? But it is a fan, Jiang Qin remarked, gazing at her. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuemai paused slightly, as if a realization dawned upon her, rendering her momentarily speechless. In this sweltering weather, whether in the restroom, the cafeteria, engaging in club activities, or attending classes, one invariably relies on a fan, does one not? Even if it lacks exquisite design. Is it truly so difficult to glance at the information on the fan's surface for just a second? Peng Hai furrowed his brow slightly, experiencing a moment of clarity. That makes sense. Jiang Qin rubbed his arm, chilled by the air conditioning, and continued. The design of a flyer must be visually appealing because it lacks practical value. Without allure, it risks being discarded casually. Most individuals pay little heed to its content. However, a fan possesses retention capability and practical value. So why should we allow aesthetic considerations to hinder the accurate conveyance of information? Lu Shuemai pursed her lips, rendered speechless. She acknowledged that her perspective had been narrowly focused on the aesthetic beauty of graphic design, neglecting the importance of its medium. Yet, as Jiang Qin had just articulated, knowing that recipients of the fan would not casually dispose of it, why impede precise information delivery by excessively demanding beauty? At that moment, Peng Hai raised his head to inquire, Boss, have you previously studied commercial design and advertising marketing? No. I merely possess a modicum of innate talent and flair beyond the ordinary, he replied. I believe you simply possess a thicker skin than most. Lu Shuemai retorted, still unconvinced. Jiang Qin smirked, dismissing her as a petulant child. Young lady, how can you be so blind at such a tender age? Truly unfortunate. You. Enough, Lao Peng. Please forward the design drafts to Shengshi. I have military training this afternoon and must take my leave. With that, Jiang Qin departed the library, accompanied by his affluent companion, heading straight to the milk tea shop. Military training? He's a freshman? Lu Shuemai's eyes widened in disbelief, a sudden sense of defeat washing over her. After 2 years of studying design, she found herself schooled by a new student, and in her own field, no less, which was difficult for her to accept. Peng Hai leisurely packed away the computer and patted her shoulder. Shuemai, do not lose heart. It's not just you. Even I have not considered the matter of communication mediums. Is that true, master? Lu Shuemai looked up at him. Indeed, over the past year, I have taken on numerous flyer designs for local businesses, always believing my aesthetic sensibility and technical proficiency were superior. Clients' requests were simple, just bold and legible fonts sufficed. I felt rather proud of myself until today, when I realized that true commercial design is not so superficial. Peng Hai couldn't help but express his thoughts. No wonder some designers can only manage a few hundred orders, while others secure contracts worth hundreds of thousands. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shuemai suddenly looked up. But how did he know? He isn't even in our major. One must acknowledge that some individuals possess an innate ability to view the bigger picture. Despite Peng Hai's exuberant praise of Jiang Qin, the latter would soon face dire consequences during military training that afternoon. Upon arriving at the parade ground, he was warmly greeted by the instructor and promptly assigned a conspicuous punishment package: 5 laps around the field, an hour of standing at attention, and 1,000 repetitions of the command, all troops dismissed, shouted at the wall. After enduring this ordeal, Jiang Qin vowed never to showcase his talents again. Being a standout bird attracts gunfire. One must seize opportunities early. Lovebirds should refrain from romance. A good night's sleep promotes health. Spare time should be devoted to reading. When troubled, simply massage your feet. Soft rice does not chafe. and wealthy women are indeed fortunate. Jiang Qin scrawled his life motto too. 0 in the dirt beneath a wall using a twig. However, being a standout bird also has its advantages upon his return. His squad and 3 other squads of freshmen expressed their heartfelt gratitude and offered him enthusiastic applause. There was no other reason. A simple talent showcase had granted the 4 squads an effortless 3-hour break, and he even accepted his punishment with grace. This spirit moved many. Yet, once military training concluded that afternoon, Jiang Qin returned to his dormitory after dining, only to be met with relentless ridicule from Chao Guangyu. Old Chao, who was exempt from military training after a circumcision, felt discomfort upon hearing that Jiang Qin's "all troops dismissed" was so impressive and had nothing to do with him. He sought to take advantage of the situation. "Old Jiang, I heard you shouted 'all troops dismissed' at the wall for an entire afternoon, scaring away even stray dogs?" "Heh." Jiang Qin smirked coldly. Chao Guangyu reclined on the bed, his mouth twisting like a worn-out waistband. "I told you long ago, do not be so ostentatious. Some matters are beyond your control." Jiang Qin turned to glance at him. "Old Chao, how's your tool holding up? It should require 3 to 4 days of recovery. Why do you ask? Then let me show you something interesting." Jiang Qin opened his notebook, entered the previously shared URL with Su Nai, and clicked on the video section. Chao Guangyu's face turned pale, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chapter 59. Dreaming in vain as military training continued. The content on Jihu was also steadily expanding. The series titled My Simple Yet Unadorned Life as a Rich Second Generation had reached its 63rd installment, detailing the Chao family's dominance in Hangzhou and their fervent enthusiasm for philanthropy. Meanwhile, You Are the Color of Mortal Fire had progressed to its 60th chapter, where the male and female protagonists began to reveal their feelings for each other, accompanied by a hint of physical intimacy, adding an exhilarating twist. In addition, the confession wall was overflowing with thousands of fictitious courtship posts. A 9-headed beauty sought a boyfriend without any requirements, dismissing wealth as unimportant, while a handsome man with an 8-pack was in search of a girlfriend, claiming to be wealthy, devoted, and free from vices. The anonymous confession space brimmed with an endless stream of pseudo-documentary stories filled with melodrama, controversies, complex disputes involving exes and current partners, and the subtle rivalries among close friends. Given this momentum, promotional activities could be initiated as planned. On a sunny Wednesday morning, Shengshi dispatched 10,000 advertising fans to the school via express delivery. Through the connections of Dong Wenhao and Peng Hai, they were handed over to the president of the part-time society, Gao Dapeng. The efficiency of university students was commendable. On the very day the fans arrived, Gao Dapeng organized several adept members of the society to commence ground promotion across the 2 campuses. In the sweltering summer heat, the appeal of fans was undeniable. Gao Dapeng and his team had little difficulty distributing over 3,000 fans in no time. Concurrently, real users began to gradually flood into the forum, with registration numbers rising steadily yet slowly. After military training concluded, Jiang Qin dragged Su Nai to the library to monitor data for an entire afternoon. The increasing registration numbers were a positive sign. But apart from a few comments on Shi Miao Miao's novel section, genuine users were not actively posting, indicating that most were still in a state of observation and had yet to engage, an unsettling trend. Jiang Qin aspired for users to be not only readers but also creators of content. Only through this cyclical interaction could the vitality of the website be sustained. Otherwise, even a vast quantity of content would eventually be exhausted. He contemplated implementing an experience point system on the website. Jiang Qin tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully. We could award experience points based on the number of posts and replies received, distributing titles according to experience levels. Those who focus on short story creation could earn scholar medals, while beauty enthusiasts might be crowned fashion queens. Each title could have 5 levels, and achieving the maximum would grant a godly title to incentivize user engagement. Sunai adjusted her glasses. Senior, I'm not a workhorse in a production team. You're just being coy. Jiang Qin saw through her disingenuousness. How about this? Instead of paying you bit by bit, you can simply become my employee. I'll offer you a salary, and in the future, you will be among the founding members of Jihu, enjoying project dividends and shares. What do you think? The prospect sounded enticing. Sunai's eyes sparkled with that unique, naive enthusiasm characteristic of university students. Jiang Qin nodded in satisfaction. If you work diligently, fate will not forsake me. One day, I shall drive a Bentley and reside in a villa. Sunai paused. If you drive a Bentley and live in a villa, what about me? However, if the boss drove a Bentley, she reasoned that as a founding member, She shouldn't be too far behind. A small Western-style house should suffice. And a BMW would be acceptable too. By the way, boss, you still owe me for the automated replies. Sunai suddenly recalled. Jiang Qin replied gently, Junior. You are now my employee. Assisting in the reasonable optimization of the project is part of your responsibilities. I don't want to hear such foolish talk from you again. The chairman might think your attitude is lacking. Sunai was taken aback. We have a chairman? Who is it? Me, Jiang Qin stated with a hint of authority. His tone softened further. Our project is in a developmental stage. Your share will be counted towards dividends. When we soar to great heights, we shall prosper together. As a science and engineering girl, Sunai wasn't adept at navigating such convoluted language traps, so she nodded in agreement. All right then. You must ensure I receive dividends by year-end. Absolutely. If we earn $1 million, you'll get 500,000. Sunai chuckled lightly, dismissing the question of whether the website could be monetized. By the way, boss, could you lend me 33 yuan? Why are you bringing up money again? We're on the brink of creating an epic-making internet product. Isn't that rather mundane? Jiang Qin feigned authority. No, I want to purchase a membership. A membership? Jiang Qin hesitated, pondering the peculiar price. Most membership fees on popular websites typically ended in 99, 19, 99, 29, 99, but 33 seemed refreshingly unconventional. A realization struck him. Sunai must be referring to a membership for a specific video platform. Didn't I mention before that work should take precedence? You shouldn't be preoccupied with learning new techniques daily. Sunai looked crestfallen. Without a membership, I always get cut off midway. I've never seen a complete process and have no idea what happens next. Jiang Qin's mouth twitched slightly. All right. I am a member. You may borrow my account. Okay. But you mustn't look at my favorites, Jiang Qin cautioned. Sunai furrowed her brow. Why not? Come now. How could the chairman's preferences and vulnerabilities be laid bare before an employee? That would be perilous. In truth, Sunai was somewhat conflicted. If she subscribed herself, it would incur a monthly fee, but using the boss's account felt somewhat unclean. Sighing, she conceded, where there is gain, there are losses. What more could one ask for? After leaving the library, Jiang Qin strolled leisurely back to his dormitory, but before he could settle in, his mother called. Jiang Qin, do you still want those old books? The recycling team is downstairs. If you don't want them, I'll sell them. Jiang Qin stretched lazily. Mom, don't sell them. Keep them for nostalgia. We aren't short on money. Additionally, I must confess something. I am now a millionaire. Yuan Yoqin's voice remained flat. Oh, congratulations, son. What do you want to eat when you come back for the holiday? I'll prepare it in advance. I'm serious. Do you want a cashmere coat? I could buy 2 for you. Jiang Qin subtly probed. Mom doesn't need a coat. Just focus on your studies at school. Your father and I will take care of the earning. You should concentrate on your studies. Opportunities to make money will abound once you graduate. Chapter 60. Cyber Romance. If I were to truly make a fortune. You little rascal, do you think our family is quite impoverished? Never entertain such thoughts. Do you hear me? Your father and I have merely grown accustomed to frugality, yet we do possess some savings. Let me tell you, your present task. Jiang Qin quickly cleared his throat, interrupting his mother's monologue. Mom, long-distance phone calls can actually be quite expensive. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy signal on his phone, Jiang Qin couldn't help but release a sigh of relief. That was close. Had he uttered another word, he might have provoked his mother into a half-hour of relentless chatter. This generation, they seem to believe that the wealth of the world has no bearing on them, that contemplating such matters is an exercise in futility. This thought brought to mind his former manager, old Xing, who had bravely resigned to embark on entrepreneurial ventures, only to suffer tremendous losses and return to work a year later. During that time, he would mutter daily, one can never earn beyond what they envision. His own parents exemplified this mindset, gazing longingly at wealth, yet daring not to dream of it. In other words, for those who start from scratch, the challenge is not just in acquiring that first pot of gold, but also in overcoming the limitations of one's perspective. If you cannot even dare to imagine it, how could you ever muster the courage to attain it? Old Zhou, are you busy tonight? Jiang Qin called out from the dormitory. Zhou Chao sat up in bed. Not at all. Is there an event this evening? Help me distribute some flyers around the dormitory. Jiang Qin reached under the desk and pulled out a large bag of flyers, created using Pang Hai's initial design drafts. Although they might not be as effective as hand fans, they were certainly more economical, especially considering that the sweltering summer days of mid-September would soon give way to cooler weather. Zhou Chao craned his neck to glimpse the contents of the bag. So many flyers. My hands will be sore. You owe me a meal. What do you want to eat? 21 portions of braised pork trotters from the dining hall. Zhou Chao exclaimed, then felt a twinge of embarrassment for his audacity. Jiang Qin retrieved 30 yuan from his wallet, besides the trotters. I'll throw in 10 yuan for duck soup. Zhou Chao's face lit up with joy. Thank you, brother Jiang. You look as if you're worth nothing, Jiang Qin quipped, tucking his wallet away. Remember to hand them out in every dorm. Don't leave anyone out. Rest assured. Zhou Chao, brimming with enthusiasm, leaped from his bed. Jiang Qin thought he was about to start distributing the flyers, but instead, he picked up his phone and began dialing, his voice unexpectedly tinged with a hint of emotion. Mom, I've got a part-time job and earned 30 yuan. Please don't cry. I've grown up, and I promise to take care of you and Dad. After hanging up, Zhou Chao scrolled through his contacts and dialed another number. Hello, Grandpa. I've got a part-time job and earned 30. What is that about your aunt? I said I earned 30. After speaking with his grandfather, Zhou Chao still seemed unsatisfied. After a moment's deliberation, he dialed yet another number, his tone deliberately softening. Hello, Xiao Yu, how's university life? I earned 30. Is there anything you desire? I'll buy it for you. Oh, you're going to shower? All right. I'll wait for you. Watching Zhou Chao's exuberant demeanor, Jiang Qin mused about the young man's theatrics. Who is Xiao Yu? Zhou Chao slipped his phone back into his pocket. A high school classmate who used to chase after me. I turned her down to focus on my studies. Jiang Qin gave him a thumbs up, thinking to himself, for the sake of your help with the flyers, I want to expose you as a hopeless romantic. After Zhou Chao left with the flyers, Chao Guangyu emerged from the restroom, his expression indicating he had just undergone treatment. Upon seeing Jiang Qin, he began to curse. Why haven't you been on my website these past few days? Not entertaining enough. Chao Guangyu sat down, frowning. Don't even mention it. I was basking in online acclaim, and out of nowhere, a flood of unfamiliar IDs appeared, asking if I'd die without boasting. It infuriated me. Jiang Qin understood. This fellow had been put in his place by real users. No way, just a few days ago. Didn't someone say they admired you? Not anymore. Besides Wei Wei, there is not a decent soul online. As he said this, a nostalgic look crossed Chao Guangyu's face, and he opened the web page, logging into his private messages. Jiang Qin leaned in with curiosity, noticing the top right corner of the messages displayed the words beautiful Wei Wei. Isn't that a virtual ID from the back end? Jiang Qin pondered quietly, then discreetly leaned closer, discovering that Chao Guangyu had been messaging this virtual Wei Wei for 3 days. What is your major? What year are you in? What kind of boy do you like? Do you aspire to be a wealthy lady? Old Chao had grown accustomed to being a sycophant, chatting away as if the other party were present. Is this the real Wei Wei? Chao Guangyu beamed with confidence. Yes, she commented on every post I made, expressing admiration and affection. She seems like a pure and kind girl. Jiang Qin felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Why are you sending her so many messages? To build a connection. Once the moment is right, I'll ask her out. I have a feeling she won't be any less attractive than Han Yan. How modest of you. Why not say she is more beautiful than Feng Ninshu? Jiang Qin shot back mockingly. Chao Guangyu pursed his lips, shaking his head after a moment of contemplation. Girls like that are too fantastical, too unreal. But if I'm not mistaken, Miss Wei Wei hasn't responded to a single punctuation mark you've sent. She is just a bit shy, Chao Guangyu replied, a smile playing at his lips. Jiang Qin felt a chill run down his spine. Old Chao, I advise you to give up before you become utterly infatuated. No. Do you remember what I said at the beginning of the semester? These days, girls are far too reserved. You have to take the initiative to have a chance. Jiang Qin was left speechless, choosing not to shatter Chao Guangyu's illusions. For others, their first crush in college might be an upperclassman or a younger classmate. But Chao Guangyu seemed to be in a relationship with an automated reply system. If this were to come to light, he might never hold his head high in the dormitory again, and if Ziqiang found out, the entire finance department would be in on it. Jiang Qin clasped his hands in admiration, realizing that indeed, a cyber boy was engaged in a cyber romance, while others were merely online. He was genuinely seeking to connect through the internet. Chapter 61. Love, what nonsense. On a sweltering summer night, the old fan above the doorframe whirred and buzzed, providing just the right cover for the mosquitoes that bit without warning, leaving Chao Guangyu fuming with expletives. Jiang Qin, too, had been bitten several times. But with no time to curse, she pressed her fingernail into her skin to create a crosshatch pattern and continued to stare at the data on the administrator's back end. After a brief moment, the speakers on the side of her computer emitted a series of beeps, and a QQ avatar appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. It was Feng Ninshu, with the gaze of a silly tabby cat. Good night. Jiang Qin glanced at the time, noting it was only 8 in the evening. Outside, the sky was just beginning to darken, and the outlines of the poplar trees were still visible. How could a little rich girl sleep at this hour? Moreover, they hadn't exchanged a single word before this. What was with the sudden good night? Nevertheless, she paid it little mind and replied with a simple good night, adding a waving emoji for good measure. Are you going to sleep so early? Feng Nanshu's reply popped up. Jiang Qin paused for a moment, her fingers dancing over the keyboard. Feng Nanshu, are you the one playing the victim here? Wasn't it you who said goodnight first? Oh, if you're tired, sleep early. We have military training tomorrow. Don't stay up late. Feng Nanshu fell silent for a minute before sending another message. Jiang Qin, there are people singing downstairs in our dormitory. The sparrows are enjoying themselves. Sleeping naked on the power poles. Jiang Qin replied, it's quite noisy, isn't it? The hormones of college students explode at night. You'll witness it many times. Just close the door, and you shouldn't hear it. Oh, sleep well. Feng Nanshu was quiet for a moment before responding. When Hui said the carp in Wangwei Lake are so large they must be turning into spirits. Jiang Qin chuckled, that's impossible. Since the founding of the nation, they haven't been allowed to turn into spirits. Even the king of inspiration has to lie low in the lake. All right, good night. Apply some 6-God before sleeping. There seem to be particularly many mosquitoes tonight. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory 7, room 503, Gao Wenwei sat beside Feng Nanshu, anxiously scratching her head and making various clicking sounds. What century is this pure love plot from? You miss him but dare not say it directly, needing to test the waters with all sorts of hints? It's too sci-fi. Feng Nanshu, you look like a fairy. Your beauty is a national disaster. Can you stop being so timid? Like Daji or Baosi, none of them were weak-willed. If I had your looks, I would gather 100 men and raise them in a group like a witch. Nanshu, give me your phone. Let me help you. Feng Nanshu lifted her clear eyes, looking at her with confusion, but upon seeing Gao Wenhui's outstretched hand, she obediently handed over her phone. Gao Wenhui had never been in love, but that didn't stop her from reading romance novels, especially lately, as she had been engrossed in one titled You Are the Color of Fireworks. She had absorbed countless tips, fully aware of the adage that a spoiled woman lives the best life. WW1 to SSCYYU. Gao Wenhui hadn't finished typing her last word when Feng Nanshu snatched the phone back and hugged it to her chest, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. What's wrong? I don't want him. You do. No, I don't. Trust me, you definitely do. Feng Nanshu clutched her phone. Her lovely brows slightly furrowed. I just want Jiang Qin to take me out. Gao Wenhui wore a smile of a bystander. That feeling is longing. Otherwise, why wouldn't you want other boys to take you out? That's because I only have him as a boyfriend. Feng Nanshu declared with pride, her chest puffed out. Righteous and straightforward. Fan Shuling suddenly pulled her book away from her face. Wenhui, stop leading her astray. What's so great about that kind of scumbag? She's just bored and wants to go out. Nanshu, where do you want to go? I'll accompany you after I finish this chapter. Feng Nanshu patted her small pillow. I'm a bit tired. I want to sleep. Fan Shuling? Gao Wenhui was stifling a laugh, thinking to herself that she should be in the car, not under it. She then turned to Feng Nanshu. Nanshu, men are very careless. There are things they will never understand unless you say them outright. As if on cue, Feng Nanshu's phone lit up, revealing a new message from Jiang Qin. Come out. I'm downstairs. The supermarket across the street seems lively. Let us go take a look. Gao Wenhui shot a glance at the screen, her eyes wide with shock. He could understand that? Wow, how sweet. I'm going to the supermarket now. Feng Nanshu said coldly, wait for me. I need to buy a high-fidelity headphone since I broke mine last night. Gao Wenhui kicked off her slippers, slipped into her sneakers, and hurried out, her voice echoing in the hallway. How could he guess that you wanted him to take you out? That is not scientific. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin stood outside the girls' dormitory, dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts, swatting at mosquitoes while scrolling through their chat history. Jiang Qin, they're singing downstairs. That should mean you're coming to listen to the songs, right? I could finally see you. When Hui said the carp in Wangwei Lake are so large they might turn into spirits. That should mean you want to go to Wangwei Lake, where we went last time, and you even touched my foot. Yes, even though I'm not in a relationship, what is wrong with hanging out with friends? She is merely a charming and beautiful friend. There is no need to worry about the friendship turning into something else. The little rich girl is so naive. She doesn't even understand why men like looking at breasts. Love? She knows nothing about it. Just then, Gao Wenhui dashed over, her face brimming with triumph. I just taught Feng Nanshu a few dating tips. She probably understands a bit now. You'll have to thank me later. Jiang Qin's expression darkened. You little strategist. At that moment, Feng Nanshu emerged from the dormitory, wearing a black leather t-shirt paired with a gray plaid skirt. Bathed in the warm glow of the streetlight, her face was radiant, with red lips and white teeth, her delicate features seeming to glisten with moisture. Gao Wenwei glanced at her, then at herself. In her loose pink pajamas, she thought, well, this is already ugly enough, but her top was a dark green. A mismatched set altogether. Her mind raced, thinking, Feng Nanshu, are you trying to outshine me? No wonder you didn't change out of your pajamas when returning to the dorm. You've been secretly waiting for him to come so you could just up and leave. Chapter 62. I can't bear it. Feng Nanshu is truly stunning. Jiang Qin. You have indeed struck quite a fortune. Jiang Qin snapped out of his reverie, captivated by the exquisite beauty before him. Xiao Gao, you are quite remarkable yourself, he remarked. Oh, come on. I am well aware of my own shortcomings. I am not even in the same league as Feng Nanshu. Gao Wenwei pouted. Jiang Qin raised his eyebrows, his expression turning serious. Nonsense. A dignified female university student should not belittle herself. In my eyes, you and Feng Nanshu together could be described as a pair of exquisite beauties, which is hardly an exaggeration. Really? Gao Wenwei felt a wave of delight wash over her, thinking to herself that he should speak more sweetly. Jiang Qin nodded emphatically. Look at the little rich girl. After such a long military training session, she still shines like a pearl. It would be entirely reasonable to say she resembles jade, wouldn't it? That's true, but if that's the case, does that make me like a flower? Gao Wenwei immediately realized the absurdity of her statement. Wasn't he like a flower a reference to that hideous character from the 9-rank Sesame official? Though the film released in 1994, it has maintained significant popularity among college students. Anyone who cannot recite a few classic lines is considered out of touch. Since the film's rise to fame, like a flower has become synonymous with ugliness. Everyone knows that. Oh. So your Feng Nanshu is like jade, while I am compared to that hideous woman? Jiang Qin, are you subtly calling me ugly? I will never teach Feng Nanshu about love again. I was waiting for you to say that. Let's make a pact. As Gao Wenwei was lost in thought, Jiang Qin raised his hands and hooked their pinkies together. I have made a promise on this. We shall not change our minds for 100 years. Whoever teaches the other will remain single for life. That's rather cruel, isn't it? Gao Wenwei felt overwhelmed. Her passion lies in being an emotional consultant for others, and not being able to guide such a pure-hearted individual like Feng Nanshu was unbearable. However, Jiang Qin was indifferent to her protests, thinking that as long as no one teaches Feng Nanshu about love, everything would be just fine. Friendship is delightful. So why must one pursue romance? It wouldn't even matter if she learned about love, but what if she actually grasped the concept? One day, she might suddenly realize what it means to like someone, standing before him with innocent, sparkling eyes, and then shyly confess her feelings. Could any ordinary person withstand such an onslaught? Jiang Qin held an unwavering confidence in his ambitions. Since his rebirth, he has remained resolute in his original intentions, steadfastly pursuing the path of financial success. Yet, every rule has its exceptions. If Feng Nanshu were to confess her feelings to him, he might not withstand it. After all, he could hardly resist even the sight of her delicate feet, for lust is a man's inherent nature, especially towards such an ethereal beauty. It is true that love can be perilous, but even the wisest men can occasionally be swept away by their emotions. Thus, the best course of action is to prevent the little rich girl from realizing anything, to deceive her into thinking they are merely friends. What more could one desire? Little rich girl, please hurry. After we finish shopping, I need to return home and rest. I'm coming. Feng Nanshu hurriedly responded, sprinting toward him from under the streetlight. Her skirt swaying gracefully, revealing her long, fair legs, creating a breathtaking sight in the dim night. The campus supermarket at Linchuan University buzzed with activity in the evening, especially between 8 and 10 o'clock, when the entrance was packed with students. The back door connects directly to the school's front square, surrounded by outdoor seating areas and tea shops, making it an ideal social venue. Students at Linchuan University have always maintained a strong understanding in this regard. Those seeking love gather in the front square, new couples converse on the playground regarding life goals, and the infatuated retreat to the small woods behind the comprehensive building. In this way, no one interferes with anyone else. Although the little rich girl's social anxiety isn't severe, she clearly feels tense in crowded places. Thus, once they entered the supermarket, she closely followed Jiang Qin, never straying far from his side. Her exquisite features drew the attention of numerous students, sparking whispers all around. Jiang Qin, I want to eat that. All right. Let your lifelong friend buy you a rainbow cotton candy. Jiang Qin generously pulled out 2 yuan and handed it to the part-time female student behind the counter. The barista looked puzzled, thinking, what is going on? The girl he brought is stunning, yet he insists on emphasizing their friendship. However, upon hearing his words, Feng Nanshu beamed with joy, her beautiful eyes sparkling. After purchasing the cotton candy, Jiang Qin led Feng Nanshu out through the back door and found a slightly quieter corner in the square to sit down. The little rich girl held the cotton candy, savoring it delicately, her rosy tongue peeking out from her pink lips. Jiang Qin, can good friends really stay together for a lifetime? Feng Nanshu tilted her head slightly, her clear eyes peering out from behind the cotton candy. Jiang Qin rubbed his nose, uncertain. I suppose so. Then when I grow old, I will still eat the cotton candy you buy for me, Feng Nanshu promised earnestly. When you're old, you might not fancy cotton candy anymore, Jiang Qin teased, tearing off a piece of candy to eat. Under her reproachful gaze, he continued, but if you still want cotton candy when you're old, just call me. I'll come wheeling my chair over to buy it for you. Feng Nanshu responded with a soft "oh," but her joy was not as pronounced as he had expected. Will we still not be living together when we grow old? Why aren't you concerned about why I would be in a wheelchair when I'm old? Eh? Jiang Qin frowned. If I'm in a wheelchair, you're still thinking about cotton candy? Feng Nanshu, do you even have a conscience? Feng Nanshu was momentarily dumbfounded. I do have a conscience. Then why don't you ask me why I'm in a wheelchair? I didn't react in time. See? Love is a terrifying affair. You must avoid falling in love at all costs, for once you do, your life will be riddled with such perplexing riddles, utterly defenseless. A flicker of fear shone in Feng Nanshu's eyes. I understand now. Good girl. Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile, thinking, Xiao Gao. Let us see if you teach faster or I dismantle your teachings faster. But Wenwei says friends cannot last a lifetime. Only lovers have that chance. Feng Nanshu couldn't help but ask again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin spat. Nonsense. The likely outcome of being lovers is to grow old and never speak again. Some even end up as enemies. A lifetime? That is too far-fetched. Oh, as I am typing this, I've been on the highway all day, so the update will be slightly delayed. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 63. The Test of Love. What are you discussing? Gao Wenhui squeezed through the throng, clutching her newly purchased headphones, and plopped down beside Feng Nanshu. I'm enlightening Feng Nanshu on the latest advancements in romantic knowledge. So you're not allowing me to teach, yet you're secretly mentoring her? Oh, I see. You're playing the nurturing game. A smirk played on Gao Wenhui's lips. Cynical men indeed have so many tricks up their sleeves. Feng Nanshu finished the last morsel of her cotton candy and lifted her glistening eyes. Wenhui, what do you mean by the nurturing game? There will always be naive girls in the world, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of love, akin to blank slates, who foolishly trust others. Some unscrupulous men take advantage of this, molding them into the shapes they desire. That's what nurturing means. Jiang Qin's lips twitched upon hearing this, pondering in disbelief. What has gotten into you, Gao? Every word seems to be a double entendre. Are you preparing for a graduate entrance exam? Though Feng Nanshu grasped the simplistic explanation, she felt it bore no relevance to her. She wasn't one of those naive girls. Wenhui, I've never encountered such a girl. You are precisely that type of girl. Feng Nanshu was struck as if by lightning. Surely, I'm not that foolish? Gao Wenhui furrowed her brows. Foolish doesn't mean lacking intelligence. It describes someone who is slow to react to matters of the heart, even taking ages to realize when they are moved. When have I ever been moved? Your heart is practically soaring. Jiang Qin interjected, unable to contain himself. Enough with the teaching, Gao Wenhui, he continued. My little rich girl scored 671 on her college entrance exam. Do you dare call her foolish? What about your score? I scored over 600. Well, it's less than hers, anyway. Jiang Qin scoffed, turning to Feng Nanshu. She has never even been in a relationship. Yet she pretends to be a teacher. Listening to her will surely lead you astray. Gao Wenhui hit a nerve. Though I've never been in love, I believe I understand more than Feng Nanshu. All right. Let me pose a question. If your boyfriend sees a stunning bouquet on his way to the hospital but doesn't buy it for you, how would you react? That is unacceptable. Why would he buy it for me? Love requires tokens of affection to flourish. I would certainly demand an explanation and then decide whether to forgive him. Gao Wenhui was thoroughly invested, already fuming. Jiang Qin smirked. Let us hear from our rich girl. Feng Nanshu pursed her rosy lips. I would first inquire, why are you going to the hospital? Are you unwell? Gao Wenhui was momentarily stunned, her disbelief evident as she muttered. What? Jiang Qin couldn't help but laugh at her reaction, thinking, clearly, those who attended supplementary classes are vastly different from those who haven't. Moreover, the little rich girl was genuinely clever. Her lack of knowledge stemmed from inexperience rather than ignorance. Yet, once you shared the thought process with her, she excelled. In contrast, Gao Wenhui was merely engaging in theoretical discussions, thinking she could master love by reading romance novels, while the authors might still be inexperienced themselves. Enough of this. We should all head to bed. We have military training tomorrow, and none of us has ever been in a relationship. What can we possibly discuss? Jiang Qin prepared to leave. Gao Wenwei, however, was unwilling to accept defeat. No. Pose another question. I'm sure I can answer it. Jiang Qin, exasperated, sat back down. If your boyfriend sees a beautiful bouquet on his way to a hotel but doesn't buy it for you, what would you do? I know. I would ask him why he is going to the hotel. Who is he going there with? Ugh, are you implying that you don't trust me? Break up. Gao Wenwei felt as though she had been struck down, her vision fading to darkness. Jiang Qin laughed heartily. You can't even withstand 2 of my punches. Yet you're teaching my little rich girl about love? Now you see how treacherous human hearts can be. Wait, Jiang Qin, I have a question for you. Feng Nanshu suddenly spoke up. Jiang Qin turned his attention to the little rich girl. All right, go ahead. If I see a particularly delectable cotton candy on my way to the hospital but don't buy it for you, would you scold me when I return home? How could I possibly let you go to the hospital alone? Nonsense. I would definitely be by your side, paying for the cotton candy for you to enjoy. As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Nanshu couldn't help but smile, her eyes shimmering with joy. Meanwhile, Gao Wenhui stared blankly at Feng Nanshu, then at Jiang Qin, feeling like the least competent among them. How on earth did such a response come to be? She had pondered her answer, intending to ask why he was going to the hospital, but Jiang Qin's answer had delivered a crushing blow. At 10:30, the night had deepened considerably. Jiang Qin escorted the little rich girl back to her dormitory, promising to accompany her to see the koi the following day before making his way home. His face etched with concern. To be honest, after 7 years of relentless, unrequited love and encountering demands for money and housing from blind dates, he had developed a certain fear of romance. A reborn individual is not omnipotent. Living once more does not guarantee mastery over love. What a jest. Moreover, he remained uncertain whether the little rich girl relied on him more or held deeper feelings. Thus, he found it impossible to think clearly. Yet, the phrase for a lifetime carried significant weight. When a girl asks how one can ensure a lifetime together, it becomes a serious matter. Old Jiang, why do you look so preoccupied? As soon as he entered, Chao Guangyu sat up on his bed, intrigued by Jiang Qin's troubled expression. This was the first time he had witnessed such a demeanor from Jiang since the semester began, prompting Chao to feel a surge of curiosity. It's nothing. We're brothers. Is there anything you can't share? The more Jiang Qin insisted it was nothing, the more Chao Guangyu felt compelled to pry. It's not a major issue. I'm just feeling a bit disconcerted. Jiang Qin rubbed his forehead, unable to suppress a frown. Upon witnessing this, Chao Guangyu was elated. This was a familiar feeling, encountering an insurmountable problem. Goodness, it was the first time since the semester began that Jiang Qin appeared flustered. If he didn't find out what was troubling him, he wouldn't be able to sleep. Old Jiang, spill it. I'll help you analyze it. Zhou Chao and Ren Ziqiang also leaned in. Yes. Share it with us. 3 heads are better than 1. With a sigh, Jiang Qin relented. All right, let me briefly explain. Wait, let me sit up first. Chao Guangyu quickly got up from his bed, knowing that lying down while laughing could lead to choking. Go ahead. Old Jiang, I'm ready. Jiang Qin sighed again. Today, a girl mentioned wanting to be with me for a lifetime. But I've sworn never to date a love-stricken fool. What should I do? Chao Guangyu slapped himself in the face. All right, I'll take the blame. I brought this upon myself. Chapter 64. Promotion progress. The dissemination of new phenomena within the student community unfolds with remarkable rapidity. After a mere 2 days of propagation, the blue promotional fans have become ubiquitous throughout the campus, and the forum's registration has surpassed 3,000, with a continuing upward trajectory. The following day during military training, Jiang Qin arrived at the playground to witness numerous freshmen wielding the Jihu fans. 1, 2, 3, 4, each formation averaged 4 to 6 fans, and at every break, they began to sway them in unison. Their vibrant base color and dynamic typography easily captivated the attention of those nearby. Why? Because something had suddenly emerged. When everyone possesses it but you do not, this phenomenon of shared style is most alluring. In essence, it epitomizes the power of trends. Where did you get that fan? What forum? Is it fun? No way. Can it actually help with dating? I've heard rumors in the forum that Wang Panpin from the flight attendant department has 2 boyfriends. Consequently, discussions regarding the forum intensified. Jiang Qin removed his hat and sat on the scorching playground, listening to the conversations around him, his expression gradually turning contemplative. In 2008, when smartphones were not yet widespread, Wi-Fi was an unheard of concept. and the exorbitant data prices from telecom companies rendered it impractical to watch videos or play games beyond simplistic ones like Snake and Bubble Shooter. Text-based forums naturally became the preferred source of entertainment for university students. Much like Zhou Chao, who relished football but despised the idea of visiting an internet CAF for live broadcasts, he would always follow text updates on his phone. Triple X shoots but misses. XX dribbles past, first dodging Triple X, then XX, with unpredictable steps and unmatched speed, finally striking the goalpost. The entire football match unfolded through text updates on 3G News, no visuals, not even accompanying images, yet Zhou Chao remained fervently engaged. Such a scenario would be unfathomable in the future, dominated by short videos, yet during this era, it represented the most accessible and expedient form of entertainment. Jiang Qin understood that as the promotional efforts continued to gain momentum, the active user count on the forum would experience an explosive surge following the 11th. Once he gradually seized the power of discourse within the university town and dominated media dissemination, whatever he endeavored would undoubtedly resonate with the masses. At that moment, Jiang Qin suddenly felt an unusual breeze wafting from behind him, a refreshing gust that sent a shiver down his spine. Is it cool? Song Qingqing had appeared behind him, a gentle smile gracing her face as she waved a promotional fan vigorously, perspiration glistening on her forehead. It's not cool. Stop it, Jiang Qin frowned slightly, picking up his hat to fan himself. Yet, rather than pausing, Song Qingqing intensified her efforts, her speed rivaling that of an electric fan. He found it quite perplexing. What are girls really? When you treat them kindly, they respond with indifference, ignore them, and they resort to various antics to capture your attention. Just when you give them a stern reprimand, they become overly accommodating. It was truly astonishing. Jiang Qin turned to glance at her. Song Qingqing, you needn't fan me. Fan yourself instead. I'm fine. I'm not tired, Song Qingqing replied, wiping the sweat from her brow and continuing to wave the fan. Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao, watching nearby, grumbled that they even refrained from calling Jiang Qin when they went to relieve themselves. After a while, a flamboyant figure strolled onto the playground, swaggering with a watermelon in hand, a smug expression on his face. Old Jiang, how's military training going? Hot enough for watermelon. Not hot, Jiang Qin replied. You always play tough. Can't you just envy me a little? Chao Guangyu squeezed past fellow students, about to sit beside Jiang Qin when he spotted Song Qingqing fanning him, drenched in sweat, resembling a little maid. In that moment, who could still remember her as the most attractive girl in finance class 3? Who could recall her aloofness on the freshman orientation day? Chao Guangyu's face paled, his heart racing. Though he had squatted into a horse stance, he summoned his willpower to stand up and walk toward the playground's edge, his gaze dimming. In that instant, he couldn't help but question whether his decision to evade had been correct. Yes, he was free from military training, but he also forfeited the chance to quickly build rapport with female classmates. If just hypothetically he had not evaded, would he be the one sitting there, enjoying the company of a beautiful girl fanning him? Never mind. He would seek out Wei Wei instead. Everyone adored Jiang Qin. Yet only Wei Wei had the discernment to recognize his worth. With a bit more effort, Wei Wei should respond to him soon. At 11:30, military training concluded, and Jiang Qin made his way to the cafeteria. He did not rush to get his meal, but rather ambled about nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on those dining while engrossed in their phones. Many were chatting on QQ. A significant number were perusing the news. Yet only a handful were engaged with their forum. That's all right. Let the bullets fly a bit longer, he thought. After all, the journey from awareness to acceptance requires time, a process that varies from person to person, some swift, others slow. Thus, one mustn't rush during the promotional phase. Boss. Just then, Jiang Qin heard a familiar voice call from behind. Turning, he saw Su Nai, clad in black overalls, her meal barely half finished. Jiang Qin took a seat across from her and inquired about the experience points and titles. This is quite challenging. It's tough to manage alone, boss. Jiang Qin pondered silently. You could recruit a few individuals to assist. There must be numerous students from the computer science department. Don't you all need to design small programs for your assignments? Why not form a team to help? Finding people is easy, but boss, can you pay them? Su Nai's eyes sparkled at the mention of wages. Su Nai, you're already in your 3rd year. Don't you have a few true friends who would assist without expecting anything in return? Su Nai slightly parted her lips, her spoon clattering onto her plate. Boss, do you want to take advantage too? Jiang Qin frowned. Su Nai, let us refrain from using such harsh words. Our project is still in its infancy, and we're burning through cash everywhere. Let us save where we can. I feel like I've fallen into a pit. Deep, dark, and round, Su Nai lamented. Jiang Qin contemplated. How about this? We can discuss wages later. For now, allow me to sing an inspirational song to uplift you. Through storm and rainbow, a resounding rose. Chapter 65. Employee Training Program. The melodious voice of Jiang Qin echoed through the hall, while Su Nai felt an overwhelming urge to bury her head in her plate. Goodness, there are thousands of people in the cafeteria, and here you are, singing to me while clapping your hands. Aside from the cleanliness of the floor, how is this any different from defecating in public? Even the owner of the Jiangnan leather factory, before fleeing, had the decency to leave behind wallets to cover wages. And here you are, singing to offset expenses. Boss, could you perhaps refrain from singing? This is far too embarrassing. Jiang Qin ceased his song. Do you feel the power I bestow upon you? I feel a sense of impending doom, social death. Su Nai dared not lift her head. Youth can be so foolishly concerned with appearances, unaware that pride is worth but a penny. A flicker of melancholy crossed Su Nai's gaze. Boss, you are particularly generous when approving funds for Dong Wenhao, granting him 200 when he asks for 100. Why are you so stingy with me? Jiang Qin retrieved his wallet from his pocket, extracting all the money within, 527 yuan and 80 cents, and slapped it onto the table. As I've said, this is a startup project with limited funds. Use my living expenses for now. Living expenses? That seems inappropriate. Jiang Qin feigned a dramatic sigh. I understand the principle of the boss speaking while employees toil. We must make do for now. Tough times will not last forever. And shared prosperity is just around the corner. In that moment, the weight of the 500 in Su Nai's hand felt as heavy as a mountain. I understand, boss. I will strive to allocate every penny wisely. Good. Eat well. I shall return for a nap. Call me once the team is assembled. Jiang Qin patted his backside and turned to leave the cafeteria, completely forgetting that he hadn't tea at lunch. Su Nai watched his retreating figure, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Perhaps being a boss was not easy. Despite being a senior, he still wore the military training outfit from his freshman year. Just as she was contemplating this, Jiang Qin dashed back in from outside. It's too hot. Lend me 50 cents to buy an ice pop. Ah well. Su Nai, with tears in her eyes, handed him 5 yuan. You're too pitiful. Get something nice. Thank you, kind soul. Jiang Qin clutched the 5 yuan as he exited the cafeteria, heading to the supermarket to buy a small pudding. As he ate, his brow furrowed while gazing at the artificial hill across the way. Why give 5 when I only asked for 50 cents? His worries indeed manifested in Su Nai. Imposing restrictions on employees' funding applications was not meant to be a hindrance, but rather a way to instill the importance of that privilege in those entitled to request funds. A generous boss is a good person, yet the leniency of handing out money without caution would inevitably attract a swarm of opportunists. Hence, a balance must be struck. Su Nai was undoubtedly a commendable employee, yet she differed from Dong Wenhao, who understood the nuances of extracting commissions, managing resources, and allocating funds judiciously. Jiang Qin was generous with Dong because he understood these dynamics. However, Su Nai, despite her remarkable technical skills, lacked managerial insight. The individuals she assembled might share her expertise, yet they may not possess her dedication. Some might simply seek to profit and vanish, and she would struggle to discern their intentions. What if, once the team was formed, unscrupulous individuals exploited the situation? If one could feign innocence and play the victim, 50 cents could easily turn into 5 yuan. Such a situation was untenable. Jiang Qin, lacking technical knowledge and uncertain about the appropriateness of funding, ultimately had to rely on Su Nai's judgment. Thus, it was imperative for her to subconsciously learn to manage and discern. Jiang Qin had witnessed the downfall of many who transitioned from technical roles to management, ending up unemployed or switching careers, all due to their inability to navigate such challenges. As a female programmer, should Su Nai fail to embrace management skills and balance the relationship between her subordinates and the boss, her career would be short-lived, with the only outcome being marriage and motherhood. Dong Wenhao, currently involved with the literature club, could not overtly undermine their efforts. However, Su Nai was now his employee, and thus, certain matters must be strategically addressed. Therefore, he must feign poverty. Our boss is quite generous. Just focus on your work, and I'll handle the funding applications. Our boss is rather stingy. Is your funding request justified? Please explain, as I would rather not endure him singing to me. Our boss is generous. You can proceed with this idea without worry. Our boss is stingy. Will this yield results? Please provide a report, as I wish to avoid hearing him lament. Yet, this matter could not be rushed. It was essential for Su Nai to gradually acclimate. The makeshift team had just been established, and there was no need for her to shoulder everything so soon. Jiang Qin finished his pudding, discarded the stick, and returned to his dormitory to take a nap. However, just as his head touched the pillow, he received a call from Pang Hai. Boss, the second batch of advertising fans has arrived and has been handed over to the part-time club. Should we continue with the promotion? Jiang Qin pondered briefly. Let us not rush. Distribute the flyers before the hand fans. Understood. By the way, Wenhao is here with me. He has something to discuss with you. Soon after, Dong Wenhao's voice came through the phone. Boss, there's an issue with the literature club. Should you come over? The East Campus? No, I refuse to return there. Jiang Qin shuddered at the thought of Chusiki. This situation is quite serious. Yao Yinling is holding a meeting in classroom A, and I've heard she might cancel the collaboration between the literature club and our website. Jiang Qin pursed his lips. So sudden? What is the reason? Dong Wenhao hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. I'm not entirely clear on the cause, boss. You should come and see for yourself. Very well, I'll head over now. Wait for me at the front square. After hanging up, Jiang Qin borrowed a bicycle from Zhuo Baiqiang in the adjacent dormitory and pedaled his way to the East Campus. Upon arriving at the front square, he found Dong Wenhao already waiting under the blazing sun. He waved at Jiang Qin, smiling, yet his expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. What is going on? Dong Wenhao sighed. Recently, several contributors with high submission rates suddenly stopped writing. I've urged them multiple times, but each time they've offered various excuses. Sensing something amiss, I discreetly inquired and discovered that Senior Yinling had approached them privately. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin found it hard to believe. If they're not allowed to take on part-time work, they simply won't. Your literature club members are far too obedient. The literature club and the debate club are organizing a municipal debate competition, and Senior Yinling is one of the judges for the preliminary rounds. Oh, is it for credits and scholarships? She didn't say outright, but that seems to be the implication. Chapter 66, have you heard of the campus bell? I am aware that a significant number of individuals within the society have recently taken up part-time jobs outside, which is commendable, as the institution has long advocated for work-study programs. However, this has led to several instances where we could not gather enough participants for our events, which is rather unacceptable. I wish for you to understand clearly that this part-time opportunity is granted to you by the society to enhance your writing skills, and it should not be viewed merely as a means to pursue profit. Do you still recall the aspirations that motivated you to join the literary society? Spending your days composing trite and cliché articles, do you still have the passion to create? The upcoming debate competition next month is of great importance, with 4 neighboring universities participating. Those wishing to enroll should refrain from engaging in part-time work. This is a non-negotiable requirement. Consider this carefully. I do not wish for you to bring disgrace upon the literary society. In the activity room of the Literature Society, located in Building A of the East Campus, Yao Yinling stood at the podium, her voice resonating clearly even through the classroom door. Jiang Qin stood outside the door, listening intently. He thought to himself that his contemplation about Dong Wenhao's proficiency in content management had come to fruition, as an opportunity had just presented itself. Boss, what do you think? Dong Wenhao inquired softly. Jiang Qin turned to him. You are responsible for the part-time jobs, correct? How can you remain in the society with Yao Yinling's approach? Dong Wenhao rubbed his nose nervously. Is senior sister targeting me? She is certainly not targeting you. Her focus is on Shi Miao. Jiang Qin pulled him to the south side of the corridor. Are you aware that Shi Miao's "You Are the Color of Humanity" has gained considerable popularity on the forum, with many fans? Dong Wenhao nodded. I know. I am genuinely happy for her. She is a girl who loves writing novels, and her success is undoubtedly a good thing. Do not feign ignorance. The grassroots campaign has been underway for quite some time. Yao Yinling must have seen Shi Miao's novel on the forum. That girl has always been suppressed by Yao Yinling. I rejected her submission and chose Shi Miao's instead. Surely, you cannot be oblivious to this? Dong Wenhao's expression changed instantly. Senior sister Yinling wouldn't be so petty, would she? Women may often exhibit leniency towards men, but their jealousy toward other women is unyielding, especially under comparable circumstances. Jiang Qin articulated plainly. No, boss, I think you might be mistaken. Dong Wenhao lowered his voice. After I privately shared Shi Miao's manuscript with you, I felt it was inappropriate, so I confessed to senior sister Yinling. She appeared quite indifferent and showed no signs of anger. Jiang Qin could not help but sigh. She deems Shi Miao's work as rubbish. Even if published on my website, it would still be rubbish. Of course, she would not stop you. In fact, she might use this situation to showcase her own discernment, proving that I was blind to talent. See? I told you she was incapable, and indeed, She is. But Sure Meow Meow is popular now. Dong Wenhao's face turned pale. Indeed, Sure Meow Meow has gained fame, proving that she is the one lacking in discernment. The manuscript she submitted was given to me by you. If she bears resentment, it should be directed towards you. Dong Wenhao felt a chill run down his spine. She should be angry with you. Jiang Qin let out a cold laugh. What purpose would that serve? I am neither a literature major nor a member of the literary society. I am not connected to her in any meaningful way. Anger towards me is futile. But do not forget, you are her closest point of accountability. What should I do now? Your days ahead may not be pleasant, Jiang Qin replied, clicking his tongue. Dong Wenhao furrowed his brow. But I love literature. I am passionate about it. Jiang Qin patted his shoulder. Do not delude yourself. I realized from our first meeting that you are not suited for the literary society. Boss, let's focus on the matter at hand without resorting to personal attacks. Dong Wenhao felt he possessed considerable literary talent. You, a member of the literary society, spend your days perusing medical magazines, separated for 3 years. Your wife mysteriously giving birth. Does that qualify as literature? Dong Wenhao opened his mouth, struggling to formulate a rebuttal. So, are you saying I must leave the literary society? Jiang Qin nodded discreetly. However, even if you depart, your work can continue. You are adept at content creation. Come work with me as a content planner. But I am already a lone ranger. Who will I plan for? Only members of the literary society can write. Everyone has received a basic education. Countless individuals have faltered in the college entrance examinations. Why should only those in the literary society possess talent? Boss, are you jesting? Jiang Qin opened his phone and flipped through the calendar. I will give you 2 days to recruit a team for content creation. Gather as many as you can. The quality of the posts does not matter much. Dong Wenhao hesitated. But we are not an official society. We lack the authority to openly recruit students for work. Rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. Other societies attract students with credits. We do not have such capabilities. With only a meager budget. If people are willing to lend their talents, I'll pay 5 yuan per article. I refuse to believe that no one would be interested in such an offer. Dong Wenhao's mind buzzed. He thought how astonishing it was for his boss to express such grand ideas with such humility. However, Jiang Qin recognized that Dong Wenhao's inquiry indicated his complete submission. With Yao Yanling as the president, it was unrealistic for him to continue in the literary society. Once the content team is established, we will shift our creative direction and guide our users, Jiang Qin stated. Dong Wenhao did not expect his boss to pivot the conversation so swiftly, and after a long pause, he finally responded, What direction should we change to? Are you familiar with the concept of a campus bell? Yes, I've seen it in the video section. Jiang Qin was taken aback, thinking, You can't be using the same website as I do. Boss, please continue. The campus bell, and then what? Dong Wenhao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Are there individuals in your literature department who are considered campus bells? Yes, Louis and Sun Xiaoyu claim to be campus bells, and some boys do recognize them. However, I find it hard to agree. Although they are attractive, they do not truly embody the essence of a campus belle. There are many who surpass them in looks at Lin University. Jiang Qin nodded. The subsequent direction of our discourse will likely revolve around sensationalizing the concept of a campus belle. For instance, proclaiming Lu Yi as the foremost campus belle of Linchuan University, while others are deemed unworthy. At this point, dissenters will inevitably emerge, declaring, Nonsense, Sun Xiaoyu is the campus belle. Lu Yi should take a back seat. Dong Wenhao was left perplexed. What purpose does this serve? Although the forum's user base had been steadily growing, the interaction levels remained stagnant. Users preferred passive consumption over active participation. Therefore, I intend to steer a highly contentious topic, subsequently organizing a campus belle selection contest, allowing users to support their favored goddess through posting, daily voting, and attracting new users. Jiang Qin succinctly outlined his plan. Dong Wenhao, somewhat bewildered, frowned. And then, I run this website to generate revenue. The simplest way to monetize at present is through advertising. I must ensure that local businesses in Linchuan witness the vibrant activity within my forum, correct? Dong Wenhao pouted. The issue is, who can compete in terms of looks with your lady? Are you referring to Feng Nashu? She is a little cheat, far too formidable to participate. Otherwise, everyone else would be left with no chance. Chapter 67. The trouble caused by beauty. 2 days later, Sunai's technical team was fully assembled. Consisting of 4 members, 2 second-year students, Chen Wenxing and Yang Shuai, and 2 third-year students, Wenjin Rui and Dong Miao Miao. Around the same time, Dong Wenhao's content team was also established, which included the serialized author Sure Miao Miao and 5 content creators, Lu Feiyu, Duan Yin, Ma Yubao, Ding Yuzhen, and L Lingying. Additionally, there were external editors Peng Hai and Lu Xiwei, as well as part-time students Wei Lanlan and Tan Qing. Jiang Qin gathered these 16 individuals in an empty classroom for their inaugural meeting. The agenda was straightforward: to lay the groundwork for the campus beauty contest. Dong Wenhao was tasked with steering the conversation, directing the forum discussions towards the topic of campus beauties, igniting debates among forum users. Meanwhile, Su Nai, with her technical team, would create a landing page and a voting app. Once the discussions peaked, the beauty contest would officially launch, allowing users to earn votes for their favorite goddess through daily check-ins, posts, and inviting new users. Moreover, Lu Xiwei, the liaison from the design department, was entrusted with the entire poster design and front-end imagery, with Peng Hai providing guidance as her mentor. Wei Lanlan and Tan Qing, seasoned part-timers familiar with the market, were responsible for seeking sponsorships. Whether they secured advertising funds was secondary. The primary goal was to gauge the receptiveness of local businesses to forum advertising. This is our forum's first battle. I hope everyone approaches it with utmost seriousness, Jiang Qin announced. If this model succeeds, we will replicate it across various university towns, expanding our campus network into a vast web, ultimately connecting with society at large. Su Nai, you will be my chief executive officer, and Wenhao will be my chief operating officer. The rest of you will hold various official titles. Once we go public, I'll take you all to the U.S. to ring the bell. As Jiang Qin painted this grand vision, the audience exchanged glances, their reactions tepid, lacking any excitement or joy. Su Nai, let us take everyone out for dinner and karaoke tonight, funded by our budget, he suggested. Yay. Long live the boss. The boss is magnificent, the best in the world. The boss is a great person, we adore you. The enthusiasm was palpable, yet Jiang Qin clenched his teeth inwardly, pondering the lack of ambition within this makeshift team. By the time the meeting ended, it was already 1:50 p.m. Returning to the dormitory, Jiang Qin found that Zhou Chao and Rin Ziqiang had already headed to the training grounds, leaving only Chao Guangyu, who was engrossed in detailing his unremarkable life as a wealthy heir, wearing a serene expression. Jiang Qin chose not to disturb his thoughts, swiftly changing into his military training attire. Passing by the mirror, he couldn't resist a glance. What a predicament. Just finished discussing the public listing and now back to military training. What a life. As he left the dormitory at 2:15 p.m., he realized he would undoubtedly be late. Contemplating this, he slowed his pace, reasoning that being 10 minutes late was akin to being 30 minutes late. The penalty of running laps would remain the same, so there was no need to rush. Unbeknownst to him, the instructor was absent that afternoon. Instead, a group of senior students from the finance department had arrived, led by President Zhu Feng and Vice President Ma Mingjiang, accompanied by several committee members. They stood in front of the finance class 4 formation, scattered around, with the cool-eyed and adorably dazed Feng Nanshu at their center. Junior, tomorrow is the military training review ceremony. With your stunning looks, why not hold the flag for the finance department? They urged. Indeed, the review ceremony is a significant event for the entire school. If you stand at the front, all eyes will surely be on our finance department. Consider it. This is an honor not given to everyone. Feng Nanshu gently shook her head in response to their invitation, her eyes filled with resistance. She was already apprehensive in large crowds. Military training had reached her limit, and standing in front of thousands of spectators, even the average person would feel their knees weaken, let alone someone with her social anxiety. Casting her gaze towards the adjacent formation, she failed to spot Jiang Qin, tightening her grip on the edge of her hat. Her rosy lips pressed together in worry. After much persuasion, President Zhu Feng could no longer contain himself and turned to Gao Wenwei and Fan Shuling. Aren't you close friends? Persuade her. This is a wonderful opportunity. We can't persuade her. Nashu is quite stubborn. Gao Wenwei waved her hand in refusal. Zhu Feng felt a headache coming on. Then who can persuade her? Fan Shuling glanced over at Class 3S formation. The person who can persuade her hasn't arrived yet. Who? Your counselor? Zhu Feng inquired. The counselor can't persuade her. Only that person can, they replied. Feng Nanshu, overhearing, pulled Gao Wenwei aside. Even if Jiang Qin persuades me, I still want to go. Nonsense. If he persuades you, you'll undoubtedly agree, Gao Wenwei retorted, having thoroughly analyzed Feng Nanshu's character. Just then, Jiang Qin entered through the gates of the training ground, prompting everyone in the formation to turn in unison, calling out, he is here. Everyone knew how attached Feng Nanshu was to Jiang Qin, and it was likely only he could persuade her, which heightened anticipation for the unfolding events. Old Jiang is going to show off again. I'm so envious. Zhou Chao remarked with a hint of jealousy. Ren Ziqiang raised an eyebrow in confusion. What show-off? The student council has been trying to persuade her for ages, but once Jiang Qin arrives, with just one word, the ethereal beauty will happily oblige. Isn't that showing off? Zhou Chao seemed to see through everything. Caught up in the moment, Ren Ziqiang couldn't help but shudder slightly. Wow, that's really impressive. Sigh, Jiang Qin is going to flaunt his charm again. The remnants of his previous successes haven't even worn off yet. Meanwhile, the student council members turned to see a latecomer and lost interest, as it was common for a few latecomers among the new students each year, who tended to be carefree and laid back. They had seen this too often, so they shifted their focus back to Feng Nashu. However, as Jiang Qin approached, he noticed Feng Nashu amidst the crowd and, uninvited, squeezed into Class 3's formation. What is going on? What happened? They are seniors from our finance department, and they want Feng Nashu to hold the flag at the front of the formation, Gao Wenwei explained succinctly. Zhu Feng frowned. Irrelevant students should attend military training and not meddle. This matter does not concern you. Report, senior. Feng Nashu only listens to him. Gao Wenwei interjected suddenly. Feng Nashu nodded earnestly. I only listen to Jiang Qin. The male committee members exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Was it possible that such an ethereal beauty had a boyfriend upon entering school? That seemed improbable, especially since this individual appeared quite ordinary. What was his appeal? Are you her boyfriend? Then persuade her to hold the flag for our finance department during tomorrow's review. Zhu Feng indicated toward Feng Nashu. Jiang Qin promptly declined. Senior. Let us forget it. She is more timid than a peanut. You should choose someone else. Can't you persuade her? Zhu Feng employed her seasoned tactics. I could persuade her, but I want tea. I know she listens to me, but why should I urge her to do something she dislikes? That is nonsensical. Upon hearing this, Ren Ziqiang and Zhou Chao's expressions paled. They felt as though they'd been scolded without cause, yet could find no evidence to refute it. Was this the only distinction between them and Jiang Qin? Meanwhile, Song Qingqing and Jiang Tian could not help but exchange glances, their expressions reflecting an endless sense of wonder. With their eyes shimmering with envy and longing, those who seem indifferent often possess an unexpectedly gentle demeanor. The student council, unable to resolve the situation, sought assistance from other teams. After all, the School of Finance is the largest department at Lingda, and while individuals of Feng Nanshu's caliber may be hard to find, attractive individuals were certainly not in short supply. After a while, Jiang Qin returned to his team and, upon lifting his gaze, discovered Feng Nanshu turning to look at him. Her beautiful eyes filled with delight. Jiang Qin suddenly felt that the little wealthy lady believed he would undoubtedly decline, which is why she confidently entrusted the decision to him. She was certainly no fool, and anyone who underestimated her would come to regret it. Chapter 68. Application for changing majors in the afternoon, after military training concluded. Jiang Qin returned to the dormitory. No sooner had he settled down than he received a call from Su Nai, who informed him that they were dining at Nanshan Restaurant and inquired if he wished to join them. Jiang Qin readily agreed, appreciating Su Nai's thoughtfulness. Even while indulging in sumptuous food, she hadn't forgotten her boss. Truly, she was progressing splendidly on the right path. However, his smile faded the moment Su Nai uttered her next words. Boss, we've exceeded the budget. Remember to bring your wallet to redeem us. Su Nai, why is your path so inconsistently wide? After changing his clothes, Jiang Qin arrived at Nanshan Restaurant, wandering about in search of familiar faces. To his surprise, he did not find Su Nai, but unexpectedly encountered Si Huiying from the law department. She was seated with 3 boys and 2 girls, and upon seeing Jiang Qin, she paused, her chopsticks momentarily suspended in midair. Jiang Qin maintained a nonchalant demeanor, betraying no excess emotion, and proceeded to walk past her as if they were strangers, only to be halted by Si Huiying. Jiang Qin, long time no see. Si Huiying, noticing his silence, continued, I must apologize for my previous misunderstanding. It was only after hearing Hui Ru recount the details that I realized how terribly wrong I was. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Jiang Qin nodded gently. Let bygones be bygones. No need to dwell on the past. I was too weary to explain then. And it's hardly worth holding a grudge now. Are you here alone? Just so happens that a few class representatives from Law Class 2 are gathering. Would you care to join us? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin held his breath, but Si Huiying quickly added, Don't worry, Si Chi isn't here. She is not a class representative, just as few at this table. Oh, is that so? Then it's acceptable. Jiang Qin breathed a sigh of relief. He was currently quite sensitive to the little fairy, especially when confronted with phrases like, I want to allow you to do such and such, which sent a shiver of dread coursing through him. However, As they conversed, the class leader of Law Class 2 suddenly stood up beside them. Jiang Qin, right? Hello. I'm Lu Shi. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback. This fellow seemed rather enthusiastic, greeting even those he did not know. Yet, Lu Shi's next statement sent a chill down Jiang Qin's spine. I am also pursuing classmate Chusiki. What do you mean by that? Please, don't say such things. It gives me the creeps. Lu Shi was momentarily stunned, contemplating how Si Huiying had just mentioned Chusiki. Wasn't it apparent what that meant? Si Huiying cleared her throat. Her expression slightly awkward as she interjected. Class leader, please don't misunderstand. Jiang Qin and Si Chi have no relationship. They are merely classmates from the same high school. Oh, high school classmates? My apologies, I misunderstood. Lu Shi seemed to have intended to assert his claim, but ended up in a rather embarrassing situation. No worries. Please enjoy your meal. I have a gathering to attend, so I won't intrude any longer. As Jiang Qin turned to leave, he was called back by Si Huiying. Jiang Qin, I feel there is something I should inform you. If it concerns Chusiki, please refrain. I have no interest. Jiang Qin's words were blunt, leaving the class representatives bewildered. Chusiki was undoubtedly a goddess, strikingly beautiful and tall, with countless upperclassmen from the law department vying for her attention. How could she be rendered so daunting in his words? Nevertheless, Si Huiying disregarded the murmurs of the others and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. What I wish to discuss isn't about Chusiki, but rather Hong Yan. She has submitted her application to change majors, and after military training, she will transition from the law department to international trade. Jiang Qin was not particularly surprised by this news. There are quite a few who opt to change majors after military training. Si Huiying expressed curiosity. Does your department have students changing majors as well? Indeed. Many students' choices of majors are heavily influenced by their family's opinions. Some select based on parental approval, while others follow the advice of seniors. However, many develop new aspirations post-military training, leading to a significant number of transfers. I am genuinely happy for her if she can follow her heart. But Hong Yan is different. She truly adores the law major. I believe her decision to transfer is motivated by something else, yet when I asked her, she refused to disclose the reason. After a moment of silence, Jiang Qin remarked, she likely has her own considerations. I often have to engage in activities I'm not fond of. Si Huiying pursed her lips. Jiang Qin, could you perhaps persuade her? Me? Jiang Qin replied. You know well that Hong Yan is quite intelligent and has her own thoughts. Though she refers to me as brother, she is far more mature than I am, and thus, she may not heed my words. However, Hong Yan has always regarded you as more mature and capable than herself. She is bound to listen to you. I doubt it would be effective. Jiang Qin felt that individuals should adhere to their own desires when making decisions. If one is resolute, it is often better not to persuade. Otherwise, it may disrupt their plans and unnecessarily add pressure. Could you at least try? Even if it doesn't work, at least inquire about her reasoning. Si Huiying persisted, expressing her concern for her dear friend, wishing to prevent any impulsive decisions. After considerable contemplation, Jiang Qin eventually nodded. All right, I shall seek an opportunity to discuss it with her. Thank you, Si Huiying said earnestly. No need for thanks. Please continue your meal. I shall take my leave for now. Jiang Qin stepped away, leaving the others in silence, for the weight of their conversation had been substantial, intertwining matters of both Chusiki and Hong Yan, inevitably leading them to recall the recent quarrel between Hong Yan and Chusiki in the corridor. Was their argument concerning this person? Lu Shi finally broke the silence, unable to restrain himself from asking. Indeed, Si Huiying confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing her affirmation, Lu Shi found it incomprehensible. But he seem particularly striking. What could be the reason? Si Huiying shook her head. I cannot say why. But many things in this world defy explanation. The statement prompted everyone at the table to exchange glances, their brows furrowing in contemplation, grappling with feelings of discomfort mixed with envy. Why was it that they, with similar features, could not attain what he had? Meanwhile, Jiang Qin arrived at the private room reserved by Su Nai, joining his entrepreneurial team for dinner. The atmosphere was lively, reminiscent of a small company outing. Jiang Qin suggested they drop the formalities of names and simply address one another by their surnames followed by Zong, meaning head or chief. Thus, they began calling one another Su Zong, Dong Zong, Lu Zong, Pang Zong, and so forth. Remarkably, this shift in atmosphere fostered a subtle change, encouraging everyone to envision a brighter future. Jiang Qin deliberately shared a few words of encouragement, urging them to dare to dream and act boldly. After all, dreams are not the culmination of life, but merely the inception of one's journey. Old Dong, what is your dream? Dong Wenhao set down his glass. Boss, my greatest dream used to be to become a Chinese teacher at a high school, but after hearing your words, I've changed my mind. Jiang Qin had achieved the desired effect. What is your current dream, then? Speak it aloud. I plan to become a vice principal. You don't even dare to aspire to be a principal? Dong Wenhao's expression faltered. Currently, high school principals are typically parachuted in. Without connections, it's quite challenging. Can't you at least boast a little? The atmosphere is so good, and your dream is rather lackluster. Jiang Qin exclaimed in exasperation. Chapter 69. For the honor of the department. The day following the gathering, a fervent campaign to steer public opinion commenced. Dong Wenhao demonstrated remarkable control over the discourse, mobilizing just 5 individuals to completely transform the atmosphere of the forum. All registered users began to engage in discussions surrounding the topic of the campus beauty, igniting widespread debate in a remarkably short span of time. Is Lu Yi from the literature department even a campus beauty? Nonsense. She possesses merely a hint of grace. For heaven's sake, the campus beauty of Lin University cannot possibly be of such modest charm. The literature department pales in comparison. The law department boasts 2 new freshmen this year, Chu Siki and Hong Yen, whose beauty truly defines the title of campus beauty. How can the students of the law and literature departments be so self-assured? Our senior Fang Xian from the media department is the true campus beauty, having graced the Linchuan TV station. Nonsense. Our senior Wu Meng from the civil engineering department is the real campus beauty. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Does the civil engineering department really have a campus beauty? What folly is this? Enough, enough. Let us cease this bickering. The universally acknowledged campus beauty from the computer science department is Senior Lu Tian. If you disagree, come forth to debate. The posting activity on the forum surged dramatically alongside the topic's popularity, instantly filling the confession wall and anonymous tree hole. This phenomenon hardly came as a surprise. As during student years, who does not have a dream goddess? If you dare to claim someone is more beautiful than my goddess, I shall never concede. On the female side, the competition intensified further. Even among friends in the same dormitory, there was a ruthless contest over appearances. What of your looks? My chest is larger. Does that not count for something? And what of your chest? My backside is far more appealing. Previously, there was hesitation to compare. But the forum's promotional momentum ignited this latent rivalry. Moreover, the forum permitted anonymous postings, allowing one to vent about a friend's appearance without jeopardizing their camaraderie, making it all the more delightful. Furthermore, the question of who the campus beauty is transcends mere aesthetics. It also pertains to departmental pride and the collision of opinions between genders. Why should the campus beauty belong to your department? Why can't she be from ours? Among all the departments, the civil engineering department exhibited the most fervor, as other departments derisively referred to them as a temple of monks. They were determined to prove that their department also harbored beauties. In these times, college students have little entertainment. A topic capable of inciting widespread controversy is easily ignited. Coupled with Dong Wenhao's behind-the-scenes support and the viral sharing across social media, the debate over who is the campus beauty rapidly swept through the entire university. Senior Wu Meng from the civil engineering department reigns supreme at Lin University, high-definition selfies included. Senior Lu Tian from the computer science department presents 10 stunning student portraits. Ready for battle. Lu Yi from the literature department, a spontaneous shot that is simply breathtaking. Chu Siki from the law department's military training photo. Raise your standards, not everyone can be called a campus beauty. Hong Yen from the law department is truly unparalleled, alongside Chu Siki as the dynamic duo, surpassing all other departments. Our campus forum seems to have taken an odd turn. Why suddenly discuss the topic of campus beauty? Director, that isn't our official forum. It's a newly emerging one that has recently appeared. Oh, I thought as much. When has our old forum ever been so trendy? The director of the literature department, equipped with reading glasses and a mouse in hand, like the post affirming Louis as the campus beauty while simultaneously downvoting posts from other departments. This forum is quite entertaining, far more engaging than the old one. The literature department had browsed other sections and stumbled upon a post titled Unpretentious Wealthy Second Generation. How peculiar a title. Unable to resist, he read a few entries, becoming increasingly agitated, ultimately erupting in fury as he furiously typed on the keyboard. Nonsense. Openly promoting materialism and hedonism, reveling in idleness. Do you take pride in such vulgarity? Have you consumed your education? Are you even a student of Lin University? Which department do you hail from? Chao Guangyu. Blocked, hee. The literature department head, now in his 50s, experienced for the first time an impulse to wield a kitchen knife and hack through the power lines. The admission standards at Lynn University had evidently declined over the years, attracting all manner of ostentatious individuals. Simultaneously, similar events transpired in the offices of other departments. Everyone was captivated by this inexplicable forum and the sudden escalation of the campus beauty competition, each harboring their own opinions on who was attractive and who was not. It is a misconception that teachers are invariably old-fashioned. In fact, those in professions that engage with youth are often more susceptible to the allure of popular culture. Some instructors are acutely aware of which girls in their department are beautiful, which boys are handsome, which girls are romantically inclined, and which sea kings are playing the field. They discuss these matters privately in their offices, particularly the middle-aged female teachers, whose gossiping tendencies rival those of their younger female students. However, in the presence of students, they maintain a demeanor of authority, hence their stoic expressions. Yet, in life, who is not a bystander? However, upon reaching the civil engineering department, the tone shifted slightly. In recent years, recruitment efforts for the civil engineering department have proven challenging, as female students show little interest. The male students, aware of this trend, naturally feel disinclined to enroll. High school graduates seldom declare, "I must become an architect." Even the top scholars consider gender ratios when selecting their majors. Why? Every field offers an array of studies, and why should one confine themselves to a temple of monks? Thus, the entire civil engineering department rallied behind the post asserting Wu Ming as the campus beauty, with even student council members discreetly encouraging likes. If the campus beauty emerged from the civil engineering department, it would greatly enhance their recruitment prospects. Recruitment incentives, a campus beauty in the department, and air conditioning in the dorms. Simultaneously, members of the university committee office took notice of this forum dubbed Jihu, particularly since the school already has an aging forum that, while barely alive, remains an official project. The emergence of a new forum seemed quite peculiar, especially as, in recent days, individuals have been promoting this new forum on the old one, generating quite a stir. I heard this forum was initiated by our students. It seems so. Which department? Is there a record? That is unclear. The site has an interesting concept, though it leans too much towards entertainment. It could benefit from more academic resources, ideally including lecture materials from professors across departments to truly embody a campus network. President Wang, if I'm not mistaken, I believe we have a forum similar to the one you mentioned, though it's reportedly not in use even by dogs. Chapter 70. Application for entrepreneurial support. The popularity of the website surged rapidly, and the competition among the campus beauties intensified. Although the details of the beauty pageant had not yet been announced, many were already urging the administrators to hasten the organization of the event. Engaging in mere online banter was utterly fruitless. You claimed your department's beauty was superior, while I insisted ours was more enchanting, leading to an impasse. The only fair resolution lay in data-driven evaluation, where all the goddesses would be placed on an equal footing, judged collectively by the student body. The one with the highest metrics would undoubtedly be crowned the campus belle. How equitable. In truth, the pageant was originally Jiang Qin's brainchild. Yet he had not anticipated the rapid fervor surrounding the topic, which caused the forum users to grow more impatient than he. Jiang Qin retrieved his phone and called Sunai. Sunai, how's the progress on your end? We're working diligently, boss. However, we face a significant challenge. Our current workspace is the computer science department's public classroom, which is frequently occupied by students attending classes. We often have to relocate with our equipment, leading to disarray among team members who sometimes return only to find they've lost track of us due to our constant moving. It's highly inefficient. Jiang Qin nodded. Not surprised by this revelation, he had heard it before, as Dong Wenhao faced a similar predicament. After Yao Yanling had defected midway, Dong Wenhao had sought independence. But without the Literary Society's facilities, he too was forced into a guerrilla approach, perpetually shifting locations, which disrupted their creative flow. Clearly, securing a dedicated workspace had become an urgent necessity. After ending the call, Jiang Qin departed from his dormitory and made his way to the university's entrepreneurial hub located on College Avenue. According to policy, student entrepreneurial projects were eligible for institutional support. And if approved, acquiring a dedicated activity room for their base of operations should pose no problem. As he contemplated this, he traversed the expansive corridor until he reached the administrative office. Typically, this office would house a venerable professor well-versed in finance and business, who, upon learning of his intentions, would engage him in extensive discussion, offering enthusiastic endorsement of his entrepreneurial vision, even exclaiming in admiration and facilitating his endeavors. However, reality proved to be starkly different. The entrepreneurial office was devoid of any faculty members, leaving only 2 students on duty, one folding paper stars and the other engrossed in a television show. This familiar scene reminded Jiang Qin of his past life. Indeed, the phenomenon of slacking off was ubiquitous. Entrepreneurial application? Just fill out a form. If the preliminary review is successful, someone will get in touch with you. The star-folding senior succinctly outlined the process. Jiang Qin took the form and inquired, "How long does the review process typically take?" "About a month, I suppose." "Oh, you're a freshman?" The senior glanced at the information on the form, clearly astonished. "If the review period can be expedited for freshmen, then I am." The senior folded another star, interrupting, "Junior, it's quite unrealistic for a freshman to embark on an entrepreneurial venture." Jiang Qin refrained from responding directly to her comment and countered with a question. "Are there many entrepreneurs at Lingda?" "Indeed, but they are usually graduate students working on projects under seasoned professors or doctoral candidates forming their own teams. Very few undergraduates venture into entrepreneurship, and you are the sole freshman in this regard." "Sounds impressive. I relish being the first to brave the unknown." Just as he spoke, the male student watching television suddenly laughed. "Junior, perhaps you should reconsider submitting that application." Jiang Qin paused momentarily. "Why is that?" "Students who apply for entrepreneurial projects in their first year typically do so merely to earn credits. They submit a project proposal, but seldom follow through. We've witnessed this far too often. Not even Professor Yin would pass you." Jiang Qin approached the male student's computer and observed, "Magical phone? The female lead is quite dim-witted, isn't she? Rather pretty, though." The male student looked up. "You've seen it too? I adore dim-witted characters. Did you catch the finale?" "Not yet. My dorm lacks a computer, so I can only watch a couple of episodes here." In the final episode, the dim-witted girl makes a last desperate move, exhausting her energy and ultimately meeting her demise. Lu Xiaoqian cries to the point of losing her composure. "I still can't bear to rewatch it. It's haunting." Jiang Qin returned to the star-folding senior and pointed at an empty line in the form. "What should I write in the remarks?" The senior continued folding stars. "Junior, your application for entrepreneurial support as a freshman is bound to be rejected. If you don't believe me, feel free to write whatever you wish. Anything goes." "Yes." Jiang Qin glanced at the glass jar on the desk, which had a card attached reading, "Xiaoxin Yue loves Chinanhua." Sighing, he mused about how such a promising female student had fallen into the trap of romantic distraction. "All right, I've completed the form." The senior took the form, giving it a cursory glance. The basic information was unremarkable, just a freshman, nothing particularly noteworthy, yet the remark nearly caused her to choke in disbelief. Even love-struck fools don't date. The senior regarded the nearly filled star jar and thought, "Is this a jab at my penchant for romance? University life is too beautiful to waste on mere entrepreneurship. Such impractical dreams are only entertained by these naive freshmen. Securing a job with regular hours sounds far more appealing." After Jiang Qin departed, the door to the entrepreneurial office swung open once more, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, startling the 2 student attendants. The senior clumsily removed his headphones and switched off the television, while the female senior hastily placed her star jar in her lap, pretending to be engrossed in her work. The old professor glanced at the star-folding senior, furrowing his brow before picking up the application form from the desk. "Another application submitted?" "Yes, it's from a freshman. I told him it would be futile, but he wouldn't listen. Next time, refrain from such frivolity in the office. It's a waste of youthful potential." "Understood, Professor Yen." The elderly professor examined the form and thought, "What nonsense is this? A university student forum? We already have one. What's the point of creating another?" However, the last line is quite insightful. "Even love-struck fools don't date." Nowadays, young people often overlook this wisdom, squandering their youth in school. Intrigued by that remark, the old professor donned his reading glasses and returned to his desk to enter the website URL. There might be something of interest here. Uncertain? I shall investigate further." Meanwhile, Jiang Qin exited the entrepreneurial hub and settled onto a resting chair, his brow slightly furrowed. A month-long approval process for the entrepreneurial project? By then, not only would the campus bell be a distant memory, but opportunities would slip away. It seemed he could not overly rely on the school's entrepreneurial support. He needed to devise a more dependable plan. Of course, the quickest solution would be to rent a venue, but campus spaces were not easily acquired, and locations off-campus would only waste more time. Ding, ding, ding. Jiang Qin pulled out his phone and noticed a message from QQ. An animated tabby cat was hopping across the screen. "Good night, Jiang Qin. But it's only 5 in the afternoon. Oh, wait for me downstairs. I'll take you to dine with a friend." After replying to Feng Nanchu's QQ message, Jiang Qin rose and made his way toward the female dormitory. At that moment, the petite heiress had already been waiting downstairs for quite a while. She wore a black dress accentuated with a red belt, which showcased her long legs. Her silky hair cascaded down her shoulders, lending her an air of sophistication that was both alluring and slightly distant, a departure from her earlier youthful innocence. Chapter 71. Feng Nanchu's moment of glory. Dining with Hong Yin was a plan made yesterday. As both a friend and a counsel, it was essential to inquire about her change of major. Furthermore, the issue of a fixed office location remained unresolved, and Jiang Qin was also inclined to explore the vicinity of the school for suitable rental spaces. The East Campus of Lingda is not particularly close to the main campus, with the nearest area being South Street. This street, aside from the pedestrian street, is another commercial hub where all shops are available for rent. Finding an office space here would be convenient for both the technology team from the main campus and the content team from the East Campus. However, due to its proximity to the university city, rental prices are exorbitant, and few are willing to transfer leases, leaving it largely to chance. As dusk settled, the sky darkened gradually. The brilliant sunset clouds stretched for miles, seemingly set to ignite the heavens. Feng Nanchu trailed behind Jiang Qin, her black-heeled shoes clicking rhythmically against the pavement. The petite heiress possessed skin as fair as snow, a tall and slender figure, accentuated by a flowing black dress and a striking red belt, exuding an air of sophistication. Yet, who would suspect that she was merely a soft, gluttonous girl who enjoyed whining to Jiang Qin? Stay here for a moment. I will go order. Don't wander off. Jiang Qin, I want to eat crawfish. Why do you have such a penchant for these colorful dishes? Feng Nanchu wrinkled her delicate nose, adjusted her skirt, and sat upright, her gaze as cold as ice, her expression vacant. The young men along the way were irresistibly drawn to her, yet her frosty demeanor deterred them from gazing directly. The black attire exuded solemnity, while the red accent added a striking allure, combined with her expressionless, exquisite features, creating an overwhelming presence. Her demeanor mirrored that of her high school days, dispassionate and aloof, easily mistaken for an unattainable goddess. Meanwhile, as Jiang Qin placed the order, Hong Yin had already arrived at South Street from the East Campus. Today, she wore a plaid dress paired with white sneakers, radiating youthful sweetness. Jiang Qin, I've arrived. I've arrived too, at table 7 at Shui Tian. All right, I'll head over. After putting away her phone, Hong Yin let out a soft sigh, steadied herself while gazing at the illuminated outdoor tables, and resumed walking. Ever since the chaotic incident at South Street, Hong Yin had realized she had been subtly turned down by Jiang Qin, leading to a cessation of their contact. Even their nightly farewells had ceased a week ago. Therefore, when Jiang Qin messaged her yesterday to invite her out for a meal, Hong Yin was genuinely taken aback. She wondered if Jiang Qin had mistakenly sent the message to her but couldn't resist accepting the invitation. However, as she approached the entrance of Shui Tian, her heart fluttered unexpectedly. The reason was simple. Sitting at table 7 was a strikingly beautiful girl, unsmiling, with deep-set eyes and an expressionless face, exuding an air of authority. Even the surrounding noise of the bustling outdoor stalls could not tarnish her elegance. Hong Yin had always been confident in her appearance, yet she felt an overwhelming pressure in the presence of this girl. The other's gaze, attire, and demeanor conveyed an almost forbidding chill, giving the impression of being admired from afar, yet never to be approached. After verifying the table number, Hong Yin nervously approached and sat down under Feng Nanchu's watchful eyes. Hello, I'm Hong Yin. Feng Nanchu, Jiang Qin's closest friend for life. Hong Yin felt a moment of breathlessness, her soft pink lips instinctively pressing together. The girl's aura was overwhelmingly strong, especially her cool voice and resonant tone, which exuded a palpable pressure. Though Hong Yin considered herself mature and graceful, she felt she could never reach the level of confidence exuded by the girl before her. Even seated gracefully, Feng Nanchu radiated an aura that made Hong Yin feel small in comparison. Are you also from the School of Finance? Yes. Then we should be the same age. When is your birthday? February 3rd. As Feng Nanchu spoke, she internally lamented Jiang Qin's tardiness, thinking, what should I say now? Social interactions felt daunting, if only everyone shared her penchant for casualness. Meanwhile, Hong Yin lowered her gaze, pretending to sip water, unable to suppress her envy. Truly confident individuals radiate a captivating glow. Just then, Jiang Qin emerged from Shui Tian, having completed the ordering. Long time no see, Hong Yin. Indeed. I thought you might have messaged the wrong person. I felt a bit anxious on my way here, Hong Yin replied with a calm smile. Jiang Qin took a seat and poured tea. Actually, I invited you to discuss your change of major. How did you know? Hong Yin was surprised. I ran into Si Huiying, and she mentioned it to me. She is quite concerned about your decision, but felt unable to influence you, hence sought my assistance. She really knows my weaknesses, Hong Yin sighed. Jiang Qin took a sip of water. I'm curious, why do you insist on changing majors? Hong Yin bit her lip. As you mentioned before, university life is beautiful, and harmonious dorm relationships are vital. However, I cannot coexist peacefully with Chu Siki. Seeing her infuriates me. That doesn't warrant a change of major, though. Well, it's partly due to my family's wishes. My father prefers I study something related to trade. Jiang Qin regarded her. Si Huiying said you have a passion for law. Wouldn't that be a pity? Hong Yin chuckled lightly, shaking her head. Actually, she is mistaken. I didn't choose law because I loved it. Rather, I learned to love it after choosing it. Switching to another major wouldn't change that. Is it not a spur-of-the-moment decision? Absolutely not. Feng Nanshu, sitting silently beside them, suddenly recalled a quote from the girl with the magic eyes. Do not alter your choices based on others' opinions. Pursue what you believe to be right. Hong Yin paused, her gaze toward the petite heiress shimmering with admiration. Feng Nanshu, I truly wish I could embody your confidence. Jiang Qin looked bewildered at the two, thinking, is there a misunderstanding between you? The petite heiress has a personality softer than a peanut, too timid to even step outside, always exchanging goodnights. Where is this confidence coming from? He then turned to the coolly composed Feng Nanshu, pondering, did you just play me? Feng Nanshu, I have another question. Could you provide me with an answer? Feng Nanshu nodded confidently. Go ahead. If you are infatuated with someone who does not reciprocate, what should you do? Hong Yin's voice trembled slightly as she bit her lip. Feng Nanshu's expression turned icy. The likelihood of becoming lovers often leads to estrangement. And some even end up as foes. It's quite surreal. Is that so? Hong Yan's eyes dimmed, and after a moment, she managed a faint smile. As she lifted her gaze, she perceived Feng Nanshu's figure glowing ever more radiantly in the evening twilight. Jiang Qin chuckled, thinking, you two are quite the pair. One dares to teach, while the other dares to learn. Chapter 72. The Philosophy of Life. Hong Yin and Jiang Qin have shared 3 meals together. The first meal ended in a brawl before they could even take a few bites, and the second fared little better, as they ended up fighting once more after consuming just a couple of dishes. This was the only occasion when the meal proceeded without incident. Yet the pressure felt by Hong Yin was no less than during the previous encounters. Feng Nanshu, indeed, radiated an extraordinary brilliance. She sat there with an air of elegance, her delicate fingers deftly peeling shrimp shells. A mere glance from her, with her cool, penetrating gaze, was enough to instill a profound sense of intimidation, rendering her an indelible presence that could not be overlooked, even in silence. Would you care for some? Feng Nanshu inquired, holding out a small piece of shrimp tail. Hong Yin gently waved her hand. I can manage on my own, thank you. At that moment, Jiang Qin was not seated at the table but rather standing on the steps of the restaurant, engaging in casual conversation with the owner, who was lounging at the entrance. This casual exchange, however, was not without purpose. Jiang Qin sought to inquire about the rental prices on this street and wanted to glean insights into the challenges faced by those in the restaurant industry. Alas, this business is tough. One scarcely earns a decent sum throughout the year. You students have it easy, find a job, bask in the air conditioning all day long. Unlike us who toil from dawn till dusk, lamented the restaurant owner as he retrieved a set of BMW car keys from his pocket, playing with them idly before pressing a button, causing the headlights of a nearby car to flash in response. A 5 Series? Not an easy purchase for a working-class individual. Jiang Qin observed, recognizing the car immediately. It's all right, really. I bought it for my son, but he found it too cheap and refuses to drive it. So I'm left with no choice but to use it myself, though I prefer Audi, the owner replied nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette from the pack on the table. Jiang Qin smirked. Ah, so this is the beginning of our rivalry, is it? I'll be collecting the keys to Uncle Gong's Bentley tomorrow. We shall see who comes out on top in our future discussions. After a while, he returned to the dining table, only to discover that Feng Nanshu and Hong Yin were engrossed in conversation, the bowl of crayfish nearly empty and the dishes on the table dwindling. What are you two discussing? Jiang Qin inquired, pulling out a chair to sit. Hong Yin looked up. Feng classmate has imparted numerous life philosophies to me. I feel immensely enriched. Jiang Qin, taken aback, pondered how these two had found common ground. Just a few days prior, Feng Nanshu had been joyfully riding a merry-go-round. What sort of life philosophies could she possibly share? Time is a bit late. I must take my leave now. I will carefully consider matters pertaining to my major. You need not worry. Hong Yin stated as she stood, smoothing her dress and retrieving her handbag from the chair. As she departed, Jiang Qin couldn't help but lean slightly to watch the graceful curve of her legs beneath her skirt for a prolonged moment, his brow subtly furrowing in contemplation. How could she, after absorbing the life lessons from a wealthy young woman, not have been led astray? Are you using the profound wisdom from children's adventure books to sway opinions? Feng Nanshu, her lips tinged red from the spicy crayfish, finally exclaimed, Jiang Qin. It's too spicy. I need water. Jiang Qin hurriedly fetched her a bottle of water. She gulped down a mouthful, her eyes glistening with tears. Truly a lover of spicy food yet unable to handle it. Feeling better? Much improved, though my mouth remains a tad numb. Meanwhile, Hong Yin returned to the East Campus. Upon entering her dormitory, she found Chu Siki seated at her study desk, regarding her with a cold gaze that bore a hint of interrogation. Feigning ignorance, Hong Yin circumnavigated the study table and retrieved her toiletries from the shelf. Yet, the next moment, she was halted by Chu Siki's voice. Did you go to see Jiang Qin? None of your business, Hong Yin replied coolly, stepping into the bathroom. Chu Siki, incensed, pursued her into the restroom. I've told you before, since we are in fair competition, you ought to inform me when you go to see him. I met him to discuss serious matters. Hong Yin stated as she squeezed toothpaste onto her brush. If it's a serious discussion, there is no need to avoid others, Chu Siki retorted, her eyes misting. But he deleted my QQ and blocked my number. I tried calling him through Huiru's phone, and that too was blocked. That is quite clear. Isn't it? He doesn't wish to have any further ties with you. Chu Siki sank onto the bed, tears threatening to spill over her lashes. At this point, despite her confidence, she realized Jiang Qin was indeed serious. It was not a mere game of cat and mouse, nor was it a hasty decision. He genuinely no longer held affection for her. Yet, she could not comprehend why his feelings for her had vanished so thoroughly and cleanly, as if no trace remained. Just a day before the college entrance exams, he had expressed his desire to attend the same university, yet immediately after the exams, he seemed like a completely transformed individual. She had not even had the opportunity to prepare, no time for reflection. Now, he effortlessly withdrew from her life, leaving her in turmoil. What was the justification for such pain? After a while, Hong Yin returned to the dormitory, shaking her head at Chu Siki, who wore an expression of indignation. Fair competition? It's merely one-sided affection. That aloof Feng sister is not someone who can be overshadowed by just any campus beauty. Even a paragon like her is willing to orbit Jiang Qin. It's laughable that Chu Siki insists on testing her. Have you arrived at the dorm? Yes. Think carefully about changing majors. Understood. At that moment, Jiang Qin had already escorted Feng and Shu back home. After receiving a message from Hong Yin, he made his way back to his dorm, only to be intercepted by Ren Ziqiang. Old Jiang, isn't this website yours? Could you give me some favorable reviews to support Pan Xiu? Jiang Qin looked puzzled. Support her for what? This afternoon, I helped Pan Xiu post a message declaring her the campus beauty, and now she's being bombarded with criticism. Ren Ziqiang replied, gritting his teeth in frustration, knowing that it was futile to resist the crowd. Jiang Qin found Ren Ziqiang's taste rather perplexing. How many favorable reviews do you need? The more, the better. Jiang Qin opened the back end of the posting system and began crafting a flurry of compliments for Ren Ziqiang's post about Pan Xiu. This reply bot, created by Su Nai, was intended to simulate a facade of prosperity for the website. However, after the influx of genuine users, he had disabled that feature to avoid detection, and now it served a purpose for Pan Xiu. Seeing the surge in favorable comments on his post, Ren Ziqiang's mood brightened considerably. Thanks, Jiang Ge. I'll buy you breakfast tomorrow. Choose whatever you like on the first floor. Old Ren, do you really think Pan Xiu qualifies as a campus beauty? Chao Guangyu interjected, unable to restrain his mockery, pondering the workings of Ren Ziqiang's mind. Ren Ziqiang shot back. She is the campus beauty in my heart. Such a devoted admirer. Chao Guangyu opened the forum, eager to witness how Ren Ziqiang was promoting Pan Xiu as the campus beauty. However, upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Why is Wei Wei responding to your post? She even said it looks great? Jiang Qin's heart skipped a beat. Which Wei Wei? The same Wei Wei who consistently replied to my posts. I messaged her, but she didn't respond, yet she goes and replies to Old Ren? Isn't that glaringly obvious? She is intentionally ignoring your messages. What a heartless woman. Jiang Qin fumed. Old Chao, if she finds Pan Xiu attractive, who knows what her reality is like? You'd best keep your eyes wide open. Chao Guangyu's face turned pale. Damn, Lao Jiang. You truly have awakened me from my slumber with a single word. Lao Chao, what on earth do you mean? Ren Ziqiang's face darkened. It's nothing. Pan Xiu is merely the school beauty. Rest assured, my hands are swift. I shall assist you in garnering a few favorable reviews. Now that sounds more like it. Chapter 73. Conflict in mid-September, the military training finally came to an end, and all the freshmen of Lin University gathered on the school playground for a final review performance. The scene was packed with a sea of people, bustling and vibrant, a spectacle of considerable magnitude. Among them, 1/5 participated in the review, while the remaining 4/5 occupied the stands as spectators. However, the audience in the stands showed little interest in the military training review. Instead, they were more captivated by the ongoing competition for the title of Campus Belle, each one clutching their phones, murmuring to themselves. As the initiator of the Campus Belle competition, Jiang Qin sat at the back of the stands, undergoing intense questioning from Gao Wenhui. Why is Feng Nanshu considered a forbidden term on your forum? She inquired. Jiang Qin shrugged. What can I say? She is so stunning that she breaks the rules. Gao Wenhui's jealousy was palpable as she retorted, your subtle flattery is impeccable. No wonder Nanshu clings to you every day. But I protest. A competition without Feng Nanshu is utterly unfair. Dear sister, I organized this Campus Belle theme to spark discussions among everyone, and debate is essential. Currently, the goddesses from various departments are evenly matched. In such circumstances, forum users are unlikely to concede to one another, which keeps the excitement alive. But if Feng Nanshu steps into the arena, it's game over. Who would dare to claim they are the Campus Belle? That would be the end of the debate. Are you trying to impress with so many idioms for your postgraduate exams? Gao Wenhui protested, her expression one of disbelief. This feeling is quite normal. I have a heavenly roommate, yet I cannot boast about it. It's simply too painful. Her face was a canvas of longing to show off. Xiao Gao, you seem to overlook something. If the forum ultimately declares a first Campus Belle who isn't as beautiful as your roommate, wouldn't that be more gratifying for you? Gao Wenhui contemplated this, her brow furrowing. That would be a secret pleasure, but a pleasure unknown to anyone is utterly unsatisfying. At this moment, Fan Shuling suddenly turned her head. Jiang Qin, that hottest candidate for Campus Belle, Chu Siki, is your ex-girlfriend, right? Jiang Qin responded, recalling that day on South Street when he had witnessed her arguing with Hong Yin, who ranked third over him. Fan Shuling's voice was rather loud, perhaps intentionally so, drawing the attention of the boys from Class 4 of Finance, who turned to glance at Jiang Qin, feeling a chill run down their spines, their teeth clenching in tension. The most beautiful celestial maiden clinging to him was already surprising enough, but how were the two hottest goddesses from the law department also connected to him? What was this guy up to? Was he playing some new character collecting game? Why did he deserve this? Since the day Feng Nanshu had asked him to open a bottle. All the boys pondered this question. While it was true that Jiang Qin was somewhat handsome, others equally appealing certainly existed. Why did these aloof beauties change demeanor the moment they laid eyes on him? Jiang Qin began to understand. Realizing why Fan Shuling had seemed displeased during their meal that day, hostility lingered due to this revelation. It had merely been a casual gathering among friends. Scoundrel. Just as they were speaking, a sudden commotion erupted from the right side of the stands. A plastic water bottle flew through the air, crashing against the protective barrier at the back of the stands, creating a loud noise. Everyone turned to see four boys grappling with one another, while a girl shouted nearby. And other boys looked on with eager eyes, ready to join in. The student council members responsible for maintaining order rushed over, shouting for them to stop. What happened? One asked, panting. A guy from the design department came over here to reserve seats, and a girl from our department got into a scuffle with him, scratching his face in the process. Jiang Qin stood up to leave, but Fan Shuling shot him a look. Where are you going? We haven't resolved the earlier matter. I need to use the restroom. Care to join? Jiang Qin grinned. Get lost, she replied, and he chuckled, walking along the aisle toward the exit. The restroom entrance lay just behind the quarrel, and after attempting twice to squeeze through, he resigned himself to waiting nearby. Meanwhile, a girl from the design department, her hair tied in a ponytail, stood in the middle of the chaos, vehemently demanding an apology from the finance department. Zhu Feng and several council members argued back, but their voices failed to match the volume of their opponent. Clearly, neither side was willing to yield. This was a review event, after all, surrounded by new freshmen. If the student council members bowed to an external department, their authority would be compromised, making future operations difficult. You all came over here first to reserve seats. You must apologize. One side argued. Reserving seats is wrong, but your side threw the first punch, so it's impossible for you to apologize first, retorted the other. Does your design department even know how to reason? As tensions escalated, Jiang Qin could no longer contain himself. All right, can we cease this bickering? I'm about to wet my pants over this trivial matter. Upon hearing his voice, both student council members turned to him. A guy reserving seats in another department? Do you have a big enough backside for that? And you're arguing with a girl? Quite the achievement. You should be the one to apologize. Hearing this, the finance department's student leaders frowned. While Jiang Qin made a fair point, the other side clearly seized upon the fact that they had instigated the fight. Unsurprisingly, the boy who had been scratched showed no signs of remorse and was ready to continue his tirade. Jiang Qin frowned, looking at the girl from the design department. Shuemei, if you're in the wrong, you need to admit it. That's how it works, whether in work or study. Fine, since you're the boss. Lu Shuemei bit her lip, glancing at the boy beside her, apologized to him. The scratched boy gritted his teeth, clearly unwilling, but eventually muttered an apology. Jiang Qin then turned to the finance department. The one who scratched him should apologize too. Also, someone from the finance department should accompany him to the infirmary for a checkup, perhaps a band-aid, so it doesn't interfere with their dating prospects. I'll go. Su Juanli, the publicity minister from the finance department, immediately recognized Jiang Qin as the young master of the Bentley from the other day. He had been eager to befriend Jiang Qin and was determined to offer this courtesy. As the finance department's student leaders agreed to help, Lu Shuemei's frustration diminished considerably, and she refrained from further comment. Thus, a conflict on the brink of escalation abruptly came to an end, while Jiang Qin hurried to the restroom. Upon exiting, he bore a relaxed expression. Isn't that Feng Nanshu's boyfriend? Zhu Feng from the finance department was perplexed. We've been arguing for so long, and yet his single remark proved more effective. Vice President Ma Jiangming scratched his head. Perhaps it's because what he said made more sense? Did the design department yield to him? Are you drunk? I've said similar things, and not just once. Ma Jiangming shrugged, still puzzled. Zhu Feng was even more confused. Even if the design department gives in, how does Zheng Juanli, a minister, listen to a freshman? I have no idea. Who is our president? Of course, it's you, Senior Zhu. Then who is Jiang Qin? Just an ordinary freshman. But why do I feel he has more authority than you? That's just an illusion. It's all in your head. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Feng instructed. Ma Jiangming, go ask him later if he is willing to join the student council. He'll surely agree. I've never seen anyone unwilling to join the student council. Ma Jiangming assured confidently. Chapter 74. The entrepreneurial base. The inspection ceremony was somewhat captivating, even if one was reluctant to witness the drills. The sight of beautiful young women was quite pleasing to the eye. However, when it came time for the principal's speech, the freshers suddenly appeared disheartened. Each one listless and preferring to pick their noses rather than glance at the speaker. Jiang Qin, too, found himself battling boredom and sleepiness. But before he could succumb to slumber, his phone vibrated, jolting him awake. The call was from Chao Xinyue at the entrepreneurial base, informing him that his startup application had been approved and he could collect his registration card. The activity classroom had also been successfully reserved for his use at any time. Wasn't the approval supposed to take at least a month, with a low acceptance rate for freshmen? He had even considered renting an apartment off campus. And yet here was an unexpected delight. Jiang Qin lifted his gaze to the principal, who was still rambling away from the podium, and thought to himself that he needed to find a way to leave. Sitting there felt like a waste of time. He might as well go check out the entrepreneurial base. Just as he was contemplating his next move, Ma Jiangming dashed over from the side of the stage, panting heavily. Junior, are you interested in joining our student council? My ideological awareness is insufficient, and besides, I understand the student council. There isn't much power, and the trivial matters abound. Jiang Qin waved a dismissive hand. Ma Jiangming disagreed with his assessment. You can't say that. Our finance department's student council wields significant power. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment. Let me offer an example. If I no longer wish to listen to the principal's speech and want to leave, do you have the authority to let me go? I doubt it. Is that so? Don't underestimate me. Even a mere department head has that power, Ma Jiangming boasted arrogantly. Impressive. Thank you, senior. Jiang Qin packed his belongings and swiftly descended from the podium, disappearing behind the scenes. Ma Jiangming was left dazed, momentarily unable to process what had just transpired. Have I been deceived? Did I just agree to let him go? But it seems he hasn't even consented to join the student council. After departing the main playground, Jiang Qin bought 2 cups of milk tea and made his way to the university's entrepreneurial base on College Road 2, effortlessly pushing open the door to the main office. Senior Chao Xinyue was organizing documents and immediately stood up upon seeing him, handing him a transparent folder and a white-framed nameplate. along with 2 keys. Junior, you're quite fortunate. Professor Yin believes your project is excellent. He personally helped you apply for these items. The activity classroom is located at room 208 on the 2nd floor. Professor Yin? Xia Xinyuan nodded. Yes. But he is not here today. You probably want to meet him. However, we're quite close, so you will have the opportunity eventually. All right. Thank you, senior. Allow me to treat you to some milk tea. Jiang Qin handed her one of the cups and then sauntered over to where another senior was engrossed in watching a television series. Perhaps still reeling from being spoiled last time, the senior immediately panicked upon seeing Jiang Qin, quickly shielding the screen with his hand and regarding him warily. What are you up to? Don't be nervous. I just want to treat you to some milk tea, Jiang Qin replied innocently. Placing the drink down and casting a glance at the top left corner of the screen, where a military-themed drama was playing. Oh dear. Realizing that the main character has met an unfortunate fate, he promptly lost interest in watching, Jiang Qin thought, amused by the senior's reaction. He exited the main office, ascended to the 2nd floor, and searched for the designated room number, finally locating the school-provided activity classroom, 208. Upon entering, he found several white long tables inside, with a plethora of line graphs plastered on the walls. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the adhesive had deteriorated, and some had even fallen to the floor. Jiang Qin glanced at the remnants. It appeared that the room had previously been used for a group buying website project, with the last recorded date being March of last year, likely a venture that had met its demise. 10 minutes later, Su Nai and Dong Wenhao arrived after receiving a call. They surveyed the room, eyes brimming with astonishment. This classroom will be ours from now on. Wow, it's even larger than the literature club's activity room. After a quick tour, they immediately called their teammates to bring their laptops over. In all honesty, having a base of operations made a significant difference in their entrepreneurial endeavors. Once a fixed location was established, a sense of belonging immediately followed. Should we make a nameplate to hang on the door? One suggested. Let us add some streamers. It feels a bit plain, another chimed in. I think we could place a folding screen in the middle. With the content team on the south side and the tech team on the north, the two groups buzzed with excitement, chattering incessantly. Relieved to finally leave behind the guerrilla warfare of working wherever they could find space. Boss, what do you think we should arrange next? Sunai adjusted her glasses. I believe our first order of business should be a thorough cleaning. Jiang Qin smiled as he tossed a pile of mops onto the table. The team members had expected some grand, motivational speech from their boss, but upon hearing the call to action, they began to grumble, though they remained cheerful, as having a base made them feel more cohesive as a unit. As the cleaning commenced, Jiang Qin led the charge, tearing down the old reports from the walls and stuffing them into trash bags, while the girls prepared rags to wipe down the tables and windows. Seizing the moment, Jiang Qin called over Shi Miao Miao, a girl with a youthful appearance and neat short hair. Miao Miao, gather a few girls and head to the 2nd floor of the dining hall to order some food. All right, boss. Shi Miao Miao took the money Jiang Qin handed her and called upon the tech team members Wen Jin Rui, Dong Miao Miao, and content team members Ding Yuzhen and El Yinging. The 5 of them exited the entrepreneurial base, heading towards the cafeteria. Half an hour later, the cleaning of the activity classroom was nearly complete, and Shi Miao Miao and her team returned with the food. They spread out the leftover newspapers on the table and began to eat. To be honest, while motivational speeches and encouragement could certainly boost team morale, nothing compared to the satisfaction of sharing a lively meal in one's own territory after completing a task. The feeling was akin to gathering in the fields for lunch after a day's labor, filled with the joy of harvest and a deep sense of fulfillment. Of course, it was premature to speak of a bountiful harvest when the website was just getting started, but at the very least, they were on the right track. After their meal, those with classes departed while the rest returned to fetch their computers and prepare for work. At that moment, the external editing team members Wei Lanlan and Tan Qing also arrived, bringing with them good news. The IELTS and TOEFL training program on campus expressed interest in advertising on their website and even provided a deposit of 2,000 yuan. According to the program's owner, they had previously advertised on the old forum every year with little success and had planned to cease their efforts this year. However, upon discovering Jihu, they couldn't resist the temptation to reconsider. Having already budgeted for advertising costs, exploring a new channel seemed a viable option. Chapter 75. Come and play with me. It is a simple truth that those who can advertise on the old forum are likely to embrace a new forum with a larger audience. However, the old forum is officially operated, and as a burgeoning contender, it is not wise to directly poach clients right at the outset. Nevertheless, the advertisers have their own motives. Money that comes knocking should not be turned away. Although 2,000 yuan is not a substantial amount, it represents the first return on investment since the establishment of the website. After some contemplation, Jiang Qin resolved to procure a water dispenser and a fan, allocating the remainder of the funds for operational expenses. Investing in an air conditioner was out of the question. Summer was nearly over, and such an expenditure would be frivolous. Moreover, installing an air conditioner would require extensive procedures that would take considerable time. Jiang Qin withdrew 2 banknotes and handed them to Wei Lanlan and Tan Qing. These two were temporary staff borrowed from the part-time job association and were not considered full team members. Thus they received no salary but only commissions, a decision Jiang Qin deliberately made. Individuals engaged in marketing and business development require motivation. A fixed salary would not suffice. While a commission-based approach fosters a greater drive for success, as a promising venture inspires individuals to strive harder. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon. The two teams had gathered in room 208, half of the members typing away diligently while the other half worked on the voting system. The clatter of keyboards resonating throughout the space. During this time, Xiaoxin Yue peeked in and was taken aback by the sight of so many people engrossed in their work. She thought to herself, didn't the keys just get handed out at noon? Not only have they cleaned up, but they've also put everything to use. What extraordinary efficiency. Junior, are you serious? You've already started operations in just one afternoon? Being unambitious about making money indicates a lack of sense. Senior sister, why not abandon romance and join me for this part-time job instead? Xiao Xinyue pouted. I refuse to believe you can actually earn money. The probability of me earning is far greater than the likelihood of a school uniform transforming into a wedding gown. Jiang Qin replied as he pulled a chair for her. Sit down for a moment and experience the vigor of our team. Never mind. I just came to say hello and see if you need anything. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Do you have a blackboard? A printer? We could also use 2 computers and perhaps install an air conditioner. Junior, you really do have the audacity to demand so much. You might as well just eat me alive. I can help you apply for the blackboard and printer. But don't even think about the computers and air conditioner. After finishing her remarks, Xiaoxin Yue departed, still skeptical about Jiang Qin's project. In this day and age, the internet remains an abstract concept for many. Comparatively, she believed ventures like bubble tea shops or supermarkets were far more lucrative. As dusk approached, the individuals in room 208 gradually made their way to the cafeteria, with Jiang Qin leaving a bit earlier and leaving the keys with Sunai. No viewing of irrelevant materials in this sacred office space. I didn't look. Sunai retorted, her fingers tapping furiously on the keyboard, producing a sound reminiscent of a machine gun. As the evening wind caressed him, Jiang Qin strolled along the college's second road. Suddenly, his phone emitted a few notification sounds, displaying a lively avatar of a tabby cat. Jiang Qin, come and play with me. Jiang Qin. Feng Nanshu. That message was from Gao Wenwei. Feng Nanshu. There's a cat downstairs that can do backflips. Is it really that amazing? I must see it. Afterward, let us go to the cafeteria for dinner. All right. After reading Feng Nanshu's QQ message, Jiang Qin stood and headed towards the girls' dormitory. The young heiress was already waiting downstairs, dressed in a white dress adorned with a black bow at the collar, exuding youthful exuberance and sparkling eyes. Where's the cat that can do backflips? It ran away. Feng Nanshu pointed dramatically in the opposite direction, her expression filled with innocence. Jiang Qin pouted, thinking she could have simply expressed her desire to go out instead of blaming the cat. A cat. Perhaps having a cat in room 208 could enhance team cohesion and alleviate the monotony of work. He pressed his temples, considering how delightful that notion seemed. On the path from the girls' dormitory to the cafeteria, Feng Nanshu walked with a spring in her step, her toes lightly tapping the ground, her bright eyes reflecting the hues of dusk. However, upon reaching the cafeteria entrance, her pace slowed, and she turned to watch Jiang Qin until he caught up before continuing forward. The cafeteria was bustling with people, mostly entire dormitory groups dining together. The two entered in tandem and immediately spotted Gao Wenwei seated in the center, heartily enjoying her meal. Gao Wenwei, your ability to teleport is impressive. You were just messaging in the dorm, and now you're already eating? Feng Nanshu nodded earnestly. Wenwei can sometimes move as fast as lightning. Gao Wenwei, oblivious to their banter, pushed her tray forward. Come on, guess what I ordered? Quail eggs stewed with potatoes. Feng Nanshu replied softly. I ordered braised pork. But the server fumbled, leaving me with just this. Why not visit a hospital if your hands shake that much? What kind of job is that? Gao Wenwei complained, her face filled with indignation. Jiang Qin chuckled. Eating less meat wouldn't hurt. Look at your waist, it's thicker than mine. Ugh, I knew you wouldn't say anything nice. I'm done eating and 1T be your third will any longer. Gao Wenwei exclaimed, swiftly clearing her tray from the table. Feng Nanshu looked puzzled. What is a third wheel? It's a type of illuminating tool that shines brightly, Jiang Qin provided with a straight face. The young heiress suspected Jiang Qin was deceiving her, yet she had no evidence to prove it. After a while, the two returned with their meals, one a braised pork set and the other a bowl of succulent beef noodles. As Feng Nanshu savored her braised pork, she couldn't help but glance at the rich beef in Jiang Qin's bowl, eventually unable to resist and letting a bit of drool escape. Her eyes filled with innocent desire. Jiang Qin picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and offered it to her. Initially, he intended to place it in her spoon, but her rosy lips were already wide open, eagerly awaiting the morsel. Thus, Jiang Qin fed her, witnessing her eyes sparkle suddenly, shining like stars. Is it delicious? Feng Nanshu nodded enthusiastically. Jiang Qin took a bite of his noodles. Hurry and finish eating. Afterward, I'll take you to Wanhua Lake to see the koi. Feng Nanshu's demeanor changed, her feet instinctively retreating beneath the table. No, Jiang Qin. I haven't washed today. Feng Nanshu, I warn you to treat me as a respectable person. What constitutes a respectable person? A respectable person means that when we go to see the koi, we focus solely on the fish and nothing else. Chapter 76, Rest a while. Don't touch any more beneath the twilight. The lake shimmered gently. Just as Jiang Qin settled onto the stone, Su Nai's call came through. She informed him that the voting system was ready to go live. Although there were minor bugs with the real-time rankings, they could proceed as they did when establishing the website, utilizing it first and making adjustments later. Jiang Qin nodded thoughtfully at her report, when suddenly he heard Feng Nanshu emit a soft hum. Understanding her cue, he lightened his grip, shifting from pinching to a gentle hold, his palms softly kneading. Feeling as warm and smooth as jade. Why are you so quiet, boss? Su Nai's voice came from the other end of the line. Jiang Qin snapped back to attention. Oh, please contact Lu Xiume and ask her if the banner for the landing page is ready. Sure, Su Nai responded brightly. Also, confirm with Wei Lanlan. It seems that Tongxing Driving School is interested in sponsoring this event. Ensure that they coordinate well among themselves. And let them know to set a high sponsorship fee. Do not let poverty limit your imagination. What if they refuse such a high amount? If they refuse, so be it. At worst, we'll seek out another sponsor. But the sponsorship fee must not be low, otherwise, future advertising fees will suffer. If they perceive that the sponsorship fee is meager, they may question the value of the advertising costs, thinking that if such a small amount is requested, how can they justify asking for more? This could easily breed resentment. However, if the sponsorship fee is high and the advertising costs are low, it will give the impression of a bargain. The worth of something is not dictated by others. It is elevated by oneself. Is it really that simple? I understand now, boss. Su Nai began to grasp Jiang Qin's intricate thought process before hanging up to follow through. Meanwhile, Feng Nanshu sat sideways, gazing softly at the lake, feeling a slight itch in her feet, occasionally humming to herself. Does your foot still hurt? Jiang Qin suddenly inquired. Feng Nanshu paused in surprise. I never said my foot hurt. Nonsense. If your foot didn't hurt, why would you ask me to massage it? Jiang Qin replied with an air of righteousness. Feng Nanshu glanced at her little shoes. Jiang Qin, you took off my shoes and socks. I couldn't possibly outmaneuver you. I would never do such a thing. You must have removed your shoes and socks while I was on the phone and extended your foot towards me. Did you know there's an experiment that shows people subconsciously accept things handed to them while on a call? Feng Nanshu stared blankly, contemplating for a moment before choosing silence. Quietly relishing the gentle massage of her toes, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Jiang Qin continued his kneading, his mind still preoccupied with the sponsorship fee. In the early stages of the forum, traffic was sufficient, yet the conversion rate remained uncertain. Under these circumstances, Tongxing Driving School would be hesitant to invest heavily in sponsorship, especially with the potential for waste in an unclear situation. This indicated that negotiations with Wei Lanlan and Tan Qin would likely encounter difficulties. However, there was no alternative. One must aim high to establish a ceiling for future endeavors. Moreover, a beauty contest could only be held once per school year. If a school crowned a beauty every semester, the prestige would significantly diminish. Thus, this singular opportunity must leave room for future negotiations. Yet, the most pressing question was where the upper limit for Tongxing Driving School lay. With a registration fee of 3,200. Jiang Qin calculated that the sponsorship ceiling should hover around 60,000. Should it exceed 60,000, the driving school would likely forfeit the opportunity. Nevertheless, Jiang Qin felt dissatisfied. Sensing the price could be elevated further, although aside from Tongxing Driving School, no other businesses possessed sufficient capacity. This matter necessitated dual preparations to avoid an empty hand. Jiang Qin. What is it? Rest a moment. Don't touch anymore. Jiang Qin raised his gaze and realized that his hand had unconsciously wandered to Feng Nanshu's smooth calf, the texture delicate and silky, firm yet well-proportioned. While the petite heiress pressed down her skirt with one hand, gazing at him with watery eyes. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Qin found it hard to believe and raised his palm. Could it be? My hand truly has a mind of its own? At 10:30 in the evening, Jiang Qin escorted Feng Nanshu back to her dormitory. Upon entering, she was immediately embraced by Gao Wenwei, who, being single and gossipy, was more excited about others' romances than her own. Nanshu, you've just returned from getting cozy with Jiang Qin? Feng Nanshu bent down to change her shoes. Jiang Qin didn't kiss me. The kissing she referred to was an intimate act between lovers, encompassing holding hands, kissing, and the like. Young Min couldn't help but interject. Feng Nanshu shook her head. I know, but it simply didn't happen. You and Jiang Qin have never held hands or kissed. Gao Wenwei inquired, her curiosity piqued. Never. Then what do you two do every night? Massage his feet. Gao Wenwei exclaimed in disbelief. No holding hands, no kissing, just foot massages every day? Even I, a self-proclaimed weirdo, find that bizarre. Friends can only massage feet. Holding hands and kissing are reserved for lovers, Feng Nanshu explained softly as she changed into her nightwear. Who taught you such principles? I concluded them myself. Gao Wenwei was taken aback. You've indeed been molded into the shape Jiang Qin prefers. Not being lovers is fine. Jiang Qin, that irresponsible scoundrel, is unworthy of Nanshu. Fan Shuling, upon hearing Jiang Qin's name, felt inexplicably furious. She had previously known a scoundrel who claimed to be the best of friends, only to inflict deep wounds, thus making her easily irritable at the sight of such individuals. Feng Nanshu, feeling displeased, decided not to speak to Fan Shuling that night. The next morning, sunlight spilled across the campus of Lingda, filtering through the windows and casting a golden glow on the balcony. Jiang Qin, whose alarm had yet to ring, was awakened by a call from Wei Lanlan. Hello? What is the matter? Boss, the negotiations fell through. This morning, Wei Lanlan had gone to Tongxing Driving School for discussions, but they quoted 70,000, and predictably, the talks collapsed. 70,000 was not counting labor costs, vehicle depreciation, or fuel expenses. They would need to recruit 25 students just to break even. For a new forum. With the conversion rate still uncertain, Tongxing Driving School was reluctant to take the first plunge. In essence, they did not believe Jiang Qin's forum could attract that many students. Drawing from the lessons of the old forum, of course, they had proposed a price based on their own psychological valuation, 20,000, but only for full sponsorship. Jiang Qin was not surprised and calmly accepted this reality, cursing as he directly rejected the offer. However, Tongxing Driving School was one of the few affluent establishments at Lingda, and if they could only manage to secure 20,000, other merchants would be even less promising. Boss, what now? Should we negotiate with other sponsors? There is no time for that. You go handle other matters, and I'll figure something out. Without further explanation, Jiang Qin hung up and sat up in bed. Chapter 77. Self-promotion. Rising from his slumber, Jiang Qin perused his class schedule and noted that he had only one lecture today, titled Introduction to College Life. After dressing, he exited his dormitory and made his way to the front square, situated directly south of the teaching building. This square represents the most concentrated small commercial hub within the university, housing supermarkets, bubble tea shops, barber shops, fruit stalls, and tea houses. Originally named Qinxue Square, the moniker was deemed rather pedestrian, leading everyone to affectionately refer to it simply as the front square. Finding a shaded spot, Jiang Qin sat cross-legged for nearly an hour, meticulously observing the foot traffic around the square's businesses. Suddenly, he slapped the table in determination and turned to enter a bubble tea shop that had only seen 3 customers throughout the morning. In this day and age, it is undeniably challenging for individual entrepreneurs like myself to thrive. Are you aware of the points redemption event at the college supermarket for bubble tea? Their prices are half of mine. Their intention is not profit, but to boost sales of other products in the store. Consequently, after merely 6 months of this promotion, my business has dwindled. Only students attending classes, unwilling to make the trek to the supermarket, occasionally patronize my establishment. Truth be told, I have long wished to cease this endeavor, but with a year left on my lease, abandoning it now would only result in losses. Persisting, albeit reluctantly, offers some solace. Once I believed that being affiliated with a university guaranteed success in any venture, but now I realize that competition is even fiercer in bustling areas. The shopkeeper, A young lady in her late 20s with dyed blonde hair wore an expression rife with complaints, practically yearning to storm into the college supermarket and confront someone. Losing money is not the worst fate. The true torment lies in the inability to cut one's losses in a timely manner, as the drain on resources leads not only to financial loss, but also to a decline in one's morale. Jiang Qin surveyed the shop interior. Is there no possibility of diversifying? This storefront occupies a corner of the building, and its limited space serves no purpose beyond selling bubble tea. Everyone knows my business struggles. I cannot even entice a customer. The blonde-haired lady harbored considerable resentment. If someone were willing to take over your lease, would you be willing to transfer ownership? She queried, skepticism evident in her tone. Fools are not entirely absent from this world. Do I not resemble one? Jiang Qin replied with a cough. If I could recoup my rent, I would transfer it immediately. Half an hour later, Feng Nanshu arrived at the front square, adorned in a butterfly-collared chiffon dress, her steps light and her gaze serene. The radiant sunlight cast a glow upon her, enhancing her beauty, making her the most striking sight in the square. Jiang Qin waved at her from the bubble tea shop's entrance and ushered her inside, where they settled onto tall stools. We've been friends for so long, yet I've never gifted you anything. How about I offer you a bubble tea shop today? Sounds good. Feng Nanshu responded, indifferent to the nature of the establishment. Anything gifted by Jiang Qin was cherished. The blonde-haired lady stole a glance at Jiang Qin, pondering the origins of this affluent youth who attempted to woo a girl so extravagantly. Yet, the girl was indeed exquisite, flawlessly beautiful. If she were a wealthy heir, she would certainly spend lavishly on her. As Feng Nanshu signed the contract, Jiang Qin couldn't help but marvel at her unwavering confidence. She signed without hesitation. Even if he sold her, she would likely count the profits joyfully. The business license would not change hands just yet. In the afternoon, he would escort her to the entrepreneurial base to obtain a certificate for independent business ownership. By the way, do you have any employees here? Yes, but as I have been operating at a loss, I plan to dismiss them. Perfect. Hold off on that for now. Let us meet the staff. The blonde-haired lady pulled out her phone and called the employee, a slender girl named Fang Xiaoxian, who was said to be exceptionally efficient. After a brief introduction, Jiang Qin called Su Nai, instructing her to procure an official invoice for 80,000 yuan for the bubble tea shop named Shitian under the guise of a forum. He then asked Su Nai to bring over the sponsorship agreement for Feng Nanshu to sign. Boss, what are you up to? Su Nai inquired, bewildered. Jiang Qin sighed. It's merely a matter of having money to spare. That's impossible. I don't believe it. The reasoning was straightforward. The sponsorship fee needed to be hyped up to subsequently elevate the advertising costs. However, the driving school was skeptical of us, only offering a price of 20,000. Hence, I must create a buzz around the shop myself. Isn't that a waste? Su Nai questioned, finding this roundabout approach convoluted. Not at all. She simply cannot continue, hence the low transfer price. This shop's persistent losses are not due to poor quality, but rather the result of a price war that has depleted its customer base. Nevertheless, the popularity of the campus beauty contest remains high, and I intend to link the contest with this bubble tea shop for a synergistic effect. Crafting an appealing sales report to attract onlookers from other businesses. Su Nai pondered, previously unprofitable, but after branding, it becomes lucrative? That seems uncertain, after all. I'm merely speculating. The actual outcome will depend on the contest's commencement, as initial traffic monetization is challenging. Consider it a trial. Su Nai gasped. Are you aiming to achieve 3 objectives with one action? Where did you acquire such strategies? Jiang Qin regarded her with disdain. This is the wisdom of our ancestors. Are you unaware of the immense commercial value that ancient beauty contests possessed? Think deeply about this and refrain from fixating on those trivial videos. Su Nai pouted, redirecting her attention to Feng Nanshu, who was the most stunning individual she had ever encountered, perfectly refined from every angle, with captivating eyes and a flawless nose. Madam, you are truly beautiful. She couldn't help but express her admiration. Feng Nanshu's eyes sparkled. You are such a kind-hearted person. All right, enough flattery. Su Nai, if you have no classes, focus on optimizing the program. We have a class to attend this afternoon, and we cannot be late for the first lecture of university. We must maintain some sense of ceremony. Jiang Qin interrupted their mutual compliments, leading the young beauty towards the teaching building. Under the sun, the two appeared perfectly matched. With a height difference of 10 centimeters, one in a shirt, the other in a dress, reminiscent of a scene from a romantic novel. Huh? The first class of university? Su Nai's gaze momentarily faltered. Wait, didn't you say you were a senior? Chapter 78, Orientation. Having acquired a bubble tea shop, Jiang Qin escorted Feng Nanshu to the academic building, where they parted ways in the corridor. Feng Nanshu hurried back to Class 4, while Jiang Qin made his way to Class 3, where he discovered Chao Guangyu and Zhou Chao laughing joyfully, their faces creased with delight. Jiang Qin approached and sat beside Ren Ziqiang, inquiring, "What has you both so elated? Pray, enlighten me." Chao Guangyu and Zhou Chao's expressions shifted instantly. "Oh, it's nothing. Just our passion for learning. You know how it is when class begins." Ren Ziqiang could not suppress his disdain for their pretense. "Old Jiang, don't be fooled by these two. Let me tell you, we have 2 new students today, a boy and a girl, and the girl is exceedingly beautiful, nearly rivaling Hong Yan." Realizing that the secret could not be concealed any longer, Chao Guangyu immediately turned to Jiang Qin. "Come on, man, don't hoard all the stamps for yourself. Leave this one for us, I implore you. Get lost. When have I ever collected stamps?" Jiang Qin retorted, "You may not be a collector, but those stamps are certainly flocking to you." Jiang Qin chose to ignore them, exasperated by the notion that everyone perceived him as a scoundrel. He lamented, "Why must I be the scapegoat? It's not fair." However, he pondered the peculiar occurrence of students enrolling only after military training. What a curious maneuver. The orientation class was a mandatory experience for all newcomers at Lin University, typically conducted by the head of the Academic Affairs Office. It was not so much dull as it was utterly pointless. Bored, Ren Ziqiang began scribbling notes to Pan Xiu, enlisting Jiang Qin's help to pass them along multiple times. "Do you not possess a mobile phone?" Jiang Qin finally snapped after the 4th attempt. Lowering his voice, Ren Ziqiang replied, "If I send her a message on QQ, she won't see it?" "Nonsense. Isn't she sneaking a peek at her phone right now?" Jiang Qin pointed out, indicating Pan Xiu, who was deftly tapping away at her keyboard. Ren Ziqiang pouted. "Just because she's on her phone doesn't mean she's chatting on QQ. Why else wouldn't she reply? It's much easier to toss notes. She can read them without even glancing at me. Cursed lovesick fool. Her fingers are practically smoking from typing." "And you still doubt she's on QQ?" Zhou Chao chimed in. "Jiang Qin, let me swap seats with you. I'm allergic to your dog hair." While the head of the Academic Affairs Office scribbled on the blackboard, Jiang Qin discreetly exchanged seats with Zhou Chao. Zhou Chao was not one to indulge Ren Ziqiang. Whenever a note passed through his hands, he had to take a look, chuckle, and then pass it on to Pan Xiu. After a few rounds, Ren Ziqiang felt a twinge of discomfort, especially since Pan Xiu was not responding. He ultimately gave up and rested his head on the desk, feigning sleep. Before long, Chao Guangyu began passing notes as well, seeking Jiang Qin's assistance. "Who are you sending this to now?" Jiang Qin inquired, bemused. "Jian Chun," Chao Guangyu replied. "Who?" Chao Guangyu reluctantly pointed. "The new girl. I'm just asking for her QQ number." Jiang Qin followed his gesture and spotted a girl with long hair, a heart-shaped face, stylish attire, and dyed ash blonde locks. Why not add her from the group chat? She just arrived, has T joined yet? So I need to act fast to prevent Zhou Chao from getting to her first. Jiang Qin could only shake his head in disbelief, tossing the crumpled note toward her. Though he aimed accurately, she didn't even glance at it, letting it fall to the floor. Feeling slighted, Chao Guangyu turned away and feigned sleep as well. Jiang Qin glanced around, thinking it best to do the same. This lesson was utterly pointless. It was not merely an elective but akin to the preface of a novel, entirely inconsequential. As Jiang Qin succumbed to slumber, Song Qingqing gazed at him with admiration. "He looks so handsome while sleeping," she remarked dreamily. Jiang Tian felt a twinge of discomfort. Having been the first to notice Jiang Qin's merits, didn't you despise Jiang Qin? "Why are you staring at him now?" "I never hated him. I find him quite appealing." Throwing notes to female classmates during class, such a flamboyant fellow, Jian Chun muttered under her breath. Song Qingqing paused, then glanced at her. "I feel like I'm looking into a mirror." Before long, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. Unlike high school, where teachers often extended lessons, university professors adhered strictly to the bell. The moment it rang, they concluded the class, regardless of whether the lecture was finished. Unfortunately for Jiang Qin, the headmaster Wang was particularly verbose, perhaps due to his infrequent teaching duties, leading him to become somewhat carried away. Meanwhile, the students in Class 4 began streaming out as soon as the bell rang. Feng Nanshu intended to wait for Jiang Qin, but was swiftly pulled away by Fan Shuling. Accompanied by Gao Wenwei and another boy named Zhang Xinyu. Among the boys in Class 4, Zhang Xinyu was notably handsome, and from his attire, it was apparent he hailed from a well-off family. Like Jiang Qin, he had become the center of attention among the girls during the dormitory night talks. Zhang Xinyu, akin to the other boys, was captivated by Feng Nanshu from the moment he arrived. He believed that proximity would grant him the upper hand in winning her affections. However, The incident involving the bottle cap during military training shattered his fantasies. Yet, it was undeniably painful to let a girl like Feng Nanshu slip away without pursuing her. Thus, Jiang Xinyu often sought opportunities to interact with Feng Nanshu's roommates, looking for chances to speak with her. Unfortunately, the moment Feng Nanshu distanced herself from Jiang Qin, she became cold and unapproachable, seemingly unable to utter a word. "How about I treat you all to bubble tea?" Jiang Xinyu proposed, knowing that once they left the academic building, it would be challenging to coax them out again. "Sure, but let us not go too far. Let us just go to that place in the front square." Fan Shuling was aware of Jiang Xinyu's intentions and was eager to facilitate them, as she held a strong disdain for scoundrels like Jiang Qin, always wanting to help Feng Nanshu escape her predicament. Consequently, the four made their way to the front square. Settling down in a shaded spot, Jiang Xinyu was exceedingly courteous, inquiring about the preferences of the three girls before turning to place his order. "I think Jiang Xinyu is quite nice. He is about the same height as Jiang Qin, and I heard his family is in business." Fan Shuling subtly promoted him. Gao Wenwei shot a glance at Fan Shuling. If Jiang Qin finds out, he'll be furious. "Do I fear him?" Fan Shuling rolled her eyes. "Having the least respect for scoundrels. What makes you so certain he is a scoundrel? I've seen it with my own eyes. He claims they're just friends. But that is utter nonsense. I've encountered many men like him, eating from one bowl while eyeing another." Gao Wenhui disagreed, reasoning that if Jiang Qin were indeed a scoundrel, Feng Nanshu would have already been thoroughly taken advantage of, rather than merely being satisfied with a touch. He was evidently restraining himself for some reason. Gao Wenwei imagined herself in Jiang Qin's position and thought, if she were he, Feng Nanshu's rosy lips would be kissed 100 times a day, further solidifying her belief in her deductions. Chapter 79. Are you shopping for a store while dating? 3 minutes later, Jiang Xinyu returned to the table after placing an order in the shop, engaging in a seamless question-and-answer exchange with Fan Shuling. "Jiang Xinyu, what was your score on the college entrance exam?" "My mathematics didn't go well. I scored only 655, Jiang Xinyu replied with a slight smile. Fan Shuling remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Only 655? That is still 2 points more than Jiang Qin." "2 points aren't that significant," Gao Wenhui interjected. "Not necessarily. A small mistake can lead to a big difference." Fan Shuling continued her playful banter. "By the way, Jiang Xinyu, I recall you received a perfect score on your essay during the exam?" Jiang Xinyu nodded. "I enjoy making friends, and the essay was an area where I excelled. Our Nanshu is the least skilled at making friends. Perhaps you could help her out," Fan Shuling suggested. "Absolutely," Jiang Xinyu agreed. Fan Shuling stoked the fire further. "Are you planning to date in college?" Jiang Xinyu smiled gently. "If the right person comes along, I certainly would. Dating is an integral part of college life. I've always yearned for the journey from school uniform to wedding gown." "Did you hear that?" Now that is a healthy perspective on dating. Gao Wenhui could not help but furrow her brows. What constitutes a healthy attitude towards dating? Enjoying the beauty of it, steadfastness, and keeping marriage in mind. Fan Shuling elaborated on her ideal vision of marriage. "That is rather vague. Could you be more specific?" "One should frequently go out together, watch movies, shop, enjoy milk tea." "Oh, by the way, Nanshu, has Jiang Qin ever bought you milk tea?" Feng Nanshu shot Fan Shuling a cautious glance, pursing her lips in silence. "Not even milk tea? What kind of sweet romance is that?" Fan Shuling scoffed, her disdain for Jiang Qin growing. Of course, she deliberately mentioned milk tea to elevate Jiang Xinyu's appeal, given that he was treating them to milk tea. Since when is buying a few cups of milk tea equated to being in a relationship? "Shuling, your perspective on love is rather shallow," Gao Wenhui retorted. "I never claimed milk tea represented love, but if you want tea even by that, what is the point of the relationship?" At that moment, Feng Shaoxian approached with 4 cups of milk tea. Upon seeing Feng Nanshu, she paused slightly, then cheerfully exclaimed, "Boss." She assumed Feng Nanshu was a university student bringing her classmates to support the family business. Fan Shuling's voice trailed off. Her eyes filled with confusion as her mind struggled to catch up. "Boss? That is such an outdated term. Why would she call you boss?" Gao Wenhui looked on in astonishment. Feng Nanshu replied coolly, "Jiang Qin bought it for me." Jiang Xinyu felt a twinge of awkwardness but maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Classmate Feng, the milk tea was bought by me. Didn't you see me order it just now?" "The milk tea shop was bought for me by Jiang Qin." Feng Nanshu sat poised, exuding an air of aloofness. "Which milk tea shop?" "This one." Fan Shuling and Gao Wenhui exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes widening in unison. It took them 5 seconds to process the implication of her words, and they felt as if they had just woken from a dream. "The milk tea shop was purchased for you by Jiang Qin? You're now the owner?" Gao Wenhui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Feng Nanshu nodded expressionlessly. It's a gift from my best friend. Your relationship has reached that level? Not just milk tea, but an entire milk tea shop? Fan Shuling struggled to comprehend. Gao Wenhui frowned. Didn't that staff member just call you boss? Isn't that obvious? But if Nanshu is the boss, then what does that make Jiang Qin? Feng Nanshu replied flatly, then he must be the boss lady. Jiang Qin shifted uncomfortably, feeling restless. It was strange. He had longed for a chance to converse with Feng Nanshu, to showcase his merits, but now that they were finally together, he felt an unexpected urge to leave. Oh, it must be the heat. The seat is rather warm. Black absorbs heat, especially in this summer weather. I didn't notice it at first, but now it's quite uncomfortable. He moistened his dry lips, his thoughts a jumbled mess, and took a sip of milk tea, descending into silence. Of course, Fan Shuling fell silent as well. She gazed at the nearby milk tea shop, her expression becoming increasingly complex. She was aware of Feng Nanshu's affluent background. But Jiang Qin, she felt a suffocating realization wash over her. What she perceived as love was merely buying a cup of milk tea, while theirs was an entire milk tea shop. Here she was, boasting about how wonderful it was for a boy to buy milk tea for a girl. Only to discover that the shop itself belonged to them. It was a stark revelation. Fan Shuling suddenly understood that some matters were beyond her grasp. She had not reached that level, yet insisted on judging with her narrow perspective. The conclusions she drew, while perhaps believable to herself, might be seen as a joke by others. Fortunately, the silence did not linger for long, as Jiang Qin received a phone call, shattering the stillness. Something has come up in my dorm. I need to head back. I'm the dorm leader, and they can't handle some matters without me. Hey, you haven't finished your milk tea? Jiang Qin appeared not to hear, grabbing his phone and heading outside, only to bump into Jiang Qin, who had just finished class. He felt a brief moment of suffocation and quickened his pace. Jiang Qin rubbed his chin, thinking that Jiang Xin's expression seemed familiar. Oh right. It resembled the look Chao Guangyu had when he was caught off guard. At that moment, Gao Wenhui spotted Jiang Qin and waved exuberantly. Jiang Qin, your Feng Nanshu is over here. Oh, here to drink milk tea? Go ahead. I want to go over to show off. I've been flaunting too much lately, and it's getting tedious. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be off. Jiang Qin waved in acknowledgement. His mind preoccupied with the upcoming school flower competition, so he didn't approach and turned back toward the entrepreneurship base on College Road 2. Gao Wenhui frowned. He is always in such a rush. What on earth is he up to? Making money, Feng Nanshu murmured softly. Making money to support the family? But Nanshu, you're quite well off. Does your family really need him to provide? Gao Wenhui, with her love-struck mentality, automatically paired the notion of making money with providing for the family. Her mind racing with thoughts of what a good man should be like. Wenhui, Feng Nanshu said, smiling as she sipped the pearls in her milk tea. Her eyes squinting in delight. She resembled a lazy cat basking in the sun, her eyelashes glowing golden in the brilliant light. Chapter 80. The boss's heart is truly dark. After leaving the square, Jiang Qin arrived at the entrepreneurial base of 208. Lu Xuemei and Pang Hai had already arrived ahead of time. They had prepared banners and promotional images, and were currently adding the logo of Shitian. Once they coordinated with Sunai, they would be ready to launch. The long white table was cluttered with computers, with plugs scattered haphazardly, creating a chaotic yet vibrant atmosphere reminiscent of wild grass flourishing untamed. Noticing that the time was ripe, Jiang Qin called for a meeting to announce the upcoming phase of work. The content team was to continue providing articles to keep the topics fresh, adding fuel to the competition. The technical department was tasked with ongoing optimization and creating real-time rankings, as the absence of this feature diminished the competitive spirit. Meanwhile, Pang Hai shifted focus from the website to concentrate on designing offline promotional materials for Shitian, ensuring a seamless connection between offline events and online competitions. Old Pang, please communicate with Shengshe Printing to order a limited batch of custom milk tea cups, featuring designs that incorporate the names of Shitian and the campus beauty, Jiang Qin instructed. Sunai, keep an eye on the data. Once a candidate garners 2,000 flowers, we will launch a limited edition campus beauty milk tea, with each cup contributing 2 flowers to the designated goddess. If we sell 200 cups, it will become a permanent packaging. Wenhao, in the coming days, take a team to interview the top candidates for campus beauty and craft a brief biography for each, ideally matching them with a milk tea flavor, perhaps law department Hong Yen. Fragrant and elegant, reminiscent of succulent grapes. Wei Lan continue negotiations with advertisers, subtly hinting that Shitian has invested 100,000 in sponsorship. Wei Lan paused, somewhat bewildered. Isn't it 80,000? Jiang Qin replied after a brief pause. If you mention 100,000, they will surely doubt it and seek the truth, discovering it is actually 80,000, which they will find more believable. Rumors are unreliable, but information obtained directly feels more authentic. The boss's heart is truly dark. It's merely shifting money from one pocket to another, yet inflating the figure by 20,000, murmured Tanqing softly. Wei Lanlan lowered her voice. Qing, you should learn this. Business is all about exaggeration. In the ensuing time, the technical, content, design, and external editing teams began methodically executing Jiang Qin's established plan. The focal point was to divert some energy from the website to transition into the offline Shitian shop. The website targeted university students as users, while the Shitian shop aimed to engage local businesses surrounding the university town. Two distinct narratives would guide two different groups of people, thus achieving a cohesive effect. Have you heard? Xiaolu's tea shop invested 100,000 in advertising for that new forum. Don't listen to their nonsense. I inquired yesterday. It's only 80,000. The girl who came to advertise told me it was indeed 100,000. Old Zhang, after so many years in business, you still can't tell when someone is exaggerating? They want to charge for advertising, so the price will always be inflated. Trust me, it's 80,000. 80,000 is still a considerable sum. Has Xiaolu lost her mind? She's probably been pressured by the campus supermarket. Perhaps she thinks this is a last-ditch effort. The campus supermarket is indeed ruthless, engaging in price wars without hesitation, relying on their substantial resources. Yet, one can't blame them. In business, the drive for profit often leads to less scrupulous practices. Still, 80,000 is excessive. Is Xiaolu truly able to manage this? I suspect this is her final gamble. If it works, great. If not, she may have to sell at a loss. Xiaolu is quite young and undeniably unwise. There are many people on that forum. But how many will actually pay attention to the ads? Most of that money will likely go down the drain. The owners of several businesses near the square gathered to discuss Wei Lanlan's deliberate leaks. Most were skeptical about the effectiveness of the sponsorship, believing it was likely to result in a loss rather than profit. Really, do they think a single advertisement can revive a struggling tea shop? If business were that easy, they would have already gone national. Furthermore, those in business, particularly nearby merchants, often harbor a sense of rivalry and disdain for others' success. Such sentiments persisted until Wednesday morning, when a white delivery truck arrived, unloading a large quantity of promotional materials, prompting the surrounding merchants to realize the event was indeed serious. Masters, could you lend a hand to help us set up the boards facing the teaching building? And please hang that banner on the street light and the pole at the entrance. As for the signs, feel free to place them along Shuyuan Road. Just ensure the Shitian and Jihu signs are at the forefront. No further requests. Peng Hai stepped down from the truck, directing the workers from Xingshi to begin installation. The first item unloaded was a 2-meter-tall PVC board displaying the campus beauty rankings, adorned with pink cartoon lettering and featuring the logos of Shitian and Jihu prominently in the upper corner, visible from the moment one exits the teaching building. The workers quickly erected the board and skillfully attached the supporting structures. Various custom signs and banners were subsequently hung with precision. The entrance transformed into a bustling scene, creating an immediate sense of atmosphere. However, this spectacle not only attracted the nearby merchants but also caught the attention of the security guards patrolling the campus on motorcycles. What are you doing? We're hosting an event. Do you have any documentation? You can't just set this up without it. Peng Hai opened his bag and produced a copy of Jihu's entrepreneurship handbook and registration form to show them. Jiang Qin had previously instructed him to keep these items handy, and it turned out to be fortuitous. In that moment, Peng Hai felt that the boss indeed possessed foresight, having considered nearly every detail meticulously. Of course, the security guards wouldn't scrutinize the documents too closely. As long as they saw the official school stamp, they would not pursue the matter further. Nonetheless, as the guards were about to leave, Peng Hai followed Jiang Qin's earlier instructions and handed each of them a pack of cigarettes. When organizing events on campus, it was essential to maintain good relations with the security personnel, for the local authorities often hold more sway than distant officials. Once all the promotional materials were properly positioned, the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. A throng of students surged out of 3 teaching buildings, their minds preoccupied with thoughts of what to order in the cafeteria, but upon reaching the square, they found themselves rooted in place. The campus beauty contest had been heavily promoted for an entire week. Even the stray dogs on campus seemed to be aware of it, thus drawing a significant crowd to Shitian's entrance, all craning their necks to examine the enormous ranking board. Although the sweltering days of summer had passed, the autumn heat persisted, causing the onlookers to grow uncomfortable and ultimately leading many to retreat into the shop to purchase milk tea. Such occurrences became routine. Once it happened a couple of times, it became a trend. Thus, even before the full effects of the advertisement took hold, the shop had already sold several cups of milk tea. Fang Xiaoxian had never encountered such a large number of customers before, leaving her overwhelmed and struggling to keep up with the pace. Chapter 81. The second half-price offer. Goodness, what a grand spectacle. Could it be that Xiaolu truly invested 80,000? Judging by the scene, it seems likely. My word. How many cups of milk tea must be sold to recover such an amount? Xiaolu is indeed quite ruthless. Why concern yourself with such matters? If success is achievable, even a steady trickle of income can suffice to fill one's stomach. The merchants, arms crossed, observed the students at the entrance purchasing milk tea, deep in contemplation, as their minds began to calculate quietly. Unbeknownst to them, they had previously fervently imagined a scenario of their money going down the drain. Yet now they were already contemplating the prospect of a steady income following the advertising. The essence of advertising varies significantly between online and offline realms. Take these relatively conservative merchants, for instance. A 2-meter high PVC board is likely to captivate more attention than a rotating banner online. After all, the tangible nature of the former is undeniable. This situation is reminiscent of the early years of online shopping, during which many were hesitant due to the inability to physically see the product, only to later discover the convenience it offered. Jiang Qin hoped to create an immersive atmosphere that would transform into a sense of trust. One must not perceive their investment as mere strings of data codes. I shall provide you with billboards and banners. The sense of occasion will elevate instantly. One tea it? Simultaneously, a teacher seated in the office gazed out the window, catching sight of the leaderboard, and began to engage in lively discussions. What a significant event this has become. Just a couple of days ago, it was a mere trivial affair, but today's developments have imbued it with the feel of a grand event. Even I am curious about which contender will claim the title of Campus Belle. I've heard this website was created by a freshman from the School of Finance. While it may indeed be linked to the School of Finance, it seems unlikely that a freshman could orchestrate such a grand endeavor so soon after military training. Regardless of whether they are a freshman or not, the individual behind the website must possess remarkable vision, as they have effectively intertwined traffic with merchandise, leveraging the Campus Belle competition to attract visitors, promoting products through that traffic, and continuing to generate buzz around the merchandise. How ingenious! While this approach seems brilliant now, it undoubtedly required significant initial investment. Who knew such a capable and enigmatic student could emerge from Lin University? As the Shitian milk tea shop was being set up, the voting portal on the forum opened punctually. Dong Wenhao's preliminary activities were quite successful. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the website was abuzz with activity, with an overwhelming increase in posts, nearly overwhelming the servers. It was no longer satisfying to merely discuss who should be the Campus Belle. Each party had their own arguments. Each convinced their goddess was the most beautiful. However, the situation has changed. Now, with the most direct data available, it is a matter of popularity contest. Even if some are indifferent to who the Campus Belle is, there will always be a few devoted friends urging you to vote. What can one do? Naturally, the forum's voting rules are quite intriguing. Each person has 2 votes a day, but cannot cast both for the same individual. This leads to dilemmas. If I vote for our department's goddess, whom shall I choose for my other vote? Some die-hard fans might opt to abstain, solely devoted to their goddess, but most will choose to distribute their votes, even supporting candidates from other departments. Students from the Civil Engineering Department all rallied to vote for Senior Wu Ming, demonstrating with their actions that their department is no mere monastery. Friends, do not scroll past. I have posted a link, and clicking it leads directly to Lu Yi's voting page. I do not care about anything else. Let us drink milk tea. I desire the limited edition milk tea cup of Senior Fang Xian. Why is Shitian only established at our school? It is quite unfriendly to students from the East Campus. Such poor ratings. I yearn for Chusiki's limited edition milk tea cup. I beseech you. In the morning, Jiang Qin monitored the data in room 208, noting that the flower counts for Lu Yi, Chusiki, Hongyan, Wu Ming, Sun Xiaoyu, Fang Xian, and Lu Tian had surpassed 200, successfully securing their candidacy, while others were relentlessly pursuing them, climbing the ranks. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Jiang Qin's focus on the computer screen, drawing his attention to the door, where a bespectacled woman with her hair in a bun peeked inside. Hello, I am the manager of the Balon dessert shop at the front square. May I place an advertisement? Please, come in. Jiang Qin gestured for her to take a seat and called for Tan Qing to handle this prospective client. Ma'am, our website is currently offering an 80% discount on advertisements. The forum homepage banner promotion is 19,999, secondary pages 9,999, and small rotating banners 5,999. Prices are negotiable, and the second order is half price, Jiang Qin explained proficiently. Second order at half price? The manager nodded seriously. For instance, if you find the advertising effective and wish to place a second order, the price for that second order would be halved. The manager pondered for a moment. Could I not have the first order at half price? That is not feasible. Our promotional structure is set as such. However, Jiang Qin suddenly placed a hand on Jiang Qin's shoulder, interrupting her, then leaned towards the manager, lowering his voice. If you were to bring your neighboring merchant along to place an advertisement, wouldn't that count as your second order? The manager appeared contemplative, then pulled out her phone to make a call. Jiang Qin looked up at Jiang Qin. Boss, is this acceptable? The website is just starting out, and all rules are somewhat flexible. We must learn to adapt. Oh, I see. In the coming days, merchants like this will likely frequent us. They may not genuinely wish to advertise. Some might merely inquire and leave. We must not be anxious. Patience is essential. Jiang Qin pressed her lips together. Understood, boss. I will take this seriously. Jiang Qin offered her an encouraging glance, then left room 208 and returned to the Shi Tian milk tea shop at the front square. The once deserted milk tea shop now had begun to witness a line forming. Some were drawn in by the advertisement, while others were enticed by the forum promotions. Everyone adhered to the principle of since we are here, let us indulge. 1 cup for you, 1 for me, and the number of orders steadily increased. Fang Xiaoxian busied herself back and forth in the shop, her forehead already glistening with sweat, yet her movements remained swift and deft. I support Senior Fang Xian from the media department. Whoever votes for Fang Xian, I shall treat them to milk tea. Choose any flavor. A voice suddenly shouted from the square, illuminating Jiang Qin's perspective. He knew that even at Lin University, individuals like Qin Xiang would undoubtedly emerge. Jiang Qin turned to look, observing the unknown Qin Xiang from Lin University, who was extravagantly displaying a stack of red bills, exuding an air of arrogance. The money fluttering with the slightest movement of his wrist, producing a delightful rustling sound. So much money. Soon, he will be a little wealthy lady. Xiaoxian, where's your boss? Jiang Qin casually inquired as he entered the shop. Fang Xiaoxian looked up, gazing at Jiang Qin with a somewhat dazed expression, her eyes reflecting confusion and uncertainty. Jiang Qin, taken aback by her expression, asked, "What do you mean by staring at me like that?" "I'm sorry, boss. My mind is a bit muddled. I didn't quite catch that last part. Are you asking where you are?" Jiang Qin was equally perplexed. "Am I the boss?" "Ah, that's what the boss said." Fang Xiaoxian murmured softly. Chapter 82, The Most Dramatic Love-Struck Minds. Am I the boss lady? Do you see this imposing figure before you? Devoid of any sense of dignity? Retrieve it for me. Oh, understood, boss. The boss lady has returned to her dormitory not long ago. She seems to dislike crowded places. Jiang Qin nodded, unable to suppress a murmur in his heart, reflecting on how the terms boss and boss lady seemed overly intimate. Isn't love a taboo subject? However, the absence of Feng Nanchu was a fortunate turn of events. Otherwise, the entire marketing plan would be doomed to failure. Why? A throng of admirers clamoring for the school beauty would arrive to buy milk tea, only to discover that their goddess was outshone by the tea shop's proprietress. Who could endure such a blow? Over time, the school beauties would find their admirers dwindling, and the fervor surrounding their pursuit would diminish, resulting in a decline in the website's activity. It would be best to safeguard the allure of a figure like the small wealthy girl, lest it incite greater discord. Alas, I alone bear the burden of protection for the entire school. It would be unjust not to be recognized as an exemplary student. Xiaoxian, is my milk tea ready? There's just one last cup. It will be ready in a minute. Fang Xiaoxian, holding the milk tea cup, operated the machine with one hand while shaking the cup with the other. The sound of clattering was incessant. After a minute, 6 cups of various flavors of milk tea were prepared. Fang Xiaoxian took out a large bag and was about to pack them when Jiang Qin waved his hand to stop her. Let us separate them into 2 bags. 3 cups in each. Oh, understood. Fang Xiaoxian switched to 2 smaller bags, packed them up, and handed them over. Jiang Qin then strolled towards the female dormitory of the finance department, carrying the 6 cups of milk tea. Upon reaching the dormitory, he took out his phone and, after deliberating for a moment, called Gao Wenhui to inform her that there was a confidential matter to discuss, and to summon Fan Shuling as well. Both were indispensable. At that moment, Fan Shuling was reading in her dormitory. Upon hearing Gao Wenhui mention Jiang Qin's name, her heart skipped a beat. A few days prior, She had insistently introduced Jiang Qin to Feng Ninshu without causing much chaos. Yet Gao Wenwei's words had left a profound impression on her mind. If Jiang Qin finds out, he will throttle you. Although she had claimed to be unafraid back then, the anxiety resurfaced now. Brazenly assisting someone in undermining another was akin to wielding a shovel that had turned back to strike her. Fortunately, she had not faced any consequences, merely divine intervention. Yet Fan Shuling was not one to shy away from challenges. The more trouble she anticipated, the less she wished to retreat. She believed her intentions were good, and avoiding confrontation would imply guilt. Thus, the two of them donned their shoes and stepped towards the door. However, just as they opened it, Gao went away. With a mischievous glint, turned to Feng Ninshu, who was lounging on her bed. Ninshu, it was Jiang Qin who called me earlier. Feng Ninshu sat up abruptly, blinking her clear eyes and preparing to put on her shoes. Yet Gao Wenwei immediately blocked her path. Feigning a sigh, but Jiang Qin didn't call for you. He only summoned the two of us, specifically instructing me to prevent you from coming down. Upon hearing this, Feng Ninshu's face fell into a pout, her gaze fixated on Gao Wenwei, her eyes brimming with tears. All right, we do have serious matters to discuss. Once that is settled, he will take you out to play. Then you should hurry up with your discussion. Feng Ninshu's eyelashes fluttered. Gao Wenwei nearly swooned. Thinking to herself, what a celestial romance this is. If you were to star in a drama, I would be your most ardent viewer. While she responded amiably, she led Fan Shuling out of the dormitory. As they exited, Jiang Qin was idly engaged in a game of snake under the shade of a tree. Gao Wenwei, preoccupied with the secret Jiang Qin had mentioned, hurried forward, while Fan Shuling, wary of potential trouble, lagged behind. In the end, there was no secret, nor vengeance for love. Jiang Qin simply handed them the bag of milk tea, offering it as a treat for their dormitory. Xiao Gao, please bring Feng Ninshu down when you return. Thank you. You are truly a good person. A good person who makes you a free laborer all day. Yet, considering the milk tea, I will assist you this once. Gao Wenwei took the plastic bag, dividing it with Fan Shuling, her heart harboring a slight frustration at not having heard the secret as they entered the building. Until they had navigated the first flight of stairs, Fan Shuling remained dazed. Contemplating, is this it? Aren't they going to confront me? My neck is already prepared for the guillotine. Do you now understand why Ninshu is always so attached to him? Gao Wenwei suddenly turned to Fan Shuling. Why? Fan Shuling looked perplexed. Just 6 cups of milk tea, and he wouldn't let Feng Ninshu come down to fetch them. He had to deceive us into coming down so he could call her once we brought the tea upstairs. This rascal, who speaks of friendship every day, truly cherishes her more than he lets on. Gao Wenwei seemed to perceive everything. Wenwei, have I been meddling too much? Fan Shuling gazed at the milk tea in her hands, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. Not at all. You act out of goodwill for Feng Ninshu. Jiang Qin may not voice it, but he is quite astute regarding social dynamics. Can I not carry 6 cups on my own? He insisted on splitting it into 2 portions, summoning 2 people to come down, each to carry 3 cups. His attention to detail is remarkable. If Jiang Qin had overheard, he would certainly have given her a thumbs up, thinking, Xiao Gao, your theatrics are astonishing. How did you manage to think of such intricate details? I hadn't even considered it, yet you've done all the thinking for me. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gao Wenwei pushed the door open. Feng Ninshu had already changed her clothes, swapping her slippers for little leather shoes, sitting on a stool, poised and waiting. Serene, adorable, and impeccably proper, radiating innocence. Feng Ninshu, Jiang Qin is waiting for you downstairs. Then I shall take my leave. Feng Ninshu flung open the dormitory door and dashed out, forgetting her cup of milk tea. The sound of her small leather shoes echoed through the corridor, creating a rhythmic patter that resonated in the empty space. Witnessing this scene, the 5 individuals in the room exchanged glances, each harboring a semblance of envy. Indeed, sweet romance is the prevailing theme of university life. Upon descending the stairs and meeting Jiang Qin, he waved and said, Let us go, as Feng Ninshu followed him closely. Where are we off to, Jiang Qin? To obtain your boss lady certificate. From now on, you will be the rightful proprietress. Jiang Qin led her through a series of turns until they arrived at the entrepreneurial base, stopping at the main office. The business of the Sweet Joy milk tea shop was prospering, yet the small wealthy girl had yet to complete her paperwork. He had brought Feng Ninshu here to have Chao Xinyue register her entrepreneurial certificate, ensuring there would be no future complications. Chapter 83. The goddess filter shattered. Is anyone here? Jiang Qin pushed the door of the entrepreneurial base, but found it unyielding. Peering through the window, he noted the emptiness within. Chao Xinyue and her television-loving senior, both students from the same university, likely could not juggle classes with work here. Moreover, the entrepreneurial base Being rather informal, did not necessitate a constant presence. Encountering a closed door was hardly surprising. Let us go. No one is here. We can return another time. What about my boss's certificate? Feng Nanshu protested, feeling that an important document was slipping away. There's no one inside. We can't process it. Then I'll wait here. Feng Nanshu was resolute, determined to remain. Jiang Qin chuckled, thinking a self-employment certificate could hardly be that significant. How about this? You can accompany me to room 208 for a bit. We'll come back when the people in charge arrive. All right. Jiang Qin led Feng Nanshu to the 208 office. Upon entering, the rhythmic clattering of keyboards filled the air, reminiscent of a bustling internet CAF. However, when the young heiress entered with Jiang Qin, the keyboard sounds abruptly halted, then slowed, replaced by hushed whispers. Who is that stunning beauty behind the boss? Sister Sunai mentioned she's our boss's wife. Wow, our boss's wife is that beautiful. Yes, just like the boss, she's a freshman from the finance department. I heard they attended the same high school. The boss really took someone from high school? No wonder it's so hard to find a partner in college. Some people just swoop in first. Have you considered that your lack of a partner might not be due to beautiful women being taken, but rather because of your own appearance? Amidst the chatter, the technical team halted their work, glancing at the names and images on the leaderboard with a peculiar look. Notably, two male colleagues, Chen Wenqing and Yang Shuai, who had been excited about overseeing the campus beauty contest, suddenly felt disillusioned upon seeing the boss's wife. Their enthusiasm waned, replaced by confusion. Isn't she participating in the contest? If she did, who could compete? The boss won't allow her to enter. Otherwise, everyone else would be out of luck. TSK, keeping a beauty hidden away while flaunting his romantic escapades. What a dirty heart. It's been rumored that the boss is keeping a model outside of school. Seriously? That's too outrageous. The content team reacted similarly, if not more disheartened. They had just finished interviewing the department's goddesses and were crafting character sketches laden with ornate language. Words like flawless skin, captivating features, sparkling eyes, and radiant smiles. Yet, when it came to the boss's wife, all their efforts felt futile. This is pointless. I don't want to continue, sighed Lu Feiyu, pushing away his keyboard in dismay. Do you still want your salary? Dong Wenhao glanced at him. Of course. Then get back to work. Lu Feiyu hovered over his keyboard, wrestling with his words. What now? My goddess filter is gone. How can I continue? Whose character sketch are you writing? Dong Wenhao peered at his screen. This one. Louis from the Law and Literature Department. I was really getting into it, describing her as a paragon of beauty, but now it's impossible. She's south not even close to the boss's wife. Even if it's hard, you must still write it. Don't carry the burden of a literary creator these days. Talent pales in comparison to money. Lu Feiyu pouted, typed exquisite, then deleted it, scratching his head before settling on graceful. Before the boss's wife appeared, he could have bestowed the title of exquisite upon all the department beauties, but now, they barely deserved the label of graceful. The affections and aversions of male students were so simple and clear-cut. In the afternoon, with Chao Xinyue still absent, several merchants from the front square gathered at the doorway of room 208, peering inside with curiosity. The sweet milk tea shop had seen an overwhelming influx of customers. Sometimes, the line stretched to the doors of other establishments, which undoubtedly sparked envy among local merchants, especially when they heard that the Bailon dessert shop and fresh fruit supermarket were also advertising, offering an enticing 20% discount. Tinqing and Wei Lanlan stepped out to greet them, ushering them to the corridor to discuss business. The office was too cramped for meetings, so they had to make do in the hallway. Ma'am, during our promotional period, all advertising packages are offered at a 20% discount. Not only is it effective, but it's also affordable. The second order is half price. Oh, you heard that from the manager at Bailon Dessert, didn't you? That's an internal benefit for employees. I can apply for you, but please keep it confidential. We'll get in trouble if the boss finds out. Jiang Qin stood at the doorway, contemplating the adjacent room 207. As the competition progressed, the website's popularity would only grow, attracting more advertisers. He mused that they couldn't keep conducting business in the hallway. It lacked the professionalism of a larger company. Could we possibly use room 207? Having traversed between the milk tea shop and the entrepreneurial base several times, he knew it was an empty classroom, so acquiring it shouldn't be too difficult. Even if permission was denied, obtaining a key in secret might be feasible. Lost in thought, Chao Xinyue rounded the corner on the second floor. Her expression puzzled upon seeing the crowd at the door. Junior, what are you all doing? These people aren't students, are they? Jiang Qin offered an enigmatic smile. They're clients bringing in funds. Have you really started making money? Zhao Xinyue was astonished. Senior, you're so absorbed in your love life that you've missed significant happenings at school. Even stray dogs know about the campus beauty contest. I'm aware of the competition to some extent, but isn't monetizing traffic the most challenging part? Jiang Qin couldn't really explain, so he pointed to room 207. Could I borrow that room? Isn't 208 sufficient? Look, when my clients arrive, I have to set them up in the hallway. This isn't professional. We need a proper meeting room, don't you think? Zhao Xinyue pouted slightly. All right, I'll ask Professor Yin for his opinion when he returns. Thank you, Senior. Additionally, I have a friend who purchased the milk tea shop in the front square. Could you help her register and apply for a self-employment certificate through the quickest process? Credits don't matter. Has she arrived? Let her come to the general office with me. Chapter 84. Do you have high standards? Feng Nanshu. Come out to handle the paperwork. Jiang Qin called out into the room, and soon, the light sound of footsteps echoed back. Today, the petite heiress donned a pale yellow dress adorned with white floral patterns, accentuating her delicate and fair collarbone. She exuded an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a figure stepped out from a painting, embodying both cool elegance and grace. Approaching the doorway, she cast a clear-eyed glance at Jiang Qin. To Jiang Qin, her gaze seemed somewhat foolish, but to Zhao Xinyue, it carried a chilling intensity, akin to a protagonist from a novel, possessing both beauty and intellect, innocence and allure. Although her aloof gaze was directed at Jiang Qin, the proximity created a sense of being affected by her presence. Such striking beauty would look exquisite even in a military coat, unless she spoke in a Shandong dialect. Her looks were undeniably flawless. No wonder the lovesick were reluctant to pursue romance. Zhao Xinyue mused. Jiang Qin, momentarily stunned, turned to Zhao Xinyue. What did you say, Senior? You're not in a relationship because you can't catch up, right? A girl like that is a challenge of hellish proportions. I reckon you might as well give up on love for this lifetime, Zhao Xinyue remarked with a teasing cluck. Senior, your ability to speculate is at a novelist level. Why not take a part-time job at our forum? I could elevate you to the status of a new generation romance queen, and we'd both reap the rewards. Zhao Xinyue pouted, recognizing that boys often care about their pride, so she refrained from further teasing. She greeted Feng Nanshu and led her downstairs to the main office. Applying for an entrepreneurial certificate was quite straightforward. All that was required was to fill out an application form, have Director Yin stamp it, and then take it to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau for registration. Feng Nanshu diligently wrote each character as if it were a matter of monumental significance, her delicate face reflecting solemnity and seriousness. With a final stroke of her pen, she released a deep breath, lifting the form towards the window, allowing sunlight to illuminate her elegant handwriting. Applicant, Feng Nanshu. Gender, female. Business name, Shitian Milk Tea Shop. Position, proprietress. Registration location, main office of the entrepreneurial base. Participation in entrepreneurial training. No main project. Milk tea. Source of funds, provided by Jiang Qin. I've completed it. All right. Junior, just leave the form here, and you may go. Zhao Xinyue smiled, ensuring the professor would stamp it first. After all, her looks granted her certain privileges, especially with a beauty that appealed to all. Feng Nanshu hesitated, taking a few steps out, but couldn't help glancing back, thinking, what about my proprietress certificate? However, her social anxiety seized her. Apart from her chatter with Jiang Qin, she found it hard to speak in front of strangers. Thus, despite her myriad questions, she kept them to herself and decided to return to Jiang Qin. Xianxian's handwriting is truly beautiful, even more so than printed text. It reflects her character perfectly. A girl like her would leave Jiang Qin breathless in pursuit. No wonder he bristles at the mere mention of love. He must have faced considerable setbacks that left him with emotional scars. Zhao Xinyue picked up the application form again, her gaze lingering on the purpose of entrepreneurship section. Her expression twisted into something peculiar. To become Jiang Qin's proprietress? Leaving the main office of the entrepreneurial base, Feng Nanshu ascended the stairs with a lightness in her step, just as she encountered Jiang Qin emerging from within. Finished? Yes. But I didn't receive the certificate. Did she forget to give it to me? Feng Nanshu spread her empty hands. That means they disapproved of you being the proprietress. Feng Nanshu's beautiful eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. At 3 in the afternoon, as the profiles of the campus goddesses were uploaded, the website stirred with excitement once again. The content team's writing was indeed exceptional, with detailed descriptions that vividly captured the essence of each goddess. Moreover, likening their qualities to milk tea flavors was a stroke of genius. This descriptive approach not only enriched the portrayal of each goddess, but also transformed the corresponding milk tea flavors into bestsellers at Shitian Milk Tea Shop. Subtle and elegant. The succulent grape. Cheerful and lively, the cheese strawberry. Delicate and gentle, the mango sago. Curvaceous and alluring, the grapefruit. Chilly and proud, the mischievous oolong. Although the packaging remained the same, each flavor tasted remarkably better for reasons unknown. Furthermore, during the interviews across various departments, Jiang Qin had Dong Wenhao ensure that each goddess signed an authorization contract, adding a layer of legitimacy to the website's activities. Even in 2008, women still relished compliments and engaged in beauty comparisons, a tradition that had persisted since ancient times. When girls learned they were being interviewed and their names would adorn milk tea packaging, they felt a sense of pride and readily agreed. However, once the profile circulated among forum users, unexpected trouble surfaced. At 3:30, a group of male students from the literature department stormed into the entrepreneurial base with fury etched on their faces. They varied in height, weight, and hairstyles. Yet they shared one common goddess, Lu Yi from the literature department. Lu Yi enjoyed immense popularity in her department and was a strong contender in the campus flower selection competition. When Dong Wenhao took Fei Yu to interview her, she was elated, for girls loved beauty and cherished admiration for their charm. Hence, she eagerly anticipated her profile, curious about how she would be perceived by others. However, when the profile was released, she was utterly bewildered. Why were the previous subjects described with terms like stunning beauty and ethereal grace, while her description was merely delicate? Fuming, she vented her frustration in the forum's discussion group, sarcastically implying that the person who wrote her profile must be blind, feeling a wave of indignation wash over her. Want to cry? Upon seeing this, Lu Yi's fans quickly rallied together to demand an explanation. How could other goddesses be praised like flowers while Lu Yi was simply called delicate? Who were they looking down upon? Naturally, the forum headquarters was not hard to locate, as a banner on the homepage directed inquiries to the entrepreneurial base, room 208. Who is the person in charge here? The literature students. Numbering over 20, Lu Yi's staunch supporters stormed into room 208. That would be me. Dong Wenhao, scanning the room and noting the absence of the boss, stood up. It was only logical. Apart from Jiang Qin, he and Su Nai were the most senior members present, and it wouldn't he do to have a girl face so many angry boys. He recognized a few familiar faces among the crowd, likely from the literature department. I ask you, who wrote Lu Yi's profile? Fei Yu swallowed hard. That would be me. The leader of the boys' expression darkened immediately. Are your eyes merely for breathing? Lu Yi is so stunning, and you described her as delicate? What distinguishes this from an insult? I merely provided an objective assessment. Objective? Oh, have you encountered many exceptionally beautiful women to assert that Lu Yi possesses an exquisite appearance? Your standards seem rather lofty. Chapter 85. Elegance is apt. At this moment, the only phrase echoing in Dong Wenhao's mind was a furious charge for a beloved. It was evident that these individuals approached with ire, determined not to relent until their grievances were addressed. That said, Lu Feiyu's unreliability was astounding. To describe a candidate for the school beauty with mere handsomeness was acceptable, but labeling her as elegant was, quite frankly, an insult. What sort of girl could be deemed elegant? Such a description suggested a lack of any notable attributes worth praising. A nose that was passable, eyes that were adequate, lips that were unremarkable, a face that was merely decent, all of these together reflected mediocrity, which led to the audacious conclusion of calling her elegant. If this were an ordinary girl, she might have accepted such a description, but Lu Yi, being a goddess of the literature department, was bound to be infuriated by such a portrayal. Feiyu, change it immediately. Use terms like stunning beauty or a beauty that can topple nations. Lu Feiyu stood firm, offering no concession. I am from the journalism department, aspiring to be a reporter. I believe all my descriptions must remain objective and fair. Oh, you dare claim objectivity? This is sheer disrespect towards my goddess. The leader of the group began to roll up his sleeves. Dong Wenhao quickly pulled Lu Feiyu aside. What is wrong with you? Did I not say that the integrity of a scholar is invaluable? But senior, I cannot fabricate lies so brazenly. The moment those words left his mouth, Dong Wenhao's countenance turned pale. He feared for Lu Feiyu's impending misfortune. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the agitated group of boys could hardly contain themselves. To suggest that stunning beauty was a fabrication was far worse than describing Lu Yi as elegant. Lu Feiyu, oblivious to the brewing storm, remained obstinate. The atmosphere was charged, teetering on the brink of conflict, while the ruckus from the office reverberated through the wooden door, piquing the curiosity of passers-by in the corridor. Suddenly, the door to room 208 was nudged open, but the influx of literature students crowded the entrance, preventing it from fully opening until the last person stepped aside. Jiang Qin squeezed through the gap, frowning as he surveyed the scene. What is going on? Has the boss barred our entry? The literature students are dissatisfied with the character sketch we wrote for Lu Yi, Dong Wenhao confessed candidly. Is this trivial matter worthy of such a commotion? Just a minute. The website is static, but people are not. What is the issue? Lu Feiyu had described Lu Yi as elegant. Jiang Qin paused, taken aback. Isn't that derogatory? No wonder they VE come knocking. Change it to stunning beauty or a beauty that can bring calamity to nations, the leader demanded. No, like a flower is unacceptable. That's an insult. All right. How about like tears or dreams or anything else? Just change it quickly. We have clients coming soon, and blocking the entrance is unseemly. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu protested vehemently. Boss, character sketches must reflect reality. I cannot lie. Are you still talking? Several boys raised their chairs threateningly, ready for confrontation. Jiang Qin was exasperated, questioning whether all literary creatives were this obstinate. At that moment, the door creaked open once more, and Feng Nashu entered, her face reflecting her discontent over not obtaining the boss lady certificate, rendering her expression even colder. Oh? The literature students were momentarily stunned, involuntarily lowering their chairs, their gazes filled with a mix of confusion and awe. Now that is the true school beauty. That is the kind of beauty that can topple nations. In comparison, Lu Yi and the term elegant seemed utterly mismatched. Strangely enough, they had just deemed elegant as slightly offensive, yet suddenly it seemed entirely appropriate. The richness of Chinese culture truly is profound. The feelings evoked can vary drastically depending on the time and place. Regardless, Lu Feiyu remained steadfast, advocating for authenticity in his character sketches, reciting, "Have you heard the saying? One cannot bow to the powerful and suppress their joy." The leader frowned. Fine, you have guts. If you want to change it, then so be it. Later that evening, as the vibrant sunset painted the sky, Lu Yi returned to her dormitory from the academic building. Her first action was to access the Jihu forum, opening her character sketch, refreshing the page with unwavering focus on the screen. To her dismay, the word elegant still lingered in her profile, unchanged, inciting her ire. Lu Yi opened the discussion group and tagged the individual who had promised to seek justice on her behalf. Cui Chong, did you go to room 208? Yes. I took over 20 people and even met the website owner, Cui Chong replied promptly. Lu Yi's brows furrowed. Then why does my character sketch still have the word elegant? Honestly, I think elegant is quite fitting. Meanwhile, in the literature department dormitory at the East Campus, Cui Chang activated the posting feature on the website, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he crafted a short piece filled with exquisite phrases such as like a fish that stuns the swan, like the moon that shames the flowers, and a beauty that can bring calamity to nations, painting Feng Nanshu as a celestial fairy. Had this piece been seen by Dong Wenhao, he would have undoubtedly given it high praise from a professional standpoint. Why? Because this character sketch was flawless, exuding the essence of a goddess in every word. However, Dong Wenhao would never see it, for just as Cui Chang clicked send, a notification appeared on his screen. What does it mean that my post contains sensitive words? Impossible. Let me check again. From dusk till nightfall. Cui Chang scrutinized his post 7 or 8 times and attempted to resend it 5 times, ultimately conceding after his account was banned for 24 hours. Damn it. It feels like some mysterious force is choking me through the internet. He gazed at the 3 flowers adorning his account, reopening Lu Yi's voting page. Hovering his mouse over the voting button for a prolonged moment, yet ultimately refrained from casting his vote. It was simply that he felt this competition was somewhat farcical. Chapter 86. Incomprehension and skipping class. As time progressed, nearly all the merchants in the front square had made their way to 208. Particularly following the formal signing of the promotional agreement between Balon Dessert Shop and the Forum, which led to a continuous influx of clients inquiring about advertising placements. Jiang Qin glanced at the accounts and noted that most clients expressed keen interest in the homepage rotation, resulting in all 4 slots being booked until the end of the year. After accounting for various discounts, the revenue from this segment had already surpassed the forum's initial investment. Furthermore, suitable clients had been secured for the secondary pages and side long-term advertising spaces, with total revenues exceeding 100,000, aligning closely with the subsequent budget. With the bullets fired, the sought-after could finally take a breather. For, as long as one ensured their wrist remained steady at the moment of firing, most bullets would reach their intended targets. However, as a university student, the primary focus must still remain on academics. For Jiang Qin, excelling academically was of little concern. The paramount goal was to avoid failing any courses, as that would indeed be somewhat embarrassing. In late September, during a higher mathematics class, Jiang Qin felt as though his brain were on the verge of explosion. He listened to the teacher's lecture, desperately trying to excavate memories from the past, only to find that what he once learned had fragmented into mere shards. He could recall bits and pieces, yet they refused to connect, and even the faintest grasp of understanding quickly faded away. Damn it, higher mathematics truly resembled love, exceedingly abstract. It appeared that infrequently used knowledge could be forgotten in a remarkably short span of time. However, he still managed to remember several verses of drinking games. Unable to suppress a sigh, Jiang Qin rubbed his forehead and turned to observe Chao Guangyu, Ren Ziqiang, and Shou Chao, who were all seemingly engrossed in the lecture, occasionally nodding their heads in earnest agreement. Those capable of gaining admission to the prestigious university were certainly no ordinary students, despite their usual antics. They genuinely dedicated themselves to their studies. At long last, Jiang Qin understood the sentiment of those mid-tier students when faced with their upper-tier counterparts. Please, can we not study anymore? Lao Chao, let us skip class and go have some fun. Dreamland Internet CAF is having a promotion. Charge 100, get 100 free. Jiang Qin nudged Chao Guangyu with his elbow. Chao Guangyu looked at him incredulously. Lao Jiang, did you buy your admission letter? How can your attitude towards learning be so lackadaisical? Jiang Qin turned to Zhou Chao. Lao Zhou, how about we both flunk together? Zhou Chao shot him a glance. Lao Jiang, you are not like me. Your family has a Bentley, while mine does not. If I fail, my hopes for graduate school would vanish. And my parents would be so disappointed. And run. Jiang Qin pressed. I need to study hard. Besides, I have to keep up with Pan Xiu. Ren Ziqiang raised an eyebrow, his confidence apparent, as though he had a significant other. With a sigh, Jiang Qin placed the pen in his mouth, propped his chin on one hand, and gazed out the window at the gradually brightening blue sky, allowing his thoughts to drift. Just when he thought he could endure until the end of class, the teacher clad in a gray checkered shirt suddenly set down the textbook, picked up the attendance roster, and called the names once more. Chao Guangyu, Zhou Chao, and Ren Ziqiang exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of trepidation. Had Jiang Qin spoken a moment longer, they might have escaped. Young university students are often swayed by counsel, yet upon being randomly called, they felt genuine apprehension. Who knew there could be post-class roll calls? Lao Jiang. Class is over. Let us go to the Internet CAF. Jiang Qin exclaimed. It's officially over. Who in their right mind goes to an Internet CAF after class? He gathered his belongings and slipped out, glancing at the neighboring classroom. Noticing class 4 had not shown up, he surmised the latter 2 periods must be scheduled for the afternoon. He descended the elevator to the first floor and headed straight for the front square. At that moment, 2 small delivery trucks were parked in the front square, with workers in gray-blue uniforms busily transporting promotional materials under Lu Xiuemei's direction. Signs proclaimed. Designated partner of the campus flower competition, Balon Dessert Shop, 20 off for the entire venue, empowering the goddess, cheering for the campus flower. There were also advertisements for clothing stores featuring campus flower replicas, promising to make one shine like the campus flower. In addition, Shushur had produced several standees of the authorized female deities from various departments, strategically placed near the fountain in the front square. Gazing toward the enormous campus flower ranking board in the distance, following this series of initiatives, the entire front square had blossomed into a vibrant hub of the campus flower economy, resembling a bustling market dedicated to the theme, drawing an ever-increasing flow of foot traffic that even prompted teachers to consider taking a stroll. In truth, both the Balon Dessert Shop and the Lingda Fashion Store had struggled for business in recent years. After all, the Shitian Milk Tea Shop had only 3 customers in the morning, and as their neighboring storefront, their fortunes were unlikely to fare much better. This was not due to the quality of their products or service. It was simply that the front square had never been able to attract a crowd. However, with the newfound popularity, concerns over sales volume had dissipated. To put it simply, the location of the front square had been less than ideal, but Jiang Qin, through his own efforts, had tackled the issue at its root. Lingda's commercial district boasted numerous hotspots, with the most popular being the Academy supermarket, while the front square had languished at the bottom. Now, however, the tide had turned, prompting nearby jewelry shops to set up stalls in the front square. Most notably, the college student who had previously peddled campus cards at the Academy gate had also succumbed to the allure, relocating to the front square. I have never witnessed such a crowd here, Lu Xiuemei murmured, her eyes filled with astonishment. In just a month, the front square had transformed from desolation to bustling activity, something she had never dared to imagine. And all of this was thanks to the seemingly disheveled freshman standing beside her. Exiting the teaching building led directly into the front square, which faced a grove of maple trees. The merchants across the maple trees overlooked Wangwei Lake. Though the area was expansive, it was also open and unsuitable for commercialization. It was entirely reasonable that it could not attract attention. By utilizing promotional materials and signage, they effectively enclosed the space, visually transforming a three-sided open square into a pocket, enhancing the shopping experience by creating a sense of crowding, thus invigorating business. Lu Xiaomei paused, her eyes widening slightly. Is there truly a method to this? Many business people often consult feng shui masters before selecting a location, and perhaps this was the reason. Isn't that just superstition? Of course, it's superstition. University students should believe in science. Don't listen to my nonsense. Jiang Qin patted her shoulder before heading to the Shi Tian milk tea shop. Lu Xiaomei twitched her lips, thinking how convincingly he spun his tales. No wonder he was the boss. Thanks to the buzz surrounding the campus flower competition and the matching tea flavors, Shi Tian's business had skyrocketed in recent days. And as a result, Fang Xiaoxian was utterly exhausted. Boss, there are so many customers lately. By the end of my shift, I feel completely drained. Fang Xiaoxian complained. How about tripling your wages? She nodded vigorously. Definitely. That sounds amazing. Then let us work hard. Jiang Qin offered her an encouraging glance. But I don't understand, boss. Why not hire 2 additional people to help me out? I don't rely on the milk tea shop for profit. I aim to create a bustling spectacle to attract new advertising clients. It's a form of hunger marketing. If we have enough staff, the tea can be prepared quickly, keeping the lines short, which diminishes the allure. Once the excitement dies down a bit, I'll hire help. Fan Xiaoxian did not fully grasp this. But as for the tripled wages, that prospect was undeniably enticing. Chapter 87. What is so good about a flirtatious man? Jiang Qin. It's really Jiang Qin. What a coincidence. As Jiang Qin meandered through the square, he looked up upon hearing the voice and spotted the girls from Finance Class 3, chatting animatedly as they approached. Leading the group were Song Qingqing, Jiang Tian, and the new girl, Jin Chun, followed closely by Pan Xiu and Lu Xiaowan, along with 2 others whose names escaped him. Among them, Jin Chun was undoubtedly the most striking. She wore a brown short skirt paired with a tailored 3/4 sleeve top, revealing her smooth, fair legs. And on her feet were a pair of white sandals. It was no wonder that Xiao Guangyu had an eye for beauty. He was indeed a young master from the big city. At the beginning of the semester, he had claimed that Song Qingqing was attractive but had taken no action. Yet, upon seeing Jin Chun, his interest was piqued, indicating a taste that surpassed Ren Ziqiang by several notches. However, Jin Chun was accompanied by a boy whom Jiang Qin initially assumed was merely a passerby, but the boy mirrored her movements. When she walked, he walked, and when she stopped, he stopped. His gaze remained fixated on Jin Chun, suggesting a familiar relationship. This must be the new boy that Ren Ziqiang mentioned. They had skipped military training together, started school together, and were in the same department and class, indicating a connection beyond mere acquaintance. Without a doubt, Chao's romantic aspirations were destined for failure. It seemed that the matchmaker was somewhat allergic to him. Jiang Tian approached briskly. Jiang Qin. Are you here for milk tea too? I'm not here for the milk tea. I just came to join the fun, Jiang Qin replied. Song Qingqing quickened her pace to overtake Jiang Tian. Since you're here, you should have a drink. It's on me. How about this? I see that the girl at the milk tea shop is working very hard, so you can pay at the counter, forgo the drink. And consider it as treating me? How frivolous. Suddenly, Jian Chun, who had remained silent, interjected with 2 words and rolled her eyes at him, leaving Jiang Qin perplexed. Seriously? She hasn't said a word, yet she is so rude? The standards of contemporary female university students had indeed improved somewhat. Before he could respond, his phone buzzed from his pocket. Jiang Qin waved at them and found a corner to take the call. The caller was Hong Yin, informing him that she had successfully passed both the interview and assessment for the International Trade Department. I didn't expect you to make that decision, Jiang Qin said. I believe Sister Ninshu is right. I shouldn't change my choices based on others' opinions. I should do what I believe is right. Well, how about we invite Feng Ninshu to celebrate together? Let us wait a couple of days. Chu Siki has been watching me closely. Afraid I might seek you out alone. I'll treat you once I move to the main campus. All right, we'll discuss it later. Jiang Qin hung up, tucked his phone back into his pocket, and planned to check on room 208. This period was crucial for the website, and he couldn't entirely delegate his responsibilities. Jiang Qin, we're about to have a short holiday. I'm thinking of organizing a dinner for everyone. What do you think? Jiang Tian returned from the milk tea shop, standing gracefully before Jiang Qin. I think it's a great idea. Aren't you the class monitor now? It's your call. Would you prefer something more formal or a bit more relaxed? For a formal gathering, we could book a private room at Nanshan Restaurant. For a more casual vibe, we could go to Shui Tian for some street food. Jiang Tian earnestly sought Jiang Qin's opinion. Upon hearing Shui Tian, Jiang Qin couldn't help but grit his teeth. Let us go to Shui Tian. The owner just insulted me the other day, and I intend to return the favor. After watching Jiang Qin leave, Jiang Tian returned to the milk tea shop, where Song Qingqing eagerly asked, "So, did Jiang Qin agree?" "He did. He said he wants to go to Shui Tian," Jiang Tian replied. "Wonderful. Let us grab the milk tea and hurry back. I need to do my makeup and pick out an outfit to impress him." Jian Chun, who was placing her order, couldn't help but turn around, puzzled. "Qingqing, what is so great about Jiang Qin? Is it really worth dressing up for him? He has a Bentley," Song Qingqing stated emphatically. "A Bentley? Oh, a rich second generation," Jian Chun remarked. "No wonder he is so frivolous." First impressions are crucial, and when Jian Chun first joined the class, Jiang Qin had thrown her a note, leaving her with an unfavorable impression. Song Qingqing couldn't help but pout. "Of course, everyone else is a flirt. Who could compare to your refined Zhuangchen?" Jian Chun glanced at the boy who had accompanied her. "Him? He barely passes. I prefer someone mature and elegant." Zhuang Chun smiled bashfully. "What do you want to drink?" "Chun Chun, I can order for you." "I can order myself. You just get your drink," she replied. "All right." After Zhuang Chun placed his order, he stepped outside, took out a tissue, and meticulously wiped down the two adjacent chairs before sitting on one, watching Jian Chun with a gentle smile amidst the bustling crowd. He had harbored feelings for Jian Chun for 5 years, ever since middle school, and although he had yet to win her affection, they seemed to be growing closer. During junior high, early relationships were prohibited, and his family was quite strict. Jian Chun had always promptly rejected his advances, but in university, her demeanor had softened considerably. "Let us go, we're done here." After a pause, Jian Chun emerged from the shop, holding her milk tea. "Aren't you going to drink it here?" Zhuang Chen asked, somewhat surprised as he had just cleaned the chairs for her. Jian Chun pouted slightly. "There's a gathering in the evening, and everyone's eager to go back and get ready. Shall we explore somewhere else while we wait for them to finish getting ready?" Zhuang Chen suggested, not wanting to return to the dorm too soon. Jian Chun glanced down at her attire. "Forget it. I should go back and change. Even if it's unnecessary to dress up, it's our first gathering in college, and wearing sandals feels too casual." "Ah, well then. I'll head back to the dorm and come pick you up at 8. Jian Chun responded with a cool then turned to reunite with her friends, walking back to the girls' dormitory in the finance department. Upon entering the dorm, Song Qingqing immediately opened her wardrobe to select an outfit. Her closet resembled a miniature fashion museum, overflowing with various dresses, so heavy that the clothing rod was slightly bent. She tried on different outfits, and once satisfied, began her makeup routine, busying herself with excitement. Although Jiang Tian scoffed at Song Qingqing's antics, she too secretly engaged in a bit of competition, discreetly applying powder and blush to her face. Jian Chun couldn't comprehend it all. Why was a boy like Jiang Qin so popular? Was it merely because he owned a Bentley? Even if Song Qingqing was somewhat materialistic, Jiang Tian didn't seem like that kind of person. Why was she acting similarly? Chapter 88. Casual Conversations in the Boys' Dormitory 302. After receiving the invitation to a gathering, Zhou Chao pulled out his treasured khaki trench coat, donned it, and even stood up the collar, looking as if he were preparing for a showdown of poker gods. However, within half a day, the heat became unbearable, and he reluctantly changed into a short-sleeved shirt. "Damn it, my clothes aren't even that nice." "Lao Jiang, do you have any good-looking clothes? May I borrow an outfit?" Ren Ziqiang chuckled at this. Brother Jiang is 1.8 meters tall. No matter how nice the clothes are, on you, they would look like a starving refugee. Get lost. The essence lies in the concentrated form. Do you understand? Zhou Chao was not self-conscious about his height, but he couldn't stand such remarks from others. Ren Ziqiang pouted, and then turned to the composed Chao Guangyu. "Old Chao, aren't you going to dress up a bit?" To deliberately dress up would be too contrived. True grace lies in effortless elegance. I pay attention to my image daily, so there is no need for unnecessary embellishments now. Chao Guangyu spoke with an air of arrogance, having derived his notion of effortless grace from Jiang Qin. He believed Jiang Qin's popularity among the girls stemmed from his carefree demeanor and unconventional swagger. "You all dress up. Yet I shall refrain. You boast of wealth, and I shall downplay my own." This stark contrast consistently set him apart from the ordinary crowd. "All your grand theories. Yet you still lecture us at the beginning of the semester, and now look at you. No girlfriend, not even a boyfriend. Ren Ziqiang's words pierced through Chao Guangyu's calm facade. You all banter with each other so boldly, but why do you shy away from speaking when girls are around? Jiang Qin emerged from the balcony, having changed into a fresh outfit and casually rolled up his pant legs. Zhou Chao pondered. It's not that we're afraid to speak, it's that we don't know what to say. Lao Jiang, what do you talk about with Feng Nanshu? Nothing special, just normal conversation. Then what is the point of not talking? Acupressure points, massage techniques. Chao Guangyu rolled his eyes at them. Asking Lao Jiang this question is pointless. If a girl likes you, she'll be captivated by your discussion of international affairs. If she doesn't, even your silver tongue will leave her indifferent. Old Chao, you are occasionally quite insightful, yet when it comes to yourself, you falter, Jiang Qin remarked. Regardless, as your brother, I must deflate your ego, that Jiang Qin seems to have someone, that guy who escaped military training with her, Jiang Qin. Chao Guangyu was unfazed. Old Jiang, aside from you and me, everyone else is beneath me. I fear nothing. Fine, consider that previous statement of yours as mere hot air. Jiang Qin slipped on his shoes, opened the door, and declared, I'm off to take care of something. Let us meet at Shiwei Tian for dinner later. Chao Guangyu's eyes lit up. Don't arrive too early. Wait until I've made eye contact with Jiang Qin before you come. I'm afraid she might take a liking to you. Oh, then I might as well not go at all. Jiang Qin left the dormitory and visited the Cui Zhuyuan community across the school, borrowing car keys from Uncle Gong, and took the opportunity to chat about Feng Nanshu. He had always been curious about how the demeanor of the little rich girl developed, but Uncle Gong, adhering to professional ethics, declined to discuss the family's affairs and instead requested Jiang Qin to take the young lady out more often. As the sun set, casting a golden hue across the sky, Jiang Qin, with the Bentley keys in hand, arrived at Shiwei Tian to meet with his peers from the finance department. In truth, university gatherings lacked substance. They mostly revolved around gossip and academic discussions, both of which failed to capture Jiang Qin's interest. Thus, he focused on devouring his meal, ignoring the flirtatious glances from Song Qingqing. However, his silence piqued Jiang Qin's attention. Prior to arriving, Song Qingqing and Jiang Tian had been busy preparing him, and despite Jiang Qin's initial unfavorable impression of him, she found herself observing him more closely. Yet, the more she watched, the more she felt something was amiss. Jiang Qin's demeanor was remarkably composed. He neither interjected nor flaunted himself. Even as Song Qingqing beamed with delight, he remained unfazed, occasionally frowning into the distance. Lost in thought, an aura of depth surrounding him. Could such a person truly be frivolous enough to pass notes to a girl he just met? Jiang Qin began to doubt her initial judgment, for beside him, Chao Guangyu, who constantly winked at her from various angles, seemed the epitome of ostentation. At that moment, the proprietor of Shiwei Tian waddled over, his belly prominent, a consequence of thriving business that even required him to serve as a waiter. All the dishes are served. Take your time, he said. Wait a moment. Don't leave just yet. With a flourish, Jiang Qin produced the Bentley keys, slapping them onto the table, startling the proprietor, who initially thought he had knocked over a teapot. Once he regained his composure, he realized it was merely the car keys. Bentley? Jiang Qin grinned broadly. It hasn't seen the light of day in ages. I hardly get to drive it. The proprietor eyed him skeptically. Is that a lighter? Do you not understand the distinction between saying and showing? After all these years working near the university, how can your cultural awareness still be so lacking? You'll never rise above driving a second-hand BMW. After scrutinizing the keys, the proprietor discovered they were not a lighter, instantly feeling a pang of envy. Damn it. A Bentley for school? Are today's university students this ostentatious? Jiang Qin reveled in the proprietor's expression, feeling triumphant. Having been reborn, only I shall flourish, while none shall overshadow me. Simultaneously, Jiang Qin could not suppress a disdainful snort, thinking him unbearably superficial, flaunting his wealth at every opportunity. That note was undoubtedly from him. Her regard for Jiang Qin, which had been lukewarm, now seemed infinitely warmer in comparison to Jiang Qin. After some time, the gathering concluded. Jiang Qin stood and let out a hearty belch, only to find Jiang Qin staring coldly at him, leaving him puzzled. What are you looking at? Jiang Qin donned a smiling facade. Young Master Jiang, with such extravagance, shouldn't you be treating us tonight? Extravagance doesn't mean I've eaten your family's rice. Why assume I should treat you? It's utterly ridiculous. Jiang Qin wore a look of disdain. Jiang Qin didn't quite grasp the term ridiculous, but she caught the sarcasm, her cheeks flushing. How about this? If you treat us tonight, I'll add you as a friend. How does that sound? Haha. What a lunatic. A few dishes and you're already tipsy? End of chapter. Chapter 89. Digging under the wall, Chao Guangyu cast a glance at Jiang Qin, feeling suddenly melancholic as he realized that he still did not grasp the essence of Jiang Qin. Had Jian Chun's earlier remark been directed at him, he might have hurriedly rushed to settle the bill. Was the gap between them still so vast? Silently, Lao Chao took out his phone, retrieved his stylus, opened the Notes app, and meticulously recorded Jiang Qin's maneuvers from today, planning to return and analyze them thoroughly, hoping to replicate his success. He refused to believe that Jiang Qin was born a paragon of charm. Such qualities could undoubtedly be cultivated over time. Having finished their meal, Jiang Qin decided it was time to leave. You really don't want my QQ number? Jian Chun asked incredulously. Jiang Qin glanced at her and replied, I already have 3 sons, dazzlingly bright. You may keep yours for yourself. I'm at my QQ friends list. Go home and sober up. Jiang Qin said as he stood to depart. The others from financial class 3 began to leave in succession. Upon reaching the overpass, Jiang Qin needed to retrieve a key from a nearby community, and he instructed the others to head back first, watching his silhouette disappear into the night. The members of financial class 3 exchanged bewildered glances. Oh my, he can't really be keeping a model at a community outside of school, can he? After returning from Uncle Gong's, Jiang Qin strolled back to campus under the veil of night, making his way along College Road towards the boys' dormitory. Perhaps due to the approaching short holiday, the maple trees were brimming with young couples, entwined in embraces or seated closely together. The gentle evening breeze rustled through the now yellow maple leaves, carrying the soft sounds of whispered affection, the leaves themselves silent. Only the warmth of their lips spoke volumes. At that moment, the ding of QQ notifications pierced the air. Jiang Qin received a friend request with the note, Jian Chun. Decline. Jiang Qin could almost instinctively find the option to reject her request, as he had encountered far too many enchanting young women. He pocketed his phone and continued along College Road, passing by Wanwell Lake. As he gazed at the shimmering surface of the water, another friend verification arrived. This time from Zhuang Qin. Zhuang Qin. Jiang, please add Jian Chun. Otherwise, she won't sleep well tonight. Jiang Qin chuckled as he read the message and replied, a warm-hearted gentleman after a dog's tail. Zhuang Qin, I'll treat you to breakfast if you just add her once. Jiang Qin, with a straight face, typed. Then I'll have a heated conversation with her, our feelings gradually intensifying, and ultimately, we will hold hands and stroll to you, where she will smile and ask, am I handsome? Zhuang Chun, impossible, she wouldn't tea like someone like you. Once you add her, she'll delete you immediately, and that will put her mind at ease. Then why would I add her? Do I crave your breakfast that much? Jiang Qin grumbled as he turned off his phone, reflecting on how men often felt insecure in the presence of women they admired, yet became blindly arrogant when discussing the future. Damn. I want to mock you for believing in light, but believing in love seems exceedingly naive. Meanwhile, in the hot water room on the 5th floor of the girls' dormitory, Song Qingqing and Jiang Tian were filling their thermoses with water when a loud crash startled them. They turned off the tap and found Jian Chun's expression dark as water. Are you still not over it? Jian Chun coldly replied. He clearly passed me a note asking for my QQ number. He dares to act, yet not to own up. Song Qingqing couldn't help but glance at her. You must be mistaken. Jiang Qin wouldn't want your QQ number. If it were Chao Guangyu, that might be plausible. As he was sitting beside him when he passed the note, Jiang Qin might have just been helping. You don't believe me? Jian Chun felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. No, it's because I used to be as confident as you, only to be met with disappointment. Now, seeing you, I can't help but reflect on my past. Jian Chun scoffed disdainfully. Is it just because his family owns a Bentley? Qingqing, I'm not like you. My family isn't poor either, and even if Jiang Qin's family owned the White House, I wouldn't think highly of them. You still know very little about the true nature of my idol, Song Qingqing remarked. No sooner had she spoken than her expression shifted to one of sudden realization, and she hurriedly lowered her head, pretending to focus on filling her thermos, forgetting to turn on the tap. After a moment of awkward silence, she finally turned the faucet on. On the other side, Jiang Tian seemed to have something to say, but withdrew her words as if they had never been uttered, focusing intently on filling her thermos. The unexpected silence enveloped the room, reminding Jian Chun of her high school days when she and her best friend would whisper in class, only to be caught by a piercing gaze from the teacher. Had they not finished their conversation? At that moment, Jian Chun noticed a white cup being held out, positioned under the spout, as a pair of slender, fair hands turned on the tap, allowing steaming water to flow into the cup. The sound of rushing water filled the air, accompanied by rising steam. Yet, through Jian Chun's eyes, she did not see merely a cup but rather a stunningly beautiful face. Every feature, nose, eyes, lips, was impeccably refined, and under the veil of steam, she appeared almost ethereal. The girl donned a pink and white nightgown, quietly observing Jiang Qin. Her expression neutral and her gaze cool, creating an undeniable sense of pressure. The hot water room fell silent, the four of them stationed at their respective spouts. Not a word spoken, the scene visually striking. The cup filled faster than a thermos, and soon the enchanting girl capped her cup and exited the room, alleviating half of the tension lingering in the air. Fusong Qingqing sighed, that was too close. We should avoid discussing Jiang Qin in the girls' dormitory from now on. Agreed. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. Jian Chun blinked in confusion. Why? Digging under the wall is disgraceful. If the rightful owner finds out, it could lead to catastrophe. My cousin experienced that firsthand. She was left with scratches all over her face. As Song Qingqing spoke, a shiver ran through her, recalling a painful memory. Who was the rightful owner? Feng Nanshu, Jiang Qin's precious darling. Weren't you staring at her for a while just now? So, how did it go? Did you get burned? Jian Chun paused for a moment, and when she regained her composure, Song Qingqing and Jiang Tian had already finished filling their thermoses and were preparing to leave. Jian Chun, disregarding whether her thermos was full, grabbed it and followed after them. As she walked from the water room to the dormitory, Jian Chun's mind lingered on that beautiful face, the phrase "what a joke," flashing repeatedly in her thoughts. Meanwhile, in room 503 of the girls' dormitory, Feng Nanshu took out her phone, her eyes sparkling and her lashes fluttering gently as she opened Jiang Qin's QQ. Jiang Qin, let us hang out. It's almost 11. If we don't hang out now, I'll just sleep. But we haven't hung out today. I'll make it up to you during the holiday. Oh. Feng Nanshu hummed softly, then turned to her bed, her delicate figure maintaining its allure even while reclining. Her fair feet lightly swaying at the end of the bed. Just then, Gao Wenhui, having just finished her instant noodles, climbed onto her bed. And upon catching sight of Feng Nanshu, her eyes lit up. How on earth does Jiang Qin resist such temptation? Chapter 90, the 11-day holiday on a radiant morning. The 11-day holiday commenced. Early in the day, Shou Chao hurriedly made his way to the airport, his luggage in tow. Living the farthest from Linchuan, he was more eager than anyone else to return home. Contemporary university students are indeed peculiar. When selecting their majors, they aspire to venture far and wide, seeking freedom and self-discovery in unfamiliar realms. Yet, when vacation arrives, they often feel disheartened, not only due to the long journey but also the exorbitant travel costs. Faced with such a dilemma, they berate themselves mercilessly for their foolishness. The allure of freedom is palpable even in neighboring provinces. Yet they insist on traversing vast distances to find themselves in places others have grown weary of. Zhou Chao, who usually pinches pennies, finds himself spending his entire living allowance on airfare during the holidays. Brothers, I'm off, he announced. Old Zhou, don't forget to take the trash out. Chao Guangyu shouted from the bed. Zhou Chao grumbled, damn, it's early, and you're already annoying me. Wishing you a smooth journey, Jiang Qin interjected. If I hear smooth journey one more time, the plane might crash. At that moment, Jiang Qin had also risen, leisurely dressing, slowly opening a packet of yogurt, and savoring it as he began his morning routine. Zhou Chao, with a suitcase in one hand and a trash bag in the other, looked on with envy. Jiang, with a seemingly carefree demeanor, had chosen a school closer to home, which appeared unremarkable, yet he exuded a sense of superiority during holidays. Old Jiang, I'm leaving. Zhou Chao raised his voice for Jiang Qin's blessing. Jiang Qin, toothbrush in mouth, grinned. Get lost. Bring back some specialties. No specialties, no entry. One asks me to take out the trash, and the other demands I bring back goodies. You lot are truly something. Zhou Chao cursed as he opened the door and trudged out, suitcase and trash bag in tow. Moments later, Jiang Qin finished his grooming and stepped out of the dormitory. His train ticket was for the afternoon, so there was no rush. He planned to have breakfast with the little rich girl, then take her to the administration office to collect her certificate, followed by organizing holiday tasks in room 208, before meeting Guizihong at the train station. Feng Nanshu adorned a student-esque long skirt that revealed a hint of her delicate, fair legs, showcasing her rare purity and vivacity. Jiang Qin, has my boss certificate been processed yet? After breakfast, I'll take you to check, Jiang Qin replied, captivated by her radiant face. Though he resisted the impulse to pinch her cheek. Damn, youth is strange. One feels an inexplicable urge to pinch everything upon waking or before sleeping. This will surely lead to trouble. All right, Feng Nanshu said, trailing behind him to the cafeteria. Her skirt swaying with each step, drawing the attention of many passersby. Little rich girl, when are you going home? I leave at 3 this afternoon, she replied, nibbling on the end of her chopsticks. Isn't Uncle Gong driving you? It would be better to leave earlier. Feng Nanshu gazed quietly at him, contemplating. Aren't you leaving at 2:30? Jiang Qin offered her a piece of beef brisket, saying, I heard from Uncle Gong that you're going to Shanghai to see your uncle. Who is he? He asked my father, she replied, her eyes shimmering as she devoured the brisket he offered. Then why are you studying in Jeju? The educational conditions in Shanghai are far superior. You can't be truly banished by your family, can you? Feng Nanshu paused, then spoke softly, because Jeju is my mother's hometown. So you want to return to Jeju during the holiday? I want to return quickly to sneak away with you, but I don't know when I can go back. Jiang Qin sensed her lack of enthusiasm about meeting her father and decided not to press further, feeding her a couple more times to restore her cheer. He then glanced at his chopsticks and at a poster on the wall advocating for the use of public chopsticks, promoting hygiene. Jiang Qin thought to himself, well, that's one way to keep it clean. Halfway through the meal, Gao Wenwei entered the cafeteria. After getting her meal, she sat down quietly. Unusually silent instead of her usual chatter. Her gaze kept flitting between Jiang Qin and Feng Nanshu, filled with curiosity. How do you manage to refrain? Fan Shuling had remarked that Jiang Qin was a scoundrel, yet she wasn't so sure. He seemed more like a gentleman who simply enjoyed a good touch. Gao Wenwei, you're staring at me. Aren't you afraid of getting rice in your nose? Jiang Qin teased. Gao Wenwei's smile faded. I knew it. Being a third will never ends well. After breakfast, Jiang Qin accompanied the little rich girl to the entrepreneurship center to collect her certificate, but the outcome was disheartening. Chao Xinyue informed them that there were issues with the previous form, leaving Feng Nanshu to fill it out again. Junior, you can't write that the startup funds come from Jiang Qin, nor can you state that your purpose is to be Jiang Qin's boss lady. Feng Nanshu's eyelashes fluttered as the joy Jiang Qin had nurtured within her evaporated. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin gathered everyone in room 208 for a meeting. The campus queen competition had reached its midpoint, and the excitement was peaking. With the holiday approaching, most students would leave campus, leading to a decline in subsequent traffic. Thus, for the next 7 days, the project team had one task: to stabilize the flow of attention. The content team needed to continuously provide materials, distributing the competition's traffic to the confession wall, anonymous message board, and other interest areas to facilitate conversion. Once the holiday concluded, the results of the campus queen competition would be announced, likely generating another surge of traffic. However, the retention rate post-surge was uncertain, necessitating dual preparations, one for a new event should traffic decline, and another to engage in business negotiations if retention rates were sufficiently high, thereby expanding towards the university town. Boss, we are somewhat short-staffed, Wei Lanlan spoke up, noting the increasing number of businesses to negotiate with. The external market team only had her and Tan Qing, making it difficult to manage. We can recruit more when we return. There's no shortage of people at the university. It would be best to hire those with electric bikes to cover distances, Jiang Qin concluded, calling the meeting to a close. He noticed Sunai staring at him. Boss, your membership has expired. When did it expire? Last night. Do you check every day? How did you know it expired just then? Jiang Qin asked, visibly annoyed. Dongwen Hao, intrigued, looked towards Sunai. What membership expired? Nothing, just the website building video membership. Sunai adjusted her glasses. Your tech team is quite diligent. Spending days coding and nights watching videos to learn? Jiang Qin and Sunai shared a laugh, their smiles devoid of genuine warmth, leaving Dong Wenhao perplexed, wondering what he had stumbled into. After the meeting, Jiang Qin descended from the second floor, intending to find the little rich girl, only to discover her standing by the window, holding a certificate the size of an A4 sheet, looking adorably bewildered. Did you receive the certificate? No. I got the wrong one. It's not the boss lady certificate, it's the entrepreneurship certificate. The distinction was stark. Feng Nanshu's discontent was palpable. Her expression, cold and displeased, emanated an unmistakable pressure. It's not a mistake. This is your internship certificate. Jiang Qin glanced at the entrepreneurial certificate. Take friendship, for instance. One must reach a certain level to become true friends, much like the bond we share. Feng Nanshu looked at him with an impassive expression, thinking to herself, you might as well consider me a fool. Chapter 91. Serendipity and intentionality. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the room 208 had long emptied, leaving behind a clutter of stripped outlets and a chaotic tangle of wires on the desk. Jiang Qin held Feng Nanshu's delicate, snow-white foot, assisting her in putting on her socks, playfully scratching her sole, which made the little heiress squirm in response, nearly kicking him in the face. No indiscriminate rewards for a gentleman, Jiang Qin feigned annoyance. After she was properly shod, Jiang Qin escorted her back before gathering his luggage and heading to the Linchuan train station. With the onset of the National Day holiday, the station was teeming with people, Overwhelming to behold. While it didn't reach the exaggerated chaos of the spring festival rush, the crowd was almost equally daunting. Guo Zihong arrived shortly after, appearing slightly plumper. His already round face now devoid of any discernible contours. The little Annie with the baby voice has spoiled you, has she? Jiang Qin grinned. Guo Zihong's breath hitched. Don't mention it. What's wrong? Did your husband discover something? Jiang Qin's heart skipped a beat, wondering if Guo Zihong's face had suffered some sort of bruising. No, I added her on QQ and chatted for 2 days, but we realized our social circles differ vastly, leaving us with little common ground. She didn't understand anything I said, and I was utterly lost in her business discussions, so we stopped contacting each other soon after. Guo Zihong wore a sheepish expression, clearly having had his nascent romantic feelings swiftly extinguished by reality. Jiang Qin patted his shoulder reassuringly. Worry not. There are all sorts of eccentricities in this world. I shall not judge you. Brother Jiang, I think I just felt a void after suddenly leaving my hometown, seeking some semblance of security. Enough with the explanations for your peculiarities, let us board the train. Jiang Qin urged, pushing Guo Zihong toward the train. Navigating through the crowded aisle to his seat, a man in front of him, shouldering a white plastic bag swollen with contents, obstructed Jiang Qin's view entirely. It was only after the man sat down that Jiang Qin realized he had arrived at seat 41, adjusting himself to take his place. The moment he settled, his gaze froze, and his brow furrowed slightly. Jiang Qin, long time no see, Wang Huiru greeted with a wave, while Chu Siki sat beside her, her expression a conflicted mix of emotions as she regarded him. Long time no see, Jiang Qin responded, turning to find Guo Zihong equally astonished, clearly taken aback by their unexpected presence. Let us go to the restroom. I don't need to go, Guo Zihong replied, bewildered. Jiang Qin, undeterred, pulled him toward the front of the train. Even if you don't need to, you must make an effort. The two arrived at the junction of the train cars, leaning against the smoking area, exchanging glances in silence. Did you tell them? Guo Zihong coughed softly. Wang Huiro asked me which train I was on the other day, and I didn't think much of it, and told her. Damn it, train tickets can't specify compartments, can they? How did this happen? Jiang Qin thought to himself, questioning if he had neglected to consult the auspicious calendar before venturing out. It was actually quite normal. Passengers heading to the same destination were often assigned to the same compartment. Brother Jiang, you don't have feelings for Chu Siki, do you? She won tea bite. Just treat her as a stranger, Guo Zihong suggested. Jiang Qin contemplated this, realizing that Guo Zihong had a point. He regarded Chu Siki with indifference. No need to scurry away like a mouse avoiding a cat, lest others think he had been deeply wounded by her. That would be quite embarrassing. Thus, the two returned to their seats, sitting in silence until the train began to move, the scenery outside racing past them without a word exchanged between them. In truth, Jiang Qin's suspicions were not unfounded, for Chu Siki was indeed deliberately orchestrating this encounter. She had blocked Jiang Qin's phone number, deleted him from QQ, and even blacklisted Wang Huiru's number. With no other means to see Jiang Qin, she had resorted to orchestrating this chance meeting through Guo Zihong. Of course, she hadn't anticipated such a complete coincidence, with fate seating them directly across from each other. Chu Siki felt a surge of happiness, longing to converse with Jiang Qin. She yearned to express, I will no longer test you. I accept your confession. Can we forget the unpleasantness of the past and start anew from a fresh relationship? I may be a little headstrong, but I promise to be capricious only with you from now on. As long as you don't harbor feelings for Hong Yin and prevent her from flaunting herself in front of me, I will certainly be your girlfriend. I previously took your good nature for granted, but now that someone has tried to take you from me, I realize how wonderful you truly are. Being with you is not a loss. Yet, gazing into Jiang Qin's vacant eyes and expressionless face, her words faltered, swallowed back down. She could not fathom why she felt so timid before him. The once fiery temperament that flared at the slightest provocation now felt timid in the presence of someone who was unfazed by her outbursts. Are you all university students? I'm from Tech University. What about you? The seating arrangement on the train typically placed 3 seats on the right and 2 on the left. Jiang Qin sat by the window, Guo Zihong in the middle, and a male student occupied the aisle seat, who appeared to be from Linchuan University. He had been stealing glances at Chu Siki since boarding, and after 20 minutes of travel, he finally mustered the courage to strike up a conversation. Linchuan University. Tech University. Linchuan University. The responses were muted, yet the male student's determination to engage did not wane. I'm Sun Yinbin. What are your names? Guo Zihong. We are alumni. And you two lovely ladies? Wang Huiru smiled, but said nothing, while Chu Siki ignored him entirely, her gaze fixed on the seemingly slumbering Jiang Qin, her lips pale from biting them in agitation. At that moment, the train jostled slightly, and Chu Siki's phone slipped from her grasp. Given the degree of turbulence in her grip, it should not have fallen so easily, yet it landed precisely at Jiang Qin's feet. Jiang Qin shifted his position, returning to a temporary state of blindness, only to hear a soft voice beside him. "My phone fell. Could you please help me pick it up?" During the time of rivalry between Chu Siki and Hong Yan, she had indeed matured, even employing such deliberate tactics. However, the warmth emanating from the young man named Sun Yinbin proved too overwhelming as he swiftly retrieved her phone with efficient grace. "Thank you," Chu Siki expressed, a hint of irritation in her tone, but Jiang Qin silently appreciated the gesture as he shifted again. "Here is your phone. Beautiful. Thanks," she replied, her irritation palpable. "No problem. Let us add each other on QQ?" Sun Yinbin suggested, pulling out his phone. "I don't use QQ. I prefer Feishin." The warm-hearted Sun Yinbin chuckled awkwardly but quickly redirected the conversation. "Are you all traveling together?" As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to Jiang Qin, anticipating his response, only to see him shake his head gently. "We don't know each other. It's just a coincidence." "Oh, then I'll create a group chat. We can travel home together. It's more convenient to have company on the journey." Sun Yinbin's approach was quite astute. He recognized that Chu Siki was deliberately avoiding him, so he proposed a seemingly innocuous suggestion. Many students studying away from home often return together, making it a perfectly legitimate reason to mask his true intentions. He also added Guizihong first, playing the part of the earnest student. However, he was taken aback when he attempted to add Jiang Qin, only to be met with refusal once more. "I don't use QQ. Do you use Feishin as well? Is this thing really so popular now?" Sun Yinbin was slightly taken aback. Jiang Qin half opened her eyes. "I shall send a message via carrier pigeon." Just then, Wang Huiru's phone suddenly vibrated. Upon opening it, she discovered a message from Chu Siki, requesting her to create a group for Sun Yinbin and to add Jiang Qin as well. She had lost all means of contacting Jiang Qin, and, though she had intentionally orchestrated a chance encounter, she did not dare to speak up. Her only hope now rested on Sun Yinbin's suggestion of a group for their journey home, if not set up in advance. Adding someone to a group does not require the individual's consent, a functionality that Chu Siki was well aware of. Jiang Qin was so inept that he wouldn't even know how to delete a friend. He would likely not be able to configure this feature either. Chapter 92. Am I the only outsider? Upon returning to Jeju, the weather was splendid. Jiang Qin swiftly exited the station, dragging her suitcase behind her, her pace unwavering, which puzzled Sun Yinbin. Here was such a beautiful young woman before him, yet she seemed entirely disinterested, hurrying away as if fleeing from something. Unbeknownst to her, she would have laughed at his thoughts. How foolish to leap into such a pit. Watching Jiang Qin's decisive departure, Chu Siki felt a profound sense of hurt. She wanted to express her ire but had no idea at whom to direct it, finding everything around her unsatisfactory, ultimately casting a fierce glare at Sun Yinbin. Did she just look at me? Sun Yinbin was momentarily taken aback. Half an hour later, Jiang Qin returned home. Greeted warmly by her parents after her time away at school, Yuan Yuqin even took a day off work to prepare a lavish feast for her. However, such warmth and affection are often fleeting. On October 1st, her mother exclaimed joyfully, "Son, you're back." On October 2nd, her mother was still somewhat pleased. Advising her to sleep in his studies were exhausting. By October 3rd, Mrs. Yuan began to frown, asking, "Could you tidy up your pigsty?" On October 4th, her brow furrowed further. When does that rascal start school? Jiang Qin understood that the initial warmth of their reunion had waned, so from the 5th day onward, she rose early each morning, venturing out to avoid her mother's criticisms. "Uncle, you're here?" "Yes, I am." "Shuan, it seems you've grown taller." "Almost reaching my height. Quite impressive." At Yang's mutton soup house, Yang Shuan watched his old classmate and goduncle enter, feeling a mix of emotions as he observed his father and Jiang Qin embrace, calling each other brother and mate, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Jiang Qin had initially invested in this mutton soup restaurant as a casual venture, so when Yang Jianan prepared to calculate his dividends, Jiang Qin waved him off, suggesting he use the money to open a third branch instead. He also advised Yang Jiangwo to diversify the menu rather than focusing solely on a single item. While having a signature dish is beneficial, relying too heavily on one product would ultimately hinder expansion, especially as the ambition of a national chain is fraught with challenges. Moreover, Yang Jiangwo had only a few years of schooling and lacked knowledge in operations. Therefore, taking the easiest path was the wisest course of action. Yang Jianan had always contemplated opening a third location, and hearing Jiang Qin's suggestion delighted him as he patted Yang Shu and shoulder, saying, "Look at your uncle. We were classmates in high school, yet you lack his maturity." Yang Shu's mouth twitched in response, feeling a tinge of regret. He should have intervened when they drunkenly pledged brotherhood. Now he found himself awkwardly addressing Jiang Qin as uncle. After a moment, as Jiang Qin prepared to leave, Yang Shuan was commanded by his father to see him out. "Uncle, may I discuss something with you?" Yang Shuan nervously rubbed his hands together. Jiang Qin turned back, his smile radiant. "My dear nephew, what would you like to discuss? Could we perhaps agree to address one another differently? You may call me nephew, and I will call you brother." "How absurd. That would confuse our roles." Jiang Qin ambled away, leaving Yang Shuan feeling troubled. Having such an ostentatious classmate made reminiscing about their school days a rather uncomfortable endeavor. Upon returning home from the mutton soup house, Jiang Qin opened his computer to check the website's traffic. As anticipated, the absence of students from campus diminished the excitement surrounding the campus beauty competition. However, this decline was not sustained. From October 4th onwards, website traffic began to rise again, likely because students, having returned home, resumed their online activities. The confession wall saw an influx of posts, with even students from other schools registering to profess their admiration for the girls of Lin University, often beginning their messages with encountering a goddess. Additionally, the anonymous confession section was rife with complaints about roommates and classmates, with tales of one individual never purchasing shampoo throughout their university years and another who looked glamorous yet had body odor. Moreover, the campus beauty rankings reflected that Chu Siki had firmly secured the top position. Initially, Hong Yin had held the first place, but due to a major in transfer, she lost her support from the law department and plummeted overnight, allowing Chu Siki and Lu Yi to rise in the ranks. The two fluctuated in their standings for 3 days without a clear victor. However, just days before the holiday, Lu Yi's supporters inexplicably dwindled, while Chu Siki's popularity surged ahead. Jiang Qin held no particular opinion on this outcome. Although he had initiated the flower competition, he was indifferent to which girl ultimately triumphed. His focus lay solely on the economic benefits rather than individual preferences. Subsequently, Jiang Qin accessed the user dashboard to examine the traffic. Shi Miaomiao's account had surpassed 10,000 followers, a testament to her compelling writing in "You Are the Color of Fireworks." Surprisingly, Lao Chao's account had also garnered 6,000 followers, trailing closely behind Shi Miaomiao. However, while Shi Miaomiao's followers were genuine admirers, Lao Chao's were predominantly detractors, with comments criticizing him for being overly boastful and demanding he face reality. Even negative fame has its merits. Lao Chao's achievements were undoubtedly a result of his own hard work. With 2 days remaining in the holiday, Jiang Qin received a sudden group message notification from an unfamiliar chat group. Confused, he opened it to discover he had been added to a 5-person group, with the sender named Sun Yanbin, whose profile picture featured a nonchalant figure in sunglasses. Was Zihong. "How does leaving on the 6th sound?" Jiang Qin replied casually. "You don't even have a date. Why leave so early? When shall we depart then? How about the 7th? When we return, it will be the new year." "Chu, when do you plan to leave?" Sun Yanbin disregarded their decisions and directed his inquiry to Chu Siki, the true purpose of his group creation. "Chu Siki, I will also leave on the 7th. Let us buy tickets together in the afternoon." Sun Yanbin, "All right, I'll leave on the 7th too." Jiang Qin, I just remembered something. I'll be leaving on the 8th. Sun Yanbin was overjoyed at this news, as Jiang Qin's superior looks eclipsed his own. Hoping to pursue Chu Siki, he wished for Jiang Qin to be as distant as possible. "You go ahead. We'll stick to the 7th. Chu, what time will you head to the station?" "I'll accompany you." Chu Siki, "Never mind. I'll leave on the 8th as well." Jiang Qin was left speechless. "Then I will not go. I plan to laze around at home." Sun Yanbin stared at the chat history, utterly perplexed. Before he could grasp the situation, he noticed a member had departed from the group. Jiang Qin had exited immediately after sending his last message. In a group of 5, the absence of one was glaringly conspicuous, and soon the others became aware of Jiang Qin's departure. Chu Siki, since he has left, I will too. Sun Yanbin. Wang Huiru, if Siki is leaving, then I shall as well. Sun Yanbin. Guizihong, goodbye. Sun Yanbin remained silent for a considerable time, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. As he pondered, realization dawned upon him late into the night. It seemed he was the sole outsider in that group. Chapter 93. Absolutely no romance. After resolving issues related to the website and exiting the inexplicable QQ group, Jiang Qin felt a slight emptiness in his stomach. He opened the door to inquire about dinner from his mother. Yuan Yuqin glanced at the time and realized it was indeed time for the evening meal. She proceeded to the kitchen and prepared a couple of dishes: stir-fried garlic sprouts with eggs and spicy sour shredded potatoes, accompanied by 2 chilled steamed buns. The disparity was stark compared to the time when they could still order dishes at the beginning of the holiday, prompting Jiang Qin to voice his discontent. Jiang Zhenghong handed him chopsticks and remarked, "Dare you to criticize the meals my wife has prepared? If you're still hungry, why not find someone else to cook for you?" Jiang Zhenghong intended to express loyalty to Yuan Yuqin, yet the words fell upon Jiang Qin's ears in a different light. "Dad, let me give you a heads up. I might not ever fall in love, so please don't pressure me in the future. Indeed, focusing on your studies is paramount. That's the right mindset. Completing your education should be your priority." Jiang Zhenghong believed that at 18, his son was still too young to be contemplating such matters. "No. What I mean is that I intend to remain single for life." Yuan Yuqin emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of porridge. "Writing love letters while in high school and claiming you want to fall in love? Do you expect me to believe that?" Jiang Qin replied resolutely, "That was youthful folly. I've come to realize that everything is illusory, but money is real. Son, what have you truly learned in university?" "I've studied finance." "And what else?" "A little foot massage." "A little." Jiang Zhenghong cleared his throat. "You needn't make declarations here. As a university student, we won't excessively interfere if you wish to pursue a relationship." Jiang Qin straightened up in his seat. "Dad, if you had to choose between an intriguing soul and an attractive appearance, which would you select?" "I choose your mother." "I'm serious. Please don't always gauge me by my mother's standards." "I still choose your mother." Jiang Zhenghong, having been tempered by years of life experience, knew how to maintain familial harmony. He was not about to yield to any other answer. This was a skill honed over a lengthy marriage, more resilient than armor. Yuan Yuqin had heard this countless times and could recite Jiang Zhenghong's responses by heart, so she remained unfazed. Instead, she frowned at Jiang Qin. "Jiang Qin, what do you mean by an intriguing soul and an attractive appearance?" "An intriguing soul weighs over 200 pounds, while an attractive appearance requires a car and a house." "Mom, which should I choose?" Jiang Qin tossed the question back to her. Yuan Yuqin pondered for a moment. Is there no one who is both intriguing and aesthetically pleasing, without needing a car or a house? Not really, but there are indeed many intriguing souls who are also over 200 pounds and desire cars and houses. After hearing this, Yuan Yuqin exchanged glances with Jiang Zhenghong, sensing that their son's thoughts seemed somewhat skewed and overly pessimistic. "Jiang Qin, your father and I sent you abroad to study so that you could strive for progress. You must not let your mind wander aimlessly at school. It's nothing serious. I just enjoy musing idly. I can stop pondering in the future." Jiang Qin sensed his parents' impending worry and hastily shifted the topic. "That is not acceptable, Jiang Qin. You must speak honestly. What are your true thoughts?" After a brief silence, Jiang Qin remarked, "I was just thinking that if I remain single for life, you two want to have to pay a dowry of 300,000 and you want to need to prepare a house for me. How liberating that would be." Jiang Zhenghong's expression darkened. "That would be outrageous. I would be too ashamed to face our ancestors." Suddenly, Yuan Yuqin stood up and retrieved a savings book from the room, slamming it onto the table. "I want to say much, but let me make this clear. We have savings, although not substantial. Your father and I can still earn more. Stop fixating on money." "Mom, I wasn't referring to money. I merely wanted to inform you of my future plans." Jiang Qin took a bite of the shredded potatoes, finding them quite palatable. He thought that Feng Nanshu would likely appreciate this flavor, but since it was already the 5th, she had yet to return from Shanghai, and he doubted she would have the opportunity to taste it. After dinner, Yuan Yuqin returned to the bedroom and nudged Jiang Zhenghong with her elbow, lowering her voice. "Did we reduce Jiang Qin's allowance too much? Are you suggesting I increase his pocket money?" Jiang Zhenghong's eyes sparkled. "I was referring to Jiang Qin's living expenses." Jiang Zhenghong's expression fell, yet he contemplated seriously. 500 a month is indeed not much. Lao Hu's daughter, who is in her 3rd year of college, receives over 800 a month and frequently asks her family for money to buy clothes. After deliberating for a while, Yuan Yuqin made a decision. "Then let us raise it to 800 from now on." Jiang Zhenghong was taken aback for a moment, his gaze suddenly turning serious. "Dear, I have something to confess. I have also been feeling quite negative. Get lost. Hurry and wash your feet and go to bed. Reading the newspaper all day makes you feel like a diplomat. Yet there hasn't been a major event that required your involvement," Yuan Yuqin retorted with exasperation. The next morning, Jiang Qin dressed and stepped out, first purchasing a wool coat at a department store, then acquiring a set of tea utensils at Taoxuanzhu. The wool coat was something his mother had longed to buy, while the tea set was what his father wished to replace. However, giving them money would be futile. as they would hesitate to spend it, preferring to save instead. Therefore, Jiang Qin took it upon himself to make the purchases, tearing up the receipt. With no intentions of returning the items, let them think what they wish. By evening, Jiang Qin returned home carrying 2 bags. Before he could even change his shoes, his parents pulled him onto the sofa. Jiang Qin, your father and I have discussed it and decided to increase your living expenses to 800. Jiang Qin looked bewildered. Did you consult me before raising my allowance? I disagree. Jiang Zhenghong signaled to his son with his eyes, indicating that if he disagreed, he could still honor his father. You can either stay or leave. Yuan Yuqin firmly made the decision. 800 it is, regardless of how you choose to spend it. As long as you do not engage in wrongdoing and focus on your studies. Fine. Jiang Qin accepted the 800 yuan and handed over the bag. What is this? A gift for you both. Yuan Yuqin and Jiang Zhenghong took the bag, glancing inside only to have their expressions shift dramatically. Where did you get the money to buy these? I earned it from my part-time job as a boss while in university. Jiang Qin lowered his voice slightly when mentioning being a boss, intending to gradually prepare his parents for this reality, step by step. Sure enough, the couple didn't catch on to his title, but focused on the part-time aspect. Part-time? So you're not short on money? It's manageable. I could afford the discounted wool coat and tea set. Jiang Qin deliberately emphasized the word discounted. Yuan Yuqin regarded her son with confusion. So what was the main point of your lengthy discussion last night? The crux is that I want to be pursuing romance. And it's quite possible that I never will. You both should get used to this idea in advance, so you're not taken aback later. I mean what I say, and you should take it seriously. Upon finishing, Jiang Qin's phone vibrated unexpectedly. He glanced at QQ to see a familiar avatar bouncing on the screen. Unable to suppress a smile that crept across his face, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. I mean it. Absolutely no romance. Jiang Qin reiterated, then retreated to his bedroom, leaving his parents in stunned silence. Has he started dating? Yuan Yuqin turned to Jiang Zhenghong. Jiang Zhenghong looked equally perplexed. I don't know, but his expression just now seemed somewhat telling. Chapter 94. The Abstract System Male Deity. The following evening, the resolutely single Jiang Qin strolled through the new district, inspecting the 4 apartments assigned to him. Although these residences had undergone basic renovations, they currently lay vacant due to ongoing infrastructure developments in the area where the population was sparse. Finding tenants was proving to be a challenging endeavor. Jiang Qin remained unperturbed, casually engaging a real estate agency, contemplating that if the properties could be rented, it would be advantageous. If not, they could remain empty, as he was not particularly reliant on the rental income. To his surprise, shortly after the rental listings went live, the agency called him. While savoring a bowl of noodles nearby, Jiang Qin wiped his mouth and strolled over with the keys in hand. Is that the male deity? He mused inwardly, encountering Chusiki's friend, Yushasha. What a coincidence. I've been trying to arrange a meal with you, yet you never showed up. It's infuriating. Yushasha complained, her tone oddly playful despite her words. Let us skip the small talk. 500 a month, Jiang Qin stated, glancing at the boy accompanying Yushasha. Are you moving in with your boyfriend? Not at all. He's just a friend. His name is Lu Chao, and he's helping me find an apartment for my sister, who got into the nearby junior high, she clarified, dismissing Lu Chao with a wave of her hand. Jiang Qin mentally applauded her. After all, she was a friend of Chusiki. Feel free to look around. If you like it, we can sign the contract. If not, I will simply take my leave. Of course, you are the landlord after all. But how did you come to own property here? Yushasha inquired with curiosity. That's a secret. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue, eliciting a grimace from Lu Chao. Shasha, who is this? My male deity, as I mentioned before, Yushasha replied with a wink, prompting her friends to scrutinize Jiang Qin. While Lu Chao bit his teeth in frustration, the group followed Jiang Qin into the bar, located across from the fire station. Although Jiang Qin no longer served as the marketing manager there, the bar had thrived during the Olympics viewing events, and the owner expressed deep gratitude towards him, with the bartenders and servers showing him great respect. Jiang, you're back. Long time no see. They greeted him warmly. Yushasha beamed with delight, her friends gazing at Jiang Qin with starry eyes. At 17 or 18 years old, they could discern the difference between genuine respect and mere flattery from the bartenders. Realizing why he was regarded as a male deity, witnessing their admiration, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel amused. In this age, a charming young man frequenting bars certainly had his appeal, though he wondered how their parents would react upon witnessing this scene. Old dang, where should I park my ghostly ride? Jiang Qin chuckled inwardly, but reminded the bartender to look after his friends and ensure they did not cause trouble. After securing a private booth, he intended to leave, but Yushasha insisted he stay, claiming they hadn't seen each other in ages and wished to chat. Jiang Qin, reading her expression, anticipated the topic. Discussing Chusiki was of no interest to him. Oh, I remember. You're the one who confessed to Chusiki and was rejected. So you retrieved your love letter out of embarrassment. What a fool. Lu Chao exclaimed, his eyes widening in realization. Jiang Qin's expression darkened. You better mean fool in a light-hearted sense. And no. I misspoke. Is my embarrassing history really that well known? It's simply because our classes are adjacent. I'm in the same vicinity as you, Lu Chao defended himself. I'm the one who's excellent at playing CF. Yu Shasha turned to Lu Chao. As a guy, why do you relish spreading gossip? His actions were simply too infamous. Who in our senior class doesn't he know about it? Lu Chao replied, pride evident in his demeanor. Hearing Yu Shasha refer to Jiang Qin as a male deity stung him, yet witnessing the bartender's respect for Jiang Qin made him hold his tongue. Realizing this individual was undoubtedly successful, yet unbeknownst to them, Jiang Qin had once been a hopeless admirer, even going so far as to reclaim his love letter. The realization shattered Lu Chao's perception of Jiang Qin, filling him with an overwhelming sense of triumph. Jiang Qin, maintaining a cheerful facade, felt an internal turmoil. The human experience was indeed a tapestry of contrasting emotions. Why was he subjected to such humiliation during his rare moment of leisure? I'm done with this conversation. I'm leaving. Jiang Qin muttered under his breath, contemplating whether he should relocate altogether. Yu Shasha shot a glance at Lu Chao. Can you not keep silent? You're driving my male deity away. What I said was merely the truth. But seriously, how could you consider him a male deity? Lu Chao questioned, utterly perplexed. What's wrong with Jiang Qin being my male deity? Isn't Feng Nanshu from your class always fawning over him? Lu Chao paused, momentarily taken aback. Unable to recall who Feng Nanshu was. This was not due to her lack of presence, but rather her overwhelming brilliance, illuminating the youth of many like a guiding moon. The ethereal beauty of Qin in high school had captivated countless hearts, seemingly detached from any association with the term fawning. Which Feng Nanshu are you referring to? Lu Chao asked. Baffled. Is there another Feng Nanshu at Chengnan High? Certainly not. Yu Shasha scoffed. That would be absurd. She is so aloof. Would she ever fawn? Check her social media. You'll see. Lu Chao, being in the same class as Feng Nanshu, easily accessed her unlocked profile. However, he recalled that her profile had always been devoid of content. As he scrolled, disbelief filled his gaze, and suddenly, everything froze. He had not misremembered. Throughout their high school years, Feng Nanshu's profile had been empty, but since summer break, she had begun posting daily updates, almost as if using it as a diary. I have a good friend, Jiang Qin. He took me on a carousel ride. He took me to the hot springs. He said to keep smiling. He said he would take me along in whatever we do. Jiang Qin professed a vow of eternal companionship. Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin. A girl SQQ space lay nearly barren, yet one fateful day, a single name appeared. And soon it echoed through the world. Such an occurrence speaks volumes. Lu Chao felt the sweat trickling down, rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. That scoundrel was simultaneously retrieving a love letter intended for Chusiki while indulging in romantic bliss with the aloof goddess Feng Nanshu. Was this individual truly so enigmatic? Which persona was genuine? Had his account been compromised? Lu Chao remained unconvinced. Yu Shasha's eyes sparkled. Let me enlighten you. Jiang Qin earned 300,000 over a single summer, and he now oversees this very bar. How shall you respond to that? Lu Chao swallowed hard. I shall freshen up. Yu Shasha snorted softly, then turned to the nearest bartender. Hello, I am Jiang Qin's sister. Could you kindly bring me a fruit platter? Certainly, please hold on a moment.